Early winter. The morning light is hazy. A figure ascends the hillside. It is a boy of about 15 or 16, braving the cold wind, lifting his youthful face, beads of sweat on his forehead, gasping for breath, and his lively eyes radiating excitement and unease. Yi is on his way to Lingjiao Valley to partake in this year's winter hunt. The winter hunt is a term used by the mountain folk. Although Yu Family Village, Bai Family Village, and Feng Family Village are situated in a remote area, they have preserved ancient customs, engaging in spring gathering, summer planting, autumn hunting, and winter hunting. Every year in late autumn and early winter, the young and strong men from the three villages venture more than 200 miles to Lingjiao Valley, either to hunt wild beasts for curing meat to last through the winter or to gather herbs in exchange for cloth, salt, and ironware, thus supplementing their daily needs. However, there's a clan rule in Yu Family Village. Minors are not permitted to hunt in the mountains. At just 15 years of age, Yu Yi is still a minor, yet he stealthily slips out of the village, embarking alone on the journey of the winter hunt. After running through the dark for half the night, dawn begins to break. Yu Family Village, along with the Yujia Valley where it resides, has long since vanished from sight. All that surrounds him are towering mountains, shrouded in morning mist, the landscape enveloped in a veil of obscurity. At the foot of the mountain lies a river valley. If memory serves, heading south for another 10 miles or so will lead him to Lingjiao Town. Lingjiao Town is indeed a necessary stop on the way to Lingjiao Valley. Yui pauses to observe, then swiftly descends the hillside. A moment later, he finds himself in the river valley. The valley is several dozen feet wide, with sparse trees and piles of rocks, open yet desolate. Yui glances up at the sky, walking between the stones. He drops his wooden stick and bundle, pulls aside his sheepskin cloak, and sits down on the ground. Lingjiao Town is not far off, and a brief rest will not delay his journey. Yui retrieves his shoulder bag, taking out rice cakes and a water pouch. The rice cakes are hard and cold, and he must break them into pieces to chew slowly. The water pouch, crafted from deer hide, holds 3 pounds of clear water. The mountain folk, accustomed to a life of scarcity, find that having water and rice to stave off hunger is sufficient. Just as Yi is about to eat and drink, he senses something unusual in the surroundings. The expansive river valley is cloaked in a layer of mist. That moment, a faint dark shadow emerges through the morning fog, seemingly gliding effortlessly, leaping 3 or 2 yards in an instant, stopping abruptly at a distance of over 10 yards, casting a glance in this direction before drifting away. Yi hastily rubs his eyes. His father had said that with the ferocity of tigers and leopards, a leap of 3 or 2 yards is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The shadow is not a tiger or a leopard, it must be a traveler. Or perhaps it resembles a young man dressed lightly. Yet if he is a mountain dweller, why does he move so silently? And how could he leap such distances? Could he be a specter of the wilderness? Yi cannot help but shudder. The mountain folk are not afraid of tigers, leopards, or wolves, but they do fear ghosts and spirits. In the blink of an eye, the eerie shadow disappears without a trace. His father had once said that men of the mountains are filled with courage even in the face of life and death. They should remain unafraid. Thinking of his father, Yu's expression darkens. He cannot forget that stormy night last year when his uncle, who shared a deep bond with his father, came to inform him that his brother Yu Yao had perished in Lingjiao Valley. As for how his father died and where his remains lie, his uncle spoke vaguely, only stating that wild beasts were fierce and the remains were impossible to locate. Yu was in a hurry to reach Lingjiao Valley, but was unaware of the path. He sought the guidance of the village elders, only to be met with repeated refusals. He then contemplated participating in the winter hunt of the following year, but was reprimanded by his third grandfather for being too young to venture into the hunt. Having lost his mother at a tender age, it was his father who had painstakingly raised him. Little did he expect that his father would meet with a tragic fate, disappearing without a trace, leaving him restless and unwilling to relent. This was the very reason he dared to defy clan regulations and resolutely set off for Lingjiao Valley. This year's winter hunt commenced at the hour of the tiger. After waiting in anticipation for an entire year, he had taken the initiative to depart the night before, intending to follow the villagers as they made their way to Lingjiao Valley. As he munched on a rice cake, memories flooded his mind. The pain of losing his father and the yearning for loved ones weighed heavily on his heart, plunging him into a deeper melancholy. Overwhelmed by sorrow and fatigue, Yujia could not resist the urge to doze off. After traversing the rugged mountain paths for half the night, he was utterly exhausted. Daylight broke, and the morning mist lingered. The tranquility of the valley was shattered by the sound of hooves, the rumble of wheels, and the barking of dogs. 2 large carts and a group of men burst into the valley, accompanied by several dogs frolicking alongside. The villagers of Family Village gathered before the ancestral hall at the hour of the tiger, where they slaughtered a rooster for sacrifice and set off firecrackers for protection before embarking on their winter hunt, making their way to this very spot, the forefront of the procession. A young man in his 20s sat atop one of the carts, donned in a leather robe and cap, with a square face, round eyes, and a short beard. He held a whip in hand, occasionally striking the aged horse that pulled the cart. His name was Baishan, the grandson of the 3rd grandfather. His father, Kai, drove the other cart closely behind, a robust middle-aged man with a weathered, ruddy face. The remaining 20 or so men followed on foot, some wielding knives or clubs, others carrying bows and arrows, all moving with haste. Among them, a father and son lagged behind. One was taciturn and expressionless, while the other was wide-eyed with excitement. "Father, will we reach Lingjiao Valley in 3 to 5 days? What about Uncle Lu? Let's keep moving." The father and son duo were Ergou and his father, you sure too. Uncle Lu referred to yes, father, following the customs of their clan. This was Ergou's first journey to Lingjiao Valley, and his excitement led him to ask many questions. His father, intending to offer a few words of advice, felt inexplicably irritable. Woof woof. Ahead, the sound of barking caused the horses and carts to slow their pace. About 10 yards away, at a narrow part of the valley, a figure slowly rose from a pile of stones, perhaps startled awake from slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes. "Yujia?" Ergou exclaimed in surprise. The figure amidst the stones was a young boy. His hair disheveled, his leather robe loose, his face covered in dust, appearing quite disheveled. It was indeed Yujia. He was his companion and a dear brother in the village, familiar beyond measure. The astonishment was mutual. Baishan, seated atop the cart, glanced back and pulled the reins of the horse. Once both carts came to a halt, he called out loudly, "Yujia, what are you doing here?" I'd out upon arriving at this location. Yujia intended to take a brief respite, but fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to fall asleep. Given the circumstances, there was no need for concealment. After a moment's hesitation, he candidly stated, "Brother Bao, I wish to journey to Lingjiao Valley." Baishan snorted and admonished, "Our ancestor decreed that those yet to reach adulthood must not partake in the winter hunt. Do you dare to defy the clan's rules?" The ancestor referred to was Baishan's grandfather, revered as the clan elder in Family Village. Now aged and frail, he had not participated in the winter hunt for many years. "Third uncle." Yujia glanced at the large cart behind Baishan and implored, "Please, allow your nephew to accompany you." Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted. "Yujia, return to Family Village." Ignoring Baishan, Yujia called out anxiously, "Fifth uncle." Ergou's lineage placed his father, sure too, as the 5th uncle in the family hierarchy. It seemed that 5th uncle could not evade the matter, hesitatingly responding, "Third brother, look at this child, he is quite stubborn." The 3rd brother mentioned was Baishan's father, Kai, who sat atop the 2nd cart, stroking his bushy beard while pondering. "He is still quite young in my opinion." Yujia raised his voice urgently. "My father perished, and his remains have yet to return. How can uncles and aunts, who shared a deep bond with him, stand idly by?" He vowed not to relent until he reached Lingjiao Valley. Among the crowd, several older men shook their heads and sighed. "Alas, what a filial son! Orphaned! How pitiful! Clan rules are difficult to breach, yet one can understand. Then, since he refuses to return to the village, let us make an exception and allow him to accompany us, I implore. You, brothers, to keep an eye on him." After a moment of contemplation, Kai ceased to speak further, waved his hand, and urged Baishan, "Let us depart." With a sharp crack of the whip, hooves clattered, wheels rolled, and the dogs frolicked as the group continued on their journey. Yu could hardly believe his fortune. Was he truly allowed to venture to Lingjiao Valley? Yu, a voice called out, Ergou. Yu replied, turning to seize a wooden stick, slinging his bundle over his shoulder, and hurriedly ran over. Catching up with the traveling group, Ergou was waving at him. Ergou stood a head taller, around 17 or 18, his head wrapped in a cloth turban, clad in a sheepskin robe, and a smile gracing his dark face as he whispered, "Brother, how audacious of you to leave the village and confront the elders. You sure too bore a similar stature and appearance. To you, Ergou, albeit adorned with more wrinkles and a beard, and he was known for his taciturn nature." Without glancing back, he muttered, "Stay with Ergou." Yu was filled with elation, initially fearing punishment for violating clan rules. He never anticipated that his fervent arguments would lead to success. In any endeavor, one must strive. Who can know the outcome without effort? Ergou had been his friend since childhood. It was he who had informed Yu of the precise dates for the winter hunt, enabling his participation. Ergou patted his waist confidently, declaring, "Fear not, for Dog Brother shall protect you on this journey to Lingjiao Valley." Look, the camaraderie of good brothers traveling together fostered an immediate warmth. A hunting knife at his waist, Ergou bore a leather scabbard, from which protruded a portion of the hilt. That he struck the hilt boastfully, proclaiming, "This is my father's hunting knife, passed down to me. Do you possess any formidable weapon that Brother Dog may behold?" In the mountainous households, knives and axes were in abundance. A sharp hunting knife, however, was a treasure of considerable worth. My father's hunting knife was lost in the Spirit Serpent Valley, came the reply. "Are you unarmed?" "I possess a short dagger," Yu retorted, patting his own waist, where he concealed a small Bladian heirloom from his father, which he was reluctant to reveal openly. Ergou chuckled derisively. How can you contend with ferocious beasts armed with but a mere dagger? If your Uncle Liu were alive, he would never allow you to court death." Bah! Before Ergou could finish his sentence, someone turned back and spat twice. It was his father. Yu sure too, who raised his hand to the heavens and softly murmured, "May the deities bless us, and may all be free of taboo." Having uttered this, he admonished in a hushed tone, "During daylight, one must refrain from uttering nonsense." Ergou obediently closed his mouth. Yu too dare not speak. He understood the customs of the mountains. When venturing into the world beyond, one must avoid discussions of life and death, lest they offend the deities and invite unwarranted calamity. Yet, what exactly are these deities? No, one can articulate it clearly, but they inspire awe and belief in their omnipresence and omnipotence. However, if the deities were truly so miraculous, why did they not safeguard his parents? Lingjiao town is characterized by a single street lined with a few shops and home to 2 or 3 dozen families. A gentle stream meanders through the town, flanked by trees of varying heights. On the riverbank, 2 old horses graze on the grass, while 2 large carts sit idly nearby. A dozen men are scattered around, each taking a moment to rest. The Yu family, having arrived in the afternoon, decided not to continue their journey but to spend the night here instead. Yu sits alone amidst the grass, an expression of anxiety etched upon his face. It is said that traveling south would lead to Lingjiao Valley in merely 3 to 5 days. Yet he is uncertain if he will uncover any news of his father. A few paces away, the clear waters of the river flow gently. On the opposite bank, an old tree leans, its branches sheltering chirping birds that occasionally call out into the chilly wind. A group approaches from the direction of the town, consisting of Ergou and his father, along with several young men in their 20s, namely Yu Quan, Yu Meng, and Yu Zhuang, all of whom belong to the same clan. The autumn hunt and winter game are significant events for the mountain folk. According to past traditions, they travel in tandem with Bai Village and Fengjia Village. Upon arriving first at Lingjiao town, Yu Kai instructed his clan to rest on the riverbank while he and Yu Baoshan proceeded to the inn, awaiting the arrival of their companions from Fengjia Village and Bai Village. Unable to withstand the stillness, Ergou urged his father and the others to frolic in the town. By evening, they returned, laughter and joy illuminating their faces. The guests from Fengjia Village had already settled in the inn, while those from Bai Village had yet to arrive. "Third uncle should bring you and me to the inn. It would certainly be better than sleeping outdoors," he remarked. "The Yu family is impoverished and cannot afford the inn." Yu, Then Ergou approached him, tossing a handful of vibrant red fruits into his lap. They were wild jujubes from the mountains, plump and succulent. Reclining in the grass, Yu savored the crisp sweetness of the jujubes. Rarely having ventured far from home, he yearned to join the merriment in the town, yet hesitated for fear of being unwelcome, so he remained dutifully in place. Fortunately, the company of Ergou alleviated some of his solitude. Moments later, laughter echoed through the air. The river's surface, kissed by the setting sun, shimmered with glints of light as splashes erupted, revealing figures frolicking and playing. Ergou and his friends had shed their robes, donning only their undergarments, and were splashing about in the water. Some were catching fish and tossing them ashore, eliciting cheers from the group. Yu felt a surge of excitement. Having grown up in the mountains, he had always relished fishing and bird-catching. Witnessing his companions reveling in their play stirred a longing within him. He sprang to his feet, grasped a stick, and made his way over. On the grassy bank, several fresh fish lay flopping about, small in size, but lively. Yu, come play with us, Ergou called out. Yu Quan, Yu Meng, and the others laughed, cautioning. Be wary of the cold winter waters. We wouldn't want him to catch a chill. Look at him, so clumsy. The river stretched about 7 to 8 zhang wide, with a depth of less than a foot. Despite the cold weather, fish swam upstream. Yu removed his boots, picked up a stick from the ground, and stepped cautiously into the water. As his feet made contact with the icy water, a shiver coursed through him. The laughter of Ergou and his companions echoed once more. Yu did not retreat, instead wading a few steps into the river. With the spirit of youth, he was unwilling to show weakness. Once he steadied himself, he raised the wooden stick in his hand. Just as he lowered his head to search, the sound of hooves broke the air. From the opposite bank, a magnificent white horse surged forth, charging directly into the water, its iron hooves splashing up waves with an impressive force. The rider, presumably a woman, donned a green garment and had her face obscured by a cloth, rendering her age and features indiscernible. Ergou and his friends gazed on with curiosity. Soon, several more horses and carts appeared atop the riverbank. As Yi was about to look up, he suddenly noticed shadows of fish swirling beneath the surface. He quickly swung his stick, and with a splash, a fish leapt out of the water. Overjoyed, he reached to catch it. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, "Get out of the way." A horse and rider charged straight toward him. Yi barely had time to react before he heard a loud thud. He was flung backward, landing 2 yards away with a splash on the riverbank. Meanwhile, the white steed leaped onto the shore, halting abruptly, its front hooves raised, mane flowing, head held high, letting out a series of whinnies. The rider turned, and the cloth covering her face fluttered in the wind, revealing a glimpse of her fair visage. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, her fleeting beauty exuded an air of exquisite mystery. Yi lay on his back, gripping the wooden stick with one hand and the fish with the other, a picture of disarray. The horsewoman glanced back, her expression tinged with what seemed like regret. Yet she swiftly urged her horse onward, splashing through the water and grass as she galloped away. Struggling to sit up, Yi felt somewhat dazed. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of hooves, rushing water, and shouts filled the air. Several horses and 4 carts crossed the river, followed by dozens of mountain men, all robust and fierce, adorned with bows, crossbows, and swords. Ergou and the others leaped onto the riverbank, astonished by the prowess of the woman. Rumor had it she was the daughter of the Bai family, quite a notable figure. "Are you hurt, Yi?" Yi, sitting barefooted on the ground, remained momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Ergou's inquiry, he noticed blood staining his hand. As he fell, he had still clutched the river fish, its sharp fins having cut into his palm. Wiping away the blood, he replied, "I am fine." As dusk settled, a fire was kindled on the riverbank. The men of Yujia Village gathered around to warm themselves and roast food. Yi lay alone in the grass, silently gazing up at the sky. A solitary crescent moon hung in the distance, and a few stars flickered in the hazy night. As darkness deepened, an overwhelming chill enveloped the earth. Yi wrapped himself tightly in his sheepskin cloak, his spirits somewhat low, with a hint of confusion reflected in his blinking eyes. That wild woman on horseback was indeed a daughter of the Bai family. What a curious thing for a lady to partake in the winter hunt. Why was she so fierce? Yet, one could hardly blame her. After all, it was he who had obstructed her path. However, she made no move and was not struck by the horse, yet he found himself inexplicably propelled forward. What truly transpired in that moment? Yi, Uncle Yushu approached, holding a skewer of roasted fish strung on a branch. As Yi hurriedly rose, he heard, "You child," when faced with a charging steed. You do not know to evade. Fortunately, you are unscathed. The words of Yu Shurtu bore the warmth of a guardian's concern. Yu Yi accepted the roasted fish. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Uncle, I have something to ask." Yu Shurtu turned to leave, but hesitated mid-step. "My father, is he truly dead?" Yu Yi pressed on, "What of my father's remains?" Suddenly, Yu Shurtu lost his patience, not bothering to glance back as he replied, "Rest now. We shall set off early tomorrow." "Uncle." Yu Yi wished to pursue further questions, but Yu Shurtu had already walked away with his hands clasped behind him. He felt a wave of disappointment, taking a bite of the roasted fish, yet the exquisite flavor eluded his senses. Not far away, a fire crackled brightly, casting a warm glow upon rugged, jovial faces. The river flowed ceaselessly, while a faint mist rose from its surface, enveloping the wilderness in a shroud. After midnight, a breeze stirred. Perhaps the cold was unbearable, for Yu Yi awoke from his slumber. The crescent moon had vanished, gusts of frigid air swirled in the darkness. Yu Yi rose to his feet. The fire that had burned the previous night had long extinguished. Over 20 men from the mountains lay scattered across the ground. 2 old horses tethered in the distance whinnied in his direction. Yu Yi wiped the dew from his face, grasped a wooden stick, and picked up his bundle, yet found himself rooted to the spot. His uncles and brothers were still asleep, yet he was already eager to set off. He lamented his heavy heart, which led to his impulsive actions. Rather than wait idly, it would be better to stroll about, stretch his limbs, and warm his body. Yu Yi discarded his belongings and wandered along the riverbank. After a few paces, a dark shadow followed him. He turned abruptly. It was a black dog, wagging its tail and panting, bounding playfully before him. "Shoo!" Yu Yi feigned to shoo it away. During their hunting expedition, the Yu family had brought along several native dogs. He had been bitten by one before, and the memory still haunted him. The black dog darted away. A thin veil of mist floated above the river's surface, disturbed by the chilly wind, resembling a shroud of cold smoke. The surrounding fields and forests became ethereal and illusory. Walking alone in this place, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and vastness. The unknown realms beckoned him with a sense of exploratory desire. Heading north, the river deepened. The banks were adorned with reeds and thickets. Yu Yi walked leisurely, occasionally throwing punches and kicking his legs to stretch his muscles. Perhaps caught up in youthful whimsy, he picked up a pebble and tossed it into the water. The stone skipped across the surface a few times before vanishing into the rushing current. In a moment, a cluster of stones obstructed his path. The surrounding reeds grew denser. As Yu Yi reached this spot, warmth began to envelop him. He unfastened his robe to relieve himself, shivering slightly from the chill. Just as he was about to retrace his steps, he found himself inexplicably halted. "Senior brother, senior sister, who is speaking?" The stones and bushes obscure the view, rendering everything invisible. Yu Yi, still in doubt, hears the voice carried by the wind once more. "Master is in seclusion." The Xuanhuang Pill, efforts wasted. "I have been ordered to descend the mountain, accompanying the senior sister to the northern region of the Great Marsh. If we obtain the medicinal pill, can Master establish his foundation? It is only a matter of time." "The Great Marsh?" "I recall my father mentioning that the Yujia Village, where our ancestors resided, is merely a remote little place. Beyond Fengjia Valley and Lingjiao town lies a vast expanse, known as the Great Marsh." "Senior brother, senior sister?" Who are the man and woman engaged in conversation? What do Xuanhuang Pill and Foundation establishment signify? Curiosity piqued, Yu Yi steps closer, only to have the dialogue abruptly cease. At that very moment, a sharp reprimand booms overhead. Who dares eavesdrop? Yu Yi is taken aback. 2 dark figures descend from the sky, a gust of wind rushing towards him, rendering him unable to see clearly. He crashes to the ground with a thud, followed by an immense weight pressing down on his back, as if a boulder had fallen upon him, immobilizing him completely. "You brat, seeking death." Ah, with someone pressing down on his back, his ribcage creaks painfully, and he cannot help but cry out in agony. "Senior brother, do not escalate the matter." Humph. Yu lies on the ground, his bones aching as if they might shatter, his head buried in the grass, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, he feels a lightness on his back and hurriedly rolls over to sit up. A figure stands before him, coldly stating, "What are you doing here?" The sky is dimly lit. The speaker is a young woman, clad in a green long robe, her hair tied up in a style typically worn by men. Yet her face is obscured by a cloth, rendering her features indistinguishable. Nevertheless, her expression feels somewhat familiar, still icy and enigmatic. Yu Yi stammers, I am Yu Yi from Yujia Village." The woman slightly furrows her brow and inquires, "What did you hear?" "I was just urinating." Ugh, what a vulgar wretch. The woman disdainfully spits and takes flight, vanishing into the distance like the wind in the blink of an eye. Yu, still shaken, observes the stones and bushes towering over two men, effortlessly leaped over by a mere girl. The senior brother who was conversing with her may have already departed. That person is not only mysterious, but also exceedingly ruthless, indiscriminately seeking his life. What did I hear just now? I didn't quite comprehend. Crack. A crisp crack of a whip echoes from afar. At this moment, the remnants of night have passed. In the morning light, Yu Baoshan and his son urge everyone to rise. Soon, a throng of figures and carriages appears on the riverbank. The clamor of voices and neighing horses creating a lively scene. The people from Baijia Village and Fengjia Village have gathered with Yu family village. The time to set off has arrived. Yu dares not delay and runs back. Ergou and several young men are huddled together, laughing. Upon seeing Yu return, he discreetly signals and whispers, "Hey, I found out that the young lady from Baijia is named Bai Zhi." Amidst the bustling crowd, indeed, a woman on horseback approaches. Observing her attire, it was evident that she was the same woman who had previously scorned him as a crude boor, though her face remained shrouded in a cloth. Despite this, her delicate garments, graceful figure, and the elegance with which she rode were strikingly distinctive. Was her name Bai Zhi? Yu could not help but steal another glance. The young lady from the Bai family had already maneuvered her horse through the crowd and crossed the river. Yu Baoshan and several young men, eager to ingratiate themselves, found themselves unable to catch up and had no choice but to abandon their pursuit with a sense of embarrassment. Bai Zhi's senior disciple was nowhere to be seen. The Miss Bai had returned home to partake in the winter hunt, merely to descend the mountain for a journey. It was said that she had practiced the path since childhood and possessed knowledge of the supernatural arts. How intriguing. Ergou, 2 or 3 years Yuya's senior, delighted in uncovering tales of the extraordinary and recounted the details of Miss Bai's background with great familiarity. The young men of the village, such as Yu Quan, Yu Meng, and Yu Shuang, gazed upon her with admiration. Yu rubbed his chest and quietly picked up his staff and bundle. For reasons unknown, he felt a profound curiosity about Bai Zhi's origins, yet he dared not dwell on it, perhaps out of a tinge of fear. He had nearly lost his life, all due to his own folly. Yu Baoshan's father, Yu Kai, the overseer of Yu family village, after exchanging greetings with his counterparts from Bai family village and Feng family village, urged everyone to harness the carts and prepare their belongings. The leader of Bai family village, Bai Xian, was a robust middle-aged man, while Feng family village was overseen by Feng Xuanzi, who, despite being over 50, retained a vigorous spirit. The two men, along with their respective carts and horses, subsequently crossed the river. Following suit, Yu family village set forth. On the opposite bank, a broad road led into the distance. As they traveled, they beheld overlapping mountains and boundless wilderness, stirring a desire to stretch their legs and explore the vast world, seeking the unfamiliar and the wondrous. Shortly after their departure, the sky began to darken. A gusting wind swept up dust and debris. Alas, the weather is changing, Ergou exclaimed. 9 large carts, over a dozen horses, and nearly 100 men followed the mountain road, navigating through the swirling dust southward. By midday, the wind persisted. The group rested briefly before resuming their journey. As dusk approached, the mountain path narrowed. Ahead, nestled between the hills, lay a small village, Yunling Village. This so-called village comprised merely a dozen households, with a few rows of humble thatched cottages perched upon a hillside. Beyond the hill, adjacent to the village, there was a depression with a pond, an ideal spot for shelter from the wind. Yu Kai, Bai Xian, and Feng Xuanzi exchanged glances and instructed everyone to rest where they were. The men from each village busied themselves dismantling the carts and kindling fires for cooking. Yu sought a windbreak, but found himself surrounded by people. He hastily set down his staff and bundle, assisting in gathering twigs and drywood. Once the fire blazed to life, he retreated to a corner and collapsed onto the ground. After a day of travel, he was utterly exhausted, his boots worn and tattered with 2 holes. Paying no mind to his disheveled state, Yi pulled out a rice cake. Having taken a few bites, his fatigue overtook him, and he could scarcely keep his eyes open. As Ergou lay beside Yu, he incessantly voiced his grievances. "Oh dear, my legs feel utterly exhausted." Yu, succumbing to drowsiness, seemed to hear the voice of Uncle Wu, whispering softly, "Young ones must not overexert themselves. Rest peacefully." Gradually, a faint light flickered in the darkness, revealing a middle-aged man seated beneath the oil lamp. With his rough hands, he clumsily mended his tattered garments. occasionally shaking his head in resignation when the needle pricked his skin. Yet, he turned to the child beside him, smiling gently, after a day of play. It's time to rest, sleep now. Nestled next to the burly man was a child of 5 or 6, his bright eyes sparkling with life. Gazing up at the man's warm smile, the child yawned and blissfully closed his eyes, drifting into a carefree slumber. In his dreams, he felt as though cradled in his mother's warm embrace, though her face remained obscured. Instead, he reveled in the vibrant spring and the brilliant summer blooms. Alongside the towering figure of his father, who stood like a mountain, shielding him from storms and providing a haven, the elders and children of the village set forth. And amidst the faint echoes of a call, the light of dawn shattered, dispelling the warmth of dreams. Yu jolted awake. The day had yet to break, and shadows of bustling figures surrounded him. Uncle Wu approached, kicking at the ground. Ergou, it's time to hit the road. Ergou lay still, reluctant to move. Yu tugged at him. We must not indulge in slumber. Forced to rise, Ergou, still groggy, clung to Yu and mumbled, I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer. Moments later, the group departed from Yunling Village. As they journeyed southward, the path narrowed, and the mountains on either side grew increasingly desolate. The sky remained overcast, gray clouds enveloping the heavens. The sounds of neighing horses and barking dogs, coupled with the biting wind, heightened the urgency of their travels. By midday, after a brief respite, the group pressed on through the barren woods. Hours slipped by, the daylight dimming further. The fierce wind gradually subsided, and the horses and dogs fell silent. The weary travelers slowed their pace. In the distance, a stone mountain loomed ominously, towering as if a colossal beast stretched across the dim sky. My father said that is Xuanhuang Cliff, Ergou remarked, his headscarf askew and face dust-laden. Let us eat and drink well, then rest properly. Yu, equally fatigued, dared not voice his weariness. The prospect of reaching Lingjiao Valley filled him with contentment. Xuanhuang Cliff was now within sight. As the saying goes, a mountain seen is a horse worn out. Arriving at the foot of Xuanhuang Cliff, night had already descended. In the darkness, voices erupted. Brother Feng, Brother Yu, we are weary from our journey. Let us rest here for the night. As Brother Bai suggested, we shall continue our travels in the morning. Baoshan, make preparations for the horses and gather firewood. Yu Quan, Yu Ming, Ergou, come lend a hand. The nearly 100 villagers from 3 communities gathered in a flurry of activity. Yu followed Ergou to help unload the carts and collect a bundle of dry twigs. Once the campfire was ignited, the crowd gathered around to seek warmth, leaving no space for him. Not far away stood the stony precipice known as the Windbreak Cliff, its height obscured by darkness. Fortunately, the fierce winds had subsided, alleviating some of the winter night's biting chill. Yu, clutching his wooden staff and bundle, retreated to a secluded spot to sit down. His legs were swollen and aching, and his toes throbbed painfully, likely from blisters, thankfully, despite their wear. His boots still provided some support. He took a sip from his water pouch, only to feel a cold belch rise in his stomach. Though hunger gnawed at him, he found himself unable to eat. Leaning against the rocky wall, he gazed at the distant fire and the jovial crowd, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Miss, waiting here for a day has been quite arduous. Brother Xian, no need for pleasantries. A few silhouettes descended from the mountain, gathering in the sheltered area at the foot of the cliff to converse. With the night deepening and the cold intensifying, why not seek another place to rest? This spot suffices. Shall we share some provisions? I have been fasting for several days, steering clear of cooked meals. Miss, please feel free, if there are matters to attend to. Exhausted, Yi struggled to keep his eyes open, yet the voices compelled him to glance over. It was the villagers from Bai family village. Among them a veiled woman, none other than Bai Zhi, the daughter of the Bai family. After her departure on horseback the previous day, she had vanished, yet here she was. Perhaps due to her noble status, she referred to Bai Xian as her brother. What is fasting? He wondered, having never heard of it. What does it mean to avoid cooked meals? Who cooks without fire? Surely, no one consumes raw flesh and blood. Yi had no time for further contemplation. He tightened his cloak, curling into a ball, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a voice broke the quiet. Bai Zhi appeared to approach. Yi, indifferent, merely wished to sleep. The ground beneath the cliff was not only level but also overgrown with dry grass, making it an excellent spot for sleeping outdoors. This was why he had seized the opportunity to claim a little comfort, while others warmed themselves by the fire. Another voice called out, Miss Bai, the venison from my family is delectable. Allow me to offer you some. No need. Why not sample a bite or two? Go away. Miss Bai. With a thud, Yi was jolted from slumber by a sudden kick to his backside. Startled, he sat up to find Yubashan standing before him. Brandishing a piece of dried meat, fuming, Miss Bai commands you to leave. Yi was taken aback. Ah, so Yubashan, frustrated at failing to curry favor with Bai Zhi, had come to vent his frustrations on him. Why should he vacate the spot where he had sought refuge to sleep? The so-called Miss Bai stood not far away. Though her features were obscured, she exuded an undeniable air of superiority. Yubashan, growing increasingly unreasonable, lifted his foot as if to kick again. Are you deaf? Get lost. Yubashan. Anger and indignation welled up in Yi, who sprang to his feet. Throughout the journey, he had been cautious and diligent, eager to avoid inciting displeasure, yet trouble had found him nonetheless. Yubashan, not allowing him a moment to regain his balance, forcefully shoved him. Oh, do you dare to raise a hand against me? Yi stumbled, falling to the ground, but quickly rolled back up, his eyes blazing with fury. Bai Zhi seemed to grow impatient, her voice cold and commanding. Cease this commotion. Yubashan, desperate to curry favor, found himself reprimanded instead. He awkwardly nodded and forced a smile, exclaiming, Miss Bai, please do not be angry. Bai Zhi, however, paid him no heed, turning her gaze elsewhere. Disheartened, Yubashan shouted at Yi, Humph, if you dare to offend Miss Bai, I shall not spare you. With that menacing remark, he bit into the jerky in his hand and sulkily departed, shaking his shoulders in frustration. Yi, picking up his bundle, seethed quietly. Yubashan took pleasure in tormenting him, and he was helpless against that brute. Not only was the man tall and robust, but he also possessed considerable strength. On the hillside, several campfires flickered to life, with men from various villages huddled around them, warming themselves and enjoying their meals, indifferent to the quarrel nearby. Yi was contemplating finding another place to rest when he suddenly felt a chill in the air. Was it raining? No, it was snowing. Fluffy snowflakes, like goose down and willow catkins, drifted down from the darkened sky, bringing a damp coldness with them. It was indeed snowing. Anxious to find shelter, Yi noticed a slight depression at the base of a cliff, resembling a shallow cave, and curled himself up inside. Unable to resist, he turned to look outside. A slender figure sat 2 yards away. It was that Miss Bai, unperturbed by the cold, quietly seated in the swirling snow, yet illuminated by the firelight. Not a single snowflake seemed to land upon her. How peculiar! Could it be related to her cultivation? Perhaps the legendary arts of spirits truly existed. The snow fell throughout the night, transforming the wilderness into a vast expanse of white. A group of mountain men drove their carts and horses through the biting wind and snow. Following the shouts, they approached a towering mountain that loomed like a wall, faintly rising between the icy heavens and the earth below. As they drew nearer, it was indeed a great mountain, blocking their path. Nestled between the jagged cliffs was a narrow gorge. The villagers' carts halted, waiting, while the remaining men entered the gorge to proceed with their tasks. They would reconvene after 10 days. The gorge, merely 3 to 5 yards wide, plunged 100 yards deep. As they traversed its length, the raging storm diminished significantly. With shouts from the leaders of each group, their procession came to a stop, leaving some behind to guard. The remaining men, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, pressed deeper into the gorge. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yi stamped his feet and rubbed his hands together, exhaling warm breaths. His cheeks and nose were reddened from the cold, and his head and body were coated with a thick layer of frost. Yi, Ergou. His uncle Yu called from ahead. Beside him, Ergou also resembled a snowman. He waved at Yi, and the two brothers hurried to catch up. Moments later, they reached the end of the gorge, and the scenery before them opened up dramatically. Under the hazy sky, amidst the pristine white snow, the mountains rose and fell, intersected by ravines and dotted with peculiar rocks, creating a sight both magnificent and enigmatic. This is Lingjiao Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tiger Jump Gorge belongs to my Bai family for winter hunting. The Leopard Tail Gorge is owned by the Feng family. Brother Bai, brother Feng. My Yu family will take the Dry Grass Gorge. Lingjiao Valley spans hundreds of miles. The valley is fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts. The hunters dare not venture too deeply, choosing instead to convene at the nearby Tiger Jump Gorge, Leopard Tail Gorge, and Withered Grass Gorge for their pursuits, maintaining close proximity for mutual aid and rescue. After deliberation, Bai Xian, Feng Xuanzi, and Yu Yukai set forth through the canyon with their respective companions. Yet, the Bai family's young miss has once again vanished without a trace. In the icy, snow-laden gorge, silence envelopes the surroundings. Suddenly, amidst the snow-covered thickets, a rustling sound breaks the stillness, and from the underbrush emerges a creature. With its ears perked, coarse fur, a low-hanging tail, lithe limbs, and haunting yellow eyes. It reveals itself to be a fully grown wolf. Upon its appearance, the wolf prowls cautiously, glancing around as if sensing something amiss in the snowy expanse. A chill wind carries an unfamiliar scent, unsettling the beast. The wolf halts, its eyes gleaming with menace. Just a few paces away, a diminutive snow mound trembles slightly, sending flakes cascading down as a figure rises from within, clutching a sharp hunting knife. The wolf crouches, preparing to pounce. The figure, a young man, scrambles to his feet, panic overwhelming him, causing him to drop his knife just as the beast lunges forward, leaving him paralyzed with fear. In that critical moment, a voice bellows, "Don't be afraid, dog." A middle-aged man leaps from the snow, brandishing a pitchfork. The wolf, caught off guard, evades the attack with a swift roll. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man rushes to the young man's side, retrieves the fallen knife, and assumes a defensive stance. The wolf bares its teeth, poised to strike, but hesitates, tail tucked, slowly retreating. The middle-aged man, wary of the formidable foe, understands the risks of a counterattack, especially with the young man's safety at stake. As the wolf gradually retreats, preparing to vanish into the woods, a sudden explosion of snow erupts nearby. A sturdy stick flies forth, aimed directly at the wolf's eyes. The creature, remarkably agile, dodges the assault, yet the stick lands a heavy blow against its flank, causing it to howl in pain and roll upon the ground. The middle-aged man, unwilling to squander the opportunity, lunges forward, brandishing his knife with fierce intent. Before the wolf can retaliate, he delivers a decisive blow, severing its head. The beast convulses a few times before falling still. "What a close call," he exclaims, wiping the blood from his face and gasping for breath. "You nearly met your end. But why are you not afraid, Yi?" he questions. "I am frightened too," replies Yi, standing in the snowy glade, snow piled upon his head and face. Panting lightly, with a firm grip on the stick, the young man who had been hidden in the snow mound is Ergou, and the middle-aged man who rescued him is none other than his father, Yujia. The two engaged in a brief exchange of words before they set about skinning the wild wolf. After their diligent efforts, the trio arrived at a secluded hollow surrounded by trees. Within this hollow lay the remains of a deceased stag, several wild rabbits, a bag of mountain fruits, and 2 bundles of medicinal herbs. "Well, let us return," Yujia remarked, surveying their bounty with a nod of satisfaction. A few more days of toil, and they would return laden with spoils. Just as he was about to instruct the 2 younger ones to head back and continue hunting, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. A figure approached him, kneeling silently and bowing deeply before him several times. Yujia pondered for a moment, then resignedly said, "Very well, come with me." In the midst of the icy wilderness stood 2 figures. Yujia remained forlorn, while Yi, beside him, pressed his lips together, his expression resolute. A few paces away at the foot of the mountain, thick snow lay piled high, with a small opening revealed where the snow had collapsed. Yujia pointed, saying, "This place is far from the withered grass gorge and adjacent to the Tiger Leap Gorge. Last year at this time, your father and I pursued wild game here. The interior of the cave is shrouded in uncertainty. I dared not venture deeper, but your father, bold as he was, did not foresee." Yi began to clear away the knee-deep snow, stepping forward. Yujia hurriedly interjected, "The dog has gone to summon help. You must not risk going alone." Yi did not turn back, resolutely entering the cave. Yujia complained, "This child is so stubborn, refusing to listen." Inside the cave, Yi leaned against the stone wall, taking a moment to steady his breath. His participation in this winter hunt was not for amusement or to hunt game, but to seek his father's whereabouts. After much pleading, his uncle had finally brought him to this place. Could this be where his father met his fate? Before him lay a veil of darkness. According to his uncle, when his father encountered peril, the clan had attempted to rescue him, but ultimately abandoned the effort for various reasons. The circumstances surrounding his father's demise were so peculiar that no one dared to speak of it. Yi retrieved a fire starter from his pocket and blew on it. The flickering light allowed him to discern his surroundings. The cave was roughly the size of a room, littered with rubble, dried grass, and snow, another opening connected to it, its depth indeterminate. Steeling himself, Yi raised the fire starter in his left hand to illuminate the path while wielding a wooden stick in his right. He ventured deeper into the cave. The entrance was tall enough for him to pass without impediment. Yet, after a few steps, he encountered an obstruction. A heap of rubble appeared to be deliberately piled, blocking most of the cave's opening. Yi carefully climbed atop the stone pile. As his hands and feet shifted the stones, they tumbled down, creating a cacophony that echoed ominously in the darkness. He dared not act recklessly. Once silence returned, he pressed on in his search. After traversing more than 10 paces, the path came to an end. He halted before another cavern, over 2 meters high and roughly 4 or 5 meters wide, yet the walls were barren, devoid of anything, and no additional openings were visible. His uncle had explicitly stated that his father had perished here. If his words held truth, why were there no traces left behind? Yi stood in contemplation for a brief moment before deciding to retrace his steps. Finding the fifth uncle, one must seek clarity. As Yi turned, a sound emanated from beneath his feet. He took a step back, using a fire starter to illuminate the ground. It was littered with gravel, and amidst the stones lay an object. A broken hunting knife? The blade was reduced to a mere half, rusted and worn, yet the leather-wrapped handle felt strikingly familiar. This was his father's hunting knife. The knife was here, but where was the owner? Yi set down his wooden stick and reached for the knife. Just as he bent down, a shiver coursed down his spine, as if a cold wind swept over his head. The cave's ceiling was obscured, resembling a fissure from which a soft whistling wind emerged, accompanied by a dark shadow that swayed ominously. What could it be? As Yi prepared to discern the figure, a sudden wave of foul air surged toward him. Caught off guard, he hastily raised the knife in defense. With a loud bang, the half-blade flew from his grasp. He recoiled in fear, but it was too late. An oppressive darkness engulfed him in an instant. In a fleeting moment, he found himself ensnared in a suffocating haze of blood. Pain surged through his limbs, and he struggled to breathe, yet he was unable to escape or even cry out. At that moment, he felt akin to one trapped in a quagmire, spiraling into madness amidst tumultuous waves, utterly helpless, on the brink of losing consciousness. Just as despair gripped him, his fingers brushed against a short knife at his waist, like a drowning man clutching at a reed. He withdrew the blade and thrust it upward with all his might. With a soft yet distinct sound, the unbearable darkness suddenly split open, revealing a crack of light. Yi frantically wielded the short knife. Another loud crash echoed, akin to the banks of a river collapsing, as if a torrent of mud surged forth. Still in a daze, Yi was violently expelled from the mire. He fell to the ground, the terrifying constraints and suffocating darkness dissipating instantly. Without a moment to catch his breath, he wiped his face, allowing his eyes to adjust, then glanced around in a state of panic. Yet, all remained shrouded in darkness. Save for the howling wind and the chaotic clatter of stones, the sound striking terror into his heart. Yi lay low, too afraid to raise his head. Time slipped away, and eventually, the tumult of sand and stones began to subside. Cautiously, Yi rose, his feet slipping on the damp ground, the heavy stench of blood making him feel nauseous. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a spare fire starter. Just as he ignited it, he stumbled over something beneath him. The object was a torch, bound from pine branches, yet only half remained, charred from previous flames. Yi picked up the torch and the fire starter, blowing forcefully until the torch finally ignited. With the flickering light, he surveyed his surroundings. A few paces away lay a heap of dark matter. Upon closer inspection, it was the shape of a large black snake, about 1.5 feet thick and 15 or 16 feet long. Its belly was slashed open, blood oozing forth in a putrid stream. Yi was both astonished and fearful. Had he been foolishly swallowed by such a ferocious serpent? A creature so fierce that even 3 or 5 hunters would struggle to contend with it. It is truly unimaginable to be consumed by such a creature and yet survive. Where is that life-saving dagger? Had it not pierced the belly of the great serpent, he would have perished today. Yi hastily looked down and found the dagger amidst a pool of filthy blood. He wiped it clean with utmost care and tucked it lovingly into his bosom. The place of his fortunate escape remained a cave, with several other openings leading into the distance, obscured by darkness. In a corner, a fissure resembling a well extended into the depths below. Surely, that great serpent had concealed itself there, launching a surprise attack from the cavern beneath. Could it be that last year at this time, his father faced a similar fate? If this were true, he had wronged his fifth uncle. Even if he had concluded that his father had met with peril, he was unaware of the events that had transpired at that moment. As he pondered this, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks like a torrential downpour. He had always held on to the belief that his father was still alive, enduring the torment of waiting until today, only for the sight before him to shatter his last glimmer of hope. The ferocious serpent lay lifeless, and amidst the blood-soaked ground, remnants of shattered bones, animal fur, and tattered rags were visible. Among them might be the remains of his father, but they were indistinguishable, and he could not gather them. Overcome with grief, Yujia wept uncontrollably. In the midst of his sobs, he could not help but glance up. Beyond the corpse of the serpent, he noticed a figure seated against the stone wall, seemingly observing him for some time, yet obscured by shadows, causing him to overlook it at first. His heart raced, and he instinctively rose to his feet. The figure remained still, devoid of movement. Was it a living being or a specter? Could it be his father? But if his father had succumbed to the serpent's belly, then who was this? Yujia cast aside his sorrow and forgot his fear, gripping the torch. He staggered forward. Yujia stood in a state of trepidation. Before him, against the stone wall, sat a figure. It was not the remains of his father, for he did not recognize this individual. This was a stranger, a middle-aged man clad in a simple robe, seated cross-legged, yet his eyes were sunken, his skin cracked, and his facial bones and teeth were exposed, presenting a grotesque and terrifying visage. A corpse, long deceased. Strangely, his remains had not completely decomposed. His attire was not that of a hunter from the mountains. Particularly peculiar was the manner in which his hands were clasped together. Yujia brought the torch closer. The dead man's hands were blackened, and the left hand's middle finger bore a white ring, resembling an ornament from a wealthy household, though it was not crafted from precious metals. Who was he, and how did he come to die here? Why had the great serpent not devoured him? Did his father's misfortune have anything to do with this man? Increasingly perplexed, Yujia desired to examine the scene more closely. Suddenly, a voice commanded, "Halt." At the instant the words were spoken, a fierce wind surged forth, shattering the dead man's hands and sending the white ring flying. Yujia, taken aback, nearly dropped the torch. A figure appeared 2 or 3 paces away, a young man in his 20s, his hair tied up, dressed in a long blue robe, and possessing a dignified countenance. He examined the white ring in his hand, unable to contain his delight, exclaiming, "Ah, a storage ring. If it belongs to a demonic cultivator from Qishou, it surpasses the Xuanhuang Pill by 100-fold. 1,000-fold." Yujia was unfamiliar with the term storage ring and knew nothing of Qishou, demonic cultivators, or the young man's sudden appearance, which left him utterly astonished. The spectral figure before him, the extraordinary display of skill, and the manner of speech were not unfamiliar to him. Oh, it dawned on him. It was he. The person he had encountered in the valley, and the man who spoke with Bai Zhi outside Lingjiao town, were one and the same. He was Bai Zhi's senior disciple. After that encounter, he had vanished without a trace. Now, he re-emerged in this hidden cave. What was his purpose here? With a crash, the corpse's hands exploded. Possibly due to external forces, and the damaged torso could no longer support itself, collapsing alongside it. Yujia instinctively recoiled, yet his gaze sharpened. Shattered remnants of the corpse lay scattered about, the once intact garments reduced to tatters. Amidst the fragmented bones rolled an object, coming to rest at his feet. Bai Zhi's senior disciple, perhaps lost in his elation, paid no heed to the commotion. Curiosity piqued, Yujia bent down to retrieve the object. It was a bead, the size of a quail egg, yellow and perfectly round, and as he held it, an inexplicable chill pierced his soul. Yujia shivered. What was this thing? Bai Zhi's senior disciple, contemplating the ring in his hand, seemed to be at a loss, but suddenly his eyes lit up. A youth holding a torch stood foolishly nearby, clutching a yellow bead in his hand. A look of surprise returned to Bai Zhi's senior disciple's face as he eagerly exclaimed, "Hand it over." Yujia, bewildered, looked up and replied, "By what right? He has discerned that the bead is an unclaimed object, having found it. Why should he relinquish it? Moreover, the incident's locale is intimately tied to his father's misfortune, thus imbuing this bead with extraordinary significance." Senior brother Bai Zhi finds humor in the situation and turns to glance behind him. The entrance through which he arrived has been severed, leaving only darkness. The presence of himself and Yujia, along with the flowing blood and the remnants of scattered corpses. A hint of secrecy lingers in senior brother Bai Zhi's smile. He retrieves 2 pieces of cloth-like material from his robe, gently waving them while muttering incantations. With a flick of his wrist, he hurls them, and 2 fireballs erupt, engulfing the entire cavern. Yujia is taken aback, instantly turning to flee. The fireballs crackle and blaze fiercely, their rampant flames nearly melting the stone and consuming all in their path. The scorching heat that follows renders it nearly impossible to breathe or find refuge. Though Yujia is unaware of the full situation, he senses the imminent danger and desperately seeks to escape the cave, yearning to evade the fate of being engulfed in flames. However, after only a few steps, he is met with the fiery light blocking his path. Just as panic sets in, an unusual chill envelopes him. Seeping through his palm, and covering his entire being. The raging flames that had approached him and the searing pain vanish entirely. Simultaneously, the firelight within the cave gradually extinguishes. The remains of the deceased, the corpse of the great serpent, along with the blood and shattered bones, are all reduced to ashes. Not dead. Senior brother Bai Zhi gazes at Yujia, astonished to see him unscathed, and his expression shifts to one of greater greed. He claps his hands, his tone laced with menace. Hand over the treasure. Yujia stands frozen, incredulity etched across his face as he stares at the bead in his palm. This seemingly insignificant bead is, in fact, a treasure? He nearly perished in the flames of the fireball, and it was the chilling aura emitted from the bead that saved him from being consumed by the inferno. Evidently, this is indeed a rare treasure. However, Senior brother Bai Zhi's brazen demeanor and terrifying powers leave Yujia uncertain about how to respond should he attempt to seize the treasure. Just as he hesitates, a voice whispers, urging him to flee. You are in grave danger. Escape. The words are faint yet unmistakable, compelling him to leave this place. Who is speaking? There is no one else in the cave. Yet, Senior brother Bai Zhi approaches, extending his hand towards him. Yujia contemplates surrendering the bead but instinctively conceals it behind his back, pleading, Brother, I harbor no enmity towards you or Miss Bai. Why seek to kill me? Before he can finish, his chest is seized. A cold, mocking face looms near, tauntingly inquiring, Boy, do you recognize me? Yujia hastily replies, outside Lingjiao town. I encountered you and Miss Bai. Senior brother Bai Zhi's grip tightens instead of loosening. His fingers, like iron hooks, threaten to crush Yujia's bones. Oh, how did you know I intended to kill you? Yujia gasps, the pain in his chest unbearable, rendering speech difficult. The half-smiling face continues to hover before him, its sinister gaze sending chills down his spine. In that moment, he realizes that regardless of whether he surrenders the bead today, his fate is sealed. In a desperate struggle, Yujia found himself unable to break free. His torch still flickered, and he swung it with great force. Bang! Senior brother Bai Zhi swiftly blocked the blow. The torch flew through the air, landing several yards away, extinguishing the flame and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Yujia freed himself from his restraints, hurriedly concealing the precious pearl within his garment before turning to flee. In his panic, he collided with a stone wall, gritting his teeth against dizziness. He anxiously scanned his surroundings. Senior brother Bai Zhi had already pursued him, seizing his neck and forcefully pinning him against the wall, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going, brat? With his neck in a chokehold, feet dangling off the ground, Yujia's vision faded to black, and he felt utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, he was indeed trapped in a dire predicament. Yet, the more desperate his situation became, the more it ignited his fierce spirit. He strained to reach into his clothing, managing to utter, The treasure is here. Unmoved, Senior brother Bai Zhi tore at his robe. The fabric ripped apart, and a pearl tumbled out. Impatient and eager, Bai Zhi reached for the gem. Just then, a sharp blade lunged toward his abdomen, the energy center of any cultivator. Startled, he quickly dodged. This individual was no ordinary foe, having previously dismissed the mountain youth entirely. However, the close proximity and suddenness of the attack caught him off guard, leaving him flustered. Yujia drew a dagger from his garments and counterattacked. The opponent dodged with remarkable speed, the blade missing its mark. Utilizing the moment his feet touched the ground, Yujia hurled himself forward with all his might. Bai Zhi, forced to retreat, seethed with embarrassment and rage, muttering an incantation while sweeping his sleeve to unleash a powerful strike. Yujia had never contemplated taking a life. He merely sought to fend off this formidable adversary to carve a path for his escape. Unexpectedly, the momentum of his dagger was abruptly halted by a tremendous force. Bang! Yujia was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to contain himself, he opened his mouth to scream in pain, yet no sound escaped. Struggling to rise, he felt dazed, his vision filled with flickering sparks. However, amidst the drifting embers, he perceived a pearl rolling. Bai Zhi, having successfully countered, gritted his teeth in fury. A mere reckless youth had forced him into such a disarray. Enraged, he flicked his sleeve, revealing a short sword in his hand. Yujia's right arm had gone numb. His left hand clutched the pearl tightly. Still on the ground, he moved with great difficulty, his heart racing and mind overwhelmed with confusion and helplessness. Though he could not see the silhouette of Bai Zhi, he sensed the man approaching. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet it was ultimately in vain. The adversary was far more brutal than any wolf or tiger, and with a gleaming blade now in hand, he emanated a faint glow in the darkness. Alas, the The world was replete with uncertainties awaiting his exploration. Regrettably, it seemed his life would soon end, leaving him with unfulfilled desires. Should he be granted another life? He vowed to master the ways of spirits and possess formidable skills, ensuring he would never again be subjugated by villains. Just as Yu succumbed to despair, the mysterious voice echoed once more, "Swallow it." "Oh." Yu failed to comprehend. "The precious Jiaodan in your hand. Consume it, and swiftly flee for your life." A faint whisper seemed to emanate from either beside his ear or above his head, or perhaps from the very depths of his soul, compelling him, ensnared in a dire predicament, to yield to its call. The pearl, was it indeed the Jiaodan? If only he could swallow it, salvation would be his. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu hastily thrust the pearl into his mouth and began to roll and writhe upon the ground, much like a lamb destined for slaughter struggling in its final throes. Brother Bai Zhi approached with ferocity, intent on murder and plunder. Yet, to his astonishment, his adversary had consumed the treasure. In a fit of rage, he swung his sword in a series of furious strikes. However, after several blows that rang out with a resounding crash, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yu not only remained alive, but had vanished completely. In his fervor to seize the treasure, he had overlooked the crevice in the ground. That young man had merely executed a swift roll and slipped beneath his very nose into the narrow fissure. The crevice, a natural formation, widened at the top and tapered below, just enough to allow a single individual to traverse through. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed evident that someone was making their escape through the fissure, as he could still catch a glimpse of a pair of feet laboriously maneuvering within the narrow gap. The hardships that Yu endured are etched vividly in his memory. The crevice within the cave not only concealed a great serpent that nearly cost him his life, but also served as the sole escape route back to the mountain cave from whence he came. Although the fissure was narrow, its walls were smooth, allowing him to descend with relative ease. Alas, his right hand betrayed him, and the pain in his shoulder was excruciating. Coupled with the oppressive darkness before him, Yu could only wriggle like a fish out of water, striving to squeeze through the narrow gap. Escaping was arduous enough. Yet at that moment, he was beset by dizziness and chills. His body alternated between burning heat and icy cold. It felt as if a fire had ignited within his belly, searing his very insides, while his limbs turned frigid, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, leaving him in a state of profound distress. What could be the cause? Could it be the jewel, the Jiaodan? When he swallowed the Jiaodan, he had thought it would be difficult to ingest, but to his surprise, it had slipped down his throat like a quail egg. At the time, there were no immediate ill effects, yet it seemed that his tribulations had only just begun. Who was the voice that spoke to him, appearing yet unseen? Was she genuinely offering assistance, or did she harbor malicious intent? Crackling sounds erupted as Yi shifted, dislodging several stones. Bai Zhi's elder brother had pursued him. That ruthless individual seemed to be closing in from behind, wielding a blade that not only gleamed, but could effortlessly shatter even the hardest rock. Yi desperately maneuvered his body. In the darkness, a flicker of light emerged. With all his might, he crawled toward it. Inside the cave, the torch flickered. The father and son were still searching. Yu Shi halted, thrusting his iron fork heavily into the ground, sighing, "Alas, Yu Yi is clearly here, yet we cannot find him." Last year, his father was in the same plight. Who would have thought it would happen again today? Yu Yi had ventured into the cave alone, leaving him restless. After Ergou returned, the pair had set out together in pursuit. All that lay before them were scattered stones and a broken hunting knife. The person they sought had inexplicably vanished. Ergou, being young and quick-witted, raised his torch and looked up, suggesting, "Father, could he have gone up there?" Above, 2 or 3 zhang high, there was a stone crevice. Given its size, it could indeed conceal a person. Yu Shi shook his head, retorting, "Nonsense. At such a height, without a ladder, who could possibly climb up?" Just as the words left his lips, a figure plummeted down. Boom! Yi crashed heavily to the ground. It was as if his spirit collided with his physical form, a torment both inextricable and excruciating, plunging him into a haze of confusion. Suddenly, a warm sensation rushed through his mouth and nose as hot blood gushed forth. Yi forced his eyes open. Amid the flickering torchlight, it felt as though he had returned to the original cave, with Yu Shi and Ergou appearing before him, shouting in alarm. "Yi, what has happened?" "Father, there is still someone above." The father and son were taken aback to see Yi, not expecting that yet another figure would emerge from the stone crevice above. Ignoring the blood spilling from his mouth, Yi urgently warned, He means to kill me. Uncle Wu, flee." You sure too, an old hunter by nature vigilant, immediately shouted, "Dog." Connected by blood, Ergou did not dare to hesitate. He dropped the torch and carried Yi, fleeing swiftly. You sure too raised his iron fork, his expression guarded, and inquired, "Brother, why resort to murder?" The one who revealed himself was none other than Bai Zhi's senior brother. Yet, before he could steady himself, he was confronted and, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Step back, let us speak civilly." You sure too stood his ground, refusing to yield. However, before he could finish his words, a flash of light dazzled before him. And with a resounding crack, the iron fork he wielded shattered into 2 pieces and flew away. Alarmed and pale, he turned and retreated towards the cave's entrance. Bai Zhi's senior brother pursued him with a swift kick. The lad's survival was merely a stroke of luck. To expect 2 hunters to rescue him was nothing short of wishful thinking. In a moment of breathlessness, they emerged from the cave. Bai Zhi's senior brother dashed out, brushing off the snowflakes from his body with a fluid motion, exuding an air of exceptional agility. Just as he intended to continue his pursuit, he halted, his brow furrowed slightly. Outside the cave, on the snowy ground stood a dozen men, each wielding knives and clubs, glaring at him menacingly. Yi, the target of his pursuit, was now encircled by the crowd. A middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke. "I am Yu Kai. May I inquire your esteemed name, brother?" A young man behind him raised his hunting knife and brazenly declared, "How dare you harm someone from Family Village? Such audacity." Bai Zhi's senior brother squinted, a sneer forming on his lips. Among the crowd, Yi sat on the ground, his complexion flushed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly dispirited. His robe hung loosely, revealing his right wrist and shoulder bound with cloth strips and willow branches. Ergou stood by his side, examining the injuries. According to Uncle Wu, his wrist was fractured, and his shoulder blade shattered into several pieces. Thankfully, his kin arrived to his rescue, allowing him to escape death once more. What he did not anticipate was that not only did his uncles and brothers from the village rush to his aid, but even Yu Kai and his son put aside past grievances to stand up for him. However, Bai Zhi's senior brother, greedy and vicious, skilled in sorcery, was likely not to be outmatched despite the numbers against him. "Who am I? That need not concern you." As expected, Bai Zhi's senior brother disregarded Yu Kai and Yu Baoshan, striding towards the crowd, exuding an air of superiority. "Yi of Family Village has stolen my treasure. I demand his surrender for judgment." Yu Kai, taken by surprise, quickly asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "Humph." Bai Zhi's senior brother scoffed, raising his short sword. "The proof of my claim lies within this very weapon." With a forceful shake of his arm, the short sword suddenly gleamed with a brilliance that could be seen clearly even in broad daylight. Yu Kai, Yu Baoshan, and the onlookers were all taken aback. A group of mountain men had never witnessed such a supernatural spectacle. Yu Kai stepped back cautiously, still extending his hand to obstruct. But his tone was now laced with caution. "Brother, this matter concerns the innocence of my kin and the reputation of Family Village. We cannot act impulsively. The inhabitants of the mountains, though narrow-minded, are particularly concerned with their reputation, expressing their indignation and demanding tangible evidence. In the vastness of the world, nothing holds greater significance than reason. How could the children of my village engage in petty thievery, no matter how adept one might be? There are also formidable individuals in Baijia Village. Miss Bai Zhi has arrived." Bai Zhi's senior displays his prowess, initially intended to intimidate. However, this group of tattered and uncouth hunters dares to reason with him, inciting his ire as a flicker of anger passes through his eyes. "Senior brother," a voice calls, belonging to a graceful, masked woman who approaches at great speed, trailed by 20 or 30 men. It is Miss Bai Zhi, who seems to glide effortlessly, arriving before the crowd in just a few bounds. The expressions of Yu Kai, Yu Baoshan, and others shift dramatically. This unreasonable man is actually Miss Bai's senior? No wonder he possesses such formidable skills. He is indeed a practitioner of the rumored arts. As fellow disciples, it remains to be seen how Miss Bai will act. "Miss Bai, brother Feng." Yu Kai greets Bai Zhi and rushes towards the group behind her. The 20 or 30 hunters accompanying her are from Baijia and Fengjia villages, with the leaders, Bai Xian and Feng Xuanzi, among them. He briefly explains the situation to his old friends before hastily returning to the scene. On the snow-covered hillside, 40 to 50 people have gathered. Yu Kai, Bai Xian, Feng Xuanzi, and the other hunters remain silent, listening to the exchange between the newly reunited siblings. "This is my senior brother, known as Qin Shi. He has been sent down the mountain to this place. And if there is any misunderstanding, Bai Zhi offers apologies on his behalf. Junior sister, you are unaware. Yu remains seated on the ground, silently observing through the crowd. Yu has stolen my treasure. He must not be forgiven. Junior sister, assist me in apprehending him and bringing him back to our sect for punishment. Treasure. After a brief dialogue, the brother and sister seem to reach an understanding. Bai Zhi turns to the crowd and states, Dear villagers, it is true that Yu has committed theft. Please compel him to return the stolen goods. Or my brother, and I will find it difficult to explain to our sect. Bai Zhi appears magnanimous, gesturing dismissively. If the treasure has been taken, it must be returned. Feng Xuanzi nods in agreement. Yu Yotsai's expression turns awkward, rendered speechless. If Yu Yi indeed stole the treasure, even as an elder, he cannot shield him. Yu Yi, relinquish what you have stolen. As Bai Zhi's words echo again, the crowd turns their gaze towards Yu Yi. Brother, did you steal something? Yu Ergou mutters. Yu Yi shakes his head weakly. I did not. He is merely evading responsibility. Chen Qi addresses Bai Zhi, saying, Junior sister, given the circumstances. Further discussion is futile. I shall take matters into my own hands. Yu Yi's gaze becomes somewhat unfocused. Yet he watches Chen Qi's every move intently through the throng, realizing that if he remains silent any longer, he may never have another opportunity to speak. He struggled to rise, grasping the arm of Ergou, and retorted, I did not steal the treasure. Rather, it is you who have destroyed the evidence. Just as he was about to reveal the truth, he was abruptly interrupted. Silence. Chen Qi advanced menacingly toward him. Yu Kai and the others exchanged glances. Uncertain of how to proceed, Yu Ye's eyes twitched slightly as he forcefully shoved Ergou aside, tearing off his robe and proclaiming with indignation. You unjustly insult and wrong me. Where is the justice in this? His frail figure, bare chest exposed, left nothing concealed. Coupled with the blood seeping from his injured wrist and shoulder, his furious words echoed with a sense of desperate grandeur. Chen Qi remained unmoved, his feet relentless, the short sword in his hand gleaming with a chilling light. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yu Kai, along with over 10 men wielding clubs and knives, formed a barrier. The men from the Bai and Feng families also expressed their displeasure. To the onlookers, Yi appeared merely as a child. Since he had not committed theft, he should not be subjected to such treatment. Bai Zhi, observing the unfolding scene, spoke up, Senior brother, this matter requires careful consideration. In that moment, Yi saw nothing, heard nothing, and could only roar in anger. Chen Qi, I am not afraid of you. Come at me. As his shout faded, he spat out a mouthful of warm blood and collapsed backward above. The sky was drifting with snowflakes, red snowflakes, resembling clouds of sunset, spreading across the horizon, mingling with warmth akin to droplets of blood, falling softly in sorrow. Warmth signifies the presence of home. Mother is gone, father is gone, and so is the home. Unfamiliar with the taste of sorrow, a raging fire engulfed him, consuming the light and incinerating all. His blood boiled, his chest felt as if it might burst. The rampant flames continued to ravage his limbs. Waves of agony surged forth, compelling him to howl in despair. Yet, his indomitable spirit resisted confinement, yearning to escape the torment, only to be soothed by a cool touch against his wounds. As the world swayed and darkness receded after an indeterminate time, Yu Yi slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a moving cart. The sky was overcast, snowflakes scattered about. It was snowing again. White snowflakes fell upon his face, chilling him. It was this subtle cold that roused him from his suffering. Beside the cart stood Yu Kai, Ergou, and several companions, including Yu Quan and Yu Ming, all brandishing clubs and knives as they followed closely. Yu Yi has awakened, Ergou exclaimed. Yu Kai glanced back, relieved. This child is truly fortunate. Had he not stripped bare to prove his innocence, he would have found it difficult to escape the previous day. Yet, he had been talking nonsense along the way. His complexion far from healthy. Under normal circumstances, with broken bones, he should not be in such a state. Ergou leaned forward with a smile and inquired, You have slept for 3 days. Are you hungry? Yu Yi blinked, his expression bewildered. 3 days of unconsciousness? How had he left Lingjiao Valley? From the conversation of Yu Shi and his son, he learned that after shedding his robe, he had vomited blood and fainted. Chen Qi remained relentless, ultimately inciting the collective fury of the crowd. Perhaps Bai Zhi also acknowledged her culpability, intervening to halt her senior brother. Yu Kai, fearing further complications, promptly departed from Lingjiao Valley with his companions. Dust arose. It was he who had inflicted injuries upon himself and relentlessly pursued her. The Jiao Dan had already been consumed by him. Why would he not allow her to reveal the truth? Now that they had left Lingjiao Valley, could they also distance themselves from calamity? Within the cave, a lit torch was embedded in the stone wall. Beneath the flickering light, a man and a woman stood back to back. Ashes covered the ground, mingling with a pungent, metallic odor, and several distinct sword marks bore witness to the events that had transpired here. Chen Qi spoke with evident displeasure. Junior sister, this is the hideaway of a master from Qizhou. After his demise, he left behind a spirit serpent and a beast Dan. After slaying the spirit serpent, I feared rumors would leak, and in my haste to obliterate the evidence, the beast Dan fell into Yuya's possession. Had you not intervened today, that rascal would not have escaped Lingjiao Valley. Bai Zhi fell silent for a moment before responding. Senior brother, you injured Yuyi, compelling him to defend himself. As you have seen with your own eyes, he possesses no Jiao Dan. If you take him away, not only will the Yu family village, but also the Feng family village and the Bai family village not acquiesce. How am I to face our kin? And what will you say to our master? Upon returning to our sect, I shall certainly seek forgiveness. Then, in that case, you may return to the mountain. Senior brother, why not accompany me? Oh, you must inform our master that I am preoccupied with matters and will report back on another day. Could there be further secrets beyond the beast Dan? Otherwise, Bai Zhi turned around, finding herself alone in the cave. Her senior brother Chen Qi had already departed. In her helplessness, confusion crept into her heart. Why had they quarreled today, given their close bond? If he had discovered the remains of the Qizhou master, why was he so eager to destroy the evidence? Did the beast Dan truly exist? Were there any hidden truths? Why did he leave so abruptly? Regardless, the legendary demonic cultivator and the Qizhou master had finally been traced. She must promptly report this to her master. In Xingyuan Valley, at the ancestral hall of the Yu family village, there was a small room in the rear courtyard. Inside, a charcoal brazier burned brightly. Lying quietly on a fur mat was the unconscious Yu Yi. After the Yu family village's departure from Lingjiao Valley, they hastened back through snow and storm, returning to Yu family village in Xingyuan Valley by the evening of the fourth day. Seeing that Yuya's condition had not improved, Yu Kai arranged for him to stay in the ancestral hall. After a day of toil, everyone was utterly exhausted and returned home to rest, planning to discuss matters another day. Throughout the journey, Yu Yi oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, trembling and convulsing, occasionally moaning in unbearable agony. Even upon reaching Yu family village, he remained delirious. Once the surroundings fell silent, he finally let out a groan. Waves of excruciating cold and searing heat clashed within him, tearing at every inch of his bones, consuming his shivering soul. The intolerable agony made him wish for death, to escape the endless torment and suffering. Yet, he found himself utterly immobile, his fate beyond his control. Child, how could you end up in such a state? Accompanied by the crisp sound of a bamboo staff striking the ground, a figure entered the room. Yu Yi trembled, forcing his eyes open. The room remained unlit, illuminated only by the faint glow of charcoal embers, revealing an elderly man holding a bamboo cane. He approached slowly, murmuring to himself, "Tonight, Yukai sought me out, claiming that a young villager has been injured. I had intended to check on him in the morning, but the Stone family implored me to come. I have long ceased to involve myself in the village's mundane affairs, yet here you are, bound by fate to me. It was I who named you in your youth. It was Qiubo who resided at the edge of the village." Although Qiubo's expression was obscured, Yu Yi recalled his appearance. He resembled the elders of the mountains, fond of reminiscing about the past. Qiubo shook his head in self-deprecation before suddenly exclaiming, "But you were supposed to be gravely injured. Why then does your energy surge, as if the heavens and earth are at war?" Yu Yi could not comprehend this and was too weak to respond. Qiubo sat cross-legged, leaned over to lift the bedding, and examined Yu Yi's injuries. Grasping Yu Yi's wrist, he mused, "Your metacarpals, carpals, and scapula have been harmed by external force. Though the injuries are severe, they do not affect your vital organs. Yet, where does this energy in your dantian arise from? Why does your energy surge, causing a clash of the cosmos? It resembles a poisoning. Have you inadvertently ingested something? No accidental ingestion, but rather the swallowing of a Jiao Dan." Yuya's breaths grew rapid. Qiubo gestured for silence, covered him with the bedding, then stroked his beard in contemplation. This child has lost both parents and now suffers this calamity. If aid is provided, there may yet be hope. Such misfortunes. His expression wavered, remaining silent for a long moment before suddenly sweeping his sleeve and retrieving a pill from within his robe. "Open your mouth." Before Yu Yi could comply, the pill was forcefully shoved into his mouth. Following this, a hand struck his chest while another grasped his shoulder and arm. A gentle warmth surged through him, reaching his abdomen and throughout his body, washing away the torment he had endured. The broken bones were mended, and external wounds were no longer a concern. The elixir still required a regimen for recuperation, but it might just preserve your life. A hint of weariness crept into Qiu Bo's voice. He picked up his bamboo staff and mused, "This place is unsuitable for recovery. Come with me." "Yes," Yujia replied, rising to his feet. As he moved, he was astonished. Previously, he lay incapacitated, unable to speak, yet now he stood, albeit unsteady, able to walk without major hindrance. Not only that, but the pain in his internal organs, wrists, and shoulders had significantly diminished. Qiu Bo's elixir was indeed miraculous. Qiu Bo. As the night deepened, two figures entered the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Leading the way was Yu Baoshan, who yawned repeatedly, grumbling, "My father said no one is looking after Yujia, forcing us to come and keep watch." Following him was Ergou, holding an oil lamp, cheerfully saying, "As brothers, it is only right to do so." Humph. After a long day of hauling carts, and now busy from evening until this hour, I am utterly exhausted. I feel sleepy as well. This winter hunt has been completely ruined by Yujia. Offending Miss Bai is one thing, but the conflict between Yu Family Village and Bai Family Village nearly escalated into enmity. Had it not been for his severe injuries, I would have surely given him a good thrashing. As the two brothers conversed, they entered the house in the backyard. To their surprise, where was the person? The bedding lay undisturbed on the ground, yet the occupant had vanished. Perhaps he had risen in the night to relieve himself. With only half a life remaining, how could he wander about? Could he have been devoured by wild creatures? Such thoughts were too rash to entertain. Never mind him. It is time to sleep. Yu Baoshan, disinterested in meddling, stoked the charcoal fire until it blazed, then tossed the bedding onto the ground and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ergou set down the oil lamp in his hand and turned to exit. A few days prior, a snowfall had blanketed the surroundings in white. Even under the cover of night, one could discern shapes in the hazy distance. However, within the small courtyard, there was no trace of Yujia. Could it be that he had recovered sufficiently to return home alone? Ergou scratched his head, stepping outside the yard. Unable to find Yujia, he felt uneasy and decided to take a stroll around, hoping fervently that his dear brother would not encounter any misfortune. Woof woof, just as he exited the courtyard, the sound of barking dogs reached his ears. Whose dog is howling in the middle of the night? Ah, it has gone silent again. Curiosity piqued. Ergou followed the sound. Not far from the ancestral hall, he suddenly kicked something soft underfoot. Leaning down to inspect, he discovered a stray dog lying on the ground. Its body severed in half, with blood still oozing and steaming in the cold air. Good heavens, who could have killed this poor creature? Ergou was taken aback. A few dozen yards away, he spotted a snowdrift, where a shadow flickered momentarily. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. Indeed. Another figure darted past the snowbank, resembling a large black bird, heading straight for the ancestral hall. Who could that be, and what was their purpose? Could they be a thief, or perhaps connected to Yujia's disappearance? Ergou hastened to return to the ancestral hall, but his feet slipped, sending him tumbling to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, glancing around in panic, then turned and ran towards the village, shouting at the top of his lungs, "The ancestral hall is on fire." Beyond the village lay a forest, separated by a river from the towering mountains of Yujia Valley. On this frigid winter night, the river had frozen over. Crossing the ice, a narrow path wound its way upward. At the path's end loomed a steep cliff, beneath which lay a cave concealed by a blanket of snow and ice. Inside the dim, cramped cave, an oil lamp flickered. In the feeble light sat two individuals, one old and one young. The elder was Qiu Bo, who nodded slightly, as if coming to a realization, yet he remained lost in thought. The younger, Yujia, leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath. After taking the elixir, Yujia seemed to have been liberated from his ailments. His spirit revived. Thus, on the journey, he recounted all that he had experienced to Qiu Bo. Since Qiu Bo had intervened to save him, he felt there was no need for concealment. However, upon hearing the origins of the elixir, Qiu Bo appeared to transform entirely. As for Qiu Bo's peculiar change, Yujia had no time to ponder. After traversing the mountain path for a considerable half hour, compounded by the arduousness of the snow, he found himself utterly exhausted. Particularly, the eccentric Qiu Bo had insisted he clear the footprints behind him with a branch, nearly causing him to collapse midway. He was originally gravely injured, and after such turmoil, He had just arrived at the cave, collapsing directly onto the ground. The pain that had momentarily vanished began to resurface. After resting for a moment, Yi finally regained his breath. He struggled to sit upright and spoke. "Qiubo, your esteemed medicine is remarkably effective." "Oh?" Qiubo seemed to awaken from his reverie, his expression tinged with bitterness. "The only Xuanhuang Pill I possess was meant for life preservation. Aware that my time is limited, I chose to save you, my child. Qiubo, forgive my ignorance." Yi immediately felt a surge of guilt. The elixir was indeed Qiubo's last life-saving remedy. Had he known this, he would never have dared to accept such a profound favor. Qiubo shook his head and continued, "Your vital energy is in turmoil, a result of your magical prowess, yet you stand on the brink of peril. Without the Xuanhuang Pill, it would be difficult to contain the crisis. In the northern regions of days, practitioners of the Tao have long been absent. Thus, it is only natural for me to seek your enlightenment and extend my aid." He sighed deeply before adding, "I never anticipated that your assailant sought not to silence you, but to obtain the Jiao Dan within you. The Jiao Dan, derived from the depths of Qizhou's sea, can aid cultivators in forming their cores, a truly rare treasure. However, it contains Jiao poison, which your mortal body cannot withstand. The Xuanhuang Pill possesses remarkable efficacy but merely delays the inevitable. Should the Jiao poison manifest, you will ultimately face a grim fate." Yi remained silent for a moment before whispering, "Qiubo, I fear not death." Qiubo's words were profound and wide-ranging, leaving Yi only partially enlightened, which only deepened his despair. The Jiao Dan was poisonous and without remedy. Even if he feared death, what use was that? It was a pity that he had arrived in this world for a mere 15 years, yet had not ventured beyond days to explore the vast expanse of the universe, only to be forced to depart hastily, which left him with a sense of bitterness. Feigning lightheartedness, Yi said, "Qiubo, about the calamity you mentioned." Qiubo withdrew a small vial from his robe and placed it on the ground, slowly rising. "I cannot guarantee my own safety, let alone save you. A few pills to strengthen your foundation may provide some assistance. As for the calamity," he lowered his gaze to Yi, a hint of a mysterious yet frail smile appearing on his face. "Years ago, your mother dreamed of a great serpent, which frightened her greatly, leading to your birth. Your father sought my divination for auspiciousness, and I named you Yi. The phrase dragons battling in the wild signifies ominous portents. Now, in the northern regions of days, dragons and serpents rise again. Who knows how many will transcend their calamities and ascend, and how many will meet their demise? If you survive, perhaps a revelation awaits you." Qiubo extinguished the oil lamp with a flick of his hand, leaning on his bamboo staff as he took deliberate steps out of the cave. The ancestral hall is on fire. The cries in the dead of night roused the slumbering villagers. The once tranquil mountain village became lively. Shadows darted from homes, some carrying buckets of water, others wielding brooms, all hurriedly racing toward the ancestral hall of the Yu family. A fire at the ancestral hall. What is the ancestral hall? If not a sanctum for the spirits of our ancestors? A fire there would indeed be catastrophic. As the crowd busied themselves with extinguishing the flames, Ergou let out a long sigh of relief. He had run through the village, shouting for help. Seeing that the villagers had already rushed toward the ancestral hall, he too began to follow. However, before reaching the entrance of the hall, he slowed his pace. The disappearance of Yi, the brutal slaying of the village dog, and the subsequent encounter with two shadowy figures truly terrified him. He contemplated returning to the ancestral hall to inform Yu Baoshan. Yet he feared the peril of facing danger alone. It was late at night, making it difficult to gather assistance. In a moment of desperation, he concocted a falsehood, claiming the ancestral hall was ablaze. This ruse proved effective, as it seemed to rouse the attention of the village's elder, San Yi. However, should he have misjudged the situation, he would be deceiving the entire village, and his father would undoubtedly not spare him. The more Ergou pondered, the more fear consumed him, leading him to turn away from the ancestral hall's entrance. In the backyard, there was an opening in the wall. He crept to the edge of the wall, using a stone as a foothold to quietly climb up and peek over. Under the faint moonlight, the backyard was crowded with people, at least 20 or 30 villagers, primarily uncles and brothers. At the forefront were Yu Kai and his father, Yu Shurtu, each carrying a bucket and a shoulder pole, both appearing utterly dumbfounded. In the center of the small courtyard stood two men. One had his chin raised, his demeanor strikingly familiar, while the other, a burly stranger with a beard, brandished a sharp sword. Beneath the sword lay a kneeling figure, Yu Baoshan. Indeed, it was Yu Baoshan, who had been assaulted, his face bloodied, and one arm dangling. clearly injured. Yet, the surprise did not end there. The familiar man was none other than Qi, Bai Zhi's senior brother. The villagers' hunters recalled their recent conflict in Lingjiao Valley. Qi remained silent, hands clasped behind his back. His companion, with a foot on Yu Baoshan's back, raised his sword menacingly, demanding, "Reveal Yujia's whereabouts, or I shall kill you. How dare you kill me?" Yu Baoshan, having been caught and beaten from his slumber, could only curse vehemently. Bound and in pain, he cried out. Yuji has not returned from his urination. Who knows where he has gone? The crowd suddenly comprehended, turning their gazes toward the side room in the backyard. Qi had come for Yuji, suggesting the conflict from Lingjiao Valley was far from settled. Yuji should have been resting in the side room, but in his absence, Qi had seized Yu Baoshan. Qi suddenly let out a cold chuckle and declared, "Yuji is gravely injured by my hand, as good as dead. How could a corpse venture out at night?" He surveyed the crowd and continued, "I have searched the village thoroughly and found no trace of that boy. Should you dare to deceive me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." At that moment, the crowd parted, torches ignited, and several young men escorted an elder into view. Sanyi, Senbo, father. The elder is the village patriarch, affectionately referred to as third grandfather by the younger generation. Despite his gray hair and aged visage, he stands tall and walks with a steady gait. He nods slightly to Yu Kai and the others, seemingly understanding the situation, and gestures towards Qi with both hands raised, saying, "The mountain folk are unfamiliar with etiquette. I hope the esteemed ones will not take offense. Might you spare my grandson, allowing this old man to apologize?" Qi remained silent, but his companion interjected, "Old man, hand over Yuji, or else." "Or else what?" Third grandfather's anxiety grew as he exclaimed, "This esteemed one is so brazen and domineering. Do you not fear the ridicule of your peers? Moreover, Yuji's whereabouts are unknown." The elderly man's love for his grandson drove him to desperation. But before he could finish, a flash of blood illuminated the scene, and something rolled before him. It was a head, that of Yu Baoshan. Just moments ago struggling, Yu Baoshan had now become a headless corpse, his blood splattered across the ground. Third grandfather staggered, his beard trembling, and he uttered in disbelief, "Baoshan." The villagers of Yu family village were utterly shocked. Was it so easy to take a life? And in the ancestral hall, no less, right before their eyes. Qi appeared somewhat taken aback, furrowing his brows as he said, "Gu, my brother." The man referred to as Gu responded nonchalantly, "A mere mountain dweller. His death is of no consequence. If I cannot find Yuji today, I shall raise the village." Witnessing the gruesome fate of Yu Baoshan and the sorrowful expression of his father, Yu Kai's eyes widened in fury, and he could not restrain himself from brandishing his carrying pole and charging forward. "Return my son's life." Yu Shitu and others were also incensed, wielding buckets and torches, fists raised as they rushed forward. The hunters of Yu family village, though of humble origins and kind-hearted, would not tolerate humiliation. Once their blood was stirred, they fought fiercely. Qi took a few steps back, his expression wavering. The man he called Gu remarked, "These people recognize you. If word gets out, the consequences could be dire." Qi silently nodded, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. His companion grinned wickedly and charged into the crowd with his sword. In an instant, the small courtyard of the ancestral hall was filled with screams, blood and flesh flying through the air. Inside the cave, Yu lay curled up on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, his expression haggard. Perhaps it had snowed heavily again, as thick ice and snow blocked the cave entrance, allowing him only to discern the passage of day and night through the changing light from outside. How many days had passed? He recalled falling into a deep sleep after Qiubo had left, feeling both exhausted and despondent. Little did he know that it would not be long before he was awakened by a sharp pain in his abdomen. He fumbled for a small vial, poured out a pill, and swallowed it, waiting for the pain to subside before attempting to sleep once more. Yet his slumber was restless. Haunted by memories of the experiences in Lingjiao Valley and the obscure words spoken by Qiubo hours later, the abdominal pain returned. A torment akin to having his bones gnawed upon, causing him to writhe, struggle, and moan. He was forced to reach for another pill, barely managing to endure the agony. Yi opened his eyes and extended his hand, only to find his small vial empty. Each time the pain struck, he had consumed a pill. Now that the pills were gone, was he left to await death? Qiubo had mentioned that the poison of the dragon had no antidote. This bottle of elixir, meant to restore vitality, can only alleviate suffering. However, each time I consume the potion, I find myself drenched in sweat, with the intervals of pain gradually extending. Initially, I endured torment every few hours. Now, it has been over a dozen hours without the venom's onset. If I could procure enough of this elixir, might I prolong my existence? At the very least, I am alive for now. Having hidden in the mountains for several days, I wonder how the village fared. My survival is solely due to the timely assistance of my Uncle San and Uncle Wu, and even the loathsome Yu Baoshan came to my aid. Upon returning to the village, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to each of them. I tucked the small vial into my bosom. The fractures in my shoulder and right wrist have healed, yet my limbs feel feeble, and my mind is somewhat wandering. I rose and approached the cave's entrance, laboriously clearing the snow that had sealed it. After half an hour of strenuous effort, I finally emerged, breathless. The light outside was blinding, the snow dazzlingly white. I instinctively shielded my forehead with my hand, squinting slightly. It must be the afternoon, with the skies clear and bright. The landscape stretched endlessly, both near and far, revealing a magnificent sight within and beyond the valley. A gust of cold wind swept past, sending flurries of snow swirling around me. I involuntarily tightened my robe, oddly feeling no chill, though my stomach ached from hunger after days without food. Additionally, perhaps due to the perspiration, my body felt sticky, as if coated in grime, rendering me wholly unkempt. The path down the mountain was obscured by a thick blanket of snow. I cautiously took a step forward, slipping with each movement. When I staggered to a cliffside, partially obscured by cedar trees, I faintly discerned the path I had taken. As I navigated around the thicket, my gaze fell upon an object, and I reached down to retrieve it. It was a bamboo staff, over 5 feet long, which could serve as a walking stick, aiding my passage through the snow. If my eyes did not deceive me, this was Uncle Chio's staff, surrounded only by the sheer cliffs and snow. I saw no sign of life. Uncle Chio had not returned since his departure, leaving his staff behind. Where could he have gone? I was perplexed, but found no trace of the elderly man, and thus leaned on the staff as I made my way down the mountain. I stumbled several times, but ultimately reached the base. After crossing the frozen stream, traversing the woods, and climbing a hillside, I finally glimpsed a row of lowly thatched cottages and a few gnarled old trees in the distance. Struggling through the snow, I advanced slowly. My face was grimy, my lips cracked, and my demeanor weak, yet my eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity, guiding my steps forward. However, when I paused, that brightness dimmed. The thatched cottage stood before me, half collapsed, the door shattered into fragments, and with the snow's accumulation, it appeared desolate and dilapidated. This was my home. Though humble and lowly, it was my sole refuge. I recalled leaving it intact, yet in just a few days, it had become unrecognizable. What on earth had transpired? Surrounding the cottage, the snow bore several disordered footprints. Filled with astonishment and uncertainty, I slowly stepped inside. Once a meager abode, it now held nothing of value. He discovered a piece of rice cake among the shattered pottery, and then turned to return to the old tree, wading through knee-deep snow until he reached a snow-covered hillock, which was, in truth, merely a grave blanketed in snow, his mother-esque grave. His mother, Ingi, had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. Little did he know that 15 years later, his father would also be laid to rest in Lingjiao Valley. Now, he was left without a home. Unable to contain his emotions, Yi felt his eyes well up with tears, which cascaded down his cheeks. He yearned to weep aloud, lamenting the injustice of fate. Yet he wiped his tears and silently took a bite of the rice cake. To live, even if time were scarce, was essential. In death, he would be buried here to accompany his mother. Just then, a voice cried out, "Yi, come pay for your life. You have brought disaster upon the entire village. Yi, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." It was several women from the village, wailing and cursing before the collapsed straw hut. Another young man rushed over from a distance, attempting to intervene, his anger palpable. Yet he waved his hands insistently toward this direction. That was Ergou, urging him to leave. Yi did not comprehend the reason for the accusations nor the need to depart. He stood in front of his mother-esque grave, dazed, observing the unfolding chaos. Ergou dashed over, shouting, "Leave. Why are you driving me away? You have been gone for 10 days. Why return? What has happened? Humph. Do you still dare to question me? Come with me." Yi was seized by Ergou and pulled toward the western edge of the village. He felt too frightened to resist, unaware of the events that had transpired, yet panic began to consume him. In a moment, the brothers arrived at the base of the hillside on the village's western side. Ergou pushed Yi away and pointed ahead, speaking with deep sorrow and anger. "Look for yourself. In the snow-covered expanse, Yi stumbled and raised his head in alarm. Upon the hillside, a newly erected grave loomed. Its exposed yellow earth mingling with the white snow, rendering the scene particularly desolate. Several women, accompanied by children, lingered before the grave, their intermittent sobs resonating with despair and sorrow. That is granduncle, third uncle, my father, and you Baoshan, over 30 lives reduced to ashes, indistinguishable from one another, buried together in this manner. Ah! Yi gasped in shock. The robust men of Yu family village numbered scarcely over 30. Did this mean that all who ventured into Lingjiao Valley to hunt perished? If not for your fleeing the ancestral hall to hide, my father and uncles would not have met such a tragic end. Yu Ergou bellowed. I fled the ancestral hall. Yu Yi felt enveloped in a fog, muttering, You mean, on the night we returned from Lingjiao Valley? Qiubo took me out to tend to my wounds, and I have been unaware of the village's fate until today. Qiubo? Yu Ergou glared at Yu Yi, his eyes reddened with fury, yet he turned away, dark tears streaking down his face. He understood that Yu Yi spoke the truth. Without Qiubo's healing, Yu Yi's injuries would not have mended so swiftly. What happened to granduncle, third uncle, and fifth uncle? Yu Yi implored anxiously. Yu Ergou could no longer contain himself. He sank to the ground. Cradling his head in his hands, his voice choked with sobs as he recounted, on the night we returned from Lingjiao Valley. Baoshan and I came to the ancestral hall to keep you company, but you were not in the backyard. I went out to investigate and encountered 2 thieves invading the hall. Fearing that Baoshan and I could not confront them, I sought help from the village, all while worrying that my father would scold me for lying, so I hid outside the courtyard. Yu Yi slowly rose, appearing dazed. At that moment, each of Yu Ergou's words pierced his heart like daggers. The 2 thieves were after you. Upon failing to find you, they assaulted Baoshan, coercing him to reveal your whereabouts. I had no knowledge of your location, nor did Baoshan. In their rage, the thieves killed Baoshan. His head flew several feet away, blood spattering the ground. Granduncle was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Third uncle and my father would not relent, but they could not withstand the thieves' blades. Over 30 lives, young and old, were brutally slain. I took refuge in a dry well outside the courtyard, narrowly escaping with my life. Who would have thought the thieves would set fire to the ancestral hall, leaving not a single corpse intact? Yu Ergou continued to weep. The orphans and widows of the village resent you for attracting the thieves. They demolished your home, and I could not stop them. Yu Ye's vision darkened, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He seemed to witness the slaughter and the blood-soaked ground firsthand. Those uncles and brothers, who had never provoked conflict, met their dreadful demise in the ancestral hall because of him. Yu Yi. At that moment, an elderly woman with white hair approached the grave, pounding her chest in grief, already silent in her sorrow before reaching the site. Who were the thieves? Leave. Ergou, do you recognize them? Yu Ergou wiped his tears, gesturing dismissively. Just go. The farther away, the better. Yu Yi trembled, his lips quivering as he asked once more. Was it Qinqi? If so, what then? As Ergou sprang up, he exclaimed, He is a master of the Tao. Do you dare seek revenge against him? You should leave quickly. Do not let the village of you suffer because of you. Yu Yi shook his head, his expression bittersweet. Although he had his suspicions, he still found it hard to believe. Qinqi had chased him all the way to Yujia Village in pursuit of the Jiaodan. The villagers must have known his background, prompting him to silence them with bloodshed in the ancestral hall. Had you not left the hall, he too would have met a grim fate. It was Qiubo who saved him. But where was Qiubo? Did you not say that Qiubo took you up the mountain to heal your wounds? Has Qiubo not returned to the village? You must hurry and leave, otherwise the village will be in turmoil. Ergou, do you also believe I have brought misfortune upon the village? Ergou turned his back. Yu Yi fell silent, his heart heavy with sorrow. Once good brothers, the 2 youths had become strangers in the wake of calamity. Nevertheless, Yu Yi understood that no matter what Ergou said or how he treated him, he was beyond justification and had no face to excuse himself. However, Qinqi had taken so many lives and surely would not let him off easily. To spare the women and children of the village from further suffering, he had no choice but to leave Yujia Village. I am leaving, Yu Yi said after a moment of silence, mustering the strength to bid farewell. Instead of departing directly, he climbed the slope and knelt before the towering grave mound, where the remains of his ancestors and kin lay interred. He knocked his head against the ground repeatedly, oblivious to the blood that oozed from his forehead. Regret gnawed at him for having consumed the Jiaodan, which had summoned such catastrophe, and he was infuriated by Qinqi's insatiable greed and senseless slaughter. Now, he could only embark on his journey burdened by hatred and guilt, uncertain of where the road would lead him. After bowing dozens of times, Yi stumbled out of the village. Along the way, he encountered women and children from the village, and he lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze. His tattered robe, stained with blood, and his haggard demeanor rendered him a pitiful sight, more disheveled and distressed than ever. Exiting the village, he found himself at the mouth of Xingyuan Valley. Twilight descended. The cold wind swirled around him. The mournful sound of the wind seemed to lament the sorrow of the departing. Amidst this inexplicable sorrow, a hint of loneliness and despair intertwined. At that moment, someone called out, "Yi." He came to a slow halt. A familiar figure, panting and breathless, approached. It was Ergou, who dropped a bundle with a thud and gasped, a wolfskin blanket to keep warm, biscuits, salt, and a fire starter for the journey. The bamboo staff you left behind seems to belong to Chiobo. And Yu paused for a moment, then picked up the bundle and accepted the bamboo staff. This hunting knife is for you as well. Ergou offered another item, his father's hunting knife. Yu shook his head. Ergou dropped the knife and turned to leave. Yu bit his lip, his voice hoarse as he declared, "A life cannot be taken in vain. There must be justice in this world." Ergou sighed deeply, continuing on without looking back. Yu watched Ergou's retreating figure and the valley shrouded in dusk. He shouldered the bundle, picked up the hunting knife, leaned on the bamboo staff, and trudged forward. Step by arduous step through the snow. As midnight approached, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Beneath the shroud of night, Yu lay wrapped in blankets upon a mound of snow. The biting wind whipped snowflakes against his face, yet he seemed oblivious. Fixated instead on the solitary moon hanging in the sky, his eyes veiled in a shroud of gloom. At this moment, he appeared adrift in the desolation of the night sky, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness and confusion. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps weary and yearning for slumber, he weakly closed his eyes and curled into a ball, only to suddenly howl like a wild wolf, "Awoo." When he learned of the tragic fate befalling his kin, when he knelt before the grave on the hillside, when he faced the resentful gazes of widows and orphans, guilt-ridden and remorseful, he wished to weep, yet tears eluded him. He longed to scream, yet dared not utter a sound. Now, lying alone in the frigid expanse, he found himself devoid of restraint, yearning to weep uncontrollably, to unleash the torrent of guilt, anger, and profound sorrow that consumed him. His father had perished in Lingjiao Valley, a loss that plunged him into deep mourning, and who would have thought that a single jiaodong would cost him half his life? Such burdens were dire, yet they led to the tragic demise of his uncles and brothers. Though the calamity stemmed from his actions, was it not a blood debt accrued from the dust of the past? He had intended to utter words of vengeance, yet even Ergou dismissed him with disdain. With the poison of the jiaodong coursing through his veins, his life precarious, how could he even contemplate revenge? Weep. For the spirits of his parents would surely comprehend his grievances. If there exists no justice in this world, then surely someone must rise to uphold it. Yet, after the tears have flowed, he must still find a way to survive. Lingjiao Town, a quaint hamlet cloaked in white snow. The rudimentary streets were devoid of any souls. Outside a stone house on the outskirts of town, two men conversed in hushed tones. "Is the beast Dan you mentioned authentic?" "It is by no means false. If that lad harbors a beast Dan, he must undoubtedly possess treasures from the Chizhou cultivators." If that is the case, why not explore Xingyuan Valley once more? "Brother Gu, your reckless slaughter will surely frighten that boy into hiding." "Qinqi, what do you mean by that? I am not the sole perpetrator of the killings." "Oh. Have you perhaps consumed the treasures of Chizhou, deceiving me into making a futile trip last time?" The so-called Brother Gu, known by the Dao name Gumu, was a robust middle-aged man, pacing restlessly inside the house. Upon the mention of treasures, a fierce demeanor emerged. Qinqi, the elder disciple of Bai Zhi, still donned a long blue robe, his fair face adorned with a faint smile. He sat leisurely upon a wooden couch, nonchalantly shaking his head. "I am not deceiving you. Rather, that lad has gone into hiding. Following the incident, I was preoccupied with returning to the mountain to report, and I only arrived here today. Moreover, I have sought the assistance of another. It would not be too late to venture to Xingyuan Valley tomorrow." "Who is this helper? Do you not trust me?" Gumu glared, his expression wary. "Haha, a fellow practitioner." "From where?" "A wandering cultivator. He has arrived." The closed door of the house creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with a short beard, clad in a leather cloak, lean and seemingly unassuming. Gumu took 2 steps back, bewildered. This is clearly a hunter. Yet, before he could finish, Gumu's expression shifted dramatically. A flash of sword light surged towards his lower back, an unexpected ambush from Qinqi, who sat on the wooden couch. Just as he turned to evade, a gaping wound erupted in his abdomen. and he beheld a middle-aged man, resembling a hunter, sheathing the sword light with a faint smile, saying, "Qi Chuan Bui, I shall escort you on your journey." Qi, a practitioner from the Qi state. Gumu finally realized the identity of his assailant, but words failed him as he staggered back a few paces and collapsed to the ground. The man who called himself Bu Yi sheathed the sword light, maintaining his smile. "Indeed, my friend speaks the truth. Qi state has been historically known as Qi Chuan." Qin Shi leaped off the wooden couch, exclaiming with delight, "Brother Bu, your profound cultivation is admirable." He reverently removed a jade ring from Gumu's hand, presenting it with utmost respect. "This object belongs to Brother Bu. I dare not harbor any improper thoughts." Bu Yi accepted the ring, inspected it briefly, and shook his head. "This man possesses none of the celestial treasures you mentioned. Why should I assist you in eliminating him?" "Well," Qin Shi pondered momentarily, then cautiously replied, "Regarding the celestial treasures, there is a lead. Over 10 days ago, I ventured to Yujia Valley with Gumu to investigate. However, he caused the demise of several hunters, and the celestial treasures subsequently vanished. I suspect he has hidden them away. Thankfully, with Brother Bu's assistance, yet I fear." You are indeed cautious," Bui praised, then turned to exit the room, adding, "As a local, your actions are more convenient. I kindly request your diligence. There shall be ample rewards in due time. I shall certainly serve you." Qin Shi glanced back at the lifeless body on the ground, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the forest, a young man approached, wrapped in a tattered sheepskin cloak, leaning on a bamboo staff, with a bundle slung over his shoulder and a hunting knife tucked at his waist, reminiscent of a traveler who had departed days prior. Yet, his face was grimy, his appearance haggard, his steps unsteady, and his expression vacant. Once again departing from Yujia Village, not for hunting nor accompanied by others, but embarking on a solitary path of escape. To where? Yi reached out to steady himself against a withered tree, pausing for a moment's respite. The branches swayed gently, and a flurry of snowflakes descended upon him. Ahead lay a valley, devoid of human presence. To the south, the valley led to Lingjiao town. To the west, the mountains rose steep and thick with forest. To the east, the path was smooth and level. Lingjiao town, though remote, served as a confluence for diverse people. Should his whereabouts be revealed, Qin Shi would inevitably track him down. Thus, he resolved to head east. Yi firmly made up his mind, brushed off the snow from his clothes, and began to walk along the forest edge and hillside, wishing to leave no excessive footprints. This was indeed a matter of necessity. In pursuit of the Jiaodan, Qin Shi would stop at nothing, and until he achieved his goal, he would not relent in his pursuit of Yi. Should Yi remain in Yujia Village, his death would matter little. However, he feared that Qin Shi might kill again to silence him, endangering the village's elderly and children. The only way to avoid the village's doom was to keep a safe distance, thus providing himself with an additional chance at survival. Perhaps this was also the intention behind Ergou driving him from the village. Yi touched the hunting knife at his waist, a wave of guilt and unease washing over him. In the past, Ergou was carefree and untroubled, yet now, it appears as though he has suddenly matured several years. He has not only become sullen but has also developed a temper, yet he remains under the attentive care of others, who even gifted him his most cherished hunting knife. That was his dear brother. Uncertain of when he might return to Yujia Village or how long he might live, he pondered, if death were to claim him, would everything come to an end? He feared that if he perished, he might truly become a wandering spirit, unable to forget the blood debts tied to Yujia Village. Only by living could there be a tomorrow. Thus, Yi journeyed eastward. Along the way, he encountered no signs of life. The birds and beasts had vanished, leaving him to traverse the snowy hills and desolate ridges alone. When hunger struck, he nibbled on some dry rations. When thirst overcame him, he swallowed handfuls of snow. As darkness fell, he wrapped himself in a wool fur blanket, sleeping beneath the icy heavens. Another winter night descended. Atop the mountain, Qin Shi stood with arms crossed, resting his chin on his hand, gazing down with an amused expression. Beneath him lay Yujia Village in Yujia Valley. The small village, shrouded in night, was devoid of barking dogs or flickering lights, enveloped in a profound silence. Yet, by the light of the moon, a figure emerged from the village, initially moving slowly, then leaping into the air, soaring straight toward the mountain. The figure moved with grace, effortlessly traversing rocky terrain as if it were flat ground. In no time, it reached the summit and gracefully landed, a woman clad in a green robe, her face partially concealed. Qin Shi smiled and inquired, "Junior sister, how fare you?" The so-called junior sister was none other than Bai Zhi. after a dispute with Chunqi in Lingjiao Valley. She had returned to Xuanhuang Mountain and was now summoned back down to meet her senior brother in Yujia Valley. Bai Zhi shook her head slightly, replying, Yujia is not in the village. Chunqi, hands behind his back, raised his chin and stated, I told you that lad had fled. Yet you refused to believe me. If you have witnessed it with your own eyes, you may as well report the truth to master. Bai Zhi, however, scrutinized her elder brother with a frown, saying, I heard from the women of the village that over 10 days ago, bandits torched the ancestral hall, claiming the lives of more than 30 people. I was just about to mention that. Chunqi sighed, feeling helpless. I had previously befriended a fellow practitioner, Gumu from Baijia Mountain. In a bid to locate Yujia swiftly, I accompanied him to Fengjia Valley. However, his reckless actions led to the death of a man, inciting the village hunters to rise against him. In his rage, he unleashed a massacre. I can only blame myself for my inadequate intervention, which resulted in this grave error. Nevertheless, I've heard that he fell victim to an enemy's ambush, thus meeting a fitting end. Gumu is dead? Bai Zhi asked. Indeed, Chunqi confirmed. After a brief silence, Bai Zhi raised her hand and declared, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Chunqi, taken aback, asked with suspicion, Junior sister, what prompts such haste? I must return to report, she replied. Do the village women know the origins of the bandits? Brother has already silenced them, so why worry further? Junior sister. But Bai Zhi paid no heed to Chunqi, leaping down the mountain and drifting away. Half an hour later, she found herself in another valley. Turning back to glance, she saw no one pursuing her. It seemed she breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. The women of the village, though unaware of her brother's and Gumu's backgrounds, inadvertently mentioned the whereabouts of another individual. 3 days prior, he departed from Fengjia Valley alone, his destination shrouded in mystery. The post-snow wilderness lay vast and desolate. Amidst the barren expanse, an abandoned village stood, its remnants of crumbling walls rendering the frigid winter day even more bleak and forlorn. It was within this desolation that a sound of anguished moans pierced the silence. Behind a half-broken wall, a figure writhed in a small clearing, limbs convulsing. Visage twisted in agony, teeth chattering like a beast trapped in its death throes. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally broke free from the tempest of suffering. Emerging from the fiery purgatory, only to expel a mouthful of blood, blood as dark as night. He gazed vacantly at the black blood pooling on the ground. Since leaving Fengjia Valley, the venom within him had remained dormant. Gradually, strength returned to his limbs, enabling him to walk with greater ease. Yet upon arriving in this forsaken place yesterday, a sudden chill overwhelmed him, prompting him to seek refuge among the ruins, hoping the remnants would shield him from the biting cold. Little did he expect that soon after, waves of pain would assault him anew, more frenzied and severe than before. What torment it was, rendering one simultaneously desperate for death yet unable to escape. He struggled through the night, enduring a torment akin to being gnawed by a ravenous predator. Now, he felt like a skinless wolf, drained of its last drop of blood and remaining strength, numb to pain, his consciousness growing ever lighter, as though it might detach from his body and float away. Alas, with vengeance unfulfilled and regrets lingering, was he truly to perish in this manner? Yuya's eyes rolled back, and he sensed his spirit drifting away. Time slipped by, and the world around him dimmed. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached, accompanied by the clamor of hurried footsteps and conversation. Has someone arrived early? Never mind him, old bear. Seventh brother, rest assured. Those summoned are unfamiliar with one another. The hour is nearly upon us. Very well, we shall not wait any longer. The youth, still in a daze, was jolted awake by a kick. In the hazy moonlight stood 2 rugged men, resembling mountain hunters, sporting bushy beards that obscured their ages, brandishing sharp blades, exuding a raw and formidable presence. Who were these men? In death, one is indistinguishable from the living. Why did everything before him seem so familiar? The wolfskin blanket, bamboo staff, bundle, and hunting knife lay scattered on the ground, surrounded by rubble, reminiscent of yesterday's scene. No, he was still alive. Roused from his stupor, Yi was kicked again and forced to rise, gathering his belongings and tucking the hunting knife into his bosom before following the 2 men out of the ruins. Not far off, 5 horses awaited alongside 3 other men. Those 3, along with Old Bear and 7th brother, indeed did not recognize one another. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement before mounting their steeds. Young man, the journey ahead is long, and without a horse, how shall you proceed? Yi found himself at a loss for words. 7th brother was questioning. Yet Old Bear rode back, reaching out to tear away the bundle and bamboo staff from Yujia, casting them aside, then lifting him and tossing him behind, affectionately saying, "At such a tender age, you have taken up the perilous life of bloodshed. You might as well follow me, Jiang Xiong." Old Bear's name was Jiang Xiong. The sheepskin blanket was a gift from Ergou, and Chobo's bamboo staff could not be discarded. Yujia, preoccupied with thoughts of his belongings, intended to retrieve them. But unexpectedly, his body leaned back, and he hastily grasped Jiang Xiong as the hooves thundered, the wind roaring in his ears. In his panic, his thoughts became jumbled, and in his eagerness to comprehend the situation, he only grew more bewildered. He had thought that the venom of the dragon would surely spell his demise. Yet here he was, still alive. Not only alive, but the pain had dissipated, and his body felt lighter than before. Could it be merely a figment of exhaustion? After the passage of more than half an hour, Yi found himself in a grove several dozen miles away. Towering trees obscured the moonlight, and amidst the darkness, he could not discern the direction, only vaguely seeing figures gathering, seemingly all robust men, each armed with knives, clubs, and crossbows. Was this not a scene of hunters from the mountains? Yi stood alone to the side, his eyes scanning the surroundings, while he secretly rubbed his sore backside. Jiang Xiong had galloped for miles, and the jarring motion of the horse had left him in discomfort. This was his first experience riding, and it was indeed quite torturous. "Little brother, follow me," Jiang Xiong called, his demeanor coarse yet kind-hearted. Yi approached at the sound. Along the way, he remained unable to untangle his chaotic thoughts. However, he did come to realize one thing. By chance, through a series of misunderstandings, Jiang Xiong and seventh brother had mistaken him for one of their own. A dozen or so men whispered among themselves, exchanging gestures he could not decipher, before leaving their horses behind and venturing deeper into the woods. After 3 to 5 miles, a stone wall appeared on the hillside ahead. Yujia halted along with the others, feeling the hunting knife at his waist. His shoulder and wrist injuries had healed completely, and he felt strength returning to his limbs. Had it not been for the dragon's venom coursing through him, he would have been indistinguishable from a healthy person. If they were hunting beasts, he would have wished to stretch his limbs. Yet, why did the night's hunt seem so clandestine? The Lingjiao Valley he had once visited was hundreds of miles away. He was unaware of his current location, having never heard it mentioned before. Could it be that fierce wolves and tigers lurked behind that stone wall? "Little brother, please scout ahead." Was he mistaken, or were they truly asking him, Yujia, to lead the way? In his astonishment, he was already being pushed forward by Jiang Xiong, and soon after, several hands grasped him and tossed him upwards. Helpless, he scrambled for leverage and swiftly climbed atop the wall. Behind the stone wall, there were no beasts to be found. Instead, he beheld towering rocks and expansive courtyards shrouded in the hazy night. "Is everything all right?" a voice inquired from the corner of the wall. Yujia, unsure how to respond, simply shook his head. Once again, a voice lowered in tone urged, "Little brother, I have faith in you. Do not bring shame upon your elder brother. Quickly circumvent the estate, proceed 100 paces, and you shall reach the foot of the mountain. Seek the cave entrance and convey our message with firelight." The estate, built against the mountainside, sprawled widely, adorned with dense trees, exuding an air of grandeur. Before him lay a narrow path of gravel, winding to the left and right. To the right, a wall obstructed his view. Following the path to the left, he could vaguely discern the towering cliffs of stone. Whose estate is this? Yujia approached a small tree, hesitating in his steps. Assuming it was merely a hunting venture, he found himself tasked with scouting. While scouting was one thing, the clandestine nature of his mission, complete with signaling by firelight, felt akin to the actions of a thief. Yujia glanced back, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Not far off, a group of figures loomed atop the wall. Jiang Xiong and a dozen men, akin to wild wolves, stared intently at him. Having unwittingly become a conspirator, he realized there was no chance of retreating unscathed. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi grew cautious. He treaded lightly along the path, heading towards the left. Surrounding the estate, snow lay piled high, yet the path was swept clean, leaving no trace of footprints. Under the cloak of night, Yujia moved forward slowly. The onlookers atop the wall scrutinized his every move. "Old Sevenfoam, your younger brother may be young, yet he acts with remarkable cleverness. Yujia was an adopted brother of Old Bear. No need for formalities. My brother Jiang Xiong is your brother as well." "Humph. It bears no relevance to me." As Yujia advanced, he remained vigilant to the slightest rustle in the surroundings. Though he had distanced himself from the wall, he could still hear the conversation between Jiang Xiong and Old Sevenfoam. Moreover, his eyes appeared to adapt to the darkness. Even stones a few paces away were distinguishable in size and shape. Progressing another 20 or 30 paces, Yu suddenly crouched, drawing his hunting knife. Just then, a dark figure lunged towards him. Yu sprang up, swinging his blade with precision, and heard a brief yelp as the creature tumbled heavily to the ground. It was a mutt, its skull split open, blood gushing, lifeless. Yu held his breath, his heart racing. He had acted with calm decisiveness when striking the dog, executing the motion with remarkable efficiency. Yet, gazing at the dead dog on the ground stirred a flicker of panic within him. This was a nighttime intrusion into private property. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. In the stillness of the night, all remained as it was. Yu sheathed his knife, exhaling quietly in relief. After traversing over 100 paces, he reached the base of the stone mountain. A steep cliff split open a ravine, its depths obscured in darkness, difficult to discern. Yu approached the ravine, inspecting for any anomalies. Finding none, he retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, igniting a flicker of light. Moments later, shadows began to emerge one after another. Realizing it was Jiang Xiong and his men, he stepped aside. Now that the scouting was complete, he should seize the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. However, as he shifted his feet, someone grasped his arm, urging him, lead the way, first tasked with scouting. And now they demanded he guide them? Yu stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance, and without waiting to steady himself, swiftly turned around. In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a mountain gorge, its entrance blocked by a throng of shadowy figures. A torch, ablaze, was thrust toward him. In the flickering light, unfamiliar faces emerged, some contorted in grotesque expressions, others exuding an aura of ferocity and greed. Among them were Jiang Xiong and Feng Laoqi, emanating a similarly fearsome presence. Yu accepted the torch, his heart laden with trepidation. Despite having endured considerable hardship, he feared he had still gravely underestimated the malice of human nature. As several more torches were ignited, the surroundings brightened. The gorge, plunging to depths of 20 to 30 zhang, was flanked by towering cliffs, resembling a sealed cavern. Exuding a chill that was damp and oppressive, Yu advanced, torch in hand, with Jiang Xiong and the others trailing closely behind. The entrance to the gorge was narrow, but soon widened significantly, allowing space for 3 to 5 individuals side by side. Before long, their path came to an abrupt halt. Yu paused. The cacophony of footsteps and labored breaths behind him ceased in an instant. At the gorge's end stood a solitary stone door, towering over a man and spanning over 3 feet in width, its azure hue suggesting formidable strength. Flanking the stone door were 2 small, stone-carved beasts, each baring their teeth in fierce grimaces, their forms distinct yet both cocked their heads as if in mutual hostility. Additionally, a small beast was intricately carved atop the door, clutching a stone ring in its mouth, its eyes cast downward, as if observing its 2 companions below. Open the door. Jiang Xiong's voice trembled slightly. He and Feng Laoqi, standing a yard away, were expressions of anticipation, eagerness, and perhaps a mix of greed and fear. Little brother, do hasten to open the door. There is no need for fear. Jiang Xiong continued to urge, as if soothing a disobedient child, yet his hand gripped a long knife, gleaming ominously with each swing of his arm. Yu blinked, seemingly perplexed. Why fear a mere door? He reached out, gently rapping the door's ring. The dull yet resonant sound echoed throughout the gorge. Ah, why are you knocking? Jiang Xiong hissed. Is it not customary to knock before entering? Even children of the mountains know this. Yu paid no heed to Jiang Xiong's admonitions. After knocking, he pushed the door forward. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind assailed him, causing his heart to leap, prompting him to stagger back a couple of steps. What appeared to be a heavy stone door surprisingly revealed a narrow crack. Brat, get out. Just as Yu sought to comprehend the situation, he was roughly shoved aside, colliding against the stone wall, nearly losing his balance. A cluster of men, hidden behind him, surged toward the stone door. In that instant, as the door swung open, 2 men at the forefront let out blood-curdling screams and collapsed to the ground. Panic ensued. Amidst the chaos, one individual swung an iron rod, striking with force. The sound of shattering echoed as the stone beasts before the door splintered into fragments, accompanied by the clinking of several iron nail-like blades that flew forth from the rubble. It was Feng Laoqi, who, after stroking his bushy beard with a moment's hesitation, seized a torch and strode purposefully toward the stone door. Upon witnessing his safe return, Jiang Xiong and the others hastily followed suit. Yu stood to the side, lost in a daze. The 2 men who had fallen remained motionless on the ground, a pool of blood accumulating beneath them, suggesting they had both succumbed to their injuries. No one cared for their fates, nor did anyone know their names or origins. However, had he not retreated in time, Yujia would now be the one lying in that blood-soaked place. This thought filled him with trepidation. Jiang Xiong was coercing him to lead the way, using his life as bait to trigger the traps. Although that man appeared amiable, he harbored sinister intentions. What kind of place was this, and why were there hidden traps? Yuya's confusion lingered as he once again raised the torch and approached the stone door. In the ravine, he found only himself and the two lifeless bodies, with no sign of anyone else. Uncertain of where the stone door might lead, he reasoned that since he had come this far and experienced such fright, he might as well uncover the truth. Steeling his resolve, Yi stepped through the stone door. Beyond the door lay a mountain cave. After traversing a distance of over 10 zhang along the passage, the surroundings suddenly opened up, revealing a spacious area with flickering torches and shadows darting about. Before him stood a closed cavern, towering 5 or 6 zhang high and measuring over 20 zhang in circumference, with stone steps leading up and down. Within this ample space were stone tables, stone benches, and niches, but the stone coffin placed in the center was particularly striking. A tomb? Yi suddenly realized. Though born of humble origins and possessing limited knowledge, he was familiar with burial customs. For the impoverished, the deceased were merely buried beneath a mound of earth. The wealthy, however, were honored with grand tombs and elaborate markers, showcasing their opulence in life. This place was evidently an underground burial site belonging to a prominent family. Without further consideration, he concluded that this group of men was engaged in grave robbing. Alas, he had unwittingly become an accomplice to these thieves. Regret washed over Yujia as he turned to leave. In the absence of elixirs, perhaps he could seek out gold and silver. The ancestors of the Yin family were renowned cultivators. Surely they possessed miraculous potions. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Yujia, causing him to halt. A group of men continued to scurry about, either snatching treasures or searching for riches, while only Jiang Xiong and Feng Laoqi were engaged in hushed conversation. Although they attempted to keep their voices low, snippets of their dialogue reached his ears. You and I could also ascend to immortality if not. These potions can cure all ailments and prolong life if transported to Baijia Mountain. We could exchange them for fortune potions? Could these miraculous elixirs cure the serpent venom within him? Yuya's interest piqued, and he descended the stone steps. While others might dismiss such matters, he understood the significance of these potions, particularly those of an extraordinary nature. Although Qiu Bo had claimed there was no antidote for the serpent venom, Yi had come to terms with life and death. Yet he could not shake his desire for vengeance at the tender age of 15. Now, with the sudden glimmer of hope laid before him, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? Furthermore, as he had already become entangled with these thieves, he could always procure the potions and depart later. As he descended the stone steps, he found himself within the tomb. Yi gazed around, his mind racing. The ancestors of the Yin family were, in fact, renowned cultivators. What was this Baijia Mountain that Feng Laoqi spoke of? And why were he and Jiang Xiong guarding the stone coffin? Could it be that it contained the elixirs? With a sudden crash, a man charged in recklessly, sending debris flying in all directions. Frustrated at failing to locate the treasure, he swung his blade wildly. Yi hurriedly retreated, hesitating to move freely. Then, with a thunderous sound, Feng Laoqi raised an iron rod and struck the stone coffin, while Jiang Xiong approached to push the coffin lid. The tumultuous noise immediately drew a crowd. Yuya's eyes widened slightly, and a bitter expression crossed his face. Even if he found the elixir, he would not be able to outpace those vicious thugs. Rather than wallowing in despair, he deemed it better to seize the opportunity to observe the chaos unfolding around him. Before him stood a stone niche, beside which lay a stone cauldron. He inserted a torch into it and quietly watched the disorder. In the midst of his observation, he inadvertently glanced down. Upon the offering table of the stone niche lay pastries and other items, clearly intended as offerings, but now dark and moldy. There was also a shattered wooden box, with a few scattered fruits, presumably discarded offerings. However, one purplish-red fruit remained intact, its appearance enticingly fragrant. Yi could not resist swallowing hard. Ever since the onset of the jiao poison, he had endured a hollow stomach, and the sight of the fruit made his hunger pangs intensify. What else more? Offerings are meant to satiate one's hunger. He wondered what their taste might be. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a fruit and popped it into his mouth. To his surprise, it was deliciously sweet, immediately dispelling his concerns. He feared a repeat of the Jiao Dan's misfortune, yet how could such a delectable fruit be poisonous? He hurriedly consumed the fruits on the table, not sparing even those that had fallen to the ground. once he had devoured all the fruits. A peculiar warmth spread throughout his body, bringing comfort to his limbs and bones. Unable to help himself, he closed his eyes, relishing the inexplicable joy and ease. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the tomb. It was undoubtedly the sound of Jiang Xiong and Feng Lao Qi prying open the coffin lid. Immersed in the strange warmth, Yi felt no inclination to witness the repulsive faces of the thieves. Suddenly, he heard a scream, followed by a furious shout. "Who dares to defile the resting place of my ancestors?" Yi jolted, eyes snapping open. The coffin had been opened, and Jiang Xiong and the others were either screaming in agony or frantically hiding. In that instant, over a dozen robust men surged from the cave's entrance, some wielding torches, others brandishing crossbows and sharp blades. The leading middle-aged man appeared extremely enraged, raising his hand to signal, and instantly, the sound of bowstrings twanged, arrows flying like locusts. The Yin family? Surely, they had discovered the tomb was being robbed and summoned reinforcements. The barrage of arrows clearly aimed to eliminate every last one of the intruders. This was dire. Yi was also an accomplice of the thieves. Faced with the sudden turn of events, he had no time to think or fear. He swiftly ducked behind the stone cauldron. Whoosh, arrows whizzed past his head. Bang, the torch lodged and the cauldron flew out, sending sparks flying. Yi curled up, too frightened to look up. Amidst the chaos, cries of agony echoed continuously. Within mere moments, the vast tomb fell eerily silent. The only light flickered from the torch, and the heavy scent of blood permeated the air. Had all the thieves perished? Yi cautiously peeked out. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from behind the stone coffin, bellowing, "Brothers, let us fight our way out." It was none other than Feng Lao Qi, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. Following closely behind were several other men, each brandishing knives and clubs, striving to carve a path to freedom. At that moment, a gust of wind arose, stirring up a cloud of dust, causing Feng Lao Qi and his companions to tumble to the ground. What had transpired? Yi, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly retreated, only to stumble and fall, ensnared by a net-like contraption that bound him tightly. Before he could struggle free, a sudden thud resounded as if someone had kicked him, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Yet, he did not entirely lose his senses. In a daze, he felt himself lifted off the ground, his limbs dangling in the air. He was evidently being carried out of the tomb, traversing through 2 courtyards until they arrived at a cave. Thereafter, a clattering sound echoed as iron chains were fastened to his hands and feet, and he was unceremoniously thrown onto the ground. Time passed, and he vaguely heard voices. "Seventh brother, why has the Yin family spared you and me? Do you wish for death?" "Of course not, Jiang Xiong. If you are fearful, you might as well plead for mercy." "Heh, perhaps the Yin family will spare your life." "Nonsense, Lu Kai. When have I, Jiang Xiong, shown fear to you, Feng Er? I am a man of action and accountability, merely seeking a clear understanding of my fate. Who would have thought such misfortune would befall us? 15 men, and now only you, and I remain. Oh, I almost forgot that lad. Damn. He seems to have a charmed life." With a creak, bang, the sound of the door swinging open reverberated. Thud, Yi felt a sharp pain in his back. Realizing he had received another kick, awakening from his stupor. His hands and feet were still bound, the chains clinking ominously. He found himself in a cave, approximately 3 to 5 zheng in size, with a layer of thatch on the ground exuding a musty odor. Oil lamps hung on the stone walls, casting a dim light. The cave entrance was barred by thick wooden beams, resembling a fence that sealed the entire space. A door, also crafted from wooden posts, stood in the middle. As the door swung open, 2 young, robust men and a middle-aged man stepped inside. The 2 young men cast fierce glances around before stepping aside. The middle-aged man, who had previously appeared in the tomb, wore a deerskin cloak, his gaunt figure framed by a black beard and sunken eyes that bore a grim expression. He gradually came to a halt and coldly intoned, "I am Yin Shu, the head of the Yin family. I have spared your lives due to an unclear matter." Yi shuffled his body, leaning against the stone wall to sit up. Within the cave, there were 4 others. Jiang Xiong had miraculously survived, appearing unscathed. Feng Lao Qi, however, was in tatters, bloodied and bruised. The remaining 2 were presumably Lu Kai and Feng Er. The 4 were also shackled by iron chains, their conditions disheveled. Yet their expressions varied. After Yin Shu spoke, silence enveloped the cave. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiong could no longer contain himself and spoke. "So it is the esteemed head of the Yin family. My apologies for the oversight. If there is a matter troubling you, I, old Xiong, would gladly alleviate your concerns. The head of the Yin family nodded slightly, stroking his beard and stating, "The resting place of my ancestors is known only to a select few. Even the descendants of our clan find it difficult to approach even a step closer. Yet you seem to know the way, directly reaching the tomb." He turned his gaze towards Jiang Xiong and asked, enunciating each word with gravity, "Please tell me truthfully, who instructed you?" Jiang Xiong, rolling his eyes and forcing a smile, replied, "My brothers and I have been wandering far and wide solely in pursuit of wealth. Our arrival here is purely coincidental. There is no question of being instructed by anyone." Feng Laoqi, Lu Kai, and Feng Er merely shook their heads in silence. Yu Yi sat alone in a corner, believing the conversation to be unrelated to him, yet to his surprise, the head of the Yin family looked his way, prompting him to hastily shake his head. "If no one has instructed you, then why did you steal the purple ginseng fruit?" The Yin family head suddenly erupted in anger, exclaiming, "The purple ginseng fruit is of no value to mere mortals. It could lead to death if consumed mistakenly, rendering it worthless. However, it is a spiritual fruit left by our ancestors, cherished and preserved in the tomb because the descendants are unworthy of cultivation. Who would have thought it would fall into the hands of thieves?" "Humph." He grunted in fury and continued, "Reveal the identity of the one who instigated you and return the purple ginseng fruit. Otherwise." A look of confusion crossed Jiang Xiong's face as he turned to Feng Laoqi. Feng Laoqi, Lu Kai, and Feng Er shared a look of surprise, shaking their heads in unison, a silent response. Yu Ye's situation was different. He sat in the corner, burying his head deeply as if trying to escape fear, letting out a quiet sigh of helplessness. He firmly believed in the head of the Yin family's deduction. There must be someone behind that group of thieves. He had once hoped Jiang Xiong and Feng Laoqi would reveal the truth to absolve him of any involvement. However, when the head of the Yin family mentioned the purple ginseng fruit, it felt like a blow to his head, plunging him into a state of anxiety. Alas, there was no need for further thought. The fruit he had consumed earlier was undoubtedly the purple ginseng fruit, although he had been forced into complicity with the thieves. The subsequent consumption of the purple ginseng fruit was enough to solidify the charge of theft against him. Now, with the head of the Yin family pressing for answers, he found it difficult to speak the truth. Even if he disclosed the whereabouts of the purple ginseng fruit, no one would believe him. After all, the head of the Yin family had previously stated that mortals would meet their demise upon consuming the fruit. How could he possibly explain his own safety? A group of cunning and treacherous individuals. The head of the Yin family finally lost his patience, sweeping his sleeves and turning to leave. The two men he had brought approached Jiang Xiong, seizing him and dragging him outward. "Hey, what is the meaning of this? We can talk this over," Jiang Xiong shouted while futilely struggling. As the wooden door slammed shut and locked, the three of them vanished into the darkness. Inside the cave, a profound silence fell. Feng Laoqi, Lu Kai, and Feng Er sat in stunned silence, their eyes wide, each lost in thought, as if concerned for Jiang Xiong's fate, while also contemplating their own fortunes and misfortunes. After a brief moment, a distant cry suddenly echoed. It was Jiang Xiong's voice, rising in pitch, passionate and sorrowful, gradually transforming into a wail that tugged at the heartstrings. Lu Kai and Feng Er exchanged glances, murmuring, "They're beating him to death. The Yin family is indeed ruthless. Jiang Xiong is doomed." However, Feng Laoqi has grown rather relaxed, leaning against the stone wall and casually glancing sideways. He called out, "Brat, come over here." Yu Yi seemed not to hear, remaining curled up with his head buried. "Damn it." Feng Laoqi didn't mind, cursing, "At such a young age. You truly possess remarkable skills. Did he steal the purple ginseng fruit? Little rascal, you seek death." Lu Kai and Feng Er were both astonished, their fierce demeanor becoming apparent. Yu Yi had no choice but to lift his head, his expression a mixture of anxiety and trepidation. Having inadvertently become an accomplice to a thief, he was now a prisoner. After grappling with regret and inner turmoil, he could only choose to confront the situation. Since he had mistakenly consumed the purple ginseng fruit, he might as well admit it. After all, he wouldn't live much longer. Why drag others down with him? At that moment, Feng Laoqi furiously exclaimed, "When did I say he stole the purple ginseng fruit?" Lu Kai responded in surprise, "Feng Laoqi." Feng Er pondered for a moment before awkwardly admitting, "Well, you haven't said that, but just now." "Humph." Feng Laoqi scoffed and clarified, "What I meant was, that kid's intellect and cunning are far beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now?" Lu Kai suddenly understood but dismissed it, saying, It's merely luck that he is still alive. Fengjia chimed in. A child from the mountains stealing a spiritual fruit is of no consequence. Yet, what exactly is this spiritual fruit? I hadn't paid attention before. We were too preoccupied with gold and silver treasures. On this visit, was there anyone orchestrating this? Feng Laoqi, you are well acquainted with this place. Could it be? Feng Laoqi ignored his companions, closing his eyes to doze off. Yi took the opportunity to turn away, avoiding further inquiries from Lu Kai and Fengjia. Facing the cold stone wall, he felt a mix of worry and confusion. The howls in the distance ceased. After a while, the wooden door creaked open. Two men dragged Jiang Xiong in and tossed him onto the ground, leaving behind 2 earthen jars and a bamboo basket before shutting the door and departing. Feng Laoqi, Lu Kai, and Fengjia hurriedly approached. Yu could not help but rise as well. Jiang Xiong lay on the ground, his robes tattered, face bruised, lips bleeding, a pitiful sight. The 3 companions helped him to his side, tending to his injuries. Groaning, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If I, Lao Xiong, manage to leave this dungeon alive, I will surely kill Yin Shu." Feng Laoqi chuckled. "Haha, you won't die?" Though Jiang Xiong's injuries appeared severe, they were not fatal. He seemed to be filled with anger and indignation, exclaiming, "Even if they kill me, what of it? I don't know who the mastermind is, nor have I seen the purple ginseng fruit. Whoever is responsible for this, I will not spare them." Yu turned in place and quietly stepped aside. As he moved, the iron chains clanked once more. Among the 2 earthen jars, one contained fresh water, while the other was presumably for waste. The dilapidated bamboo basket held 5 dark round cakes. This was indeed the Yin family's dungeon, yet it surprisingly provided food and drink. Just as Feng Laoqi had surmised, he wouldn't die any time soon. Perhaps a piece of cake would suffice to stave off hunger. As Yi reached out, the bamboo basket was snatched away by someone. It was Lu Kai, who took 2 pieces of bread for himself and tossed the rest to Fengjia, Jiang Xiong, and Feng Laoqi before abandoning the basket, casting a fierce glare in Yuya's direction. The cave, or dungeon, was unchanged. An oil lamp flickered weakly, casting dim light upon 5 prisoners who leaned haphazardly. Yu lay in a corner, eyes closed as if in slumber, yet his furrowed brow betrayed his wakefulness. It was not the sound of Feng Laoqi's snoring or hunger that kept him from rest, but rather a lingering sense of melancholy and unanswered questions. Lu Kai had seized his bread. Feng Laoqi paid no mind. Fengjia reveled in the misfortune, and Jiang Xiong felt justified in his actions. The 4 of them conspired to bully him alone. Though lacking sustenance, he was not yet on the brink of starvation. Perhaps it was due to the Zishan fruit. Even now, a faint sweet aroma lingered in his mouth with each breath. Divine fruit? Such ethereal treasures are beyond the grasp of mortals, and to consume them by mistake could spell peril for one's life. A mortal, indeed, was someone like Yu. Yet, having ingested over 10 Zishan fruits, he remained unharmed, feeling instead a sense of comfort and an endless aftertaste. Had the master of the Yin family lied? Or was it the potency of the serpent poison within him that rendered the Zishan fruit harmless? Regardless of whether the reasons behind the destruction of the tomb and the loss of the divine fruit could be uncovered, the irascible master of the Yin family would not easily let the grave robbers escape unscathed. Were they to languish in this dungeon, meeting an inexplicable demise? The dungeon was situated underground. Here, the crowing of roosters was unheard, the beating of drums was absent, and the outside light was obscured, making it impossible to discern the passage of day and night. After several hours had passed, the wooden door creaked open once more. The 2 burly men entered without a word and seized Lu Kai, dragging him away. A piercing wail echoed through the air, and Jiang Xiong seemed to empathize. Clutching his head and trembling slightly, Fengjia stared wide-eyed, a grim look upon his face. Only Feng Laoqi remained unperturbed, lounging leisurely on a pile of straw. Equally at ease was Yu, who sat cross-legged, gazing at the flickering oil lamp on the stone wall, his eyes dancing with delight. Half an hour later, a battered Lu Kai crashed to the ground, and shortly after, Fengjia was also taken away, his cries mingling with the unsettling silence. Another half-hour passed, and Fengjia returned, covered in blood. Before the 2 men from the Yin family could act, Feng Laoqi casually walked out of the dungeon, his cries conspicuously absent. Even upon his return, he wore a smile, though blood trickled from his mouth and nose, and his face bore wounds, limping as he walked with evident injury. "Little thief, it is your turn." Yu made no effort to resist, allowing the 2 burly men from the Yin family to lead him out. Witnessing the dire fates of Jiang Xiong and the others filled him with trepidation. Yet, Having become an accomplice to the thieves, he was resigned to face a similar fate. Remembering the serpent poison coursing through him, he gradually found solace. What fear could a dying man harbor? To the right of the exit lay a narrow cave, stretching for over 10 zhang, with an oil lamp hanging at its end. The cave was abruptly divided into two. To the right lay a stone staircase, while to the left extended another cavern. In the area measuring 2 to 3 zhang, oil lamps, wooden benches, wooden pillars, staffs, whips, and ropes were scattered about. Accompanied by a blazing pot of charcoal, Yujia was brought to a wooden pillar and bound with ropes, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Instantly, he felt his limbs convulse in agony, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. With smacks resounding in the air, one man, after delivering a series of blows, raised his hand to deliver 2 stinging slaps, then stepped aside, seething with rage. Who was the mastermind behind the tomb robbery? What grievance does he have with the Yin family? Yuya's eyes sparkled as he vigorously shook his head. The assailant pressed on. Do you know the whereabouts of the purple ginseng fruit? Oh. Yuya seemed to regain his senses and replied. I have consumed the fruit, but before he could finish, a whip cracked across his face. The searing pain contorted his expression, and he could not suppress a cry. The 2 men, furious, one raised his fist while the other swung his whip. Humph, if you had truly eaten the purple ginseng fruit, how could you possibly be alive at this moment? This little thief is full of lies. Beat him, Yujia cried out in despair, yet found himself unable to refute their accusations. One must bear the consequences of their deeds. It would be wise to reveal the truth to avoid implicating the innocent and to escape further torment. Yet, contrary to his earlier apprehensions, no one believed a word he uttered. The whip lashed mercilessly against his face and body. Waves of excruciating pain washed over him, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. In a short while, his fur robe was torn, his skin lacerated, blood streaming into his eyes and staining his chest. While the relentless whip continued to descend, he trembled and struggled, his contorted face suffused with indescribable anguish. Gradually, he ceased to move. Even his once fiery gaze dimmed into lifelessness. After what felt like half an incense stick's worth of time, the 2 men finally ceased their assault. The little thief is young. Surely he cannot withstand such punishment. Were it not for the master's orders, I would have killed this band of thieves, one mused. Very well. Let him live a few more days. Perhaps fatigued from their exertions, the 2 men cast aside their whips, untied Yuyia's bonds, and then dragged him towards the dungeon, tossing him inside. Thud, Yi collapsed onto the ground, lying supine, his hair disheveled, and his tattered robe stained with blood. His cheeks and chest were particularly gruesome, blood and flesh a macabre sight. Not far away, his companions observed the scene. Jiang Xiong exclaimed in surprise, Oh, he is still breathing. The lad has died? Lu Kai shook his head, saying they hit him hard. Even if he lives, he has lost half his life. Feng Er seemed to have his own thoughts, mocking, who told him not to beg for mercy. He deserves this. Feng Lao Chi fell silent for a moment, then gestured to Lu Kai and Feng Er. Brothers, keep an eye on him. Do not let him die, lest we attract misfortune. Lu Kai and Feng Er, somewhat reluctant and wary of bad luck, dragged Yujia aside and distanced themselves. Yuyia's eyes fluttered half open, as if he were in a stupor. Yet he could hear the conversations of Jiang Xiong and the retreating footsteps of the Yin family's men. He merely wished to lie there, distanced from the malevolent visages that surrounded him, surrendering to the encroaching darkness while relishing a fleeting moment of comfort and tranquility. The so-called darkness was tinged with crimson, a hue birthed from the blood that obscured his vision. The brutality of the beatings he endured was indeed merciless. A lash struck him, inflicting a searing pain that accompanied the tearing of his flesh, leaving him only able to cry out for mercy. Just as he gritted his teeth, desperately holding on, a wave of cramping pain surged through his abdomen, reminiscent of the onset of venomous affliction. Should the venom take hold at this moment, it would surely spell his doom. Yet, in his moment of utter despair, the wrenching pain gradually subsided, replaced by a warm current that coursed through his body, alleviating the agony of the lashes. Indeed, at that moment, although he lay on the ground, bloodied and battered as if he had lost half his life, the pain in his flesh began to yield to a peculiar itchiness. This inexplicable comfort astonished him. In the past, he might have dismissed it as a mere illusion before unconsciousness, but now, his mind was clear, and it was no mere figment. Perhaps a transformation was occurring within him, a condition unprecedented. Was it due to the venom? For the torment wrought by the venom far exceeded that of the lashes. Could it be the fruit of the purple ginseng? Consuming such mystical fruits could also lead to demise. The more he pondered, the deeper his confusion became. As Yujia experienced the changes within his body, grappling with the perplexing enigma, the vastness of this new world felt overwhelmingly expansive to a poor boy from the mountains. Even with his boundless curiosity, comprehending the entirety of it seemed an insurmountable task. With a clatter, the wooden door swung open, and a can of water along with a few pieces of bread were tossed inside. Each day in the dungeon, meager rations were delivered, insufficient to satiate hunger but enough to stave off starvation. Yujia remained sprawled on the ground, the blood on his face and body having congealed into crusts. The dark red scabs rendered his injuries appear even more grievous. "Hey, kid?" A figure approached, giving him a gentle kick. Yuya's chest heaved as he exhaled deeply. He slowly raised his hand to rub his eyes. With the blood obscuring his sight removed, the dim dungeon re-emerged before him, revealing someone who was scrutinizing him intently. Feng Laoqi? After a moment of examination, Feng Laoqi seemed to discover something, casting a peculiar glance before dragging his iron chains away with a limp. Yu struggled to sit up. On the ground before him lay a piece of bread. "Eat up." Feng Laoqi had returned to lie down amidst a pile of straw, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I can't be beaten while starving." Jiang Xiong, Lu Kai, and Feng Er, whether lying or sitting, all bore expressions of deep sorrow. Yi picked up the bread and took a bite. The bread was hard and coarse, difficult to swallow. Was he to endure further torment today? Contemplating Feng Laoqi's words, he continued to gnaw at the unpalatable bread. His sheepskin cloak had been shredded into tatters by the lashes, and should he suffer another beating, he would have nothing left to shield his body. His exposed arms and chest were marred with scars, yet beneath the thick scabs, the flesh appeared to be healing. That indescribable, persistent itchiness continued unabated. As anticipated, with the creaking of the wooden door, Jiang Xiong was dragged from the dungeon, and the cavern once again echoed with harrowing cries of anguish. However, after Lu Kai and Feng Er were taken away in succession, they did not return. It was not until the bloodied Feng Laoqi collapsed in the dungeon that the whereabouts of the two remained unknown. Even more perplexing was that, according to yesterday's order, it was supposed to be Yuya's turn to be beaten, yet it was Jiang Xiong who was taken out once again. Echoes of Jiang Xiong's agonizing cries resounded from afar, intermittent and fluctuating in intensity. Perhaps the torment had drained him of the strength to scream. Within the dungeon, only two individuals remained. Yi slowly rose, attempting to stretch his limbs. Though his arms and legs were largely unharmed, an unbearable itch coursed throughout his body, tempting him to scratch, yet fearing the tearing of his wounds. Feng Laoqi lay face down on the ground. Today, he lacked the ease he had displayed yesterday. After being thrown into the dungeon, he lay there in silence. Yi cautiously moved his feet. The bars and wooden door were crafted from sturdy timber, reinforced by heavy chains, rendering the dungeon exceptionally secure. Even with a blade or an axe, escape seemed a distant possibility. Through the gaps in the wooden posts, a faint glimmer of light could be discerned in the distance. Jiang Xiong's cries continued to echo intermittently. Yi turned to survey the scene, casting a glance at Feng Laoqi on the ground. Feng Laoqi's hands and feet were bound by iron chains, lying quietly in a pool of blood. Beneath his tattered robe, gaping wounds marred his skin. After a moment's hesitation, Yi reached out to turn him over. There was still breath. He was alive. Yi placed a bundle of straw beneath Feng Laoqi's head and picked up a clay pot to offer him a sip of water. Just then, the still unconscious Feng Laoqi suddenly seized his wrist, a sinister smile curling on his lips as he slowly opened his eyes. The dim light flickered. The stone walls were damp and cold, and the straw emitted a putrid odor. The dungeon appeared unchanged. Of the 5 prisoners, only 3 remained. Feng Laoqi had regained consciousness, lying amidst the straw, gasping for air, perhaps due to his severe injuries. He had transformed from his usual arrogance into a state of utter weakness. Since returning to the dungeon, Jiang Xiong had been lamenting his tragic fate and recounting his unyielding spirit. He hurled insults at Yi, declaring that while he might have escaped today's torture, he would not endure tomorrow's torment. Yet, with no one to heed him, he could only sulkily lie down and sleep. Yi remained hidden in a corner, his blinking eyes reflecting a contemplative expression, tinged with an undercurrent of anticipation. As the night deepened, a sudden fit of violent coughing erupted. Cough, cough. Feng Laoqi trembled, seemingly struggling to breathe, and gasped, cough, cough. Old Xiong, brother cannot survive. Listen to me. Jiang Xiong awakened abruptly, scrambling over to inquire, what is it? Where are the valuables? But before he could finish, the iron chain had tightened around his neck. His face turned pale with horror, and he stammered, 7th. Brother, Why must it be like this? Feng Laoqi had risen to a sitting position, the chains constricting Jiang Xiong's neck with an iron grip. At that moment, he showed no sign of weakness, grinning menacingly. Little brother, I have a few questions for you. Old Xiong, do not dare conceal. Were Lu Kai and Feng Er dead? In a sudden tightening of the iron chain around Jiang Xiong's neck, he was startled into exclaiming, Lu Kai and Feng Er have been beaten to death and dragged outside the manor for burial. You betray your brothers. Spare me. The smile on Feng Laoqi's face turned icy, and he tightened his grip. Desperately, Jiang Xiong struggled. But with a sharp crack, his head tilted, and his pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced. Had he perished? The commotion in the dungeon could not escape Ye's notice. He had been silently observing, seemingly too frightened to utter a sound, as Feng Laoqi strangled Jiang Xiong. Yi hastily rose to his feet. If he survives, neither of us can hope to live. Feng Laoqi spat resentfully, his eyes widening as he hissed, enough chatter. Quickly, Yu Yi, understanding the urgency, nodded eagerly and shouted towards the entrance, Someone come. It was the dead of night, and his voice echoed through the cavern. Before long, hurried footsteps approached, and a burly man, rubbing his bleary eyes, emerged at the door, demanding, What is it? Yu Yi gestured frantically, exclaiming, He's dead. Who is dead? Both of them. In the dungeon, indeed, two figures lay motionless, their state indiscernible in the dim light. Without a second thought, the man unlocked the chains, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped into the dungeon. As he approached Jiang Xiong, he noticed blood flowing from the man's mouth and nose. His eyes rolled back in death. He was unmistakably lifeless. The man hurried to inspect the other individual, only to be struck violently in the legs. Caught completely off guard, he fell to the ground, unable to resist, as an iron grip encircled his neck, snapping it with ease. Yi stood frozen, agape. One who was bound and grievously injured had effortlessly slain two robust men. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. With a huff, Feng Laoqi shoved aside the corpse atop him, gasping for breath before rising and saying solemnly, Follow me. Where to? To escape the dungeon, of course. Yu trailed behind Feng Laoqi as they moved toward the exit. Just as he crossed the threshold of the wooden door, he could not help but glance back, a surge of trepidation coursing through him. He had contemplated escaping the dungeon before, but it had merely been a fleeting thought. Who would have imagined that a scoundrel he despised would inadvertently bring him a glimmer of hope amidst his misfortunes? In a fleeting moment, Feng Laoqi had reached the end of the cavern. Yi lagged several paces behind, burdened by the heavy chains, wary of making noise and thus moving slowly. To the left at the end of the cave was where the Yin family engaged in violence, now deserted. To the right lay a stone staircase. Feng Laoqi became cautious, silently signaling to ensure the chains did not clatter as he ascended the staircase step by step. Beyond the staircase was a stone chamber. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, an individual emerged from the stone chamber, only to collide head-on with Feng Laoqi, who, without allowing a sound to escape the man's lips, delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Swiftly, he seized a long blade and commanded, Open the door. Yi followed into the stone chamber. The figure on the ground had a gash on his head, blood and brains oozing out, creating a scene of grotesque horror. The stone chamber appeared to be a place for guards to rest, with smoldering charcoal fires, bedding scattered about, and items in disarray. A wooden door stood firmly shut, secured by iron chains. Yi searched for a key, unlocked the iron lock, and released the chains before pushing open the wooden door. Outside, a biting wind rushed in, invigorating Yuyi's spirit. At last, he glimpsed daylight. Even a breath of fresh air felt liberating. However, the surroundings were marked by patches of snow, shadowy trees, and overlapping walls, rendering the path unclear. He had yet to escape the Yin family estate, and it was far too early to celebrate. Over here. Old Feng Qi leaped past Yi, waving him over, then bounded off in a leftward direction. His peculiar demeanor was understandable given the constraints. With his hands and feet bound by chains, he could only hop and skip to gain speed. Yi quickly mirrored his actions, hopping forward. In the hazy night, the two figures danced wildly in their frantic flight. The clanking of the chains broke the silence, and the once quiet estate erupted into chaos. Stop! The thieves have escaped from the dungeon. Shadows emerged from the darkness, torches flickering as shouts filled the air. Yi raced through the courtyard, weaving past trees. Ahead lay another courtyard with several alleys branching off to various destinations. Yet, the shouts grew ever closer, the torchlight now illuminating figures. Just then, old Feng Qi halted. Glancing anxiously about, wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh no, old Fengqi is lost. Yu continued to run, already disoriented. What could he do? If they were caught again, not only would they face a beating, but he feared he might truly perish in the dungeon. Thieves are here. At that moment of rising anxiety, two burly men charged from behind Yu, shouting and swinging their blades. He hurriedly dodged, but in his frantic state, he tripped over the chains and fell to the ground. As he lay there, he saw the glint of the blade approaching his head. Suddenly, a sharp clang rang out, followed by a spray of blood as two heads flew off. It was old Fengqi who saved him, swiftly dispatching the two attackers. Yu, still in shock, was yanked off the ground. 10 paces ahead, turn right, and scale the courtyard wall. Cough. Old Fengqi's instructions were interrupted by a violent cough, perhaps agitating his injuries, as his right leg trembled slightly. Yet, he persistently waved his hand, urging, lead the way, lead the way. Yu took 2 steps forward, then turned back. Feng Laoqi was about to erupt in anger when Yu seized his arm. He was somewhat taken aback, but nonetheless leaned on him to continue moving forward. However, the injury in his right leg flared up, causing him to limp and lose some of his agility. In a desperate bid for survival, a roguish scoundrel and a boy from the mountains ultimately became true companions. The two individuals supported each other as they traversed the courtyard and alleys. Before them lay a snowy expanse, adorned with bamboo. Through the sparse bamboo growth, a courtyard wall encircled the area. Feng Laoqi glanced around briefly and pointed forward with his knife. Yu nodded in understanding, assisting him as they hurried towards the bamboo thicket. The clattering of iron chains echoed across the snow, sending a flurry of snowflakes swirling behind them. The thieves shall not escape. A voice rang out, and several figures came rushing towards them. Feng Laoqi abruptly shoved forward, commanding, over the wall. Yu, unable to halt his steps, stumbled into the bamboo grove, only to find the wall towering at least 15 feet high, insurmountable. The sounds of clinking and crashing reverberated as Feng Laoqi, before reaching the bamboo, was overtaken by 3 men. He turned, wielding his knife with ferocity, and felled one of them instantly. The remaining assailants, taken aback, attempted to evade yet remained entangled. Meanwhile, more figures emerged from the distance, shouting and pursuing. Yu, in a fit of anxiety, stomped his feet in frustration. Escaping from the Yin family proved to be an arduous task. And could a mere wall truly obstruct the path of life and death? Suddenly, Yi had a flash of inspiration and grasped a sturdy bamboo stalk to ascend. The bamboo here thrived vigorously, towering significantly above the courtyard wall. By climbing the bamboo, he could leverage it to scale the wall effortlessly. Moreover, having excelled in swimming and tree climbing since childhood, he could maneuver with ease despite being shackled by an iron chain. Utilizing both hands and feet, he swiftly ascended to a height of 2 zhang, with the wall merely a few feet below him. Yet, Yi did not hasten his departure. Instead, he called out loudly, Feng Laoqi. Feng Laoqi, entangled in a standoff with 2 men, was gradually losing ground. If more of the Yin family's disciples ensnared him, his predicament would become dire. In this critical moment, Yuye's voice rang from above. Aha! Feng Laoqi laughed heartily, discarding the long knife in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed into the bamboo grove and grasped a stalk, leaping upward. Concurrently, the bamboo grove was illuminated by torches, and a throng gathered. Yu anxiously awaited. Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the forest. It was Feng Laoqi, who had climbed high along the bamboo, urgently commanding, jump down. Looking down, the darkness beyond the wall loomed ominously. To truly leap into that abyss required considerable bravery. At this life and death juncture, hesitation was not an option. Yu shook the bamboo vigorously, using the momentum to leap down. As he soared through the air, the sudden twang of a bowstring echoed, causing his heart to race, yet he could only resign himself to fate as he fell. The sound of snapping branches resonated, followed by the thuds of 2 bodies hitting the ground. Yu landed on the soft earth, which felt like a bed of fallen leaves, despite the heavy impact. He suffered no injury. It was Feng Laoqi groaning. Even under torture, he had remained silent, so one could imagine his current distress. Yu moved towards the sound. Feng Laoqi lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and said, help me up. Yu helped old Seven Feng to his feet, eager to assess his injuries. Yet, in the darkness, visibility was severely limited. He then uttered, there is a horse hidden beneath the tree ahead, concealed for my purposes. We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly. A horse hidden beforehand? Yu assisted the elderly Feng Laoqi as they groped their way forward. realizing that his hand was damp, as if smeared with blood. Not far ahead, indeed, they found a horse tethered, contentedly nibbling on fodder, silent and patiently awaiting its master. Upon its back rested a satchel. Yu Yi, hardly pausing to be astonished, sought to help Feng Laoqi mount. Yet Feng Laoqi hesitated, suddenly weighed down by foreboding. In the early morning, a bustling group had emerged in the tranquil valley. More than a dozen men, armed with sharp blades, scoured the dense woods of the valley. Looking upward, one could see the cliffs obscured by foliage. Atop those cliffs lay the estate of the Yin family. Below, a man and a woman stood conversing beneath a tree. The man was Yin Shu, the head of the Yin family, his face darkened by fatigue, revealing traces of sleeplessness. The woman, her hair styled in a bun atop her head, donned a thin long robe, her face partially concealed by a cloth scarf, resembling a man's attire. Her slender waist and melodious voice conveyed a unique grace characteristic of women. The world was shrouded in dust, and bandits roamed freely. As the young lady Bai had stated, "The bandits desecrated my ancestor's tomb and slaughtered several of my kin. Truly, they're beyond the law. Given such circumstances, how could we allow these brigands to escape?" The young lady Bai was none other than Bai Zhi. Today, she had come to the Yin residence, claiming to have been traveling and wishing to pay her respects. Upon learning that she was a disciple of Xuanhuang Mountain, a comrade of his forebears, Yin Shu naturally treated her with courtesy. As his family had recently suffered repeated incursions, he took her to inspect the scene of the crime, hoping for her esteemed guidance. Alas, do you see the horse droppings and tracks? Yin Shu sighed, gesturing. The bandits had prepared a swift steed in advance to flee southward from this place. I dispatched men to pursue for several dozen miles, yet they only succeeded in capturing a single horse, while the two bandits vanished without a trace. In the clearing of the woods, horse droppings, fodder, and disordered tracks were evident. Amidst the snow and mud, faint traces of blood could still be discerned. Bai Zhi fixated on the bloodstains on the ground, pondering. Among the fleeing bandits, one was quite young. What is his name, and from whence does he hail? Though the young thief was indeed juvenile, he was no innocent. According to his accomplices, no one knew his name or origins. Yin Shu had further concerns and spoke to himself. However, the other one bears the surname Feng, given name Laoqi, a notorious brigand known for his affinity for rare treasures. My ancestor's tomb was unknown to outsiders, yet he found it with ease, not only desecrating the grave but also absconding with the precious Zishan fruit. I fear that an enemy of my ancestor lurks in the shadows. Yet I remain oblivious to their identity. The young lady Bai, being from the Taoist sect and possessing great abilities, if she could offer some guidance, the Yin family would be immensely grateful. As he spoke, he performed a deep bow. Bai Zhi nodded slightly, murmuring to herself, "The Zishan fruit. I have indeed heard of it. It is said to have the power to cultivate vital energy, ward off evil, and detoxify." Yin Shu, believing his plea had been acknowledged, dared not conceal the truth, replying candidly, "I also learned from my elders that the Zishan fruit hails from an overseas celestial sect, procured at great cost by my ancestor. He, having lost hope in the path of immortality, left it for his descendants. Alas, the offspring of the Yin family are dull-witted, all devoid of the fortune to pursue cultivation." He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness and indignantly exclaimed, "Who would have thought that the spirit fruit hidden within the tomb would be stolen by thieves? I, Yin Shu, am deeply ashamed before my ancestors." "Where did your ancestors practice?" "In the northern Qi Mountains." "Ah." Bai Zhi was already aware of the tales of the Yin family, yet at this moment, her attention was primarily drawn to the young thief. "I must take my leave, Master Yin," she said, pausing for a moment before raising her hand in farewell. Yin Shu was somewhat taken aback and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Miss Bai, I entrust you with. Rest assured, the thief will not return." Bai Zhi interjected as she departed without looking back. After walking a few steps, she suddenly inquired, "I hear the thief is shackled in irons?" Yin Shu, still melancholic, quickly responded, "The shackles are made of black iron chains, exceedingly sturdy. Alas, the thief is both fierce and cunning, managing to escape." Bai Zhi fell silent and drifted away. A few miles north of the Yin family estate lay a hollow in the mountains, though not far from the estate. The hollow was overgrown with thorns and strewn with jagged stones, and in the biting cold, it seldom saw visitors. Yet, amidst the chaos of stones, two figures sought refuge. One was Feng Laoqi, his hair disheveled, his garments tattered, and his body smeared with blood. He sat slumped against a rock, eyes tightly shut in unconsciousness. The other was Yu Yi, equally disheveled, but unlike his companion, he remained wide awake, silently observing his fellow captive, reflecting on the events that had transpired. A tumult of emotions surged within him, rendering him restless. The previous day, after enduring a brutal beating, Feng Laoqi was gravely injured. Yu Yi, unable to bear the sight, tended to him. Suddenly, Feng Laoqi awoke, seizing Yu Ye's arm with urgency and determination, proclaiming, "Boy, we must escape together." At that moment, Yu Yi was rendered speechless by shock. To alleviate his doubts, Feng Laoqi candidly recounted the sequence of events, the perilous circumstances, and the decisive resolution they had reached. This venture was initiated by Feng Laoqi, who scouted the area, while Jiang Xiong merely gathered the men. Upon meeting Yu Yi at their agreed rendezvous, they, recognizing his youth and naivety, lured him into their ranks through coercion. Initially, their intrusion into the Yan estate proceeded smoothly. But little did they anticipate the calamity that awaited them in the tomb, leading to their capture and subsequent torture. Jiang Xiong, unable to withstand the torment, lamented that Feng Laoqi had been deceived and sought to reclaim their stolen goods. Feng Laoqi, burdened with unspoken woes, chose to disregard him. He understood that as long as no one confessed, their lives remained safe. However, after enduring severe torture, it became evident that only he and Yu Yi had refused to plead for mercy, sustaining the gravest injuries in the process. The following day, as they took turns facing punishment, Jiang Xiong emerged unscathed, while Lu Kai and Feng Er did not return. Feng Laoqi, however, was subjected to exceptionally brutal beatings. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to feign severe injury, thus escaping death. Next, it was supposed to be Yu Ye's turn for punishment, but once again, it fell to Jiang Xiong. From this, Feng Laoqi deduced that his fears had morphed into a harsh reality. Jiang Xiong had confessed. Once he divulged their secrets, the Yan family would uncover the identities of the 5 miscreants. Lu Kai and Feng Er, having committed heinous acts, were doomed. As for Yu Yi, an enigmatic figure, perhaps he could prolong his existence for a few more days. As the notorious leader of the bandits, Feng Laoqi found himself in a precarious position, burdened with the spoils of his numerous thefts and pursued by both Jiang Xiong and the Yan family. In a desperate gambit for survival, he resolved to escape from his prison, fearing the futility of acting alone, and sought the assistance of Yu Yi. True to Feng Laoqi's expectations, under pressure, Jiang Xiong inadvertently revealed a critical flaw in his story, disclosing knowledge he should not have possessed regarding the fates of Lu Kai and Feng Er. After dispatching Jiang Xiong, Feng Laoqi proceeded to execute his plans with Yu Yi. Reflecting on this, Yu Yi shook his head. Being a thief was no simple matter. It involved not only the perils of violence but also the constant threat of betrayal from one's own comrades. Feng Laoqi, despite his ruthless demeanor, was not devoid of loyalty. As Yu Yi pondered, memories of the previous night surfaced. Feng Laoqi, gravely wounded, had valiantly faced overwhelming odds, demonstrating remarkable resolve. Even in the final moments, he had urged Yu Yi to flee first. After plunging into the dense forest, they managed to locate their hidden horses. But the iron chains hindered their escape, compelling them to drive the horses away alone. Their next destination was a subject of careful deliberation. According to Feng Laoqi, the more perilous the location, the more conducive it was for survival. Given his worsening injuries, he feared he would not last long, thus, finding a place to hide became imperative for future considerations. Consequently, after exiting the woods, the pair did not venture far but instead circled back. Continuing their search in the darkness, they arrived at their current refuge just as dawn broke, hastily concealing themselves among the rocks. Before they could catch their breath, Feng Laoqi collapsed, losing consciousness. Sighing, Yi gazed at the unconscious Feng Laoqi, noting the confined space obscured by stones, the iron chains binding him. In his tattered garments, while they had found temporary shelter, the biting cold and scarcity of food posed a dire threat. Another heavy snowfall could exacerbate their plight. Once night fell, they would need to seek another refuge. Yet, leaving Feng Laoqi behind in his unconscious state was simply not an option. As for his injuries, Yu had not dared to examine them the night before, nor could he inquire, fearing the worst. Suddenly, with a groan of agony, Feng Laoqi opened his eyes. Yu quickly rose to assist him, but Feng Laoqi shook his head and retrieved a leather pouch from within his garments. Perhaps overexerted, he gasped for breath, blood seeping from his abdomen. Yu recognized the pouch. It contained a flask of liquor that Feng Laoqi had hidden in the woods alongside a horse. During their flight, he had taken a knife from the pouch to injure the horse, which had bolted in fright. Now, He extracted the flask, trembling hands bringing it to his lips. Drinking deeply, the liquor spilled from the corners of his mouth, soaking his beard and staining his chest, where the still fresh blood glistened. In an instant, he dropped the flask, exhaling a long breath, and a flicker of a smile crossed his weary visage, his once dull eyes regaining a hint of vitality. Could it be that his condition was improving? In the midst of a gloomy day, Yujia felt an unexpected lightness upon encountering a rainbow. He quietly rose to take a glance, finding nothing amiss, and promptly crouched down again, filled with anticipation. What of it? He inquired. Feng Laoqi chuckled, his laughter somewhat hoarse. His gaze sharpened, revealing a depth that mingled with a sense of satisfaction, hesitation, helplessness, and resolve, an enigmatic blend that remained elusive. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with profound significance. You and I have shared trials and tribulations, standing as brothers in life and death, yet I am unaware of your name. I am Yujia, of the Yu family village in Xingyuan Valley. After this winter, I shall be 16, he replied candidly, disclosing his name and origins without reservation. Feng Laoqi had rescued him from the dungeon, fought through peril, and saved his life. Yet, this very individual had deceived him, coerced him into joining a cause, and subjected him to torment, nearly leading to his demise in that dark cell. Setting aside their entangled grievances, it was undeniable that they now resembled a pair of brothers forged in adversity. Xingyuan Valley lies several hundred miles from here. Why do you travel alone? Could it be that your family is in distress, compelling you to seek survival? Yujia hesitated, uncertain of how to respond or decline. After a moment's pause, he nodded affirmatively. Feng Laoqi's anxious demeanor softened, and he gestured towards a beast-hide pouch. Open it, he instructed. Yujia accepted the pouch and extracted a few items. A small knife, previously used to wound a horse, approximately 3 inches long, entirely purple-black. Heavy in hand with no handle or sharpened edge, a palm-sized piece of hide inscribed with depictions of mountains and rivers, alongside characters, and several shards resembling yellowish-white stones. This knife originates from an ancient tomb and is likely not an ordinary object. I have yet to find a suitable buyer, hence I have carried it with me, always ensuring an avenue of escape. Was the escape he referred to the horse, or did it signify something else? As a hunter of the mountains, he was well acquainted with various weapons. The so-called long swords and short swords all possess distinct hilts and edges, even the dusty, sharp instruments of the blade. Yet, could this peculiar knife truly be classified as a sword? While he pondered this, Feng Laoqi continued, this sword can sever iron and stone. Perhaps capable of freeing us from our shackles, sever iron and stone? Yujia brandished the small knife against the iron chains binding his feet, leaving a faint mark upon contact. As he exerted force with his hands, the imprint deepened. He could not help but feel a sense of wonder, then resumed his efforts by grasping the iron chain binding Feng Laoqi's feet. Each end of the chain was secured with a lock. If he could sever one of the loops, he would be free from his constraints. Feng Laoqi's breathing grew labored, and his words became short and urgent. Do not lose that map of Deerming Mountain. It bears hidden markings. Find the treasures I have hidden. Give a portion to my wife, and the remainder shall serve as your reward. Relay my message. Cough. Yujia was absorbed in his task, momentarily too preoccupied to speak, when he suddenly sensed something amiss, halting his hands. Feng Laoqi coughed violently several times. Blood sprang from his mouth as his chest heaved rapidly. He gasped, "Tell Warner to find a good family." As he uttered his final words, it was as if he had released his last concern. A faint, detached smile graced his face, and he murmured, "I am tired. I shall sleep." He remained with his eyes wide open, a smile lingering, yet fell silent, as if he had truly succumbed to slumber. Yujia stood in stunned silence for a long moment before slowly lifting the hem of his robe. 2 gaping wounds marred Feng Laoqi's chest and abdomen, arrows piercing him from back to front, their sharp tips faintly visible. Night had fallen, deep and heavy, among the scattered stones in the valley. Yujia was still at work. In a small clearing, he had dug a pit. Beside the pit lay Feng Laoqi. He had been struck by 2 arrows while leaping over the wall, each one fatal. Aware of his impending demise, he had concealed his pain, never uttering a cry, even as he struggled to endure. When he awoke from his stupor, it was already at the brink of death, and he forced himself to gather strength from the wine, solely to pass on his final wishes. With his concerns laid to rest, everything else became inconsequential. He declared his exhaustion, ready to embrace eternal slumber. Perhaps in dreams, he would encounter the glimmer of blades and the thrill of life. After Feng Laoqi's passing, Yujia continued to wield a small sword to cut through the iron chains. He remained cautious, as if reluctant to disturb the one now lost in dreams. The diminutive sword, capable of severing iron and stone, proved unwieldy and difficult to apply force with. It took Yi 2 hours to free Feng Laoqi from his chains. When he finally released his own limbs from their bonds, the night had fully descended. Without pausing, he resumed digging in the stone pile. The biting cold made the task arduous, compelling him to rely on his sword for chipping away at the earth with his hands. He toiled until the latter half of the night, ultimately burying Feng Laoqi. Sighing deeply, Yu sat upon the ground, exhaling a long breath. Before him rose a small mound of earth, gazing at the little hillock. He felt a profound sense of loss, his expression tinged with melancholy. Death amounts to little more than a heap of soil. To enter Feng Laoqi here seemed a disservice. Yet, what else could be done? He lacked the means to carry him away. At least he had managed to lay him to rest. It could be considered a final peace. One day, when Yu Yi meets his own end, he may not be afforded such fortune. A thief and brigand. Yet did he not completely lose his humanity? As he once stated, was he truly a good man or a villain? What remains clear is that it was Feng Laoqi who led him from the dungeon, saving him time and again. It was he who bravely held the rear, composed in the face of danger, acting with audacity, ultimately freeing them from the pursuit of the Yin family. In his final moments, he remains concerned for his family, harboring a tender thought despite being a villain. Yet, how could he not be regarded as a man of deep affection and unwavering loyalty? Alas, he has passed away. Let him go, a wandering soul embarking on its journey. Yu Yi cast aside his tumultuous thoughts, wrapped his tattered robe tightly around him, and curled up, hugging his knees. His head bowed low as a wave of profound weariness enveloped him. Exhausted beyond measure, he yearned for slumber, yet before his eyes could close, anxiety surged within him once more. Regardless of whether he had companions, he was still a fugitive pursued by the Yin family. And he had yet to extricate himself from peril. He resolved to leave this place under the cover of darkness. Just as he made up his mind to rise, a sudden recollection struck him, causing him to slap his forehead in exasperation. He almost forgot a significant matter. Old Feng, unable to set his mind at ease regarding his wife and young daughter, had entrusted Yu Yi with the task of checking on them. Caught up in breaking the iron chains, Yu Yi had not given it much thought. Yet how could he dare to neglect such a dying request? How could he repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon him? Filled with self-reproach, Yu lowered his gaze to search. The small sword remained by his side, while the beast's skin pouch was half buried in the earth. He picked up the pouch to inspect its contents. Inside lay several small pieces of yellow and white, presumably gold and silver. In the mountains, hunters typically engaged in barter, with only affluent households affording such treasures, underscoring their rarity and value. Besides the precious metals, there was also a piece of beast skin. He recalled old Feng's instructions. A map of Looming Mountain was drawn upon it, and by following the clues inscribed, he could locate the valuables hidden in Pingshui town and subsequently proceed to Baijia Village to relay a message. Where was Looming Mountain? And what of Baijia Village? He had never heard of it. Yu Yi waved the beast skin before him, but in the darkness, nothing was visible. He returned the skin to the pouch, contemplated for a moment, and then took it out again to fold it neatly, tucking it into the waistband of his undergarments. This map pertained to old Feng's last wishes. He could not afford to misplace it and thus kept it close to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Tightening his belt, Yu picked up the small sword beside him. Although the 3-inch blade was said to be capable of slicing through iron and stone, it was merely functional, lacking any extraordinary qualities, resembling more a child-esque plaything from the village. He returned the sword to the pouch, concealing it within his bosom. At this moment, the night was pitch black. Perhaps dawn was approaching, the sky soon to lighten. Yi steadied himself on the ground and stood up. However, as he rose, his legs felt weak and his limbs lacked strength, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. He hurriedly steadied himself against a nearby stone. What was happening? Surely he was merely fatigued and hungry, leading to his faintness. Fortunately, the venom from the serpent had not taken effect, so he was not gravely harmed. Regaining his composure, Yi glanced down at the small mound of earth before him. The mound had been firmly packed and was covered with a layer of frost, appearing inconspicuous. The dismantled chains had also been buried within the soil. Even if the Yin family were to find this place, they likely would not uncover anything. Farewell, old Feng. Yi lingered in silence for a moment before turning and vanishing into the darkness. The winter night before dawn was exceedingly cold. At this hour, people remained nestled in their warm beds, sound asleep. Even wolves, badgers, and other wild beasts were reluctant to venture out in search of food. Yet, undeterred by the biting cold, a figure stealthily emerged from his hiding place. He cast a cautious glance around and set off at a brisk pace towards the north. After traversing more than 10 miles, the first light of dawn began to break, illuminating the faint sky. As he crossed the snow-laden wilderness, a thicket of mountains came into view. Nestled between the hills was a small mountain pass. In the hazy morning light, he ran tirelessly until he burst into the pass, abruptly halting his pace, bending over with hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Had he truly escaped the clutches of the Yin family? Straightening up while still panting heavily, he felt his lips chapped and his throat ablaze. He scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and shoved it into his mouth, instantly experiencing a refreshing chill. Unbeknownst to him, he had lost one of his boots, leaving his left foot bare. The remaining boot was tattered with several cracks, making the condition of his feet starkly contrasting. His ragged robe offered little protection from the elements, and he was caked in filth, with gruesome scabs marring his skin. Despite this, he felt no discomfort, nor did he suffer from the cold. Could it be due to the effects of the Jiao Dan, or perhaps the Zisen fruit? Reaching into his attire, he found that his leather pouch was intact, as was the treasured map he had concealed. As he caught his breath, he gazed into the distance. Beyond the mountain pass lay a broad road, still cloaked in snow, revealing the tracks of wheels and hooves, yet its destination remained a mystery, devoid of any signs of life. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, he resolved to flee, knowing that only by distancing himself from this place could he escape his predicament. As for what lay ahead, he would consider that when the time came. He tore a strip from his robe to wrap around his foot, shielding it from sharp stones, and with renewed vigor, he prepared to continue on his uncertain journey. However, as he neared the mouth of the pass, a sudden gust of wind swept through, startling him and causing him to turn. In an instant, he fell with a thud. Losing consciousness, what had transpired? Had he been ambushed? This was the question that flooded his mind upon regaining consciousness, yet clarity dawned upon him swiftly. His eyes were obscured by cloth, rendering him blind. His limbs were stiff and unresponsive, making movement nearly impossible. Yet, he could hear the sound of hooves, his body jostling with each rhythmic thud. It was evident he had been captured, bound upon a horse. He recalled a heavy blow just before losing consciousness, and piecing together his current situation, it was unmistakably an ambush. Someone must have been lurking above the mountain pass, seizing the opportunity to strike when he was least prepared. Despicable. But who could this vile individual be? In this moment, though unable to open his eyes or move, his mind raced with thoughts, swirling in a tempest of confusion and frustration. Ultimately, he had not escaped, but had once again fallen into the hands of the Yin family. What would follow? Would he endure further torment, forced to reveal the whereabouts of Feng Laoqi, or would he succumb to violence, his body discarded outside the manor? Or perhaps imprisoned in a dungeon, forever deprived of daylight? Alas, a wretched life, subject to the whims of another. Yet, why the blindfold? Furthermore, the mountain pass was merely a short distance from the Yin estate, a mere moment's ride. Yet, much time had passed, and why did the horses continue their relentless gallop? By the sound of the hooves, it appeared that only 2 steeds were in their company. Yu Yi, filled with perplexity, could not help but inquire. He was eager to discern the identity of those scheming against him and to uncover their intentions. Yet, despite his desperate attempts to voice his questions, even straining his mouth to utter a sound proved futile. At this moment, the galloping horse finally slowed, and the sound of its hooves striking the stone pavement was accompanied by a faint rustling of footsteps. Yu Yi remained vigilant, tightening his arms as he dismounted, his feet dangling in midair. He could only resign himself to fate, silently awaiting the arrival of his misfortune. After what felt like the burning of an incense stick, he was suddenly thrust to the ground, his back struck sharply by someone, a peculiar force surging into his body. Moments later, sensation gradually returned to his limbs, and he reached up to remove the blindfold. A cavern? It was not the dungeon of the Yin family, but rather an unfamiliar cave, spacious and illuminated, measuring about 4 or 5 zhang in circumference, with 3 openings. The left opening, a zhang wide, allowed a warm ray of sunlight to spill in. The right opening towered several zhang high, shrouded by grass. The other entrance appeared dim, its destination unknown. Yu Yi stood up, his legs unsteady beneath him. Steadying himself, he cautiously approached the left opening. Gazing out, he beheld the sky soaring above and the jagged peaks rising majestically. From this elevated vantage point, he looked down upon the layered mountains, shrouded in mist. Peering further down revealed a steep cliff over 20 zhang high, where pavilions and residences nestled among ancient pines. Devoid of any human presence, lending an eerie tranquility to the scene. He then made his way to the right opening, where wild grasses and moss flourished around the entrance. A mountain stream cascaded gently down, forming a small pool at the base, its overflowing waters meandering outward, accompanied by the faint roar of a distant waterfall. After circling the cave, Yujia remained puzzled. He reached into his bosom, his expression shifting slightly. The pouch containing his small sword was missing. Had it been lost or stolen? He searched again, but found nothing. Just as anxiety began to swell within him, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ah, the 7th day approaches, and you have awakened." Inside the cave stood another figure, a young man clad in a green robe, his hair tied neatly, moving with a certain grace. He set down a bundle in a bamboo box, gesturing, "Please, refresh yourself and change into this robe. The box contains provisions. Help yourself." Yujia was taken aback. The unexpectedly appearing young man, of a similar age, wore an attire distinct from that of hunters or members of the Yin family. Yet, he seemed devoid of ill intent, offering food and a change of robe. "What robe?" Yujia could not restrain his curiosity. The young man replied unabashedly, "Guyu." "Guyu? My surname is Gu. On the day I entered the mountain gate, a torrential rain fell, and my master conferred upon me the title, Guyu." The man introduced himself candidly, while Yujia felt a knot tightening in his chest. "I meant, where is this place?" "Xuanhuang Mountain." "Ah." Yujia fell into stunned silence. Yu smiled faintly and turned to leave, reminding, "If there is anything, call for me." Yujia stood in a daze for a moment before hurriedly pursuing her, inquiring, "Who brought me here? How could he steal my belongings?" Guyu moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, she entered the cave. After navigating several stone steps, she reached a stone door. She closed it with a firm hand and whispered, "This is the forbidden area of Xuanhuang Mountain. Stay put, do not ask questions, and refrain from speaking too much." With a thud, just as Yi approached, the stone door slammed shut. He pushed against it with all his might, but it did not budge. He retraced his steps, glanced toward the left cave entrance, then turned to dash toward the right. He stepped through a pool of water outside, where sheer cliffs loomed, and a torrential waterfall cascaded down several dozen feet into a mist-covered lake, making it impossible to discern its depth. Reluctantly, he retreated back into the cave, his heart tumultuous with emotion. At that moment, he felt both astonished and enraged. He had been unconscious for 7 days, and in that state, he found himself at Xuanhuang Mountain. Wasn't Xuanhuang Mountain the very sanctuary where Qi cultivated his skills? Previously lost in confusion, he now awoke to the reality that, although he had escaped the Yin family's pursuit, he had fallen into the hands of his enemies. It did not take much thought to realize that it was undoubtedly Qi who had brought him here. Only that despicable man could commit such a treacherous act. And with the blood debt owed to the Yu family village still unpaid, he feared not the prospect of seeking vengeance. With a resounding thud, old grievances surged within him, and Yi, overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation, struck the ground with his fist. Blood seeped from his knuckles, but he felt nothing. Slowly cradling his head in his hands, enveloped in inexplicable anguish. His enemy was so close, yet not only could he not take revenge, but he had also been captured. His fate at their mercy. There could be no greater humiliation. What lingered more was the profound sadness and helplessness. Having just escaped the Yin family's dungeon, he now found himself a prisoner of Xuanhuang Mountain. Now that he had fallen into Qi's grasp, how could he possibly forgive himself? Rather than live in disgrace, he would choose to leap off the cliff and end his own life. Yi abruptly raised his head, his eyes tinged with red, radiating a sense of resolve. Yet moments later, guilt washed over him, and he curled into a ball on the ground. How could he simply abandon everything? What would become of Bo, Ergou, and his deceased uncle and brothers? As dusk fell, the daylight gradually faded. The once bright cave merged with the deepening twilight. The young man, named Guyu, reappeared in the cave. Noticing Yi lying on the ground, unwashed and unchanged, neglecting food, he tossed down a piece of animal hide for bedding and turned to leave. The following day, at dawn, Guyu made his entrance once more. Yi lay still on the ground, appearing to be asleep, still refusing to eat or drink, just as he had the day before. "What a pity," Guyu murmured, shaking his head in resignation. When he returned later that evening and saw Yi still asleep, he could not help but urge, "You are but a mortal, ignorant of the art of fasting. Even if your meridians are sealed, you cannot withstand days of hunger. Allow me to offer this advice. Eat something." On the ground lay Yi, seemingly asleep, his head unraised as he inquired, "Where is Qinqi? He brought me here. Yet why does he hide and refuse to show himself? You know the elder brother, do you not?" Yu responded, but as he spoke, he glanced back nervously, filled with self-reproach, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I've spoken too much." Yu perceived his intent to conceal the truth and scoffed, "Qinqi, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you insult my elder brother?" Yu quickly covered his mouth and fled, the stone door slamming shut behind him. Yu rolled over, lying on his back, staring at the ceiling. Having gone days without sustenance, he was dizzy from hunger. Yet, the mere thought of Qinqi made him forget his pangs. That man sought every means to humiliate him. How could he accept his contemptible offerings? However, there is an old saying in the village, "A hungry man is easily fatigued." Yu closed his eyes, succumbing to a drowsy slumber. Bang! As the stone door creaked open, Yu stirred, blinking his sleepy eyes. Another dawn had arrived. Peering through the cave's entrance, he beheld a mist-laden world, the morning light shifting and dancing. In that moment, it felt as if he stood amidst the clouds, longing to drift like the wind, carefree and unrestrained. Ah, if only such illusions could manifest into reality, how delightful that would be. Why fast, one might wonder? No one truly starves. He merely refuses to succumb to Qinqi's sinister plots. Yu gazed dreamily at the scenery outside, lost in reverie, indifferent to the voices echoing within the cave. Regardless of Guyu's persuasion, he would never bow in submission. No, that was not Guyu. Yu rose to his feet, and indeed, it was not Guyu, but a woman clad in a green robe. Her face was veiled, her figure slender, hands clasped behind her back, and her eyes held an inscrutable expression. Bai Zhi, Yi could hardly believe it. They had clashed before, and she was none other than the young lady of the Bai family, a disciple of Xuanhuang's sect and Qinqi's junior sister, Bai Zhi. While he had always regarded Qinqi as a mortal enemy, he had forgotten about Bai Zhi. Qinqi, devoid of humanity, harmed the innocent. How could Bai Zhi, being his junior, escape culpability? To think it's you. Yi suddenly grasped, bitterness lacing his words. Is it for the Jiao Dan I possess? He nodded, patting his chest. If you seek the Jiao Dan, I have no qualms about sacrificing my worthless life. He had initially thought Qinqi was cunning and ruthless. But little did he know his junior sister was even more formidable. This Bai Zhi had tracked his whereabouts and set an ambush. Clearly, every move he made was under her watchful eye. Bai Zhi scrutinized Yu with a gaze that reflected both realization and surprise. After a period apart, the once carefree youth of the mountains had transformed dramatically. Now, his hair was disheveled, his face and body smeared with dirt and blood, his tattered robe barely covering him, a pitiful and wretched sight. Yet, his eyes remained unchanged, brimming with innocence and fearlessness, coupled with a hint of wild defiance. Bai Zhi raised an eyebrow, her voice soft yet firm. You consort with thieves, desecrating tombs, committing murder and theft. What will you say for yourself? If I were to hand you over to the Yin family, what would be the consequence? Yuya's expression stiffened involuntarily. The visit to the Yin family had become an indelible stain upon him. Even as a victim, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to prove his innocence. Bai Zhi's bright eyes sparkled as she continued, "You hold a grudge against my senior brother, and the fault does not lie with you." The matter of the Jiao Dan was rife with misunderstandings. The calamity that befell Yu family village was not as you imagine. The true perpetrators of the villagers' suffering were the ancient trees of Baijia Mountain. My brother, ashamed to be associated with them, has already dealt with the culprit, avenging Yu family village. Nonetheless, he has breached the sect's regulations and will face severe punishment upon returning to Xuanhuang Mountain. Yu let out a low grunt. This Miss Bai, with just a few words, seemed to exonerate him from the tarnished reputation. Yet he feared the 30 lives lost in Yu family village would not acquiesce so easily. Bai Zhi appeared to see through his thoughts and continued. Whether you choose to believe me is entirely up to you. Why have I brought you here? To resolve our grievances. Upon my brother's return to the mountain, you shall confront him directly, with my master presiding over the matter. The truth shall surely be revealed. Until then, you cannot leave, lest further complications arise, undoing my efforts. What of my belongings? Yu, having had previous altercations with Bai Zhi, viewed her as proud and humorless. Yet today, she spoke with such eloquence and persuasion that left him with no room for rebuttal. He could only seek to reclaim his possessions to soothe his inner turmoil. However, in their previous encounters, he had always been the one at a disadvantage. Oh, a pouch crafted from deerskin, used to hold personal items, kept close to one's heart. I have never seen it. As Yu gestured, Disappointment washed over his face. He reluctantly lowered his hands and said sulkily, "Let us set aside the grievances between me and Qinshi for now. Allow me to return home." "That is not possible." Bai Zhi's response remained resolute. "Why not?" Yu could not help but exclaim, "On what grounds do you imprison me here?" Bai Zhi calmly replied, "The Yin family is already aware of your origins from Yujia Village. If you return home, would you not implicate your kin once more? How can you substantiate claims of his indiscriminate killings before confronting my brother?" Without waiting for a reply, she continued, "You cannot return home, nor can you let go of your grievances. You must remain here and await my brother's return to the mountain." Yu fell into silence once more. He was not skilled in the art of argument, especially when faced with a woman. Now, under someone else's control, he felt powerless. Perhaps the only things he could cling to were silence and stubbornness. Xuanhuang Mountain, being a sacred ground of the Taoist sect, forbade outsiders from intruding. Keeping you in the Moya cave is merely a temporary measure. The moment you leave this place, you will violate the sect's precepts. Remember this. Since her appearance, Bai Zhi had kept her hands clasped behind her back. Perhaps she had said all that needed saying, for she now produced an object from behind her, a bamboo staff. Yi recognized it at once and exclaimed, "Qiubo. That is Qiubo's staff. I thought I would never see it again after I left it in the wilderness. Who would have thought it would appear in Bai Zhi's hands?" Bai Zhi examined the hesitant Yu and remarked, "Since it belongs to Qiubo, how could it be carelessly discarded?" Yu, astonished, replied, You know Qiubo? He is not in Yujia Village." Bai Zhi responded with a sound, yet remained non-committal. She then lifted her bamboo staff, gently tapping it with her fingers. The seemingly ordinary bamboo emitted a resonant ringing, reminiscent of the clash of golden weapons. She slightly nodded and remarked, "This is golden bamboo. Unique to the southern lands of the Great Marsh. It is as resilient as gold and iron, yet as light as decayed wood." What concerned Yu was not the golden bamboo, but rather the whereabouts of Qiubo. "Take this," Bai Zhi insisted, handing the staff to Yu. Her tone brooking no argument. "Look at you, covered in dirt and reeking. You ought to wash up, change your clothes, and eat something." With a dismissive gesture, she turned to leave, casting one last remark over her shoulder. "As for Qiubo, I possess some knowledge. When the time is right, I shall speak." The Moya cave, a place forbidden to disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain, was essentially a prison. Though Yu was not a disciple, he was regarded as an outsider by Bai Zhi. The Lingshan Dao sect did not permit outsiders to roam freely. Hence he was confined in the cave until Qinshi returned to the mountain gate and clarified the truth behind the calamity in Yujia Village. Whether this explanation was credible or not mattered little. Belief or disbelief changed nothing. Currently, he was at the mercy of others, and rather than futilely resisting, it was more prudent to wait for an opportunity amidst patience. Bai Zhi did not seem to harbor malicious intentions. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths? He anticipated her revelation about Qiubo's whereabouts, for to Yu, that familiar yet enigmatic elder might be his sole hope for survival. However, he first needed to ensure his own survival. Inside the cave, the sound of splashing water echoed. Yu sat in the pool, savoring the moments of his existence. His tattered robe, boots, undergarments, and trousers lay discarded nearby. He immersed himself fully in the crystal-clear waters, allowing the refreshing coolness to penetrate his skin. After soaking for a considerable time, he abruptly sat up, exhaling a deep breath, vigorously scrubbing his hair and body to rid himself of grime. As the thick scabs fell away, his wounds revealed not a single trace. His once coarse skin appeared to have softened somewhat. Once cleansed, he drank several sips of the pure stream water, then leapt from the pool, drying himself off. Yu donned the Taoist robe gifted by Guyu. The robes of Xuanhuang Mountain differed from the attire of hunters. The undergarment was white, while the outer robe was dyed a deep blue. Both crafted from a blend of hemp and silk. The design was simple, loose, and comfortable, exuding a warmth that belied its slightly worn appearance. His boots, made of animal hide, were likewise old but fit well, allowing him to walk silently and effortlessly. From the discarded clothes, Yi retrieved a piece of animal hide. Though he had lost old Feng Chi's leather pouch and that peculiar little sword, the map he had secretly kept was intact, providing him with a small measure of solace amidst the trials he faced. Once Yi was ready, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to open the bamboo box, only to be met with disappointment. Expecting rice cakes or meat, he found only a few dried fruits from the mountains. A meager consolation. Yet it would suffice to quell his hunger a little. He moved to the left cave entrance, perched himself on a stone platform, and while munching on the fruits, he gazed upward. It was midday, The sun shone brightly, the sky was a deep azure, and the distant mountains appeared faintly in the backdrop. Gazing upon the enchanting vistas of the four corners of the world brings a sense of tranquility and contentment. In the wilderness, Yi could not help but sigh. Alas, to behold the mountains and the beauty of nature, even if one has only a few wild fruits to quell hunger, it remains a delightful affair. Yet, why must there be strife and conflict, where one fights for survival against another? A naive young lad, after enduring several hardships and coming to recognize the treachery of humanity, gradually began to question the nature of life and death, pondering the paths of existence. Leaning against the cave entrance, he looked down to see a gathering of people on the mountainside between the towering pines and the cottages. Among them were elders and young men and women, sitting cross-legged under the midday sun. Additionally, a woman in green garments sat above, occasionally uttering peculiar words. The surrounding crowd nodded in understanding, each displaying expressions of enlightenment or excitement. The woman in green was Bai Zhi, indicating that her status in Xuanhuang Mountain was quite remarkable. Ah, you finally seem to have come to a realization. The sound of the stone door stirred, and Guyu appeared within the cave. Upon seeing someone seated at the entrance indulging in fruits, he approached with a smile. I told you, why must you burden yourself? Just look, now that you've washed up, you appear much more spirited. Your robe fits well. One might mistake you for my fellow apprentice. The day is still young. What brings you here? Yi glanced back and greeted him. My senior sister instructed me to burn the tattered clothes you changed out of, and to bring some fresh and delicious food. Huh, I hardly believe it. Your senior sister seems to possess an uncanny foresight, and here you are, indeed enjoying a meal. Guyu was a straightforward individual, perhaps due to Yu Ye's transformation. He felt less restrained and naturally returned to his cheerful disposition. He poked his head outside the cave, indicating, the senior brothers and sisters are cultivating. The sun's energy is abundant now, making it the perfect time for breath control and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Curiously, Yi inquired, oh, why aren't you cultivating? Yi sheepishly grinned. My spiritual root has yet to form. The opportunity has not arrived. Heh. Turning to face him, Yi asked in confusion, what is a spiritual root? Guyu grabbed a fruit and popped it into his mouth, explaining while chewing. Oh, the spiritual root is innate, though there are also theories of it being acquired. Only with a spiritual root firmly established can one draw in spiritual energy, refining one's essence, transforming oneself, solidifying the foundation, and ultimately achieving the golden elixir path, seizing the opportunity to enlighten someone who sought his wisdom. He sat down in front of Yi, picked up another fruit, and continued, those with innate spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Within Xuanhuang Mountain, there are perhaps only a couple. Qi, my senior brother, and Bai Zhi, my senior sister, are the elite among us. As for those who cultivate to a postnatal state, they are 1 in 10,000, yet they exhaust their lives in vain. As for me, I shall engage in some labor to temper my spirit. Within 10 years, I shall surely achieve something. Yi nodded, half comprehending. Guyu, eager to showcase his knowledge, added, do not underestimate the postnatal realm. Those who attain it are also formidable beings. With diligent practice, the path of greatness is attainable. Intrigued, Yi asked, what is the cauldron? Well, Guyu scratched his head, feigning profundity. This is exceedingly intricate and cannot be explained in a brief moment. Oh, I almost forgot the main matter at hand. He concocted an excuse to rise and evade the situation, hastily picking up the garments discarded by Yi, before pointing in a direction and swiftly exiting the cave. Yi approached, noticing a bamboo basket on the ground containing 2 pieces of bamboo shoots. Was this what Guyu referred to as fresh sustenance? Yi picked up a bamboo shoot, furrowing his brow momentarily before taking a bite, finding it surprisingly crisp and palatable. Nevertheless, he still preferred rice cakes and meat. After consuming a bellyful of dried fruits and bamboo shoots, Yi spread out his bedding on the ground, reclining to stretch his limbs and gently closing his eyes. As Guyu had mentioned, the path of cultivation was indeed profound, though he could not articulate its intricacies. Being a practitioner of the Tao, his understanding surpassed that of ordinary folk. Concepts like spiritual roots, innate and acquired talents, and alchemical furnaces sparked his curiosity and admiration. If only he, Yi, could become a master of the Tao, he would dare to act with abandon. With the dawn of a new day, signifying the transition between the old and the new, between night and day, Yi awoke early. After sipping from the mountain stream and washing his face, he leaned against the cave entrance, observing the fog rolling like a sea and the sun rising brilliantly. Though he could not exit the cliff cave, he no longer lingered on it with regret. At the very least, he had something to eat, could awaken naturally from slumber, and enjoy the mountain breeze while admiring the scenery. Why not indulge in this rare tranquility and ease? Guyu did not make an appearance in a timely manner. His absence diminished the joy that his laughter brought. Naturally, it also meant a lack of provisions he would typically bring. Yuyi had no choice but to consume the leftover fruits and bamboo shoots from the previous day, wandering around the cave for a while before returning to the entrance to continue enjoying the morning vista. Below, on the mountain flat, several disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain practiced their breathing techniques, while others engaged in vigorous exercises, showcasing their agility. One disciple threw punches with impressive force. Another leaped into the air, soaring 2 zhang high. Their movements were harmonious, each displaying remarkable vitality. According to Guyu, these were disciples without spiritual roots, cultivating through acquired methods, yet achieving profound levels of mastery in their own right. Intrigued, Yi mimicked their gestures. From a young age, he had excelled at fishing, bird-catching, climbing trees, traversing mountains, and setting traps. He was quite adept with blades and staffs as well. In this moment, imitating the actions of the Tao disciples, he found a semblance of resemblance, though the underlying principles were vastly different. At midday, the dispersed disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain reconvened on the mountain flat. A middle-aged man replaced the previous day's Bai Zhi, addressing the crowd. Life is finite, while the Tao is infinite. To pursue the finite alongside the infinite is perilous. Those who seek the Tao must relinquish life and forget emotions to preserve oneself, sustain life, and fulfill familial duties. The words were incomprehensible to Yuyi, lacking the vividness and intrigue of Guyu's tales. Why had Guyu not appeared? Was he hiding outside the cave? Yuyi's perception of Xuanhuang Mountain had evolved from unfamiliarity and mystery to awe, disdain, and now curiosity, gradually igniting a desire for knowledge. He yearned to understand the methods of cultivation, hoping that Guyu could assist in clarifying his doubts. Yet, the cave's entrance remained sealed, unyielding to his knocks or shouts, leaving Yuyi to return inside, feeling disheartened in solitude. This seemingly tranquil and leisurely time felt more akin to self-deception. As twilight descended, the night enveloped the surroundings. Guyu still had not shown himself. Yuyi rubbed his empty stomach and settled by the pond. The dried fruits he had eaten were insufficient to stave off his hunger. Guarding the cliff cave all alone, the monotony of the day made him yearn for delicious food even more, particularly the rice cakes he had steamed and cooked himself, sweet and chewy, complemented by some pickled vegetables or a piece of jerky. That would be a true delight. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the stone door behind him. Guyu had finally arrived. Without turning around, Yuyi complained, you have locked me here, with no soul in sight all day. I must have uttered your name hundreds of times since dawn." Guyu, who was of similar age and possessed a lively spirit, had a casual rapport with him despite their brief acquaintance. A figure approached the pond. At that moment, the moon hung brightly outside the cave, its light reflecting off the water and creating a shimmering glow all around. Just as Yuyi was about to continue his complaints, he paused in surprise. Amidst the moonlight and the water's reflection stood a graceful silhouette, which turned to gaze at him, revealing a face as pure as jade, radiating with the charm of the luminous moon. In a fluster, Yuyi quickly lowered his head to avoid her gaze, but the onlooker was unyielding, pressing him. "You have mentioned me hundreds of times. What do you mean by that?" "And nothing. It cannot be false if heard with my own ears." "No. I thought it was Guyu. Do you not recognize me?" Yuyi certainly recognized her, from her demeanor to her melodious voice. She could only be Bai Zhi. However, her removal of the veil made him too timid to meet her gaze or acknowledge her. The misunderstanding from his earlier words only added to his embarrassment. "Why are you blushing?" Bai Zhi inquired again, as she took a seat by the pond. Yuyi stammered, reaching to touch his face. His skin felt slightly warm. How could it be reddened? Bai Zhi continued to scrutinize him, seemingly taken aback. The person before her had a face chiseled like stone, with thick brows arched gracefully, bright eyes, a straight nose, and a youthful visage that exuded vigor. The robe he wore fit him perfectly, presenting an image far removed from the disheveled boy he had been yesterday. Yet, a faint shadow of darkness lingered between his brows. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhi reached for Yuyi's wrist. Startled, he found himself caught. He attempted to pull away but felt paralyzed. Her hand, though delicate and seemingly weightless, was smooth as silk, stirring emotions that made him reluctant to break free or move at all. Her exquisite face was alarmingly close, and he could hear her breath. In a flurry, he shut his eyes, feigning composure. To his surprise, her grip loosened, and as she moved away, she said, "I brought 2 wild ginseng roots to treat your injuries. Eat and rest." That night, under the moonlight, Bai Zhi arrived at another cave. Towering pines flanked the cave, their robust forms mingling with peculiar rocks amidst swirling mists. Scattered around were stone tables and benches. Adding a touch of leisure to this tranquil spot, Bai Zhi paused momentarily and softly called, "Master." Moments later, a voice echoed from within the cave. "Oh, do come in." Bai Zhi stepped forward into the cavern. The interior was enveloped in darkness, a realm where even the hand could not discern its own fingers. However, as Bai Zhi crossed the threshold, the surroundings suddenly illuminated. A lamp, devoid of oil and wick, emitted a glow akin to candlelight. The cave was adorned with stone tables, stone benches, iron cauldrons, and various jars, all exuding a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. Bai Zhi approached the clearing in the center of the cave and gracefully knelt. Not far ahead, another stone alcove contained a woman clad in a Taoist robe, her hair graying at the temples, her face etched with wrinkles, and her eyes cast down, radiating an air of solemnity. Bai Zhi lifted her gaze briefly and then lowered her head, saying, "Master, as you predicted, Yujia has ingested the beast pill and, unable to withstand the power of the elixir, has shown signs of poisoning. Acting on my own accord, I have used wild ginseng to help him detoxify and prolong his life." The woman appeared oblivious, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Bai Zhi continued, "According to my inquiries, over 30 individuals have perished in Yujia Village. This calamity stems from a conspiracy between Brother Chen and the northern Qi mountain. Afterward, he killed the ancient tree. And now, with the dead as witnesses, the truth remains elusive. Perhaps Brother Chen fears your reproach, which is why he is yet to return to the mountain gate. This has become my excuse to keep Yujia here. He is obedient yet ignorant, which is quite vexing, and I fear he may not prove useful." Suddenly, the woman spoke softly, "Bai Zhi, how many years have you followed your master?" Without hesitation, Bai Zhi replied, "I met my master at the age of 6, and it has been 14 years since." The woman nodded in silence. Bai Zhi respectfully added, "Thanks to your diligent guidance, I awakened my innate spiritual roots at the age of 10 and have since cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Though I still fall short of Brother Chen's 4th level, I shall strive diligently to live up to your teachings." Finally, the woman opened her eyes, her tone imbued with nostalgia as she spoke. "That year, while journeying through Baijia Village, I encountered you at the village entrance. You were just a little girl, bright and clever, utterly endearing. Your family wished for you to pursue the path of cultivation, so I took you to Xuanhuang Mountain." As she continued, a hint of melancholy crept into her words. "The little girl of yesteryears has now become a master of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while I, your master, am now aged and frail, fearing my days are numbered." Bai Zhi's eyes glistened with emotion, and she comforted, "Do not worry, master. You shall surely succeed in establishing your foundation." The woman's expression darkened as she admonished, "Have I yet departed from this world that you begin to mourn?" Bai Zhi bowed her head, silenced. "Your master has spoken. For those who cultivate the Tao, emotions must be kept in check. Otherwise, the heart of the Tao becomes unstable, leaving one vulnerable to external demons. Have you forgotten?" After expressing her ire, the woman's demeanor shifted to one of concern. "Alas, whether I can establish my foundation depends on your ability to assist me in refining the external elixir. Can you afford to be indecisive?" "How can I be at ease?" Bai Zhi promptly declared, "I shall give my utmost effort." The woman's expression softened as she instructed, "I have been preoccupied with alchemical practices, consuming much of my spiritual energy and requiring time to recuperate. In 3 months, I shall resume the alchemical furnace. Our fate hinges upon this endeavor. As for your course of action, I trust you do not require further instruction from me?" Bai Zhi said, "I understand, master." The woman waved her hand wearily, saying, "You may go." As Bai Zhi rose to take her leave, she could not help but remark, "What about my senior brother?" The woman closed her eyes, impatiently replying, "I am aware." Bai Zhi dared not argue further, lowering her head and quietly exiting. In the early morning, Yujia awoke with a parched throat and a bitter taste in his mouth, feeling a burning sensation in his stomach that caused a wave of nausea. After sipping a few mouthfuls of mountain stream water, he felt somewhat more comfortable. The hunters in the mountains occasionally stumbled upon wild ginseng, which they would take to Lingjiao town in exchange for hunting knives, crossbows, salt, and ironware. No one would dare to savor its flavor, nor would they squander it for mere sustenance. However, the disciples of Lingshan were quite different. They would suffice with dried fruits and bamboo shoots. Yet they even dared to consume the precious wild ginseng as a meal. The bitterness made it unpalatable and insufficient to satisfy hunger. Yujia rubbed his belly, pacing in circles within the cave. As his gaze swept around, he gradually came to a halt. There, where he had been sleeping, lay a bamboo staff. He approached and picked it up. The staff was about 5 or 6 feet long, the thickness of a thumb, its surface a mottled yellow, stained and lacking any apparent magical qualities. This was Qiu Bo's bamboo staff, lost in the wilderness and now recovered. Should he thank that Miss Bai for it? Humph. If it weren't for her covert surveillance and ambush, how could he, Yujia, have become a prisoner of Xuanhuang Mountain? Nevertheless, according to her, the staff was crafted from gold bamboo, a rare treasure from the southern lands of Dezhe, as strong as gold and iron yet as light as decayed wood. She even claimed to know Qiu Bo's origins. Whether she spoke the truth would become evident in due time. Clink. Clink. He raised the bamboo staff and tapped it lightly with his fingers, producing a melodious sound. With a casual flick, it danced gracefully in the air. Bang. Bang. As Yujia continued to wield the bamboo staff, he heard the sound of the stone door opening and closing behind him. It was Guyu, carrying a bamboo box. Oh, it's been 2 days. What delectable treats have you brought? Yujia set the bamboo staff down and approached eagerly. Guyu wore a solemn expression, devoid of her usual smile, as she silently opened the bamboo box in her hands. Yujia exclaimed in surprise, wild ginseng, astragalus, and white atractylodes. What is this? Inside lay a small pile of herbs, some familiar and others not. Guyu nodded, indicating Huangjing, Qianghua, Yunji, and Diying. All rare herbs that replenish energy and nourish the essence. You should consume them. Why would I take medicine when I am neither ill nor in distress? Yujia protested, stepping back and scrutinizing her with suspicion. Guyu, what is the matter with you? Since Guyu's arrival, she had not shown a smile. And now with a stern expression, she replied calmly, Senior sister Bai Zhi instructed me that although your external wounds have healed, your internal affliction remains. You urgently require potent restorative herbs. If you refuse to take the medicine or leave even a single herb behind, I will have to answer for it. What did you say? Yujia exclaimed incredulously. Last night, Bai Zhi had grasped his wrist to examine his injuries. Did she know about the jiao poison within him? A restorative herb could not counteract poison. And while taking herbs was one thing, they ought to be boiled into a soup. How could one eat them raw and chew them? Why should Guyu be punished for this? It had nothing to do with him. Guyu plopped down onto the ground, setting the bamboo box before her, pouting slightly with an air of grievance as she lamented. My senior sister has declared that only by ensuring you take your medicine on time can I be absolved of my transgressions of the oral precepts. Thus allowing me to accompany you here, your happiness is all that matters. Oh. Yujia tilted his head in contemplation, curious as he inquired. What do you mean by transgressions of the oral precepts? Guyu complained, you are an outsider. I ought not to speak of matters pertaining to the Taoist sect, lest I violate the precept against frivolous speech. Yet, I cannot help but be loquacious. No wonder she had been absent for 2 days. The truth was now clear. Yujia suddenly grasped the situation. So, if I take the medicine, you can evade punishment and disregard the precepts of the sect? Guyu silently nodded. Oh, you cannot let me suffer for your transgressions. Yujia, displaying a sense of loyalty, lifted his Taoist robe, seated himself beside her, and reaching for a piece of Huangjing, popped it into his mouth. As he savored it, he remarked, this is far tastier than wild ginseng. Would you like a piece? Never mind, I shall indulge alone. Moments later, the bamboo box lay empty. Yujia, no longer in his previous carefree demeanor, scrambled towards the water pool, gulping down several mouthfuls of stream water, only to find himself retching. After a while, he finally regained his composure, rubbing his belly as he approached Guyu and asked, how am I to find joy? Teach me the methods of cultivation. A smile finally graced Guyu's face as she replied, the methods of the Tao are not to be imparted to outsiders. How could I dare to share them privately? However, she sprang to her feet, taking Yujia toward the cave entrance, gesturing downward. The lightness techniques and self-defense skills practiced by our senior brothers and sisters are fundamental teachings of our sect. If you observe them daily and manage to grasp even a fraction, it would simply be a stroke of serendipity, and none would find fault with it. Peering through the cave entrance, they beheld several disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain, some leaping gracefully, their movements agile, while others demonstrated their martial prowess with resounding vigor. Yujia, filled with excitement, was eager to try. Guyu pointed out, that is the lightness technique, derived from ancient Taoist practices. Once mastered, One can traverse mountains and valleys as if walking on level ground, and run across flat terrain with the speed of a galloping steed. Should one augment it with spiritual power, its effectiveness would be even more formidable. What is spiritual power? It is the ability to transform the essence of heaven and earth into true strength within the Dantian, employing incantations and techniques to command spirits, control flying swords, and achieve the impossible. Have you cultivated spiritual power? Show me. That is a skill reserved for those who have reached the innate realm of qi refining. What is an innate qi refining master? Surely, it is someone skilled in internalizing qi. This realm is further divided into 9 levels. A 5th-level master can wield flying swords and sever heads from afar with ease, as effortlessly as plucking fruit from a tree. Conversely, while those of the postnatal realm may have opened their meridians and can exhale and inhale the essence of the universe, they struggle to internalize qi and thus cannot wield spiritual power. To what level have Bai Zhi and Qin Qi advanced? Perhaps the 3rd or 4th levels. I am not entirely certain. And what of self-defense skills? Indeed, self-defense encompasses both swordsmanship and unarmed combat, both inherited from Xuanhuang Mountain. Observe that senior brother executing the sword technique known as Xuanhuang swordplay, and that senior sister employing the Ergou swordplay created by our master. The two embody yin and yang, hardness and softness. Ergou? Hush, that is the name of the master. One must not be disrespectful. Let us discuss martial arts. Martial arts harness the ferocity of tigers and leopards, demonstrating the capabilities of sinew and bone, serving as a means to temper one's physique. I observe your swordplay and martial arts with keen interest. May I inquire a few things? No, I have matters to attend to. I shall return to accompany you in the afternoon. Concerning the various techniques of Xuanhuang Mountain, GY speaks with the expertise of a connoisseur, flowing eloquently. Yet when asked to demonstrate, he shakes his head in refusal, seeking an excuse before hastily departing the cave. YY remains unfazed, continuing to observe the lightness technique alongside the swordplay and martial arts. After half an hour, the disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain disperse. He paces alone within the cave, incessantly practicing punches and kicks. Martial arts, if one merely seeks to mimic the form, is not overly challenging. Yet what captivates his interest are the lightness technique and the Xuanhuang swordplay. The lightness technique appears simple, yet is profoundly intricate, after several attempts at imitation. He either stumbles or nearly loses his balance, almost falling to the ground. As for the Xuanhuang swordplay, he finds himself utterly at a loss. One must not be impatient for results, nor should one easily yield. YY picks up a bamboo staff, continuing to imitate the swordplay. Subsequently, he practices punches and kicks, then leaps and bounds, engrossed in his own amusement. As afternoon arrives, GY indeed returns, bringing forth a collection of dried fruits and a small vial. The dried fruits, naturally, serve to stave off hunger. The elixirs within the vial possess the efficacy to strengthen one's essence and vitality. YY, without hesitation, consumes 2 of the elixirs. GY gazes on enviously, claiming that these elixirs are precious, scarcely seen even among the disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain. YY, however, is nonchalant, requesting guidance on the lightness technique, swordplay, and martial arts. GY continues to decline, asserting that as an outer disciple, though he practices various techniques, he has yet to grasp their essence. YY, undeterred, seizes the opportunity to inquire further. What constitutes an outer disciple? Those who receive teachings directly from the master are inner disciples, while those who learn through senior brothers and sisters are considered outer disciples. What is meant by breath regulation? Breathing encompasses inhalation and exhalation, the art of expelling the old and drawing in the new. Movement, walking, standing, and lying down are all forms of breath regulation. The subtle applications of this art are not to be shared with outsiders. Understanding the many rules of Xuanhuang Mountain, YY refrains from pressing GY, instead sharing dried fruits and exchanging intriguing tales of the past. I know your name is YY, but I am unaware of your origins. Yujia Valley? I seem to recall hearing of it, situated 1,000 miles from Xuanhuang Mountain. You hail from a hunting background. Perhaps you could teach me a few techniques someday, so that I might also hunt a few deer to honor my parents. Where's my home? It lies at the foot of Xuanhuang Mountain, where I regularly send vegetables and rice to the mountain, becoming familiar with the senior brothers and sisters, thus entering the Taoist path to learn a skill. Are there many people on the mountain? Not many, perhaps 20 or 30 in total. Speak to me of Family Village in Yujia Valley. Your expression seems troubled. Never mind, let us return to my tale. Ji has lived in the mountains since childhood, having never ventured far. After joining Xuanhuang Mountain, he became even more isolated, knowing little more than his senior brothers and sisters, with no one to engage in conversation. Now, with Y's arrival on the mountain, he naturally finds great joy in their meeting. Unbeknownst to him, as dust and wilderness entwined, the festivities surrounding Bai Zhi were of no concern to him. His sole desire was to bask in simple joy. Each day, he presented herbs and elixirs to Yujia. Whether observing him practice lightness and self-defense techniques or sharing idle conversations as they sat side by side. Before dawn broke, Yujia had risen early, splashed his face with the cool waters of the stream, rinsed his mouth, and then sat cross-legged on his mat, attempting to cultivate his breath. The cave was enveloped in a gentle mist, which danced with the mountain breeze, inducing a state of serene detachment. However, after a brief period, his legs began to ache. And despite his gasping breaths, weariness enveloped him. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, stretched his legs, arched his back, and yawned widely. According to Guyu, breathing and regulating one's breath was a universal skill, yet the practice itself proved monotonously tedious. Rising, he seized his bamboo staff and began to practice, the staff slicing through the air with a satisfying whoosh. Swordsmanship was indeed far more captivating. The vigorous motions invigorated him. Just then, a sound echoed from the stone door. Guyu, observe my Xuanhuang sword technique. Yujia called, enthusiastically waving his staff, only to halt mid-sentence in embarrassment. A veiled woman stood 2 yards away, holding a bamboo box. It was Bai Zhi, who perhaps no longer needed to conceal her identity. Gently placing the box down and lifting the cloth from her face, inquiring, "Are you practicing the Xuanhuang sword technique?" Yujia nodded earnestly, his expression betraying his unease. Guyu had repeatedly cautioned him against the secrecy of martial arts. What he intended as a clandestine mimicry had been immediately discerned. After 7 days of companionship with Guyu, why had she suddenly appeared? What if she pressed the matter relentlessly? Yet, she was indeed striking. As radiant as a flower in bloom. Why she scrutinized the young man she hadn't seen in a week. Observing his disheveled hair and the bamboo staff in his hand, his face a portrait of guilt. After a moment of silence, she softly asked, "In the Xuanhuang sword technique, how many forms are there?" Yujia, perplexed, replied, "Forms? What forms? Your right hand holds the sword, yet your left hand is clenched into a fist. What is the sword gesture?" Bai Zhi's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her cheeks. As Yujia remained bewildered, a sudden illumination swept through the cave, akin to the radiant hues of dawn flooding in, vibrant and enchanting. However, Bai Zhi did not linger on questions. She promptly stated her purpose. "Guyu has gone down the mountain for an errand. I have come to deliver the herbs and elixirs for your healing." With that, she turned to leave but cast a glance back, smiling as she cautioned, "Do not speak of the Jiaodan within you to others, lest trouble befall you. Should you wish to pursue swordsmanship, consider taking refuge at Xuanhuang Mountain. I shall inform my master of your intent, and see if she is willing to accept another disciple." Alone once more in the cave, Yujia was left to ponder her words. He continued to gaze at the rosy glow outside the cave, seemingly immersed in the ethereal beauty surrounding him. His expression dazed and his eyes captivated. After a prolonged moment, he finally blinked, unable to suppress a foolish grin. Bai Zhi, undeterred and devoid of any anger or reproach, noticed his lack of swordsmanship and offered him kind advice. Not only that, but she also sought to persuade her master to accept her as a disciple, to become a member of the Taoist sect, to step into the realm of cultivation. From this day forward, Bai Zhi would be his senior sister? It was unfathomable. Having such a beautiful senior sister would certainly be delightful. Her intelligence, her insight, and her supernatural abilities were all deeply impressive and left him feeling inferior. If he were truly to join the ranks of Xuanhuang Mountain, would he not also become a brother to Qinshi? Once he mastered the Tao, he would have the means to settle the score later. Yujia discarded his bamboo staff, clasped his hands behind his back, and a smile danced across his face, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. These days had been carefree, joyful, and fulfilling. He no longer had to endure hunger or live in fear. Instead, he had companionship for merriment and assistance in healing his wounds. Even the beauty of dreams could hardly compare to this reality. With time, should he become an adept in the Tao, what wonders might await him? The future was indeed something to look forward to. As Yujia mused upon this, he felt increasingly invigorated. Settling cross-legged before the bamboo box left by Bai Zhi, he retrieved 2 wild ginseng roots and began to chew heartily. Amidst the bitter taste, He discerned a hint of sweetness. Grabbing a piece of yellow essence, he was startled by a gentle sigh. Ah, life is but fleeting. Well, as long as one lives. Silly boy, you've driven me to exasperation. Suddenly, Yi was taken aback, the yellow essence slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. He had previously disregarded the sigh, lost in his reverie. Little did he know. The thought that had just crossed his mind had not gone unobserved and had elicited a response. The voice, though faded, was hauntingly familiar. Yi hastily scanned his surroundings. At that moment, the brilliance of the rising sun streamed through the cave entrance, dispelling the lingering chill of the night and the morning mist, illuminating the entire rock cave. Suddenly, Yi understood, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The familiar voice had once echoed within the cave of Lingjiao Valley. Following that, a series of misfortunes had ensued, all connected to this very person. Yet, the previously faint and weak voice had now transformed into something clear and melodious. He could only wonder what calamity her renewed utterance would bring. He then heard the voice complain, "Ah, why do you care who I am? You've been deceived." What a joke. I am neither foolish nor simple-minded. How could I be so easily duped? Yi retorted, anger welling up as he recalled past grievances. Demanding, "I recognize you as a woman. You made me consume the Jiao Dan, inflicting upon me the venom of the Jiao, which led to the demise of over 30 lives in my village. Where are you hiding, and what are your intentions?" The voice hesitated, tinged with a hint of grievance. "What are my intentions? I myself am uncertain. Yet, if you had not consumed the Jiao Dan, how would you have survived? If it were not for my assistance through the power of the Jiao Dan, do you truly believe you could have escaped the clutches of that man? As for the tragedy that befell your kin, it was never my intention. You should harbor your hatred towards the murderer, not direct your wrath upon me." In that moment, Yi found himself speechless. The woman's words were imbued with emotion and reason, leaving him without grounds for reproach. Even without consuming the Jiao Dan, Chen Qi would not have spared him. The fact that he unexpectedly eluded Chen Qi's sword was due to her covert assistance? The poison of the Jiao Dan is indeed lethal. How then could it have saved him? Though the Jiao Dan is poisonous. It is said that every remedy carries its own poison. Yet, why does it continue to attract so many? It is not merely your mortal flesh that is incapable of wielding the power of the Jiao Dan. Even those who have established their foundation in cultivation would struggle to harness its strength. If that is the case, how can it not be considered a poison that harms others? You claim my days are numbered. What do you mean by that? I currently see no signs of distress. Who is deceiving me? Your present predicament mirrors my own from years past. While you may feel secure for the moment, you remain oblivious to the impending calamity. As for who is deceiving you, you ought to have a clear understanding in your heart. Where do you hide, lingering like a shadow, heard but unseen? Foolish one, I reside within the Jiao Dan inside you. Every word and action of yours cannot escape my scrutiny. Of course, I am also aware of your naive little thoughts." Yi gasped in astonishment, instinctively placing a hand on his abdomen, incredulous as he muttered, "A worm." Considering it, residing within him, knowing him so intimately. What else could it be but a worm in his belly? A voice, tinged with ire, responded, "Pa, you are the worm. I am but a fragment of a soul trapped within the Jiao Dan. A ghost? I am human. I have merely shed my corporeal form, existing solely as a soul and consciousness, ensnared within the Jiao Dan. I had no intention of concerning myself with your fate, yet you tread in my footsteps, completely unaware. Fortunately, the elixir you consumed has restored some of my soul's strength. Who else but you, in shared suffering, could repay this karmic bond? If I do not assist you, who will?" As the long-lost voice echoed once more, Yi was taken aback, his indignation simmering. Even as he quelled his anger, doubts lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, upon learning that she was a fragment of a soul trapped within the Jiao Dan, despite the shock and incredulity, he found himself believing a measure of her words. Only a soul could be confined within the Jiao Dan, and only a soul, unseen and intangible, yet omnipresent and all-knowing, could be so. The tales of ghosts recounted by the village elders pale in comparison. She clarified that she was not a ghost, merely devoid of a physical body, reduced to a lingering soul and consciousness trapped within the Jiao Dan. Yi shook his head, still feeling somewhat dazed. The realization that a fragment of a soul, a woman's soul, resided within him implied that he was now devoid of any semblance of privacy. Yet, she remained trapped within the Jiao Dan, rendering her helpless. Reflecting on her words left him even more bewildered. After a moment of silence, Yi softly inquired, "What is your name?" "You remarked that I am like a shadow. Thus I shall be known as Jiaoing. Jiaoing? It may not be her true name. Uncertain of who has wronged me. How could I possibly follow in your footsteps? Have you endured a past filled with misfortune? Might you share a fragment of it with me? Hee hee, clever little one. Jiao Ying's tone resembled that of a mischievous girl. She unveiled the thoughts of Yu Yi, speaking aloud. The dragon pill you have consumed was crafted by a master, and its essence possesses extraordinary power, sufficient to assist foundational cultivators in attaining the golden core. The methods of its refinement need not be elaborated upon for now. However, one might ponder, such a miraculous dragon pill, could it not drive cultivators to madness? Chen Qi has long been aware of your ingestion of the dragon pill. Yet he continues to press relentlessly. Is it merely to silence you? Now that Bai Zhi has confined you here, providing you with rare herbs and elixirs daily, while feigning promises to accept you as a disciple of the Tao, what do you suppose is her ulterior motive in exerting such effort? Bai Zhi is not so extreme. Oh, you are so certain? Even if Chen Qi and Bai Zhi conspire against me, they would still not attain the dragon pill, would they? You have ingested the dragon pill. It has not vanished. If it had, how could I be here? Well, if I were to join the Xuanhuang Mountain, practice the Tao, and become a master, I would no longer fear Chen Qi. Yu Ye's reasoning seemed somewhat forced, and his expression grew increasingly troubled. Just then, the dragon shadow interjected. As for right and wrong, let us not dwell on that for now. If you wish to cultivate, why not seek my guidance? You also comprehend the Xuanhuang sword technique? Humph, the techniques of the mundane are hardly worthy of a smile. I possess the 7-kill sword qi, unparalleled across the realms. The bamboo box before Yu was now utterly devoid of contents. After consuming dried fruits, herbs, and 2 pills, he sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, eyes half closed, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, then nodding slightly, and at times displaying an expression of astonishment. The sea of consciousness, situated between the eyebrows, deep within the center of the forehead, is divided into 4 layers from within to without, capable of containing all of a person's awareness and memories. Vast as the ocean, hence it is termed the sea of consciousness. The awareness transcends the 6 senses in their cognitions, known as divine awareness. As stated, all of this was conveyed by the dragon shadow. She mentioned that her divine awareness traverses from the Qi Sea, through the golden threshold, to reach the sea of consciousness, allowing her to converse freely with him. The golden threshold, also known as the Scarlet Palace or Yellow Court, while the Qi Sea has its own obscure and complex explanations. Yet, Yu was solely interested in mastering the Xuanhuang sword technique, but found himself met with disdain from the dragon shadow. She held the mundane cultivator's sword techniques in contempt, only understanding the 7-kill sword qi, which the ordinary cannot cultivate. Just as disappointment began to settle in Yu, she continued, "You are not of the mundane body. Thus you can indeed cultivate sword qi. Do you remember the pain in your abdomen after consuming the dragon pill, the tearing of your meridians, the disruption of your energy? That was the process of refining your essence and spirit, a rebirth, heralding the awakening of your innate spiritual roots. It is merely unfortunate that the old man's medicine suppressed the dragon pill's power, causing your true energy to dissipate, leaving you with spiritual roots yet unable to achieve your potential, even in the cultivation of sword qi." What old man? It was Qiubo. He saved my life. Understood. Understood. At that time, his soul force was weak, and he did not recognize who he was. Listen to me. To cultivate sword qi, one must first practice the foundational techniques. Once the true energy enters the body and flows freely, only then can one cultivate sword qi effectively. What foundational technique should you choose? If you are too foolish, it will not do. I am not foolish. Indeed, foolish individuals often assert the same. Do not cause a ruckus. Allow me to ponder. It is indeed the Heavenly Gang Sutra. This method is simple to grasp, so there is no need to fear your dullness akin to an ox. Haha. The Heavenly Gang Sutra? Yu still harbored doubts, a slight sting piercing his brow. In that instant, characters began to materialize before his eyes. Upon opening them, the characters vanished in an instant. Once more, he closed his eyes in concentration, and the characters subtly re-emerged. I have imparted the technique to your consciousness. Do you see it? I see it, yet I cannot comprehend. Are you unable to recognize the characters? I recognize 3 or 5 of them. Yu replied candidly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In Yu Family Village, he had once sought the guidance of a tutor, learning to read and count for a few days, but only mastered surnames and a few numbers. Sufficient for the mountain children, yet utterly inadequate for understanding the techniques. As expected, he then heard Jiaoing exclaim in despair, "My heavens! Not only are you as dull as an ox, but you can hardly recognize a handful of characters. How can you comprehend the scriptures of the techniques and practice the path? Yi could not help but open his eyes and gaze upward. The cave was eerily silent, devoid of any other presence, and no one was aware of Jiao Ying's existence. He still felt a profound embarrassment, his face aflame with heat. It was truly mortifying. He had always thought himself knowledgeable, yet his skills were merely those of fishing, bird catching, tree climbing, and beast hunting, common abilities among mountain children, hardly worth mentioning. Without the ability to read, one cannot grasp the techniques. Thus, the pursuit of cultivation becomes an impossibility. It was not Jiao Ying's mockery to blame, but rather his own overestimation of his abilities. Just as Yu Yi was about to give up, he heard Jiao Ying admonish, "Given the circumstances, how can you easily concede? Alas, I shall teach you to read from the beginning. Learning to read and calculate is no simple task. Moreover, without pen and ink, where does one begin?" Yu Yi remained hesitant as a slight sting returned to his consciousness, an onslaught of characters surging forth, accompanied by Jiao Ying's word-by-word explanation. "This text, explaining words and characters, I have annotated for you. You are to fully comprehend it within the hour. Next, there is a piece on the principles of heaven and earth, a discourse on the investigation of things, a treatise on the art of healing, and a scripture of the Tao. By dawn tomorrow, you must grasp them all and make them your own." Boom! A storm seemed to erupt within Yu Yi's mind, as countless characters raged upon him like a tempest. He had only just begun to awaken his consciousness. How could he possibly endure such a deluge? His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, facing the sky. Another morning. Bang! The stone door emitted a sound. Gu Yu entered the cave, cradling a bamboo box. In the clearing, Yu Yi lay on his back, as if in a deep slumber, murmuring a series of incomprehensible dreams. "Yesterday, senior sister Bai Zhi instructed me to descend the mountain to visit family. I returned this morning and came to see you." Gu Yu approached, setting down the bamboo box, calling out, "Wake up!" Yu Yi seemed to have heard the call, falling silent. After a moment, he slowly sat up, his gaze vacant, his face marked with fatigue. "What has happened?" Gu Yu observed him closely, concern etched on her face. "Could it be that you are unwell? Shall I inform senior sister?" Suddenly, Yi blinked, his expression returning to normal. "Oh dear, you startled me." Yu placed his hand on his chest, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He tucked away the bamboo box from yesterday and called out, "I shall return to accompany you. Senior sister Bai Zhi has instructed me that your unauthorized imitation of sword techniques, while not grievous, contradicts the sect's rules. Given your earnest pursuit of the Tao, I am permitted to offer you some guidance. Should you find yourself fortunate enough to join the ranks of Xuanhuang Mountain, do not forget to express your gratitude to this senior brother." Had he heard such words from Gu Yu 2 days prior, Yu Yi would have been filled with elation. Yet now, he remained utterly indifferent, silently gazing at the bamboo box before him. Inside the box were 7 varieties of herbs. According to ancient texts, their uses varied greatly, each possessing unique medicinal properties, yet all were treasures of heaven and earth, greatly beneficial to cultivators. What distinguishes a practitioner of the Tao from an immortal cultivator? In essence, both tread the same path, merely differing in their levels of attainment. Another vial contained elixirs that fortified the foundation and nourished the essence. A rarity at Xuanhuang Mountain, but commonplace among other sects of immortal cultivation. Yu Yi consumed the herbs and swallowed the elixir, then rose to sip from the mountain stream, proceeding to the left entrance to peer downwards. On the mountain plateau, several disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain were practicing sword techniques and agility skills. What once seemed esoteric now bore traces of discernibility. Yu Yi turned back to his original spot and sat cross-legged. The scene in the cliff cave remained unchanged, with the stream flowing, the pond rippling, and the mountain breeze gently blowing, while the sky outside was vast and clear. Sitting alone in this space felt as though he had transcended time, evoking a multitude of emotions. With a soft sigh, Yu Yi rubbed his brow. It was truly difficult to fathom that within the span of merely 10 hours from yesterday to this morning, he had inscribed over 10,000 characters of ancient script and grasped their meanings. He had also memorized a chapter of the Tiangang classic along with 5 or 6 other texts, encompassing a vast array of knowledge, including cosmology, secret doctrines of cultivation, and the art of healing. With thorough contemplation, he could assimilate this knowledge and make it his own. He was no longer the naive country boy. He had undergone a profound transformation, shedding his former self, and once he practiced breathing techniques to refine his essence, he would embark on the path of immortality, becoming a true cultivator. According to Jiao Ying, it was precisely because the Jiao Dan was toxic that it suppressed the true energy within him. Even if he achieved great cultivation, he could conceal his abilities from fellow practitioners. Given time, once he dispelled the poison of the elixir, the formidable power of the Jiao Dan would erupt, bringing immeasurable benefits. It was uncertain how Jiaoying had acquired such extensive knowledge, yet she remained reticent about her origins. When she finally spoke, her words could be deadly. Within a single day and night, Yi had to learn to read and count while memorizing techniques in various texts. The initial awakening of his consciousness had endured a violent upheaval, nearly causing him to collapse from the strain. As a cultivator, should he not take a moment to breathe and nurture his spirit, replenishing his strength? The methods for sitting in meditation and breathing exercises were all contained within the texts of his techniques. Yu straightened his posture, slowly calming his thoughts, then clasped his hands together gently before his abdomen. In his practice, this was known as forming the hand seal. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, slightly closed his eyes, gathered his energy in the dantian, and focused his mind. In the afternoon, Guyu returned once more. He noticed the empty bamboo box on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. It was his duty to ensure that those within the cave consumed their medicinal herbs on time. The days ahead should be more relaxed. Guyu walked aside and drew a sheathed longsword from behind him. He placed the removed scabbard on the stone platform at the cave's entrance and, with a single hand, shook the sword vigorously, causing the straight blade to tremble slightly and hum. With a pleased smile, he declared, "Did you not wish to see my swordsmanship? Today, allow me to enlighten you." No one paid him any heed. "Oh," Guyu exclaimed in surprise. He returned to the cave, but Yu Yi continued to sit cross-legged, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Breath control and meditation? Guyu assessed, shaking his head repeatedly. Without knowledge of the incantations or the secrets of breath control, such idle sitting would yield no benefit. Suddenly, Yu Yi exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. After a brief moment of focus, he spoke with a hint of apology. "It was my first attempt. I nearly fell asleep. You certainly know how to feign seriousness." Haha. Guyu chuckled knowingly, gesturing, "Behold my azure steel sword." The sword in his hand measured 3 to 4 feet in length, radiating a remarkable azure sheen, appearing quite extraordinary. Yu Yi nodded approvingly, exclaiming, "Indeed, a fine sword." "Ha ha," pretending to understand. Guyu teased, boasting, "This is a sword exclusive to disciples of the Taoist sect. One cannot purchase it with mere money. Even if you brought 100 hunting knives, you could not exchange for this sword." A smile appeared on Yu Ye's face. His understanding and insights into cultivation had transcended what Guyu could imagine. The azure steel sword, while undoubtedly valuable, could merely be classified as a magical instrument, a weapon imbued with talismanic techniques, differing in quality and rank. Beyond magical instruments, there existed spiritual tools that could soar through the air and treasures that could be absorbed within one's body. The small sword that had been lost earlier, could it have been a spiritual tool or a treasure? "Come now, today I shall demonstrate the Xuanhuang sword technique." Guyu inverted the long sword and stepped onto the open ground of the cave, lifting the hem of his robe with one hand to execute a decisive initial stance. The sword technique comprised 7 forms. Once I unleash my skill, you may find yourself dazzled, and understanding any of it will depend solely on your fortune and fate. Yu nodded in understanding and retreated a few steps. Guyu, not one to hesitate, after the initial stance, let the sword move in harmony, his footwork agile. And soon, the sword light flickered brilliantly. He was intentionally showing off, reminding as he danced the sword, the first form, severing the mundane root, the second form, cutting the bonds of emotion, the third form, exorcising spirits, the fourth form, treading the sea of misfortune, the fifth form, seizing the true body, the sixth form, crossing the orchid terrace, the seventh form, the seventh form. The renowned sword technique of the Tao indeed proved exceptional, leaving spectators spellbound. However, as Guy progressed to the 5th and 6th forms, his limbs began to falter, and by the 7th form, he completely forgot the sword move, momentarily losing control and stumbling forward. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the stone wall, preventing a fall to the ground, yet he continued to murmur, the 7th form. "Oh, I remember now, the 7th form, dancing the Xuanhuang." Yu Yi watched with a mix of awe and trepidation. Guyu sheathed his longsword, panting as he exclaimed, "Do you see? The Xuanhuang sword technique consists of 7 forms, each with 9 variations, truly exquisite and profound. After 3 arduous years of cultivation, I have barely mastered 6 forms. If it were you." He approached Yu Yi, shaking his head with a sigh. "Alas, you understand nothing. What a waste of breath." In the days that followed, Bai Zhi was nowhere to be seen. Each morning and afternoon, Guyu consistently appeared within the cliff cave, bringing dried fruits, herbs, and elixirs, before practicing his swordsmanship, lightness techniques, and martial arts. Yi seemed genuinely oblivious, ceasing to imitate or inquire about the intricacies, instead opting to sit quietly and observe. Another morning dawned. Yi awoke from his meditation. Lifting his gaze, he noticed the cliff cave appeared somewhat altered. The breeze felt more refreshing. The mist carried a hint of moisture. The wild grass at the cave's entrance had become lush and vibrant. Accompanied by the sounds of flowing streams, cascading waterfalls, the chatter of disciples from Xuanhuang Mountain, and the distant calls of birds and beasts, all resonating clearly in his ears. When he glanced down at himself, he too had undergone a transformation. His once cleansed skin was again marred by a layer of grime, which, though lessened from before, still appeared as if coated in a greasy and unsightly film. Previously, after consuming the jiaodan, he had forcibly cleansed his marrow with the power of the elixir, causing impurities within to expel outward, akin to what the text described as the elimination of the superfluous to preserve the essence, thus achieving a spiritual root. At that time, he was unaware of the profound nature of this process, merely feeling a heightened awareness and resilience against the cold, as if he had transcended his former self. However, lacking an understanding of breath regulation and cultivation methods, he allowed the elixir's transformative energy to surge unchecked through his meridians, indiscriminately battering his organs. Consequently, his lower abdomen burned, and his body ached, mistaking it for the effects of jiao poison wreaking havoc. The notion of rebirth or transformation can be interpreted in myriad ways. Here, it signifies a seismic shift. Yet, with the guidance of jiaoing, after practicing diligently for over 10 days, the chaotic true energy gradually coalesced within his dantian, akin to countless streams converging into a river. This energy then flowed through the Ren and Du meridians, the extraordinary vessels, and the 12 primary channels, circulating throughout his body, ensuring an unceasing flow of true energy and vitality. Such continuous practice of breath regulation further refined his meridians and bones. But what is true energy? It is the essence drawn from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the source of magical power, the essence of vitality, collectively referred to as true energy. At that moment, with his eyes gently closed, he found himself capable of perceiving the internal state of his body. In the realms of Taoist practice, this is known as inner vision. It felt vaguely like an illusion, yet undeniably real, enabling him to discern the shapes of bones and organs, as well as the intricate network of meridians. The true energy flowing through these pathways resembled a gentle stream. Though faint, it was ceaseless. He could also see the dantian energy point within his lower abdomen, where amidst a cloud-like mass of true energy, a round and yellow pearl quietly hovered. It was none other than the jiaodan. The very elixir that had brought him both great calamity and extraordinary fortune had not melted away. Instead, it sank into the sea of energy, transforming into a wondrous entity. According to Jiaoying, her soul was sealed within the jiaodan, and after imparting her teachings and texts, she had remained silent for many days. Yi relaxed his mind, stood up, and swiftly removed his robe before plunging into the cool waters of the pond. The refreshing water invigorated him. As he washed his body, he reveled in the extraordinary sensations brought on by his cultivation. Perhaps due to the cleansing, his complexion had brightened considerably. He felt as if he had grown taller, his limbs appearing well-proportioned and robust. A slight clenching of his fist produced a crisp sound, as if boundless strength was coalescing within him, waiting for the moment to be unleashed. As Yi was savoring his refreshing experience, he suddenly sensed a shift, leaping out of the pond in haste to grab his robe. At that moment, the stone door creaked open. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zhi entered the cave, her expression momentarily surprised upon seeing Yi. He stood in the clearing, his robe and boots worn properly, his wet hair dripping with water, and the pond behind him glistening with moisture. Bai Zhi raised her gaze, quickly composing herself. She gracefully approached Yi and softly said, "The rains of Guyu will soon arrive. Let me check your injuries first." With that, she naturally extended her hand. Yi did not refuse or evade her. Instead, he appeared somewhat entranced, silently observing the outstretched fingers. Her delicate fingers, akin to jade, glimmered with a subtle sheen, and a faint light seemed to emanate from her entire being. Suddenly, Bai Zhi's expression shifted, and she admonished, "How dare you?" Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, the shadow of the dragon exclaiming, "Oh dear, why are you staring at her body? Quickly disperse your consciousness and retract your energy." Yuya's heart raced. and he hastily lowered his gaze, suppressing his aura. Bai Zhi had firmly grasped his wrist, her tone icy as she demanded, "How dare you spy on me? When did you develop such consciousness?" "I did not dare to peek. I merely—" "What, consciousness?" Yujia stammered, genuinely oblivious to his own abilities and their application. The shadow had not informed him, and now he found himself caught by Bai Zhi in this predicament. Unsure how to explain, he allowed her to hold his wrist, not daring to move, and with a flustered expression, he confessed, "I only fault myself for being unable to resist and stealing a glance at Miss Bai. But what is this consciousness?" He appeared as a reckless youth. Bewildered by the sudden reproach, his face a portrait of innocence. Bai Zhi, however, was not easily swayed by his words, still gripping his pulse point tightly. Just moments before, she had felt an unfamiliar consciousness sweep across her, prompting her vigilance. With only the two of them in the cave, it was easy to deduce who was lurking in the shadows. Yet, in the fleeting moment that passed, the inexplicable unease vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind despite her thorough search. Finally, Bai Zhi released her grip, though her confusion lingered. "Were you washing yourself?" she inquired. "Indeed. Last time I approached you from behind, you were unaware. Today, you were already dressed and waiting before I revealed myself. If you lacked consciousness, how could you have known in advance? It was merely a coincidence that I had finished washing." Yujia, suddenly faced with her scrutiny, felt a twinge of disarray but soon regained his composure. He met Bai Zhi's gaze directly and asked, "I have been confined here for several days. When will you release me, Miss Bai?" "Oh." Bai Zhi stepped back 2 paces, the chill on her face gradually fading. She scrutinized Yujia, her gaze subtly lifting as she remarked, "You have been here for over a month now. Let it be another 1.5 months. Should Shenqi Shixiong still not return by then, I shall implore Master to send you down the mountain with due respect. At that time, I may reveal to you the whereabouts of Qiubo, so as to spare you from lingering worries." Yujia, taken aback, replied, 1.5 months. "Yes, at the latest, 1.5 months." Suddenly, Bai Zhi's expression turned grave as she glanced towards the light beyond the cave. After a moment's hesitation, she softly continued, "In all honesty, I, Bai Zhi, have not treated you harshly, Yujia. Were it not for my intervention, you would not have survived to leave Lingjiao Valley. Had I not chosen to conceal the truth, you would have fallen victim to Shixiang's relentless pursuit. Although I brought you to Xuanhuang Mountain, it was done out of concern." Her self-reflection resembled a defense, yet it also carried an undertone of consolation and reassurance. As soon as her words fell, she turned and hurriedly departed. Yujia stood in stunned silence, scratching his head. Bai Zhi's utterances were perplexing. How could she claim to be without agency? Did she harbor some hidden troubles? Alas, had he fallen into folly again? The voice of Jiaoing echoed within his mind. "You cannot be foolish in the presence of beauty. How dare you employ your spiritual awareness to scrutinize her form? Had I not intervened in time, you would have undoubtedly landed yourself in grave trouble today." Yujia's face flushed crimson. The errors he had committed were all too clear to him. Yet to have them exposed in such a manner left him feeling utterly embarrassed. "Humph. I must ask you, how can a mere hunter, without a master or a mentor, cultivate spiritual awareness? With Bai Zhi's astuteness, she must have deduced the presence of the Jiaodan within you. Fortunately, I concealed the powers of the Jiaodan. Otherwise, you would never have evaded detection." Jiaoing truly seemed incensed. Yujia hastily replied, "I have only just begun to cultivate my spiritual awareness. I am still learning and intended to seek your guidance. Did you truly approach me in such a state of undress to ask for advice? Have you no shame? Oh, is it my fault for neglecting you for several days? I imagine that with your nascent awareness, you are already mentally exhausted. It requires no rest for me to impart knowledge through my soul energy." Jiaoing persisted, unyielding. "It is my momentary carelessness that has led to this predicament." You could only concede, harboring a glimmer of hope. Bai Zhi has not pursued the matter. It should be of no consequence. TSK. Foolish as you are, one cannot help but be impressed. If you can deceive Bai Zhi, then surely all the world is filled with virtuous souls. Jiaoing, silent until now, unleashed a tempest of words. "I do not advise you to do wrong, but rather to prepare for the future. Yet you remain entranced by the allure of mountains and beauty, lost in your own delusions, willingly succumbing to decline. Now tell me, how fares your cultivation of the 7 kills sword chi?" "Well, there has been no progress. You have been training for over half a month, yet you report no advancement. If you cannot cultivate the sword chi, how will you defend yourself or fight for your life? Do you intend to confront sharpened swords with bare hands or your bamboo staff? The 7 kills sword chi is exceedingly profound. Its initial cultivation is difficult to comprehend. With the acquisition of the Tiangang scripture, Yi also obtained the incantations and techniques for the 7 kills sword chi. However, he had been preoccupied with mastering the foundational exercises of the Tiangang scripture, leaving him little time to ponder the intricacies of the 7 kills sword chi. If it were not profound, how could it achieve renown in its own realm? The sword technique comprises 7 styles. The first is sacrificial kill, the second is demon kill, the third is righteous kill, the fourth is benevolent kill, the fifth is general kill, and the sixth is devil kill. Only when these 6 swords unite can they be deemed the 7 kills of heaven and earth. Jiao Ying elucidated the extraordinary nature of the 7 kills sword chi and remarked, with your current cultivation, mastering this sword energy is indeed an arduous challenge. Abandoning this path leaves you with no alternative. If you wish to preserve your life, you must take a leap of faith. From this day forth, dedicate yourself wholly to the first form of the sword technique. Those who strive for their own salvation are aided by the heavens. It is now a matter of luck. I shall give my utmost effort, though haste may lead to delays. Yu Yi, having faced reprimands in succession, felt somewhat diminished in confidence. However, Jiao Ying remained undeterred, advising, in urgent matters, one must adapt. In times of peril, change is essential. Human endeavor is paramount, yet the outcome lies in the hands of fate. Do you claim I have attained a level of cultivation? Indeed, I have just begun to refine my qi. Have I truly become a master of qi refinement? Alas, Jiao Ying sighed with a tone of disdain yet resignation, saying, you have merely grazed the threshold of qi refinement. The journey ahead is fraught with challenges. While in the village, Yu Yi believed his intellect, courage, and hunting skills surpassed those of any peers. Even when he later encountered Feng Lao Qi and became embroiled in thievery, subsequently imprisoned by the Yan family, he maintained his composure and poise in crises. He considered himself patient and sufficiently astute, convinced that with time and physical fortitude, he could become a man of valor like his father. Perhaps, the village of Yu was simply too small. It was only after meeting Chen Shi and Bai Zhi that he recognized his ignorance and inadequacy. Even Gu Yu, of similar age, made him feel inferior. According to Jiao Ying, he was merely a fool, both dim-witted and self-righteous, indecisive and utterly lacking in merit. Or perhaps, the world beyond Star Origin Valley was simply vast. There existed not only the path of the Tao, but also the path of immortals, the path of demons, and numerous unknown entities. Now, he had embarked on a new journey, stepping onto a path of unfamiliar yet wondrous cultivation. Within the cliff cave, Gu practiced his lightness technique, leaping and maneuvering with agility. He guarded the cave while simultaneously engaging in Taoist cultivation, thus achieving 2 objectives without wasting time. Yu Yi sat upon the stone platform at the cave's entrance, seemingly contemplating the lightness technique, yet his demeanor was no longer exuberant and eager, but rather composed and tranquil. Evidently engrossed in the cultivation of his Tiangang Jing and 7 kills sword chi. Whether walking, standing, lying, or moving, day or night, he devoted himself to breathing exercises and the refinement of skills. He had grown genuinely fearful of Jiao Ying and wished to avoid another tempestuous reprimand. Though she appeared youthful, her temperament was unmistakably fierce, yet she possessed profound knowledge of various cultivation techniques. Even the enigmatic Qiubo might find it challenging to compete with her intellect. Having only heard her voice without meeting her in person, one might wonder what kind of woman she truly was. With a sigh, Gu concluded his lightness technique. Landing and panting, he queried, I have practiced for half an hour. I wonder how much you have comprehended and whether you have made any progress? Yu Yi shook his head. As Gu Yu approached the tranquil waters, he wiped his face and turned back, smiling as expected. Without understanding the essence of the martial arts mantras, one cannot grasp their profound intricacies. Let it be. He leaped onto the stone platform and gestured. You may attempt to imitate a few moves. Perhaps I can point out your errors. Yu Yi shook his head and replied, no need. He feared violating the sect's rules and implicating Gu Yu, and of course, he was also apprehensive of Jiao Ying's reproach. Gu Yu, in high spirits, urged, oh, you were once a straightforward person. How is it that after 2 months, you've become so hesitant? Unable to decline further, Yu Yi descended from the stone platform and stepped onto the open ground, yet his demeanor was distracted. Had it already been 2 months since their arrival at Xuanhuang Mountain? The days flew by in a flurry of training. Since the last time he had appeared, he had not seen Bai Zhi again. Noticing his prolonged inaction, Gu Yu teased, you've observed my training for quite some time. Surely you must remember a few moves. Have you completely forgotten? Well, I do remember a few sword techniques, Yi replied with a grin, turning to pick up his bamboo staff from where he had been resting. You actually remember sword techniques? Guyu scoffed. Do not boast. Show me at once. It was well known that swordsmanship was more challenging to master than light-footedness. Yet someone sought the difficult over the easy, clearly boasting. Yi steadied himself, casually forming a sword gesture with his left hand, while his right hand raised the bamboo staff to draw a circle, his feet moving in a fluid rotation. His movements were unhurried, akin to a leisurely stroll. Hey, are you performing swordplay or drawing symbols? Guyu could not help but laugh. The Xuanhuang sword technique emphasizes fluidity, blending strength and gentleness. When executed, it is impermeable to wind and rain, radiating a lethal intent. Even disciples of the Taoist sect, familiar with the sword manuals, would require 3 to 5 years of diligent practice to truly comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. As Guyu's laughter faded, his eyes widened in astonishment. Yuya's behavior was peculiar, yet the movements of the bamboo staff seemed to follow a discernible pattern. If one were to connect the motions of the staff and quicken them, they would faintly resemble the first form of the Xuanhuang sword technique. Following that, the second form appeared, yet there was no trace of transition. Suddenly, he halted, tapping the bamboo staff rhythmically, akin to a blind person feeling their way, entirely unaware of the direction. Haha. Guyu laughed even harder, shaking his head and waving his hands. Your imitation of the sword technique is quite amusing. It is late. I shall return to accompany you tomorrow. After making a brief arrangement, he departed. Yi continued to ponder the sword techniques, the bamboo staff tapping rhythmically in his hand. Then, with a loud bang, the stone door closed, and the sound of the staff ceased abruptly. He let out a sigh of relief and stepped to the entrance. Peering out, it was already dusk, and the mountain platform below was enveloped in twilight. He spotted 2 figures ascending the stone steps onto the platform. One was Guyu, who had just left, appearing subdued and cautious, and the other, a slender figure with light footsteps, was unmistakably Bai Zhi, softly conveying something to him. As they spoke, a hint of caution lingered, and they instinctively glanced up. Yi could not help but retreat and furrow his brow. Had Bai Zhi been waiting outside the cliff cave all this time? Why does she hide from herself, and what does she have to explain to Guyu? Yi glanced at the bamboo staff in his hand, his expression tightening as he turned his waist and twirled his wrist. With a deft motion, he invoked a sword technique with his left hand, causing the bamboo staff to emit a whooshing sound as it stirred the air, tracing a series of shadows that danced in the breeze. Soon, the sounds and shadows vanished, leaving him standing still, silently contemplating the staff. If I cannot employ the Xuanhuang sword technique, I shall surely be scolded. After attaining a certain level of cultivation and perception, everything he witnessed became indelibly etched in his memory, and his understanding of the Tao progressed by leaps and bounds. Each day, he observed Guyu practicing swordsmanship, having committed everything to memory, yet he feigned ignorance to avoid trouble. According to Zhao Ying's teachings, this was known as hiding one's edge within, allowing one's intent to manifest outwardly. Should he fail to master a basic sword technique within 2 months, Zhao Ying would undoubtedly berate him for his foolishness. Yi approached his resting place, lifting his garment to sit down. The Xuanhuang sword technique was one matter, but the real issue lay in his lack of progress with the 7-kill sword chi. The Tiangang Sutra not only contained the main techniques, but also included various minor spells for protection, righteousness, exorcism, and nourishment. Yet, Zhao Ying forbade him from practicing these, insisting he focus solely on the 7-kill sword chi, known also as the 7-kill sword, or the 7-fiend sword technique. The sword chi earned its name from its formidable power and was abbreviated by Zhao Ying as the 7-kill sword chi. Though the technique was named 7 kills, it consisted of only 6 forms. Upon mastering these 6 forms, they would merge into a 7th, ultimate strike. Compared to the 63 variations of the Xuanhuang sword technique, the 7-kill sword chi seemed simpler. However, only through practice could one truly appreciate its intricacies. The so-called sword chi transforms true energy into sword form. It is said that sword chi is formless yet immensely powerful. How could a novice, barely stepping into the realm of chi refinement, convert their feeble true energy into sword chi? Alone in the cliff cave, Yi fell deep into contemplation. As night descended, he slightly closed his eyes, forming hand seals, and focused his mind. As he circulated his technique, his energy reservoir gradually filled. With a surge of energy flowing into his meridians, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Forming a hand seal with his right hand, his middle and index fingers coming together to create a sword gesture pointed upwards. The energy in his meridian surged through his arm, racing towards the two-finger sword gesture. Unable to contain his excitement, he exhaled forcefully, "Kill." Yet nothing transpired. The energy failed to escape his fingers, dissipating completely. Yu did not surrender, continuing to attempt again and again. After numerous tries, the sword chi remained elusive. Where had he gone wrong? Was it due to insufficient true energy, or was his cultivation method flawed? Why did he always falter at the final moment? As he pondered deeply, a sudden warmth surged in his lower abdomen, the energy scattering, followed by a spasm in his meridians, pain in his organs, and waves of dizziness. He collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony, crying out, "Jiaodu! Jiaoying, save me!" After more than 2 months, the Jiaodu had struck again. Ever since Bai Zhi captured him at Xuanhuang Mountain and imprisoned him in the cliff cave, he had spent his days nourishing his body with herbs and elixirs. Watching the changing skies and seas outside the cave, playing and laughing with Guyu, all while enduring Jiaoying's incessant nagging. Thus, Yu led a busy yet fulfilling life. Especially after becoming a cultivator, he was either engrossed in comprehending the art of lightness and swordsmanship or diligently practicing his techniques in secret, nearly forgetting the existence of the serpent poison. Just as he was immersed in the refinement of his sword aura, that familiar yet unbearable pain suddenly descended upon him, and no one came to his aid. In his moment of unconsciousness, he heard the sigh of the serpent shadow. She reiterated her words, "Those who save themselves, heaven will assist." She had imparted her teachings to the best of her ability. Whether he lived or died was entirely contingent upon his fortune. Yet, the fortuitous opportunities often accompanied great peril. Since he had harnessed the power of the serpent's essence to become a cultivator, he inevitably had to endure the torment of the serpent poison. Only upon attaining the golden core could he escape this agony. Though the intervals of the poison's onset would only lengthen as his cultivation advanced, Yu rolled helplessly on the ground, trembling and groaning, until exhaustion overtook him, plunging him into unconsciousness. In his hazy state, he heard Guyu's startled exclamation, followed by Bai Zhi's appearance, who grasped his pulse and forced several vials of elixirs into his mouth. In that moment, he finally comprehended the helplessness and concern of the serpent shadow. His cultivation was too feeble. He lacked the strength for self-preservation and remained at the mercy of others, with his life and death not in his own hands. Yet, his fortune seemed to be somewhat favorable. 2 days later, he awoke from his stupor. The agony wrought by the serpent poison had vanished. The light outside the cave remained bright and lofty. Before him lay a bamboo box, and Guyu approached him with a smile. "Ah, you are awake," she exclaimed, squatting beside him in relief. Just as senior sister predicted, she said you would awaken within 3 days. However, your internal injuries are not fully healed. We must not be careless. He opened the bamboo box, gesturing for her to observe. These healing elixirs are all restorative in nature. Please take them judiciously. The more the better. Inside the bamboo box were not herbs, but a multitude of small vials, numbering 2 or 3 dozen. Each bore inscriptions denoting their purposes: nurturing the essence, cultivating vitality, gathering spirit, dispelling evil, and fasting, among others, yet none for detoxification. Yu lay on the ground, his visage haggard. He truly appeared as though he had suffered a grave illness. The torment and despair he had endured still lingered in his memory. However, upon awakening, he perceived that his spiritual awareness had broadened slightly, and the true energy within his meridians had increased, indicating a modest advancement in his cultivation. Now nearing the consummate stage of chi refinement. The serpent shadow was indeed correct. Fortune and danger were always intertwined. The price of suffering could be death, or it could herald rebirth and reward. Guyu produced a bamboo tube, filled it with stream water, and set it on the ground before sitting on the stone platform at the cave's entrance to gaze downwards. Chen Qi has returned to the mountain, bringing along several out-of-town companions, claiming they are here to pay respects to Master, but she is currently in seclusion. Chen Qi has returned to the mountain? Yuya's expression shifted slightly as he sat up from the ground. Unlike Bai Zhi, who hailed from Baijia Village and shared a semblance of kinship with Family Village, Chen Qi was inherently brutal and merciless. If he were to discover Yuya's confinement here, would he not escalate matters and act with impunity? How would the confrontation Bai Zhi had promised unfold? If Chen Qi refused to confess, what recourse would he have? An unease began to settle within Yu. He was acutely aware of the dire nature of his predicament, yet he had not anticipated its imminent arrival. He wished to inquire about the particulars, but found it inappropriate to address Guyu. He sought counsel from Jiaoying, yet the latter had already exhausted all possible advice. Thus, he was left to confront the crisis alone, facing all that was to come. Yi steadied himself. Grasping 2 small vials, he poured out more than a dozen pills, carelessly swallowing them without a glance, and followed them with a few sips of water, rubbing his stomach as he stood up. Entering the threshold of qi refining in such a short span of time was greatly aided by these herbs and pills. The potency and efficacy of the pills far surpassing that of the herbs. Yi approached the cave entrance and peered outside. Below, on the mountain flat, not a single disciple of Xuanhuang Mountain could be seen. He turned to Guyu beside him, feigning curiosity, and asked, "Why is no one practicing today?" Humph. Guyu, seated on a stone platform with her back against the rocky wall, let out a languid hum of discontent, complaining, "Not only is no one practicing, but even I cannot leave the Emoya cave." "Oh, is it not due to senior brother Chenchi? His companions are rampaging across the mountain, much to the dissatisfaction of the senior disciples. Sister Bai Zhi fears a disturbance, advising her disciples to steer clear and instructing me to seal off the Emoya cave, forbidding outsiders from approaching and preventing me from leaving even a step." "Sealing the Emoya cave? Indeed, for the next half-month, I shall be residing here with you." "You mean we are to share a room? Oh, are you unwilling?" Yi shook his head, only to see Guyu produce 2 small vials and shake them, saying, "Sister has prepared your pills, and I have also brought 2 vials of fasting pills in case of hunger." Not far from the cave entrance lay the bedding and a long sword he had brought. After a moment of silence, Yi could not help but ask, "Where's Chenchi? I heard he went to the front mountain." "The front mountain? Where Master S cave is located." "And Bai Zhi?" "Master has yet to emerge from seclusion, accompanied by sister for protection." Guyu continued to respond, eagerly suggesting, "Why bother with such trivial matters? Instead, tell me about your hunting adventures." Yi, feeling fatigued, replied, "I am weary." Guyu, displaying understanding, waved her hand, saying, "Yes, yes. Your injuries have not healed. Please, make yourself comfortable." Yi turned away, returning to sit on his bedding, a hint of coldness now gracing his weary countenance. The brief exchange with Guyu had unexpectedly intensified his sense of impending crisis, as if a storm were brewing, its severity unpredictable. All he could do was resign himself to fate. What other choice was there? Yi exhaled a long, deep sigh, his thoughts gradually calming. He clasped his hands before his abdomen, his eyes gently closing, focusing inward. Observing Yi in his meditative state, Guyu chuckled dismissively. Feeling the absence of companionship and thus found the atmosphere dull, she too decided to unfurl her bedding and sit cross-legged in silence. On the main peak of Xuanhuang Mountain, atop a sunlit cliff, others were also seated in quietude. Among them were Chenchi, Bai Zhi, and 8 disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain. Additionally, 4 middle-aged men, evidently outsiders, were present. Below the cliff lay a cave, its entrance shrouded in mist, rendering the situation unclear for the moment. A circle of individuals gathered around the cave entrance, resembling a meeting of fellow cultivators. Yet, the atmosphere was anything but harmonious. On one side stood Bai Zhi and 8 disciples from Xuanhuang Mountain, their expressions grave. On the other, 4 outsiders exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Chenchi acted as a mediator, frequently attempting to soothe both parties. "Junior sister, this brother Bu Yi has brought 3 companions to pay respects to our master. It is difficult to refuse," he said. "Even though our master is in seclusion and cannot meet outsiders, we cannot bar anyone at the door." "Haha. Is this how Xuanhuang Mountain treats its guests? We have come here with great anticipation, and we shall not descend the mountain without meeting your esteemed master. Otherwise, where would our dignity lie?" retorted Bu Yi, a middle-aged man with a short beard, dressed in a leather cloak, lean and unremarkable in appearance. The other 3 men, dressed like hunters, bore fierce expressions. Chenchi raised his hands in a gesture of peace and addressed Bu Yi. "It is indeed unfortunate that you chose to visit during our master's retreat. We apologize for any discourtesy. Perhaps you could wait here for a few days until our master emerges. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to escort you and your companions down the mountain." Turning to Bai Zhi, who remained expressionless, he added with a strained smile, "Though Xuanhuang Mountain is not as grand as renowned peaks, we possess the capacity for hospitality. If you 4 could linger for a few days, it would not be an imposition." Then, shifting to a more assertive tone, he declared, "I must insist that you do not disturb my fellow disciples. Otherwise, my junior sister and I will not acquiesce." Bai Zhi interjected anxiously, "Brother." Bu Yi nodded. Conceding, You speak truthfully. Let the guests follow the wishes of the host. We shall await the emergence of Taoist Honggu for a connection and a favorable outcome before we take our leave. His companions, appearing reasonable, echoed in unison. We shall abide by what Qinchi has said. Qinchi repeatedly bowed in gratitude and exchanged a reassuring glance with Bai Zhi, silently promising to protect her. However, Bai Zhi was too distressed to speak. 5 days later, Yujia remained seated in meditation, never lifting his rear, only occasionally stretching his back or playfully poking at the air, mimicking sword techniques. He swallowed several bottles of elixirs and continued his breathing exercises. His lively nature remained unchanged. Whether practicing martial arts or wandering the cave to alleviate his boredom, he sought conversation but found none willing to engage. Upon approaching Yujia once more, he was startled to discover that the elixirs had run out. The bamboo box on the ground lay completely empty, devoid of the 30 or so bottles of elixirs that had once filled it. These potions, which could sustain one for over half a month, had been entirely consumed in a mere 5 days. Guyu was taken aback. Yujia, however, maintained his silence, his gaze still lowered. Guyu reached out and gently shook him, puzzled and perplexed. Is he in a meditative state, or is he deliberately ignoring me? You lack any knowledge of breathing techniques. How could you possibly be in meditation? Could it be that an overdose of elixir has led to some unforeseen consequence? Awaken now, achieving a meditative state, devoid of breath, with one's inner self forming a cosmos, is a realm reserved for those who have honed their skills through years of practice. Only those of innate prowess can sustain such a state for an extended period. Yet, it is clearly illogical for an ignorant hunter to sit in such stillness for several days. Still, Yujia remained unresponsive, as if he were entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed through the cave. Ha! He is merely feigning death. Before the laughter could fade, a young man appeared within the cave. The entrance to the cave had been sealed, yet he had somehow traversed through it. Outside, the cliffs soared over 30 feet high. Yu exclaimed in astonishment, Qinchi. Is that you? Indeed, it was Qinchi, who ignored Guyu and nonchalantly brushed the dust off his clothes, boasting, had it not been for my junior sister's assistance, I would not have located this lad. Guyu glanced back, only to find Yujia still seated, unmoved. You cannot escape my grasp, young one, Qinchi declared, his countenance brimming with triumph as he approached without hesitation. Sister Bai Zhi had instructed that no harm should come to Yujia. Guyu, mindful of his duty, hurriedly extended his hand to block Qinchi. Are you to heed Bai Zhi's orders, or my commands as your senior? Qinchi was forced to halt, his irritation evident. My sister has given her instructions. I act under the master's orders. As a disciple, how dare you defy? Guyu, resolute in his stance, refused to yield. The term defy seemed to strike a nerve within Qinchi, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he waved his hand in admonition. Unappreciative fool. Step aside. Guyu could not help but retreat 2 steps, fear etched upon his face. Yet, he stood firm before Yujia, summoning his courage to plead, Senior brother, do not make things difficult for me. Without further ado, Qinchi raised his hand and unleashed a streak of sword light. Guyu was left dumbfounded. He could not fathom that the senior brother he respected and was familiar with would resort to violence over a mere disagreement. In the blink of an eye, the sword light was upon him, and he found himself frozen in place, unable to evade the attack. Just as despair enveloped him, he was unexpectedly thrust aside. And with a resounding clash, the fierce sword light rebounded. Guyu stumbled several paces away, regaining his footing just in time to witness an astonishing sight. Yujia, who had remained motionless, had somehow risen to his feet, retreating several steps, his arm and the bamboo staff he held trembling slightly. Had Yujia saved him? Did Yujia use his bamboo staff to block his senior brother's lethal sword? At that moment, Qinchi too gasped in surprise. What? The once familiar figure of the mountain youth now stood 3 paces away, yet he appeared somewhat alien. His robe, austere in its design, complemented by a stern countenance and tranquil gaze, exuded an air of a master of the Tao. Especially notable was the way he wielded his bamboo staff, subtly resembling a sword technique. Yet, how could one devoid of cultivation manage to thwart his own strike? Qinchi abruptly turned to Guyu, his voice laced with intensity, demanding, who taught him swordsmanship? Guyu, still shaken, replied, he observes daily and cultivates understanding on his own. This disciple of Xuanhuang Mountain felt both aggrieved and fearful. Tasked with guarding the cliff cave, he had committed no offense. Nevertheless, not only had senior brother Qinchi attacked him, but he also sought to take Yuye's life, though the reasons eluded him. He understood that Yuya's situation was dire. Self-taught swordsmanship? Qin scoffed, his arm flaring as his sword hummed ominously, its blade shimmering with lethal intent. He then turned his gaze upon Yu, a murderous glint in his eyes, declaring, "Boy, I am aware of your cunning. Today, no one can save you." Yu stood firm, wielding his bamboo staff, no longer in fear nor seeking to evade. For 5 consecutive days, he had been immersed in his training, incessantly consuming medicinal pills and absorbing their spiritual essence. Even when Yu approached him multiple times, he remained preoccupied. However, the moment Qin intruded upon the cliff cave, his consciousness had already sensed the impending danger, prompting him to discreetly prepare and ultimately rescue Yu. After an interval of 3 to 4 months, he once more encountered Qin, yet he was met not with the anticipated confrontation and justice as Bai Zhi had suggested, but rather with the stark reality of life and death, with no path of retreat remaining. Xuanhuang Mountain, the main peak. Atop the precipice, the entrance to the fog-enshrouded cave remained unchanged. It was the dwelling of the master of Xuanhuang Mountain, Ergou, who had yet to emerge. Qin and Bu Yi had previously arranged to wait, and thus all had to continue their vigil. One side stood guard to avert unforeseen events, while the other, despite its guise of visitation, bore an overtly domineering presence, its true intentions veiled. Little did they expect that just 5 days later, Qin would become restless. After excusing himself from Bu Yi, he expressed gratitude to Bai Zhi for her efforts and wandered off alone. Bu Yi and the others, unfazed by Qin's rudeness, exchanged knowing smiles filled with intrigue. Bai Zhi, however, furrowed her brow, increasingly anxious. After half an hour, unable to contain herself any longer, Bai Zhi announced her need to seek out her senior brother. She quickly instructed the 8 disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain and hurried down the cliff. Bu Yi and his companions appeared more relaxed, engaging in boisterous conversation, sharing tales of the celestial realm, and admiring the picturesque scenery of Xuanhuang Mountain. The 8 disciples listened intently to the discourse of these esteemed individuals, gaining profound insights and gradually shedding their guard. Unexpectedly, after a brief incense burn, the 4 eminent figures revealed their true ferocity. Bu Yi pointed, and a flash of sword light erupted. The nearest disciple of Xuanhuang Mountain, still bewildered, was pierced through the midsection. The sword light spun through the air, claiming the lives of 3 more disciples in a crimson deluge. The remaining 3 swiftly unsheathed their swords, and one by one, the disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain fell lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, 8 corpses lay sprawled upon the earth. Only then did Bu Yi rise, raising his hand once more. The shimmering sword light, still spiraling in the air, abruptly reversed its course and raced towards the mist-shrouded cave entrance. With a thunderous boom, the fog dissipated. Bu Yi flicked his sleeve, and the sword light fell into his hand, revealing a short sword measuring over a foot in length. He exchanged a glance with his 3 companions and stepped towards the cave. The other 3 unleashed their spells, igniting a great fire upon the ground. The scattered corpses and bloodstains were instantly consumed by the fierce flames. Inside the cave, Bu Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pausing leisurely. In the open space sat an elderly woman, her silver hair cascading down, a trace of blood staining the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she appeared even more aged and frail. She lifted her gaze to Bu Yi, gasping, I know you are a master from Qizhou. Why have you broken my seals and intruded upon my sanctuary, disrupting my seclusion?" Bu Yi chuckled softly, replying, "Ergou, truly worthy of being the master of Xuanhuang Mountain. Yet, your cultivation is too weak, your lifespan nearly spent. Even in seclusion, it is all in vain." Anger flickered across Ergou's face as she retorted, "In 3 to 5 days, I could emerge from my retreat, yet you disturb me, causing my vital energy to reverse and my meridians to shatter. I have lost my cultivation." Cough. Fresh blood oozed from her lips again as she gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain composure. "Xuanhuang Mountain holds no grudge against you. Why then have you slain my disciples and endangered my life?" Bu Yi surveyed the dimly lit cave, his gaze sweeping over a pill furnace in the corner. He stroked his short beard and spoke with a grave tone. "This is our first meeting. There is no need for excessive chatter. I shall ask you directly, where is the treasure of the Qizhou master?" Ergou's anger had not subsided, but confusion crept into her expression. "You are unaware?" Bu Yi shook his head, stating, "Allow me to be frank. The so-called Qizhou master did not originate from Qizhou, but hails from the Yenzhou Immortal sect. He has been hunted for years and has remained missing for decades. Recently, I learned that your Xuanhuang Mountain discovered the site of his demise, acquiring not only a beast core, but also a cultivation method and associated secrets. Furthermore, I have been informed that you intend to utilize the beast core for foundational cultivation, and this is now indisputable, with a shift in tone that hinted at malice. He added, if you surrender the treasure, I will leave without a trace. Otherwise, you shall find regret beyond measure. As a dying person, even if you disregard your own life, you must consider the lives of your disciples. Do not say I did not warn you. The beast core. The cultivation method. Ergou seemed to awaken from a stupor, yet fell into contemplation, muttering to herself, Qinshi did not mention the cultivation method. He explicitly told me he only found a beast core in Lingjiao Valley, which was snatched away by a hunter. Abruptly, she raised her head, her voice trembling with fury as she exclaimed, where is Qinshi? Would he dare to deceive his master and obliterate his ancestral teachings? Before she could finish, she appeared to exhaust her remaining strength and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. Gui was taken aback, stepping back a pace. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked outside. His 3 companions awaited him at the cave's entrance, and he urged them urgently, go find Qinshi. Where there are people, there are conflicts. It is either you seeking trouble with me, or me settling scores with you. And the one Qinshi seeks is just beyond the cliff cave, merely 3 paces away, that boy wielding a bamboo staff. He sprang into action, his toes barely grazing the ground as he lunged towards Yujia, unleashing a fierce sword light. The sword's brilliance cleaved through the air, stirring the winds and exuding an aura of lethal intent, an unstoppable force. Yujia remained steadfast in his position, neither retreating nor evading. Yet he raised his bamboo staff with unwavering courage to meet the oncoming blade. A thunderous sound erupted as Guyu, watching from a distance, instinctively shut his eyes in terror. After a moment, curiosity compelled him to peek. There, he beheld Yujia, empty-handed, retreating repeatedly until his back collided violently with the stone wall, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The bamboo staff he wielded lay shattered, splinters scattering about, while Qinshi advanced relentlessly, sword held high. Alas, the bamboo staff could not contend with the sharp blade, and to be unarmed was akin to courting death. Yu grasped his longsword, yearning to rush forth, yet he restrained himself, letting out a resigned sigh. Young man, you possess true chi within you. It must stem from a beast's core, am I right? Qinshi approached Yujia, who sat with legs apart, pallid and devoid of emotion, silently observing Qinshi. His despondent demeanor indicated he had relinquished any hope of resistance. Qinshi raised his sword, eagerness evident in his voice. You waste the beast's core, surrender it to me, and I shall grant you a complete corpse as thanks. He swung his sword towards Yuya's abdomen, intent on reclaiming the coveted treasure. Yujia remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Qinshi and the descending blade. Just as the sword's edge was about to pierce his flesh, he suddenly lifted his right hand and flicked his fingers. Qinshi envisioned a scene of carnage and the retrieval of the beast's core. A gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by an intangible killing intent that sent shivers down his spine. His expression shifted, and he hastily attempted to evade, only to hear a resounding crack as his protective aura shattered, a bloody hole erupting in his shoulder. He cried out in agony, propelled backward to the ground, breathless with fear, exclaiming, Sword Chi, could it be the legendary Sword Chi? Yi sprang to his feet, inwardly exclaiming his good fortune. After 2 months of arduous training with no progress, he had finally comprehended the mysteries after 5 frenzied days and had unleashed his Sword Chi in a moment of desperation. Now, in this instant, he could not allow his foe to escape. Qinshi, you have slain my kin. Prepare to pay with your life. Yi roared, launching himself forward. Qinshi, sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise, panic-stricken as he stammered, You dare to kill me? The foundational experts of Qizhou will not let you go. Yi executed a sword technique, deftly flicking his fingers in the air. He paid no heed to the foundational experts, his focus solely on his adversary. Over 3 months prior, he had hesitated to voice his vengeful ambitions, for he had felt utterly powerless, forced to endure humiliation and flee from his village. But today, having cultivated Sword Chi, he was resolute in his quest to slay Qinshi for the sake of Ergou and the elders of his village. Yet, as he unleashed his pent-up fury, his fingers merely flicked without the fierce Sword Chi he had envisioned. Yi attempted the technique once more, flicking his fingers repeatedly, but still, it was in vain. Aha! As the dust rose, Qinshi exclaimed in surprise, Kid, your sword energy is still unrefined. If you wish to kill me, come forth. Despite being covered in blood and lying on the ground, he provocatively brandished his longsword. What he feared was not an unarmed opponent, but the sword energy itself. Yi, forced to restrain his momentum, found himself bewildered and impatient. He had clearly mastered the sword energy. Why could he not unleash it? Without the sword energy, how could he defeat Qin? Was he truly destined to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for vengeance? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Catch the sword." Yu glanced back to see Guyu throwing the long sword he held. Qin then cursed, "You traitorous scoundrel, do you seek death?" Yu reached out and grasped the sword, only to see Qin hurl a piece of cloth that transformed into a fireball, hurtling towards Guyu. It was a talisman. Yu, with his newfound knowledge, instantly recognized the fire talisman Qin had summoned. The talisman's power still haunted him, giving Guyu's abilities. It seemed unlikely he could escape this calamity. Indeed, Guyu retreated in terror, but the flames surged relentlessly, leaving him with no avenue of escape. In a moment of desperation, Yi sprang into action, leaping to seize Guyu while a torrent of flames approached. Just then, a loud sound echoed from the stone door. Someone had opened the entrance to the cliff cave. Could it be the high-ranking Foundation cultivator Qin had mentioned? Yu could no longer afford to think of revenge. With the sword in his right hand and Guyu in his left, he dodged the flames, rushing chaotically toward the water pool. As he crossed the pool, he cast a vengeful glance back before darting out of the cave with Guyu in tow. "Senior brother?" Bai Zhi entered the cliff cave, unable to contain her astonishment. The flames within had yet to dissipate, yet Yu and Guyu were nowhere to be found. Only Qin lay on the ground, bloodied and wounded. Bai Zhi's expression turned icy as she demanded, "Senior brother, why did you attempt to kill Yu and Guyu?" "Humph." Qin grunted, slowly sitting up with great difficulty. He pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder, rolling his eyes as he replied, "When have you seen me kill Yu? It was I who nearly perished at the hands of that boy, and that damned Guyu aided his escape." "Oh," Bai Zhi exclaimed in disbelief. "How could Yu be your opponent? How could he kill you?" Qin, still reeling from his defeat, could not help but retort, "It is all thanks to you, junior sister. If you had not kept him here, providing him with elixirs daily and teaching him your sword techniques, how could he have cultivated innate spiritual roots and mastered formless sword energy? I confined him here at Master S' behest and did not teach him any techniques." Bai Zhi defended herself, incredulous. "You claim he has cultivated innate spiritual roots and formless sword energy? Yet, in the Days Dao sect, no one understands the methods of sword energy cultivation. Could it be, senior brother, that you killed Yu simply to deceive Master and craft a lie? That is a grave misunderstanding. When have I ever deceived Master? The esteemed figure from Qizhou you brought here, under the guise of a visit, only seeks to provoke, and has been a lingering thorn in our side. Are you not the one deceiving Master, deliberately obstructing her from her seclusion? Once again, the demise of Yu has disrupted my Master's grand endeavors." Qin shook his head and interjected, "Junior sister, while your disbelief in me is regrettable, how can you so recklessly depart from our Master's abode? Should any misfortune befall him, the blame will rest squarely upon your shoulders." Bai Zhi's complexion shifted slightly. Atop the peak of Xuanhuang Mountain, the cliffs stood desolate and silent. The cave, once shrouded in mist, now lay wide open. Bai Zhi hurriedly approached, rushing into the cavern. Within the hollow space, an elderly woman lay prone. It was Ergou, the matriarch of Xuanhuang Mountain. At that moment, her visage was ashen, her eyes tightly shut. "Master!" Bai Zhi cried out, dashing towards her, cradling her mentor in her arms, and reaching for her pulse, only to find no trace of life. Panic surged through her as she attempted to channel her true energy, yet her efforts were thwarted. Desperately, she crushed 2 medicinal pills and forced them into her master's mouth. Moments later, Ergou's eyes finally fluttered open. "Master!" Bai Zhi exclaimed with joy. Ergou gazed at her blankly, her voice but a whisper. "I have been disturbed during my seclusion, my meridians severed. I cannot survive." With trembling fingers, she raised her right hand, indicating, "This is the legacy of Xuanhuang Mountain. Today I pass it to you." In the palm of Ergou's hand lay a verdant jade pendant. This was no ordinary trinket. The inscription Heaven and Earth. Xuanhuang spoke of its exceptional nature, for it was the token of the Xuanhuang Mountain's leadership. Bai Zhi swiftly grasped the pendant. Ergou continued, her voice broken. "Originally, I awaited my emergence, to refine the beast's essence and establish a foundation. Yet Qin has colluded with vile brigands, betraying our lineage. Do not follow in my footsteps. The path of righteousness does not favor personal connections. That hunter lad is both a chance and a calamity. Eliminate him." The jade pendant, a modest 1.5 inches in size, bore an ancient design, intricately adorned, with a hole for a silk cord. When held, its surface was cool to the touch, and upon delving into its depths with her consciousness, one could discern a multitude of characters and illustrations, an entire compendium of Xuanhuang Mountain's teachings preserved through the ages. Bai Zhi clutched the pendant with reverent affection. The transfer of the Xuanhuang jade pendant signified her ascension as the new leader of Xuanhuang Mountain. Yet, her master's words lingered ominously. Her senior brother's betrayal? The hunter was nowhere to be found. How could she exact vengeance upon him? Master. Her mentor's gaze remained fixed. A look of unyielding regret etched upon her features, while her body grew increasingly cold, clearly devoid of life, her spirit fading away. Bai Zhi stared at her master. Then at the pendant in her grasp, suddenly overwhelmed by shame and sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite her master's stubborn disposition and strict demeanor, she had nurtured Bai Zhi, imparting her teachings and aiding her ascent as a cultivator, viewing her as the sole kin, ultimately bequeathing Xuanhuang Mountain to her. Yet, Bai Zhi had privately questioned her master's actions, and now, her moment of negligence had led to the old woman's tragic demise. Master, I have been a disloyal disciple. On the steep cliffs of the mountain, a waterfall cascaded like a silken ribbon. Amidst that flowing curtain, two dark figures suddenly plunged down, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Moments later, two figures emerged from the churning waters, crawling onto the bank, both collapsing onto the ground. One individual lay supine, oblivious to his surroundings, while another, having discarded his long sword, wiped the water from his face and turned to glance back, gasping for breath. Before them stretched a vast lake, its surface extending over 100 zhang, encircled by dense forests and towering peaks. On one side of the mountains, a cascading waterfall plunged into the lake, its tumultuous waters creating a symphony of sound amidst swirling mists. Ascending over 30 zhang, a massive cliff obstructed the view, compelling the waterfall to change its course, sending up a spray of water that, illuminated by sunlight, transformed into a radiant arc of colors. Further up, the once torrential waterfall dwindled into delicate mountain streams, within which a concealed entrance, veiled by foliage, became discernible, the cave of the cliff. As Yi gazed upward, the remnants of his resentment lingered, entwined with a sense of helplessness. This was the very cave that had ensnared him for 2 to 3 months, transforming him from a captive into a cultivator, defying the boundaries of life and death, and from which he had only just escaped. The entrance to the cave had been sealed, leaving only 2 openings for ventilation and light, both perched high upon the cliff. One led to the Taoist sanctuary of Xuanhuang Mountain, while the other, suspended high above, was a treacherous route beset by a furious waterfall. At this critical juncture, not only had he failed to eliminate Qin Shi, but he had also faced a retaliatory fire talisman, leaving him with no choice but to seek refuge in desperation. Alas, how could the sword aura dissipate? Regardless of the circumstances, survival took precedence. Should Bai Zhi or Qin Shi's allies pursue him, escaping would become a daunting task. Yu turned to glance at his side. Yu lay motionless on the ground, eyes shut tight. Moments ago, he had leapt from the cave with Guyu, plunging down the waterfall for over 30 zhang. Thanks to the cushioning effect of the water, he emerged unscathed, while Guyu had choked on a few mouthfuls and fainted. There had been no time to attend to him, and they had continued downstream. Upon reaching the lake and scrambling onto the shore, Guyu remained unconscious. Guyu, Guyu, he called twice, yet received no reply. He could not abandon him, for this place was not suitable for lingering. Taking a moment to collect himself, Yi hoisted Guyu onto his shoulder, retrieved the longsword from the ground, and hurried into the depths of the forest. After Yi departed with Guyu, roughly the span of a fragrant incense stick later, another figure emerged from the lake, struggling to ascend the shore, only to collapse back into the water. He swayed unsteadily, fighting to regain his footing, as fresh blood seeped from a wound in his shoulder. He could not suppress a pained groan, silently cursing, "Brat, have the courage not to flee." This individual was none other than Qin Shi. Following Bai Zhi's exit from the cave of the cliff, he had pursued Yi out. As he plunged into the lake with the waterfall's force, Yi had vanished without a trace. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, he felt increasingly exasperated. How could a mere country lad possibly cultivate sword aura? His swordsmanship and lightness skills were likely linked to Bai Zhi. Yet, within the Dazai sect, no one understood the methods of cultivating sword aura. The so-called sword aura existed solely in legends. Beyond the beast Dan, could there be some other extraordinary opportunity? Just as Qin Shi pondered these uncertainties, a beam of sword light descended before him. Upon this 3-foot sword light stood a middle-aged man. Bu Yi, wearing a cold smirk, remarked, "Qin Shi, do you remember the promise made earlier? Qinchi gazed at Bui, suspended in the air upon his sword, feeling a mixture of envy and reverence. He stood in the waist-deep lake, bowing slightly, and awkwardly said, I am uncertain of what Brother Bu means. Did you not mention that your master obtained a beast core along with a technique from overseas? You promised that if I took you to Qizhou, you would assist me in seizing the treasure. Have you forgotten? Oh, I certainly remember. However, I learned from my master that she is completely unaware of this matter. My master, being a master of schemes throughout her life, might have intentionally deceived us. Whether your master deceived us is beside the point. I must ask you, why did you leave without a word? Bu Yi's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting with menace. Changqi hastily waved his hands in denial, explaining, what I said before was absolutely true, but an unexpected incident occurred. The beast core and technique were snatched away by a mere hunter, who then trapped my junior sister in the Moya cave. Today, I took the opportunity to distract her and finally found that lad. To my surprise, he injured me and escaped from Xuanhuang Mountain. I had no time to inform you, Brother Bu, and thus I pursued him. A hunter injuring a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Bu Yi shook his head dismissively and coldly remarked, Cheng Qi, you are courting death, and I shall grant you that. No, please look. Cheng Qi's complexion changed drastically. And he quickly pointed at the blood hole on his shoulder, saying, this is an injury from sword energy. Fortunately, I managed to evade in time, otherwise, I would have either been a corpse on the spot or suffered severe injury to my arm. Bu Yi's expression hardened as he furrowed his brows. The blood hole on Cheng Qi's shoulder was the size of a thumb, not caused by a sword's edge, but rather by a powerful force that pierced through directly. Even if I deceive my master and junior sister, I would never dare to deceive you, Brother Bu. Cheng Qi protested. That lad, his name is Yu Yi. He not only stole the beast core, but also the technique from overseas. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the legendary sword energy? Bu Yi fell silent. Please, allow me to explain. Cheng Qi took a breath and continued. My junior sister captured Yu Yi at Xuanhuang Mountain, and naturally, his beast core and technique would fall into my master's hands. However, my master's lifespan is nearly at an end, and with no hope of establishing a foundation. She made a desperate gamble to refine the Xuanhuang Pill using the beast core. Unfortunately, the beast core had already been consumed by Yu Yi, leaving only him as a human cauldron for alchemy. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, my master instructed my junior sister to deceive him and use pills to nurture him. Striving for absolute certainty, who would have thought he secretly took advantage of the beast core to undergo a transformation, supplemented by the pills to cultivate his sword energy? It was only today, upon arriving at the Moya cave and being injured by him, that I comprehended the entire situation. It is a pity that my master, in her astuteness, ended up making a blunder. He blinked and added, Brother Bu, forgive my boldness, but as a master of foundation establishment, do you understand sword energy? Bu Yi replied, to wield energy through the sword, I can manage with ease. But to use energy as a sword, to harm others invisibly? If there were a technique, it might not be difficult to cultivate, Cheng Qi lamented. Indeed, a mere mortal, after months of cultivation, could unleash sword energy. If he did not possess the overseas technique, I am certain you would not believe it, Brother Bu. Cheng Qi, in deep distress, raised his hand to signal, that lad has thus escaped into the forest, Brother Bu. Please pursue him swiftly. Finally swayed by his words, Bu Yi stepped onto the sword light, ready to chase after Yu Yi, but then circled back, saying Cheng Qi, my dear brother, come with me. Injured as I am, I must beg your pardon for my absence. Before the dust had settled enough for rejection, I had already splashed away from the lake, drenched. He exclaimed, Brother Bu, please show mercy. At the summit of Xuanhuang Mountain, the cave that was once shrouded in mist is now sealed with stones. In the center stands a stone inscribed with the words, Tomb of Ergou, the 12th generation successor of Xuanhuang Mountain. This is Ergou's cave dwelling, which has now become her burial site. Before the tombstone, for figures stand, Bai Zhi, a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and an elderly man over 50. The middle-aged man and woman kneel on the ground, bowing several times, speaking with a tone of guilt yet relief. We have lived in seclusion on the mountain for many years, achieving little, yet bound as Tao companions. As we return home, we wish to express our gratitude for our master's teachings here. In the realm of cultivation, those who unite as husband and wife are known as Tao companions. After their bows, the couple bids farewell and departs. The elderly man then bows and speaks, I cannot forget my master's teachings. As a disciple, I shall accompany my junior sister to guard the lineage of Xuanhuang Mountain. However, My longing for home is strong, and I wish to return for a visit. The elder rises, sorrow etched upon his face. Bai Zhi silently nods. As the elder turns to leave, he cannot help but add, "Junior sister, only the four of us remain alive on the mountain. The others have either perished or are missing. Our possessions have been plundered, and most of our homes and caves are either burned or destroyed. I advise you to stay hidden for a few days and consider your next steps later." Bai Zhi bites her lip, her face devoid of color. "Alas, take care, junior sister." The elder sighs and departs in despondence. Bai Zhi stands alone before her master's tombstone for a long time, until dusk descends and a streak of red sunset paints the sky. Only then does she turn to gaze into the distance, tears glistening in her eyes. Indeed, as mentioned, the departing senior sister and two senior brothers survived only by hiding in the cave for quiet cultivation. The remaining disciples have either been killed or are unaccounted for. The legacy of Xuanhuang Mountain, passed down through 12 generations, now rests solely upon her shoulders. The once vibrant Dao sect has become a mere memory. Just a day has passed. What truly transpired? What has occurred in the past 3 or 4 months? Her master spoke of the heavens being impartial and the Dao being devoid of emotion. His words, she believes, cannot be mistaken. Although Bai Zhi's heart wavers, she remains committed to her master's teachings, and therein lies no fault. But who, then, is to blame? It is her senior brother, who betrayed their lineage, colluding with outsiders to massacre their peers, his crimes deserving of death. It is Bui, a high-level cultivator who behaves no differently than a thief, rampaging and pillaging. His sins are unforgivable. It is Yi, who stole the Jiao Dan, bringing endless calamity. Moreover, he secretly refined the Jiao Dan and practiced sword energy, ultimately provoking Bui and causing today's catastrophe. The calamity of Xuanhuang Mountain is inextricably linked to him. Yet, her master's final words spoke of that person being Bai Zhi's opportunity as well as her tribulation. In the darkness, two voices arise. "Gu Yu, are you well? I choked on some water and momentarily lost my breath, but now I am fine. Do others know of our hiding place?" This place lies 3 to 5 miles from Xuanhuang Mountain, serving as my refuge for the night. Few are privy to its existence, so you need not worry. Why do I store miscellaneous items here? When I descend to procure supplies, should my burden prove too heavy, I leave them here, primarily oil, salt, and rice. Oh, this place is shrouded in darkness. How can you see? Have you developed spiritual awareness? I fear I have implicated you. Alas, I am unaware of the grievances you hold against Xuanhuang Mountain. I too am merely following orders. Brother Chenqi. In the obscurity, a lamp is ignited. The light reveals a cramped cave, cluttered with firewood, rice, salt, and other sundries, where 2 youths sit huddled on the ground, their bodies drenched, bearing the marks of survival. Shortly after departing the lakeshore, Gu had awakened and promptly indicated a path, leading Yi to this refuge. Though the cave is small, it suffices for concealment. Brother Chenqi has violated the sect's regulations. Master will not show him mercy. Gu, still troubled, remarked to Yi, "You should remain here for a few days. I shall return to the mountain gate." He had yet to rise when he was obstructed. "I fear you may not be able to return." "Why?" Gu turned to Yi. Even if unforeseen events had transpired, Xuanhuang Mountain remains a bastion of the Dao, with stringent rules in place. If he were to return and report the truth, the wayward brother would certainly face consequences. Yi shook his head, his voice uncharacteristically grave for one so young. "It is one thing for Chenqi to harm me, but to dare lay hands on you reveals his disregard for our brotherhood and his contempt for Xuanhuang Mountain." Reflecting on his mention of the foundational cultivator, it appears Xuanhuang Mountain is in peril. A foundational cultivator? A qi refining practitioner of the 9th level, their existence capped at a mere 120 years. In contrast, a foundational cultivator, one who harmonizes essence, spirit, and energy, begins to comprehend the interplay of yin and yang, wielding a sword to traverse the skies for 250 years. With such prowess, a foundational cultivator could roam the vast marshlands unchallenged. I recall you previously knew nothing. Should you return to the mountain now, the repercussions could be dire. It would be prudent to wait a couple of days until the storm passes, then return. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Gu regarded Yi, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. Once a naive hunter, he now possesses cultivation. Wielding the legendary sword energy that injured a formidable brother and traversing the forest with remarkable agility. Reflecting on these events still fills him with disbelief. Yi fell silent, weary, and closed his eyes. The unexpected occurrences of the day had indeed surpassed his imagination. From Qinqi's words, it was evident that Bai Zhi's previous claims were fabrications. Bai Zhi had deceived both Yu Yi and Qinqi, while Qinqi had similarly misled Bai Zhi and his master, Ergou. Such relationships, meant to be akin to family, had devolved into treachery. For what purpose? What, too, was the foundational cultivator from Sichuan doing in the vast marshes? Was it also in pursuit of the Jiaodan? Alas, having once been illiterate and blissfully ignorant, I now possess knowledge of the written word, having studied ancient texts and understood the Tao. Yet I remain unable to unravel the complexities of human nature. Since clarity eludes me and understanding remains elusive, I shall simply let it be. As the ancient texts proclaim, by adhering to one's true heart, discovering the genuine self, and following the righteous path, one should fear not the future. Yu Yi exhaled deeply, gradually finding tranquility within. However, as he endeavored to cultivate his techniques, an unexpected weariness swept over him. His limbs felt weak, and even the vital energy within him diminished to an almost imperceptible level. What could be the cause of this? After a moment of contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. No wonder, after injuring Qinqi, he could no longer summon the sword energy. The very first attempt at wielding it had exhausted all the vital energy within him. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient cultivation. The sole means to regain his vital energy lay in the practice of breathing exercises and absorbing spiritual energy. Gu Yu, witnessing Yu Yi in deep meditation, understood it was unwise to disturb him. He removed his damp Taoist robe and hung it to dry nearby, initially intending to sit quietly himself. However, having been startled and feeling fatigued, he could not resist leaning against the cave wall and soon fell into a deep slumber. 3 days passed. Yu Yi expelled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Whether due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in this place or the absence of medicinal aid, his relentless practice of breathing exercises had only restored a mere 40 to 50% of his vital energy. Such a sluggish pace of cultivation made it challenging to enhance his skills. Without the support of his cultivation, he could not summon sword energy, nor could he vanquish Qinqi. Yet, it was not entirely without gain. His mental acuity and physical strength had returned to their former state. At that moment, a voice called out, "Yu Yi." Gu Yu, having concealed himself in the cave for 3 days, could no longer contain his restlessness and ventured outside, unaware of what he had discovered, calling out loudly. Yu Yi rose from the ground. Not far from him was the cave entrance, blocked by a bundle of firewood. He extinguished the oil lamp, moved aside the wood, and ducked his head to exit the cave. Instantly, a refreshing breeze caressed his face, and the surroundings danced with dappled shadows. Outside the cave lay a tranquil forest, enveloped in serenity. A wisp of blue smoke rose, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Gu Yu had kindled a small fire in a clearing among the trees. Yu Yi's expression momentarily froze as he gazed into the distance, where Gu Yu remarked, "Hey, I searched the forest for 2 hours without encountering a single soul. So I caught a wild rabbit for a feast." The vast expanse of the woods was eerily quiet, revealing no signs of disturbance. Only then did Yu Yi feel reassured. Taking a moment to adjust his attire, the damp Taoist robe had dried, though his hair remained a disheveled mess. He tied his hair back neatly before approaching Gu Yu. In the realm of cultivation, one is not accustomed to the trivialities of life. Even outer disciples subsist on meager rations of water and grains, leading a frugal existence. Thus, to have rabbit meat to satisfy one's palate is indeed a rare delicacy. Between 2 stones, a fire crackled, with branches skewering the rabbit meat, now perfectly roasted to a golden hue. Gu Yu removed the meat, breaking it from the branch, and handed half to Yu Yi, eagerly devouring the other half. The meat was hot, prompting him to blow on it as he savored each mouthful, exclaiming, "Delicious." Yu Yi accepted the rabbit meat and took a bite, nodding in agreement. After 3 months of consuming nothing but nuts, herbs, and pills, he, too, felt a pang of hunger. One wild rabbit was hardly sufficient to satiate their appetites, and sharing it between the two left them both empty-handed, still licking their lips in lingering delight. "Hey, let us catch a few wild rabbits, pheasants, or mountain mice another day. We must indulge in a delightful feast." After expressing his grand aspirations, Gu Yu glanced at the sky, picked up his long sword, and signaled, "Let us return to the mountain." Yu Yu stood still, unmoving. Gu Yu, surprised, asked, "Aren't you coming back with me?" Yu Yu shook his head. Gu Yu found himself in a quandary. If senior sister inquires, how shall I explain? "Simply tell her," Yu Yi replied, "that I reported to her and requested justice on your behalf." "No need for that. Gu Yu wished to persuade him further, but Yu Yi had made up his mind. It was inappropriate for him to insist, so he remarked, "Were I in your position, I too would not desire to return and suffer humiliation." Despite his words, his expression betrayed his reluctance. Since joining Xuanhuang Mountain, he had seldom spent 3 consecutive months in close company with someone, given their similar ages and compatible temperaments. This abrupt separation inevitably saddened him. Yu Yi, however, remained calm. Having experienced partings before, he considered this farewell with Gu Yu a stroke of fortune. Thus, he adopted a mature demeanor, clasping his fists in salute and saying, "Though the skies are vast and waters long, we shall meet again. Indeed, we shall meet again." In a clearing within the woods, the 2 young men waved their hands in farewell. Suddenly, Gu Yu tossed his long sword into the air and called out, "Your swordplay is formidable, yet lacks a certain finesse. Keep the sword for your protection. You may return it to me in the future." Yu Yi reached out to catch the sword, quickly replying, "That is unnecessary." Gu Yu smiled, turned, and ran off into the distance. Holding the sword in his hands, Yu Yi couldn't help but recall the hunting knife gifted by Ergou. The azure steel sword crafted by the Taoist sect measured 3.5 feet in blade length and 8 inches in hilt. Sheet in fish skin with a leather cord for securing it, a striking piece of craftsmanship, worth a small fortune, reputed to be exchangeable for 100 hunting knives. Though the knife and sword differed, the sentiment remained unchanged. Gu Yu had already returned to the mountain gate. It was time for him to depart. He would distance himself from Xuanhuang Mountain, from Bai Zhi, and from the lofty cultivators he had spoken of. Though he had become a practitioner, his adversaries had grown even stronger. Yu Yi lingered for a moment in place before quietly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Unbeknownst to both him and Gu Yu, a significant change had befallen Xuanhuang Mountain, leading to their hasty farewell. May they indeed meet again. Midnight. The moon shone brightly overhead, amidst the mountains and forests. A faint silhouette glided by, covering several yards with each step, swift as a wraith. In an instant, it burst forth from the woods, leaping several times to reach the summit of a hill. It was a youth, donned in Taoist attire, clutching a long sword, slightly breathless as he turned to gaze back. After parting ways with Gu Yu, Yu Yi, exercising caution, chose to abandon the main path and instead navigated through the ancient woods. As night fell, he unleashed his full speed. The lightness technique he had learned finally came into play. This technique, a method of the Taoist sect, allows even ordinary individuals to traverse mountains and streams with ease when mastered. If a practitioner employed this skill, they could soar with the lightness of a swallow, flying through the air. After running for half the night, he had covered a distance of 100 or 200 miles. Yet, fatigue was inevitable. It would be wise to take a brief respite. The hill he found himself on was rather flat. Yu Yi settled down on the ground, his long sword resting upon his knees. Instead of hastily regulating his breath, he retrieved a piece of animal hide from his bosom. In the lifetime of Feng Lao Qi, he had bequeathed several items to Yu Yi: a map of Luming Mountain, a small sword, and a few scattered pieces of gold and silver. The small sword and the precious metals had long been lost, but the map was preserved due to its close proximity to him. This piece of animal hide served as the map of Luming Mountain. On his deathbed, Feng Lao Qi had entrusted Yu Yi with the task of journeying to Luming Mountain to retrieve the treasures he had hidden there, and then to visit his family in Baijia Village. At that time, Yu Yi could scarcely recognize a few characters and could not comprehend the map, and subsequently, he was captured at Xuanhuang Mountain, which caused the matter to be delayed. However, one must honor the request of others. Now that he had escaped from Xuanhuang Mountain, it was time to fulfill Feng Lao Qi's final wish. Yu Yi held up the animal hide, focusing intently on it. His nascent spiritual awareness had already extended several dozen feet. In the darkness of night, visibility was as clear as day. The map on the hide was distinctly portrayed, depicting the mountains and rivers surrounding Luming Mountain, along with markers for Pingshui Town. However, the exact location of Luming Mountain was not indicated on the map, nor was there any mention of Baijia Village. The whereabouts of Luming Mountain and Baijia Village remained a mystery. As dawn broke, Yu Yi traversed a narrow path through the mountains and fields. After resting for 2 or 3 hours, he felt revitalized, though the morning dew had dampened his robe, diminishing the ethereal quality of his agile figure. It was likely early spring. Looking around, the landscape was adorned in lush greenery, with vibrant flora and blooming wildflowers. A scene teeming with vitality. He recalled his first venture into the world during the frigid winter months, and now, as he embarked on another solitary journey, he was surrounded by the vivid colors of spring. He had transformed from a mountain boy into a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. What lay ahead was still uncertain. His immediate intention was to visit Luming Mountain and honor the promise he had made to Feng Laoqi. At the end of the path, he encountered a dirt road marked with wheel ruts stretching east and west, the destination unknown. Yi paused to survey his surroundings, scratched his head, and decided to head west. After walking 3 to 5 miles, a few thatched cottages came into view. Yi quickened his pace. The cottages were nestled beneath an ancient tree by the roadside, devoid of any other inhabitants, save for an elderly man clad in tattered garments, who sat on a stone at the entrance, gazing at him with murky eyes. Yi approached respectfully and inquired, "Elder, do you know the way to Luming Mountain?" "Oh, young man, are you here to buy some wine?" The old man, seemingly hard of hearing, continued, 3 pieces of silver for a jar of wine. You may take your pick." Following the direction of the old man's finger, Yi indeed spotted several clay wine jars stacked within the cottage. Not interested in purchasing wine and lacking silver, he raised his voice. "I am heading to Luming Mountain. Could you kindly direct me?" "Luming Mountain?" The old man finally understood, yet responded with confusion. "This is the realm of Tianmin Mountain. I have never heard of such a place as Luming Mountain." It was not surprising that the old man was so uninformed. He too had never heard of Tianmin Mountain. Many lived their entire lives within 100 miles of their homes. The vast expanse of Dezay was said to cover a circumference of 10,000 miles. It was improbable for anyone to traverse every inch or be well-versed in the names of all locales. Nevertheless, he could not abandon his pursuit so easily. There must be villages nearby where he could inquire further. Yi nodded his thanks to the old man and continued along the dirt road. After navigating a small grove, one arrives at a fork in the road. A village can be seen a mile or 2 to the right, with wisps of smoke rising and the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking. Ahead, a horse-drawn cart stands at an angle, with a man crouched beside it, muttering curses under his breath. Yi approached the scene. The cart, laden with a heap of wine jars, had become ensnared in a muddy pit. And despite the efforts of the horse and the man, they were unable to extricate it. Observing the predicament, Yi inquired with genuine concern, "Sir, may I offer my assistance?" The driver, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and dressed in a coarse robe that left his chest exposed, was sweating profusely. He turned to Yi, intrigued by the sight of a youth wielding a long sword, and asked, "Who are you?" "I." Yi hesitated, realizing his attire was unlike that of ordinary folk, and opted not to reveal the truth. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I am merely traveling to seek my family, passing through this area." The man regarded him skeptically, seeking family while armed with a sword? Oh, this was a gift from a friend, intended purely for self-defense. Fearing further misunderstandings, Yi swiftly lowered the sword and extended his hands towards the wheel, signaling, "Sir, allow me to help you push the cart." "Do not overexert yourself," the man remarked dismissively, yet he moved to the front of the cart, grasping the reins of the horse and calling out, "Whoa!" With a display of strength, Yi lifted the wheel, and as the horse took advantage of the moment, the cart surged free from the mud. "Remarkable strength," the man exclaimed, halting the cart in astonishment. The cart, along with the wine jars, weighed several hundred pounds, and he had intended to return to the village for assistance, only to find himself liberated in an instant. Yi dusted off his hands and retrieved his sword. Ever since he had gained his abilities, he had noticed a significant increase in his strength. Yet he was still somewhat taken aback by his feat of lifting the heavy cart. "What is your name, and where are you headed to seek your family?" The man's spirits lifted, and a smile graced his face. "I am Yi." He introduced himself and seized the opportunity to ask, "I wish to travel to Luming Mountain. Might you guide me?" "Luming Mountain?" The man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I am not familiar with that place." Disheartened, Yi listened as the man continued, "However, I am on my way to the tavern in Tianmin town to deliver wine. There are many travelers there. Perhaps you could inquire and find what you seek." Yuya's eyes brightened at this prospect, and he nodded eagerly. The man secured the ropes on the cart, and, after a thorough inspection, beckoned, "Hop on." The cart, drawn by a single horse with double shafts, had just enough space for 2 passengers. Yi hurried over to sit beside the man, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. There is no need for formality. Simply call me Old Xiao," the man replied, displaying a friendly demeanor. He then took out a whip and cracked it with a sharp snap. The horse shook its mane and flicked its tail, pulling the cart forward with a steady clatter. "Where do you reside?" Old Xiao inquired, engaging in casual conversation, to which Yi felt at ease to respond. "I hail from Yujia Village. Have you had your breakfast after an early start?" The journey to Tianmin town still spans over 20 miles, and they shall arrive around noon. It is wise to consume some sustenance to ease their hunger, for the provisions on the carriage are plentiful. Lao Shao produced a piece of dried meat from his pocket and offered it to Yu Yi, while he himself uncorked a jar of wine, tilting his head back to indulge in a few hearty gulps, before exhaling the intoxicating aroma with delight. My father bequeathed to me the art of winemaking, and the spirit I craft is renowned far and wide. Now that my father has grown elderly, I am responsible for our livelihood. Earlier, I encountered an elderly man selling wine. That happens to be my father, passing time by selling his wares by the roadside. Come, let us drink. Though Yu Yi felt the pangs of hunger, he was reluctant to accept charity. He hesitated, contemplating the piece of dried meat in his hand, when Lao Shao once again proffered the wine jar. I possess no silver, nor do I partake in wine. If you assist me with the cart, I shall surely repay you. How could a man refuse a drink? Is it disdain for Lao Shao, or a lack of appreciation for my father's grain liquor? Lao Shao is a man of straightforward temperament. Yu Yi had no choice but to accept the wine jar and take a tentative sip, immediately feeling the fiery sting on his tongue, prompting him to blow out air repeatedly in discomfort. Lao Shao could not help but chuckle heartily, drinking deeply from the jar, while Yu Yi could only manage a rueful smile and shake his head. Drinking is a cherished pastime of the mountain hunters. In his youth, he had been coaxed by his father to taste strong spirits, the sharpness, bitterness, and burning sensations still vivid in his memory. Perhaps due to his youth, he still harbors a distaste for alcohol and remains oblivious to its subtleties. Yet, that single sip of wine forged a bond between these two strangers. Lao Shao was not only forthright, but also exceedingly talkative. As he drove the cart, he regaled Yu Yi with tales of his winemaking experiences, the camaraderie he shared with the innkeeper of Tianmin town, and more. Yu Yi, no longer holding back, soon devoured the dried meat and embraced his sword, reveling in the splendor of the spring fields. The sounds of Lao Zhao's laughter intertwined with the rhythm of horse hooves and creaking wheels, echoing along the way. As noon approached, the cart rolled into Tianmin town, with its 100 or so households and a single east-west street lined with a dozen shops. This was the entirety of Tianmin town, bustling far more than Lingjiao town. Lao Shao halted the cart at the east end of the street, unloading over 10 jars of wine at 2 taverns, then proceeded to the west end, stopping once more in front of an inn adorned with the Tianmin town banner. This was the Tianmin town inn, the only one in the area. 3 storefronts faced the street, housing the tavern and the reception. The adjoining gate led to the backyard, where the stables and guest rooms were located. The innkeeper and his attendants emerged to assist in transferring the jars of wine into the tavern. Yu Yi was not idle, busily helping as well. The innkeeper, in his 40s, known as Manager Jia, shared a brotherly rapport with Lao Shao, and he arranged meals for both Lao Shao and Yu Yi. After their midday meal, Lao Shao, eager to return home, instructed Manager Jia to look after Yu Yi for a couple of days before departing Tianmin town alone with his cart. Having a good relationship with Lao Shao, Manager Jia promptly ordered his staff to prepare a guest room for Yu Yi. In the inn's backyard, Yu Yi stood before the guest room, surveying his surroundings. The so-called guest room was merely a humble stone structure, furnished with a simple bed and a wooden table. On the right side, there were 6 identical rooms, inhabited by 4 or 5 guests, including the elderly, women, and children. If one were to inquire about the way, it was likely that none would know of Looming Mountain. To the left stood the courtyard wall, which enclosed the stable and the latrine. Near the entrance of the courtyard were the kitchen and a well. One attendant was chopping firewood, while a woman was washing kitchenware. Several large trees provided shade, making the spacious courtyard quite cool. Yi glanced back at the long sword resting on his bed, reached out to close the door, and turned to the woodcutter, saying, "Qiangzi, take a break. I shall chop a few logs." The young man named Qiangzi, around 16 or 17 years old, wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. What kind of guest chops wood? Without further ado, Yi snatched the axe and rolled up his sleeves, placing a tree stump on the ground. Qiangzi awkwardly remarked, "Aunt Wu, you see." Aunt Wu, a woman in her 40s, remained squatting by the well, washing without raising her head. "He is a guest under old Zhao's care. Let him be. You should not think to be lazy. Hurry up and scrub the pots and sweep the floor." Qiangzi nodded in agreement and hurried away. With a swift motion, Yi brought down the axe, splitting the stump into numerous pieces. He grasped another piece of wood and continued to chop. Staying at the inn without contributing felt rather inappropriate. Assisting with the firewood was a modest form of recompense. Before long, the wood was neatly chopped and stacked. He called out to Aunt Wu, had a few sips of well water, and washed his face. At that moment, a procession of horses and carts entered the courtyard. 5 individuals, riding 4 horses and guiding a single yoke cart pulled by 2 horses, arrived. Xiangzi appeared to greet them. A burly man with a full beard dismounted with a flourish, shouting, "Attendant, prepare 3 guest rooms, and provide 2 jars of strong liquor and 10 pounds of meat. My brothers will stay here for the night and set off early tomorrow." Xiangzi, busy attending to the horses, forced a smile. "Honorable guest. We only have 2 guest rooms left." The burly man tossed a large piece of silver and barked, "I want 3 guest rooms. Are you deaf?" Xiangzi hurriedly caught the silver, yet hesitated. "We truly have no available rooms." The burly man glared, ready to erupt in anger. His companions approached, brandishing swords and looking quite menacing. Aunt Wu dropped the basin she was washing and retreated into the kitchen. The other guests in the courtyard also distanced themselves. Having finished washing his face and drying his hands, Yi glanced up and spoke. "Xiangzi, you may offer my room to these esteemed guests." Xiangzi replied, "That may not be appropriate. I can sleep on the kitchen floor. Please wait a moment." Yi proceeded towards the guest rooms to retrieve his longsword. Facilitating others while benefiting himself and assisting the inn in earning some silver seemed a most agreeable arrangement. The burly man sized up Yu Yi and exchanged glances with his companions. Yu Yi entered the room, then stepped back outside, only to find the burly man and his friends approaching, clasping their hands in greeting. "Young brother, are you a member of the Taoist sect?" "A member of the Taoist sect?" Yu Yi gazed at the 5 men standing before the door, momentarily at a loss for words. The leader, a robust figure, abandoned his previous brashness and inquired cautiously, "Young brother, I see you wear a Taoist robe. You must be a disciple of the Taoist sect. Might you hail from the northern Qi mountain?" Yi lowered his gaze to the Taoist robe adorning his figure and the long sword in his hand. Suddenly enlightened yet slightly furrowing his brow, remaining silent. The Taoist sect is not known to the common folk. To recognize the robe and infer his origins, mentioning the northern Qi mountain was indeed no trivial matter. Moreover, Bai Zhi had once mentioned that the ancient tree causing havoc in Yujia Village was a disciple of northern Qi mountain. Chuckling awkwardly, the robust man continued, "Young brother, I assure you that Zhong has no ill intentions. I merely enjoy traversing the land and making acquaintances." "Oh," Yuya's thoughts stirred as he replied, "I am but a disciple of the outer sect of Xuanhuang Mountain." Despite his childhood aversion to deceit, the relentless trials he had endured had opened his eyes to the treachery of humanity. Now, as he spun a tale, he found himself unflustered. "Xuanhuang Mountain?" The robust man appeared taken aback. "The Taoist sect of Xuanhuang Mountain no longer exists, and you, young brother, are completely unaware?" "Ah." Yi was slightly stunned, raising his hands in a gesture of humility. "I have been traveling for many days and am entirely ignorant of this. Might this esteemed Zhong brother elaborate? I would be most grateful." His demeanor and actions resembled those of a true disciple of the Taoist sect. "Aha!" The laughter of the robust man lightened. As he spoke to his companions, "Young brother need not relinquish the guest room. The 5 of us shall make do for the night." Yu Yi humbly replied, "Zhong brother," but the man waved his hand, saying, "I am weary from the journey, and we shall converse further in the evening." He urged the attendant to open the guest room, retreating with his companions to rest. Left standing in place, Yu Yi could only turn and return to his room. He shut the door behind him and sat at the edge of the bed. The Taoist sect of Xuanhuang Mountain has ceased to exist? The phrase cease to exist implies disappearance, vanishing without a trace. Although he had speculated previously, this revelation still caught him off guard. Wasn't Xuanhuang Mountain the very foundation of the Taoist sect? How could it simply be said to be gone? What of Qi, Bai Zhi, and their master, Ergou? Could that man named Zhong be speaking falsehoods? His earlier rudeness, followed by flattery, and now his evasive words suggested ulterior motives. Who exactly was he? Yi glanced at the long sword in his hand, raising an eyebrow thoughtfully. Regardless of whom he encountered or what matters arose, he possessed methods to cope. With the 7 killing sword Qi, he could even contend against Chen Qi. Regrettably, his cultivation was insufficient, making it difficult to wield the sword energy freely. And now, without the aid of medicinal pills, how could he enhance his abilities? Alas, he wished to seek counsel from Jiaoying, yet she remained unresponsive. The surge of ambition that had just kindled in his heart swiftly dissipated. He set down the long sword, sat cross-legged, and gently closed his eyes, regulating his breath. Since progress in cultivation was slow, he would have to compensate for his shortcomings through diligence. Knock, knock, someone rapped at the door. Yi opened his eyes from his meditative state. The room was dim, and evening had already fallen. As the sturdy Xiangzi pushed the door open, he ignited the oil lamp by the door with a match. He then turned around, placing a bamboo basket on the wooden table before the bed, and warmly said, "Brother Yu, it is time for dinner." "Thank you," Yu Yi replied, stretching his legs to the floor as he stood to express his gratitude. "I should be the one thanking you for your assistance today." Xiangzi waved his hand dismissively and exited the room, smiling as he indicated, "Please enjoy your meal. And if you need anything, just let me know." Inside the bamboo basket was a large bowl of fragrant mutton soup, accompanied by 3 golden, crispy flatbreads. Yu Yi eagerly lifted the bowl and began to drink the soup, not forgetting to take a bite of the flatbread. For several months, he had seldom tasted anything rich. Whether it was due to hunger or relying on dried fruits and medicinal herbs, he had gradually forgotten the flavor of meat during his daily meditations and training. However, upon arriving at the end of the day, the delightful taste of soup and meat revived the cravings within him. Just as he was relishing his meal, a knock sounded at the door. Rap, rap. It was a man named Zhong who stepped into the room. Despite his rugged appearance, with a beard covering his face, he was not particularly old, appearing to be in his early 30s. Yet, he was well versed in the ways of the world and handled matters with composure. "Ah, Brother Zhong?" Yi greeted him, continuing to eat without pretense. In an instant, he had only half a flatbread left, and the soup bowl was nearly empty. The man named Zhong stood beside him with his arms crossed, seemingly a bit awkward. "What brings you here, Brother Zhong?" "Hick." Yu Yi finally swallowed the last piece of flatbread and remembered to inquire about his visitor's purpose, unable to suppress a belch as he rubbed his stomach and sighed contentedly. "There's no one competing for your food. Why the hurry?" Zhong complained, then added, "I had intended to invite you for a drink, but it seems you have already filled yourself." "Never mind." He turned to leave, but Yu Yi quickly called out to stop him. "Brother Zhong, forgive my rudeness. Please sit." The guest room was sparsely furnished, with no place to sit. The man named Zhong glanced around, approached the wooden couch, yet did not sit down. Instead, he picked up the long sword resting on the bedside and drew it with a sharp sound. Yuya's expression shifted slightly. "I did not expect you to be a disciple of Xuanhuang Mountain." Zhong, with a twist of his wrist, sheathed the long sword. "Items of the Tao have their marks. This green steel sword bears the inscription of Xuanhuang Mountain." It was evident that he was suspicious of Yu Ye's background, using the opportunity to test his authenticity. Observing Yu Ye's skilled movements, he inferred that he was adept in swordplay. "My name is Zhong Jian, formerly a disciple of the outer sect of Baijia Mountain." After setting down the sword, Zhong Jian smiled at Yu Yi and remarked, "In a way, we are kindred spirits." Yu Yi was somewhat taken aback and, following the customs of the Tao, clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior Brother Ji, I am Yu Yi. I apologize for my lack of decorum." "You are named Yu Yi?" Zhong Jian waved his hand dismissively. "I am no longer a disciple of Baijia Mountain. We cannot call each other senior brother or junior brother. However, seeing you in Taoist robes today prompted me to engage in conversation." At this point, he suddenly grew agitated. "In my day, I was merely involved in a brawl that resulted in a death. Is Baijia Mountain truly a sacred ground of the Tao? Have you not witnessed the many disciples colluding with bandits, committing acts of arson and robbery, engaging in numerous wicked deeds? Why was I the only one expelled from the mountain? Humph. Nowadays I find myself at ease with a band of brothers, wandering freely. What defines a wanderer? It refers to those who cherish camaraderie, value righteousness, bravely confront difficulties, or revel in displays of strength and ferocity. It is no wonder that this person is well acquainted with the ways of the world and possesses keen insights. He was once a disciple of the Taoist sect, now transformed into a cynical wanderer indulging in the pleasures of life. Zhong, I have a question that troubles me." At this moment, Yu Yi seizes the opportunity to inquire, "Is it true that Xuanhuang Mountain has encountered a calamity?" "Haha, I was just about to speak of this matter." Zhong Jian, having regained his composure, scrutinizes Yu Yi and remarks, "You seem quite young. I presume you have yet to learn much. Since the Taoist sect of Xuanhuang Mountain has perished, why not follow me henceforth? Wouldn't it be delightful to drink and feast daily? What are the details? Can you enlighten me?" A few masters arrived in Qizhou and annihilated the Taoist sect of Xuanhuang Mountain. What of the disciples of Xuanhuang Mountain? The majority were slain, while the rest scattered like birds and beasts. What are the names of these masters? I have heard my senior brother mention them. The leader is named Bu Yi, capable of flying with a sword and killing from afar, reigning supreme in the vast marshlands without rival. Does your senior brother know this great master? Zhong Jian glanced back, walked over to close the door, and then, with a serious demeanor, continued, after Bui eradicated Xuanhuang Mountain, he also destroyed Baijia Mountain. My senior brother narrowly escaped and encountered me while fleeing. From him, I learned that Bui will not relent easily. I fear that the other 6 Taoist sects may not escape this calamity either. Now, all sects have caught wind of the situation and are hastily dispersing their disciples to evade danger. The other 6 sects? You could not help but exclaim, there are so many Taoist sects in the vast marshlands. Zhang Jian once again scrutinized him, filled with suspicion. You truly know nothing. Are you not a disciple of the Taoist sect? The way you were eating just now hardly resembles that of a detached practitioner. Yu Yi felt a pang of unease and quickly interjected. I am but a latecomer to the path, with limited experience. Please do not mistake me for a disciple of the Taoist sect, but rather see me as an ordinary rustic. Zhang Jian smiled and said, Haha, I actually prefer to be an ordinary person. To speak frankly, I pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and then continued. There are 8 Taoist sects in the vast marshlands, located at Xuanhuang Mountain, Baijia Mountain, Nanxi Mountain, Zixia Mountain, Xian Mountain, Chiwu Peak, Tiandan Peak, and Longlan Peak. Among them, Xuanhuang Mountain and Baijia Mountain are the most renowned. The smaller sects remain unknown to outsiders. As I mentioned earlier, this is a time rife with chaos among the Taoist sects, presenting a significant opportunity. A few brothers and I plan to ascend the mountain tomorrow to broaden our horizons and perhaps enjoy the autumn winds. You might as well accompany me. I can take you to Xuanhuang Mountain another day. What do you say? At last, he revealed his true intention, to take advantage of the chaos. The so-called companionship was no different from joining forces. After all, Yi had claimed to be a disciple of the Taoist sect. Naturally, it would be more efficient for him to be guided to Xuanhuang Mountain. Yi fell silent. Will you not respond? Zhong Jian, growing impatient, said, If you are not a disciple of the Taoist sect, I would hardly bother to converse with you. Baijia Mountain has a legacy spanning centuries. With countless techniques and elixirs left behind, any gains from this journey would far surpass your years of cultivation. Brother Zhong. Yu Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. I too wish to accompany Brother Zhong to broaden my horizons, but alas, I lack the time to journey to Looming Mountain. What is your purpose for going there? Oh, Brother Zhong has been to Looming Mountain? What if you have been, or if you haven't? Zhang Jian fixed his gaze on Yu Yi, his eyes flickering with intensity. I have been entrusted with a task to visit Looming Mountain. Yet I am uncertain of the way. I earnestly request Brother Zhong to guide me. What reason do I have to show you the way? Yu Yi, initially filled with anticipation, was taken aback by Zhong Jian's question. He lowered his head in contemplation and reluctantly replied, It seems I have no choice but to make a trip to Baijia Mountain. Zhong Jian turned and walked away, waving his hand. It is settled. We shall depart at the hour of the tiger tomorrow morning. I meant to say, Yu Yi wished to utter more. But the figure before him had already vanished. Only the oil lamp by the door flickered, mirroring the uncertainty in his expression. He approached, closed the door, and extinguished the flame with a breath, pacing alone in the darkness while reflecting on his conversation with Zhong Jian. As the night deepened, he returned to the wooden couch and sat cross-legged. Before dawn, a lantern illuminated the inn's backyard. The attendant, Xiangzi, rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawning, as he busily prepared the horses and carriage. Zhong Jian and his 4 companions, however, appeared invigorated, having already packed their belongings and armed themselves with swords. Yet they all turned in unison to glance back. Someone opened a door and emerged, holding a long sword. Setting forth, Zhong Jian and 3 companions mounted their horses, while another drove the large cart. With a sharp crack of the whip, the horses neighed, hooves thundering, wheels rolling, and the group sped out of the courtyard. Please convey my gratitude to Manager Jia and Old Xiao for their hospitality. Yu Yi and Xiangzi cupped their hands in farewell before exiting the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhong Jian and his companions had already raced far ahead. Even the lagging cart had distanced itself by 10 paces. He swiftly lifted the hem of his robe, pointed his toes to the ground, and leapt into the air, landing atop the cart. The driver glanced back briefly, then vigorously cracked the whip. The 2 horses pulling the cart surged forward, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. Yu Yi stumbled slightly, hurriedly seated himself, only to discover he was sitting atop a wooden box, which rattled loudly with the cart's jolting motion. The wind rushed past his ears, and the trees lining the road blurred into a swift retreat. Zhang Jian and his companions seemed well acquainted with the route, galloping ahead. The cart moved at a brisk pace, though it was rather jarring for Yu Yi. He hoped that this journey to Baijia Mountain would yield some valuable insight. His anticipated discovery was not of elixirs, or martial arts techniques. The reasons for his journey to Baijia Mountain were twofold. The ancient trees were tied to the 30 lives lost in Yujia Village, and those trees were connected to the rising dust, which in turn linked to a master of foundational cultivation from Qizhou, all of which seemed to bear a relation to him, Yi. If he were to unravel the truths and falsehoods entwined in this matter, he could not overlook any hint of suspicion. Furthermore, Zhang Jian's keen awareness of information, as well as his knowledge of Looming Mountain's location, made their agreement a prudent strategy. As dawn broke, the cart and horses continued their gallop. Approaching noon, the group finally came to a halt. Yi jumped down from the cart, brushing off the dust that clung to him, appearing quite disheveled. Zhang Jian and his 4 companions, equally haggard and weary, appeared as if they had been caught in a storm. Even the horses pulling the cart were foaming at the mouth and drenched in sweat, a testament to the arduousness of their long journey, especially after galloping tirelessly for 3 or 4 hours. The dawn had once graced them with a hint of rosy light, but now the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. Beneath the dim light, a towering mountain loomed in the distance, obscured by a thick veil of rain and mist, rendering its true form indistinguishable. Could that be the Northern Qi Mountain? Yujia stood by the roadside, leaning on his sword, observing the surroundings when a chill swept over his face as raindrops began to fall from the heavens. Zhongjin called out, "Let us seek refuge in the woods." Nearby lay a grove of trees. Before the horses and cart could reach the shelter, the rain began to pour down with a resounding patter. The group fell into a flurry of activity. Yujia dashed to an ancient tree, his robe already soaked through by the relentless rain. "Damn it! How can we ascend the mountain in such downpour? We are fatigued and have nowhere to rest." Zhongjian's companions hurriedly secured the cart and horses, each seeking shelter beneath the tree, grumbling as the rain intensified. Zhongjian wiped the rain from his face and reassured them, "Let us endure for just a moment longer." He sighed, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. "Alas, I have not yet attained the innate realm. Otherwise, with my vital energy protecting me, I would fear not the winds and rain." Upon hearing him speak of his past cultivation, one of the companions asked curiously, "Can vital energy truly shield one from blades and swords?" "Humph." Zhongjin scoffed, retorting, "If vital energy can protect against cold and heat, and shield from wind and rain, do you not think it can withstand weapons?" Yujia, sheltering beneath the ancient tree a few paces away, felt the rain seep through the branches above. Initially a gentle patter that soon transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching him completely. Just as he lamented his lack of refuge, he overheard the conversation between Zhongjian and his companions. The so-called vital energy protection was a small technique that involved channeling one's energy to create a barrier, isolating oneself from external disturbances while safeguarding against malevolent forces. He recalled witnessing Bai Zhi remain untouched by falling snow, a manifestation of vital energy protection. The current techniques he practiced included such methods, yet he had been too preoccupied with mastering sword energy to explore them. As Zhongjian had mentioned, this technique appeared to hold considerable merit. If that were indeed the case, Jiaoying ought to have offered a word of advice. Closing his eyes, Yujia stood silently in the rain, delving into the techniques stored within his consciousness, memorizing the application of vital energy protection. As he pondered the incantations, his thoughts drifted to the mysterious woman concealed within the Jiaodan. After casting aside the techniques, Jiaoying had either mocked or belittled him, or simply chosen to ignore him altogether. Even his attempts to summon her with his spiritual awareness yielded no response. Were he to receive her guidance, his progress and cultivation would not be so sluggish. Just as he silently lamented her indifference, his eyes suddenly flew open. Someone was approaching. Through the heavy rain came the urgent sound of galloping hoofs. The Northern Qi Mountain is facing trouble. It seems heroes from all corners are responding. Be cautious. Following Zhongjin's warning, 2 of his companions braved the downpour and rushed toward the cart, opening a wooden chest from which they retrieved 2 bows and quivers filled with arrows. Meanwhile, a dozen robust steeds burst through the rain and mist, perhaps seeking refuge from the downpour, yet they halted before the thicket. One rider scrutinized the vehicles within the woods, muttering to himself, they carry a great cart. Are they seeking to seize the opportunity amidst chaos and plunder the treasures of Northern Qi Mountain? He gripped his horse's reins, gazing intently, and called out, "Who goes there? Could it be Feng Laoqi? You actually recognize me, and who might you be?" Came the astonished response from Zhongjian. Was he not Zhongjian? How had he transformed into Feng Laoqi? If he were indeed Feng Laoqi, then who had perished before? Or were they merely namesakes? Feng Laoqi. In collusion with bandits, conspiring with the underworld, had committed numerous atrocities, accumulating wealth through pillage. Who else but you, the avaricious rogue, would dare to take advantage of the turmoil and hasten with the cart? Encountering me, Hu Laoda, today spells your misfortune. Brother Hu, a misunderstanding. Zhang Jian seemed to recognize the man and intended to clarify his identity. Yet, the dozen horses had already surged into the woods, with Hu Laoda charging directly at him. Battling against the wind and rain, mired in mud, and unable to see clearly, he shouted, "Brothers!" His companions, long on guard, swiftly raised their crossbows and shot. The twang of bowstrings echoed, and two figures fell with anguished cries. "There are ambushes. Eliminate these brigands." Hu Laoda bellowed, his steed leaping into the air, propelling him and his drawn blade towards Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian drew his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but could not withstand the force of the galloping horse. With a clang, their weapons clashed, sending Zhang Jian's sword flying. As he staggered backward, a glimmering blade descended upon him. With no escape to either side, he was forced to roll onto the ground. Though he narrowly avoided the lethal strike, he could not evade the iron hooves of the horse, which crushed his leg with a sickening snap, leaving him to cry out as he collapsed into the mud. The fates of his two companions were even more tragic, having just successfully ambushed. They had not yet loosed another bolt before succumbing to the onslaught of hooves and blades. The remaining two companions fled, yet they too fell into a trap. Of the 6 who had come from Tianmen town, 5 had met their doom. One remained, equally ensnared in peril. Yu Yi leaned against a large tree, sword in hand, as 4 or 5 horses charged towards him. He could scarcely fathom that their journey to northern Qi Mountain had reached its foot, only to be beset by unforeseen calamity. Why did Zhang Jian claim to be Feng Laoqi and strike first? Why was Hu Laoda relentless in pursuit, leaving him in a fog of confusion? In a fleeting moment, a horseman charged forth, perhaps fearful of colliding with the tree. The rider abruptly turned, leaning in to deliver a fierce strike. In days gone by, Yu Yi would have fled in terror. Yet in this moment, he not only stood his ground, but felt a surge of indignation. Yu Yi extended his arms, drawing his long sword upward. A resounding clash erupted, sparks flying as the blade soared into the air, nearly unseating the wielder. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, sidestepping the startled horse and kicking against the massive tree, propelling himself into the air. Once again, several horses galloped forward, accompanied by the chaotic glint of blades. Before he could touch the ground, his longsword was thrust downward, splattering mud and water as he leveraged himself to dart forward. "Yu Yi, save me." Zhang Jian struggled through the mire, desperately evading the onslaught of Hu Da's horse and blade. Just as despair enveloped him, he caught sight of a figure soaring 3 feet above the ground, and he could not help but cry for help. It was indeed Yu Yi, one hand wielding a sword sheath, the other clutching a long sword, his lithe form and outstretched arms resembling a great bird, soaring toward Zhang Jian with urgency. He was determined to rescue him. Hu Da, however, was unwilling to relent, abandoning Zhang Jian to charge at Yu Yi with horse and blade. The momentum of Yu Ye's advance faltered, his body forced to pivot, and he fell into the mud with a splat. In that instant, iron hooves and a long blade descended. Just as it seemed he would share Zhang Jian's dire fate, he suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a flash of sword light that severed the horse's hoof and sent the blade careening away. While Hu Da was momentarily taken aback, Yi sprang toward Zhang Jian, pulling him from the mire and hastily fleeing toward the forest's edge. Yet, as they emerged from the thicket, they found themselves surrounded by a dozen horses closing in from all sides. Zhang Jian's injured leg could scarcely support him, and he leaned on Yu Ye's shoulder. Taking in the dire situation around them, he lamented, "Brother Yu, do not concern yourself with me. Flee for your life." Humph, no one escapes. Hu Da and a companion emerged from the woods, each brandishing a crossbow. Zhang Jian, filled with urgency and anger, retorted, "Hu Da, see clearly. I am not Feng Laoqi." Hu Da mounted a stone, looking down imperiously. "Though you are not Feng Laoqi, you are undoubtedly a thief." He raised his crossbow, declaring, "Today we shall eliminate evil to the last." Zhang Jian spat silently, urging, "Brother Yu, we must not delay. Hurry." But Yu Yi, shorter by half a head, stood tall and silent. The rain poured relentlessly. Amidst the torrential downpour, the horses circled menacingly. The riders swung their weapons, each exuding palpable ferocity. Hu Da and his companions stood at the periphery, bows drawn and ready. Within the encirclement stood the two. Zhang Jian had lost his sword. With his left hand dragging his injured leg and his right resting on Yu Ye's shoulder, he trembled slightly, drenched by the rain, whether from anger or pain. Yu remained silent and still, his long sword pointed downward, unwavering. Only the blade's edge caught the rein, as if savoring the thrill of bloodshed and slaughter. The horses galloped faster, their circling tightening. 3 more steeds broke away, gradually closing in on the 2 trapped men. The cacophony of wind, rain, and pounding hooves filled the air, an oppressive aura of impending violence looming closer. Zhang Jian shook off the rainwater obscuring his vision and bitterly said, "Brother, you do not blame me." His companion did not cast blame. Instead, he raised the sword sheath in his hand. Zhang Jian, taken aback, nonetheless grasped the sheath and planted it firmly in the ground, using it to stand independently for a moment, free from reliance on another. 3 horses bore down to within 2 yards, still revolving like the tightening grip of a noose, drawing ever closer, ever tighter, until it would eventually strangle the 2 men to their demise. Yujia suddenly sprang from the ground, leaping towards a man with a gentle flick of his sword, followed by a swift kick. The speed of his movement was akin to a startled swan breaking through a cluster of rain and mist, leading to a flash of sword light that blossomed into a spray of blood. The mounted man, caught unawares, was struck in the shoulder by the blade. Before he could feel the pain, he was kicked off his horse and tumbled to the ground. The other 2, in a panic, turned their horses around, intending to launch a joint assault. Seizing the moment, Yujia landed gracefully on the horse's back and leapt once more, elegantly extending his arm to thrust his sword, while simultaneously delivering kicks in midair, then twisting his body to unleash another swift strike that sent a spray of blood into the air. The 2 men, one after the other, were pierced by his sword, both screaming in agony as they fell to the earth. Their horses, now devoid of their riders, wandered aimlessly in confusion. Yujia then descended lightly beside Zhongjian, the entire exchange transpiring in the blink of an eye, and his sword remained unmarred by blood. Zhongjian, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Yujia, I never expected you." The numerous mounted men were equally taken aback. Some rushed to aid their fallen comrades, others shouted curses, while a few brandished their weapons, creating a chaotic scene. Hu Laoda, observing the unfolding turmoil, warned sharply that lad's swordsmanship is formidable. We must join forces to eliminate him. Yujia, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, swiftly led over a nearby horse, hoisted Zhongjian onto its back, and urged, "Brother Zhong, we must flee." He delivered a firm slap to the horse's rear, causing it to bolt forward with a startled whinny. Zhongjian clung tightly to the saddle, unable to utter another word. He had witnessed Yuya's prowess and understood that escaping alone would pose little challenge for him. Any hesitation on his part would only serve to hinder his companion. Just as Zhongjian seized the moment to break free amidst the chaos, his horse suddenly collapsed, its forelegs giving way beneath him. Caught off guard, he was thrown violently to the ground, tumbling through the mud. As he looked up, the will to survive began to fade. The horse he had ridden was found to have been pierced through the skull by a crossbow bolt, thrashing helplessly on the ground. Meanwhile, Hu Laoda and his men had swiftly pursued them. Amidst the raging storm, the sound of iron hooves echoed, and the glint of blades shimmered. An atmosphere of suffocating despair and impending doom once again descended. However, amidst the chaos, a familiar figure rushed towards them. Zhongjian could not help but shout, "Brother Yujia, beware of the hidden arrows." After rescuing Zhongjian, Yujia intended to depart, but at that moment, the sound of a bowstring twanged, and Zhongjian, along with his horse, fell to the ground. Determined to ensure his friend's safety, Yujia employed his lightness technique, recklessly rushing forward. Yet, he was met with obstruction from other riders, narrowly evading them. The warning of beware of hidden arrows startled him. Having previously witnessed the terror of crossbow bolts, he knew they were the most insidious of threats. Fortunately, after a few agile maneuvers, he reached Zhongjian's side and lifted him up, only to find their escape route blocked by a group of men on horseback, closing in rapidly. Zhongjian urged, "Brother Yujia, let us ascend the mountain through the rain." On the open road, even with his lightness technique, he could not outrun horses. Moreover, given the disparity in numbers, a direct confrontation was unwise. They could only seek an alternative route to potentially extricate themselves from danger. With little time for contemplation, Yi hoisted Zhongjian onto his shoulder and turned to run towards the direction of North Qi Mountain. Initially, his steps were somewhat laborious, but he could not help but channel his internal energy, and in an instant, he moved as lightly as a breeze. "Zhong brother, how shall we ascend the mountain?" he inquired. "Proceed 50 paces, then turn right to reach the mountain gate. It cannot be mistaken, right? My dear brother, I have resided on the mountain for over a decade. There is no place I do not know. Careful now." Yu Yi, unfamiliar with the path up the mountain, continued to ask questions as he ran. Just as they exchanged words, the sound of bowstrings twanging filled the air. Before Zhang Jian could finish his exclamation, two fierce winds rushed from behind. Yu Yi neither dodged nor turned back, instead wielding his sword effortlessly. With two sharp clangs, the incoming arrows were deflected. Zhang Jian, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Yu, you have developed spiritual awareness. You are a qi refinement practitioner, aren't you?" "Indeed," Yu Yi responded dismissively as he leapt up a section of stone steps. The steps continued to ascend, presumably leading straight to the mountain gate of North Qi. Meanwhile, Hu Laoda and his men had pursued them to the base of the slope, forced to abandon their horses and proceed on foot, all the while shouting and clamoring, refusing to relent. "Is that so?" Zhang Jian was taken aback. "If you are indeed a practitioner, how can you allow a band of commoners to chase and humiliate you? Quickly set me down, and let us return to confront them." He became increasingly spirited, adding, "You should have killed someone to assert your authority. Would Hu Laoda dare to be so brazen?" Yu did not set down Zhang Jian, nor did he halt his pace, responding, "I have never taken a life." "Oh, have you never killed a chicken?" "My family has no chickens, but I have slain wolves. Wolves are ferocious, far surpassing humans in strength. You have killed wolves, yet fear to kill a man? Humans and beasts are fundamentally different. The cruelty of man often exceeds that of wild animals. Zhang brother speaks wisely. If you do not kill, you shall be killed." Sighing, he added, "Very well. After passing through the mountain gate, we will turn left." Zhang Jian urged Yu Yi to assert himself through violence to escape their plight, but Yu Yi remained unmoved, and Zhang Jian conceded. Ahead, two stone pillars adorned with intricate carvings, emblazoned with the symbols of North Qi and the Xuanwu of Shuafeng, marked the mountain gate. After walking 100 paces to the left, a narrow path upward appeared. Though the heavy rain made it treacherous, it would facilitate ambush against formidable foes. Yu Yi passed through the mountain gate and proceeded left. Thud, thud indeed, it was ill-advised to ascend the mountain in the rain. Hu Laoda and his men stumbled on the slick steps, slipping repeatedly and falling in disarray. Aha! Zhang Jian finally exhaled, reveling in their misfortune. Let them fall to their doom. After walking 100 paces to the left, a 3-foot-wide winding stone staircase came into view. Yu Yi ascended the staircase, taking 3 to 5 steps at a time, rising over a yard with each leap, yet maintaining steady footing and a light form. As Hu Laoda and his men reached the narrow and steep staircase, they could only ascend one by one, wary of slipping, and thus slowed their pace. Yu Yi glanced back and casually swept his sword. A boulder weighing dozens of pounds was lifted into the air, crashing down the stone steps with a resounding thud. The crowd, hastily ascending the stone steps, erupted into exclamations, instantly descending into chaos. Among them, 2 individuals were caught unawares. One was struck by a falling stone, spitting blood, while the other was directly knocked down the steps. Hu Laoda and the others, filled with trepidation, had no choice but to retrace their steps. With no pursuers behind them, Yu Yi felt a newfound lightness. After a brief span of half an hour, the terrain grew increasingly steep. The gentle drizzle gradually tapered off, only to be replaced by a thick mist that enveloped the surroundings, rendering the mountains, trees, and the stone steps beneath their feet invisible. In this ethereal atmosphere, it felt as though one were walking amidst the clouds, lost in reverie. As the mind flickered between clarity and oblivion, a single misstep could lead to a perilous abyss. Zhang Jian, hoisted upon Yu Ye's shoulder, though spared the exertion of climbing, remained vigilant, for he alone was well acquainted with the ascent. Upon noticing Yu Ye's unsteady footing, he couldn't help but caution, "This is a treacherous place. We must not be careless." Yu silently nodded in acknowledgement. Although Zhang Jian lacked cultivation, his years of devotion to the path had endowed him with insights and experiences surpassing the ordinary. His earlier words bore profound significance. Fortunately, Yu Yi had perused ancient texts and grasped some of their wisdom. The texts spoke of the Ling Tai, a term from the mundane realm, akin to the Zifu, the Upper Dantian, and Iwan, and Xiong Shi, alternate names for the Sea of Consciousness. Above the Ling Tai lies the Bai Hui, the high platform, the path to heaven. A single lapse in focus could obliterate the path and plunge one into the depths. "Hold on, let us pause," Yu Yi suggested, slowing his pace. In the mist, the stone steps reached their end. Beyond lay an expanse of fog, obscuring all sight. A few paces to the right revealed a sheer cliff and a pair of iron chain bridges. Etched into the rock were 2 lines, Ling Tai, a thread of heaven. A misstep leads to a 100-zhang abyss. Zhang Jian then remarked, "Beyond the Ling Tai and the 100-zhang abyss lies the Xian Wu scripture pavilion." Observing the inscriptions and the iron bridges, Yi realized he had overthought the matter. Zhong Jian was merely providing directions, while he himself had been entranced by the misty mountain scenery. Nonetheless, the words resonated deeply, offering a moment of reflection. With Zhong Jian upon his back, Yi stepped onto the iron chain bridge, which immediately swayed beneath him. A fierce mountain wind swept through, accompanied by a torrent of mist. Below lay the abyss, 100 zhang deep, where a misstep would spell certain doom. He quickly steadied his breath and focused intently, proceeding with utmost caution. After traversing a dozen zhang, he reached the opposite cliff where the bridge ended. "Brother Yu, please set me down." Zhong Jian, propped against the scabbard with one foot on the ground, gazed at Yu Ye's stature and calm demeanor, shaking his head in disbelief. This youth, though not tall or particularly robust, wielded a long sword to fend off numerous foes and had carried this burly man through the turmoil, ascending hundreds of zhang of steep mountains, yet remained unperturbed and breathless. Despite his evident cultivation, he chose to conceal it. Zhong Jian sighed. "The kindness of brother you shall not be forgotten." Yu Yi responded with a faint smile. Was the challenge of saving a life merely a matter of reciprocity? From the moment they began their ascent until crossing the bridge, he had been silently gathering his energy. And now, having evaded danger, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His heart lightened, the true energy within him flowed freely once more. He instinctively stretched his body, causing his damp robe to billow slightly. Meanwhile, Zhong Jian, leaning on the scabbard, limped forward. He gazed through the misty rain and sighed, "Alas, the scripture pavilion is no more." Before his words could fade, a sudden sound echoed. There stood Yu Yi on the precipice. Surrounded by a burst of water vapor, his robes billowed and hair whipped about, while the sword in his hand shimmered with an elusive gleam. Zhong Jian, wide-eyed, murmured to himself, "The vital energy protects the body. It is the technique of the qi refinement cultivators." "Brother Yu, you must agree." After departing from the iron chain bridge, Zhong Jian, limping, led Yi to a desolate ruin. As he recounted, this was the site of the scripture pavilion of North Qi Mountain, now reduced to a charred heap of timber. Disappointed yet undeterred, he guided Yu Yi along a mountain path, discovering a secluded spot veiled by dense foliage. Navigating through the lush thickets and brambles, they came upon a sturdy wooden door, thickly shrouded in vines and bearing a rusted iron lock. Yu Yi swung his sword to break the lock and slowly pushed the door open. Behind them, Zhong Jian retrieved a torch from the stone wall beside the door, igniting it with delight. "Ah, I remember clearly. This is the scripture cave." The pavilion was later constructed over it, transforming it into a storeroom, and indeed, it remains intact. With the torch illuminating the cavern, they beheld a space encompassing over 10 zhang, filled with an array of items. The spiritual gate of North Qi Mountain had been extinguished, and the pavilions and towers were consumed by flames. Yet, the scripture cave, hidden from view, had miraculously escaped disaster. Yu Yi, as if belatedly realizing, murmured, "No wonder Brother Zheng brought a cart for transport. He came prepared. Alas, several brothers have perished. What a pity." Zhong Jian placed the lit torch back in its holder and collapsed to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Oh, that hurts terribly. There may be herbs here for mending broken bones. Please help me find a few to aid my healing." Yu Yi nodded and began to survey the surroundings. To the left of the cave lay piles of salt, lamp oil, grains, and cloth, while to the right rested herbs, iron tools, and blades. At the far end of the cave stood a row of wooden shelves, adorned with boxes and scrolls. Holding his sword inverted, Yu Yi approached the heap of herbs, surveying them closely. "Which of these herbs is suitable for treating fractures?" Zhong Jian replied, "Stretching tendons grass, penetrating bone grass, or chicken blood vine, along with turmeric and supon wood will suffice. Also look for 2 splints and some rope." "What does stretching tendons grass look like?" "Ah, since ancient times, the art of medicine has not been separate from one's path. You, a master of qi refinement, surely recognize herbs?" "It's not that I don't recognize them," Yu Yi responded, "but these herbs have accumulated dust over the years, withered and tangled, making them difficult to identify. Let me take another look." He scratched his head, lost in thought. Having grown up in the mountains, he could indeed recognize several common herbs found abundantly in the wild. However, the herbs here appeared far more precious, rendering them unfamiliar to him. The text passed down from the Jiao Ing contained records of various herbs, formulas, and healing methods, detailing the distinctions among herbs, medicinal plants, spiritual medicines, and elixirs, alongside numerous prescriptions, their effects, and therapeutic techniques, among other knowledge. For instance, What is commonly referred to as herbal medicine by the layman bears a striking resemblance to what the practitioners call medicinal herbs. Their nomenclature is nearly indistinguishable. However, the potency, efficacy, and the inherent spiritual essence of the two are worlds apart. After contemplating for a moment in the wilderness, Yujia reached out to select a handful of herbs, then ventured outside the cave, where he wielded his sword to sever 2 branches and some vines. He placed all the gathered items before Zhongjian, indicating that the cinnamon, the bloodwort vine, and the penetrating bone grass all possess the capacity to invigorate the bones and promote blood circulation. Indeed, Zhongjian acknowledged, lowering his head to discern the herbs. If only there were stretching grass, while ginseng, turmeric, and bloodwort vine, the medicinal effects would be even more remarkable. Let us make do with what we have. What do you mean by making do? Are you suggesting one should consume raw herbs rather than brew them into a medicinal concoction? Well, I have been chewing on them raw for 3 months. Yujia recalled the days spent in the cliff cave, an experience he found somewhat difficult to revisit. He rolled up his sleeves and, with a probing hand, touched the broken bone of Zhongjian's left leg. Pressing down with force, he elicited a pained yelp from the latter. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly stuffed a handful of herbs into Zhongjian's mouth, then used 2 branches to align the fractured leg, binding it securely with vines before dusting off his hands and rising. I have realigned the broken bone. With the addition of willow branches, it should pose no serious issue. Zhongjian spat out a mouthful of herbs but was about to cry out again when he suddenly realized the pain had subsided. Brother Yu's medical skills are indeed commendable, albeit somewhat unrefined. As he glanced at the branches on his leg, he could not help but exclaim, I have heard of the willow branch bone-setting technique. But is this truly willow, or rather a pine branch? Pine branches, can they not suffice for bone setting? Yujia stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt as he turned away. He had discovered the bone-setting technique from medical texts, supplemented by the rustic methods of mountain hunters, and had managed to set Zhongjian's fracture, secretly infusing a modicum of vital energy to alleviate the pain. Unable to find willow branches, he had resorted to pine as a substitute. As for the effectiveness of the treatment, he was filled with uncertainty. Yujia wandered around the cave, searching for an iron cauldron. After cleansing it thoroughly outside, he filled it with stream water and grains, placing it at the cave's entrance. He then smashed several pieces of wood, dousing them in lamp oil before igniting a flame. Zhongjian sat languidly on the ground, appearing somewhat weary, and despite observing Yujia's industriousness, he could not suppress his concern. What is brother Yu so busy with? Cooking, came the reply. Old who may have already ascended the mountain, are you not afraid that the smoke from the fire will attract him? The mist outside is quite dense. I am not worried. Yujia added fuel to the iron cauldron's fire, noting Zhongjian's pallid complexion and trembling form. He sought out a few blankets to help keep him warm. Once the food in the cauldron was cooked, he filled 2 ceramic bowls, sprinkling a few grains of salt, so they could share the meal. He then washed the cauldron again, fetched more stream water, added the herbs, and placed it over the fire to simmer slowly. Despite having endured the bitter experience of consuming raw herbs for 3 months, he chose to prepare a medicinal broth for Zhongjian. Why should he impose upon another the hardships he had faced himself? Following Zhongjian's suggestion, he recalled that this place had once served as a scripture cave, where relics of texts might still linger, warranting a meticulous search. Yujia approached the row of wooden shelves at the far end of the cave. Upon them rested 4 dust-laden stone boxes. He opened each in turn, discovering merely 2 jade pieces. The white jade piece measures 7 inches in length, 4/10 of an inch in width, and 1/10 of an inch in thickness. It appears ancient and mottled, yet feels smooth and flawless to the touch. Yujia tucked the jade piece into his bosom. Beside the stone box lay a pile of scrolls, similarly cloaked in a layer of dust. As he brushed away the dust, the scrolls revealed various textures. Some were made of animal hides, while others were crafted from animal bones and bamboo. Yujia casually opened several scrolls. The writings on the animal hide had become nearly illegible, whereas the inscriptions on the bones and bamboo remained distinct. Consisting mostly of celestial fate theories, divination practices, Taoist doctrines, and medical texts. After a brief moment, all the scrolls were laid out before Zhongjian. He, already weary and on the verge of slumber, suddenly perked up upon seeing the heap of scrolls. Excitedly flipping through them, he exclaimed, "The heritage of Baijia Mountain spanning centuries is all contained here." Yujia, however, showed no interest in the Baijia Mountain legacy, instead pondering the jade piece in solitude. The jade piece bore no inscriptions or designs, and after much contemplation, its purpose remained a mystery. While Zhong Jian continued to sift through the scrolls, he glanced up and exclaimed in surprise, "A jade slip." "A jade slip?" he mused. "It serves the same purpose as a book or scroll and may well document the cultivation techniques. Quickly, let us examine it, for I am eager to know. But the scrolls can still be written upon, while this jade slip bears no characters. You, as a disciple of the Tao and a master of Qi refinement, do not recognize a jade slip? This is a tool exclusively for cultivators, to be examined with one's spiritual sense. Brother you are not jesting with me, are you?" Ignoring the need to defend himself, Yi focused intently on the jade slip. His spiritual sense was newly developed and not yet refined. After several attempts, he saw nothing. The more anxious he became, the more elusive the method proved. He took a moment to compose himself, gently closed his eyes, and with a shift in thought, the white jade slip seemed to vanish, replaced by an array of unfamiliar mountains, rivers, and countless towns and villages, a vast landscape that appeared immeasurable, perhaps encompassing 1,000,000 miles. Yet this expansive realm was illustrated with meticulous detail and illuminated by shimmering characters. Among them, one line stood out prominently: "Geographical map of Yenzhou." "Brother Yu?" Zhang Jian inquired, noticing Yu's continued silence. "What do you see? Can you share your findings?" Yi opened his eyes, and the concentrated spiritual sense dissipated in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "A map of Yenzhou." Zhang Jian expressed astonishment. "Could it be that you have misread it?" Yi affirmed, "Yenzhou. I have heard of Qizhou, across the sea to the south of Dezhe, also known as Sichuan. But I have never heard of Yenzhou. Even the elders of Baiki Mountain never mentioned it." Zhang Jian was further perplexed but speculated. This jade slip must have been inadvertently acquired by an elder of Baiki Mountain, and since no one is aware of Yenzhou's location, it was deemed useless and abandoned here. Yi raised the jade slip and mused, should it not return to its rightful owner? "I am no longer a disciple of Baiki Mountain. It cannot be said that it ought to return." Zhang Jian waved his hand in refusal, displaying a generous spirit. As he gazed upon the scroll before him, an involuntary smile crept across his face. "What need have I for a mere map? What I seek is the legacy of the northern Qi Mountains, spanning centuries." With that, Yi contemplated retrieving another jade slip, but promptly dismissed the thought. There exists an old saying in the village: one may deceive others, but never oneself. Since there was no notion of returning the item to its rightful owner, there was no reason for him to act unnecessarily. Noticing that the fire beneath the pot was dwindling, he approached and added a log. Then, picking up his long sword, he remarked, "Brother Zhong's leg injury has largely healed. The medicinal broth will be ready for consumption after another hour. I must take my leave." "Ah, you are leaving?" Zhong Jian exclaimed, taken aback. "Old who will arrive at any moment. Why must you depart? And to where do you intend to go?" "The scripture cave is rather secluded. Old who may not easily find it. Here, you have no worries about food or drink. You can rest assured and recover. As for me," Yu chuckled softly, "I have made a promise to Brother Zhong. I wonder if you recall?" "Oh, of course I remember," Zhang Jian declared earnestly. "You accompanied me to the northern Qi Mountains, and I shall certainly accompany you to the Xuanhuang Mountains." A bittersweet smile graced Yu's lips. "Our agreement was not quite so straightforward, was it? We have spoken, and thus it is settled. There can be no mistake." Zhang Jian waved his hand dismissively. "An agreement not upheld is sheer folly. One must honor their commitments. It is the essence of humanity." Zhang Jian's eloquence was astonishing, and his talent for feigning ignorance was equally remarkable. You could only respond with candor, "Brother Zhong, you owe me a favor, do you not? I would never dare to forget. Since you are a man of gratitude, why not repay this favor to me?" "Ah." Yi remained seated, legs crossed, cradling a long sword in his embrace, his eyes gently closed, exuding an air of tranquility. At the tender age of 16, his unkempt hair cascaded over his shoulders, lending a wild charm to his youthful visage. However, his thick, dark brows and tightly sealed lips conveyed a demeanor of steadfast composure and mature restraint. A short distance away, Zhong Jian sat with legs apart, leaning against a wooden rack laden with items. His drenched garments clung to him, rendering him weary and disheveled. In this moment, he was compelled to set aside his worldly wisdom and, with a tone of gravity, recounted a tale from the past, one that involved a figure known as Feng Laoqi. Zhang Jian, of course, was neither Feng Laoqi nor acquainted with him, yet he had heard whispers of the man's illustrious name and the various legends surrounding him. In his youth, Feng Laoqi had traversed the sacred mountains to seek out masters and learn the ways of the Tao. However, due to his capricious nature and penchant for conflict, he was repeatedly expelled from these sanctuaries, ultimately wandering the rivers and lakes of the world. The term rivers and lakes not only denotes actual bodies of water, but also signifies the vast expanse of the mundane world and its myriad of people. There are tales of hidden talents in seclusion, and of those who, having failed to attain enlightenment, chose instead the path of the wandering hero. Upon his entry into the world, Feng Laoqi, armed with his martial prowess, championed the weak and upheld righteousness, quickly earning a reputation. He attracted a band of rogues who indulged in revelry and excess. However, his generosity and lavish spending soon led to financial ruin, prompting him to seek assistance from familiar friends in the Taoist community, selling off his collected treasures for substantial profit. This venture paved a lucrative path for him, leading to the plundering of affluent households and the desecration of ancient tombs, ultimately transforming him into a notorious bandit. Despite the terror he inspired, his clandestine operations left no tangible evidence, allowing him to operate with impunity. Due to his infamy, the roguish companions often invoked his name to intimidate their adversaries, which is why Zhong Jian, in his folly, chose to impersonate Feng Laoqi. However, this misstep led him to cross paths with Hu Laoda, who was engaged in similar nefarious activities. In the chaos of the northern Qi Mountains, Hu Laoda seized the opportunity to plunder. And upon discovering Zhong Jian's audacity to masquerade as Feng Laoqi, he sought to eliminate him swiftly. Fortunately, Yi intervened, saving Zhong Jian and inadvertently placing him in debt to Yu Yi. Zhong Jian recounted the tale of Feng Laoqi with a wry smile, reflecting on how he had initially underestimated Yu Ye's naivety, thinking him easily manipulable, only to find himself ensnared by his own choices. Now, not only did he need to elucidate the backgrounds of Feng Laoqi and Hu Laoda, but he also had to assist Yu Yi in reaching Looming Mountain. It seemed that repaying this brotherly favor would not be a simple task. Zhong Jian clenched his fist against his chest, sincerely proclaiming, "Brother Yu, listen closely. Upon our descent from the mountain, I shall make immediate arrangements for your journey to Looming Mountain. You may rest assured, I will not go back on my word." Yu Yi opened his eyes. Though appearing in a meditative state, he had been attentively listening all along. The accounts Zhong Jian provided about Feng Laoqi were largely accurate, and his deductions were quite sensible. Yet, what Yu Yi could not fathom was that Feng Laoqi had already met his demise, and it was he, Yu Yi, who had laid him to rest in the desolate mountains. As for the trustworthiness of Zhong Jian's promise, we shall wait and see. If he demonstrates sincerity, Yu Yi will possess ample patience. Yu Yi lifted the hem of his garment and approached the iron cauldron. The fire beneath had long since extinguished, and the concocted medicinal broth was emanating steam. He ladled a bowl of the potion and handed it to Zhong Jian. "Take your medicine." "Thank you." With a gulp, Zhong Jian downed the entire potion, yet grimaced and spat out a few mouthfuls. The brew was not only bitter and unpalatable, but also filled with herbal dregs. "When shall we descend the mountain?" he asked, spitting out the remnants. "As long as we avoid Hu Laoda, we can make our way down," he replied, gesturing towards a pile of scrolls. "But how shall we transport these martial arts texts?" Though this man had been expelled from the sect, he was fervently safeguarding its legacy. Yu Yi suggested, "Let us leave them here for now and retrieve them another day." Zhong Jian declined. "If they are lost, it would be too late for regrets." "What then? Dozens of scrolls weigh no more than 100 pounds. In my view, it would be better for you to bear some burden. Am I to carry you on my shoulders while also lugging 100 pounds of scrolls?" "That plan is feasible." Shoo. After their brief acquaintance, they had grown accustomed to one another's temperaments. Zhong Jian recognized Yu Yi's maturity beyond his years and remarkable skills, yet he was gentle-hearted and amiable. Yu Yi, having experienced Zhong Jian's domineering nature and astuteness, always kept his guard up in their dealings. Just as they were conversing, Yi suddenly raised a hand, signaling silence. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the cave, sometimes hesitant, sometimes hurried. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the iron cauldron at the entrance toppled, clattering as it rolled into the cave. Immediately, the entrance dimmed slightly, and two figures burst in, one after the other. Zhong Jian's eyes widened. Yi grasped his steel sword. The newcomers were equally startled, two drenched and flustered men, one wielding a long knife and the other carrying a crossbow. Both caught in a state of confusion, glancing at each other in a quandary. Men of Hu Laoda. Zhong Jian recognized them, urgently urging, "You brother, do not hesitate." He pressed Yu Yi to act swiftly to eliminate them, lest they attract Hu Laoda and more foes. Otherwise, they could not hope to protect the cave nor carry away the martial texts. Yu Yi understood the gravity of the situation, yet he was unwilling to take a life. Faced with two innocuous strangers, he truly found it difficult to act. Just as he hesitated, a flash of light suddenly pierced through the cave entrance. The two men, still caught in indecision, were instantly struck by the light, stumbling forward in disbelief as they looked down at the wounds in their chests, before collapsing onto the ground. Zhang Jian stared in shock, killing from a distance, a flying sword. Yu Yi, though composed, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, and his expression grew solemn as he tightened his grip on the long sword, just as Zhang Jian had surmised. After the light vanquished the two men, its fierce momentum abruptly softened, revealing a short sword that hovered gracefully above the ground. A flying sword that kills from afar, a flying sword wielded solely by those proficient in chi refining. As the cave entrance dimmed slightly, a man entered, laughing. He was a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, hands clasped behind his back, murmuring to himself, "I suspected there would be stragglers on the mountain." He stepped over the two lifeless bodies on the ground, shaking his head as he remarked, "How foolish to take advantage of chaos. Is this not courting death?" Yu Yi and Zhong Jian were positioned differently, one standing with sword drawn, attentively observing the middle-aged man's every move, while the other sat on the ground, fixated on the sword hovering above. The middle-aged man's gaze settled on Yu Yi, and with a nod, he remarked, "A disciple of the Tao sect, cultivation is arduous. If you wish to survive, make your way to the Xuanhuang Pavilion." This man clearly mistook him for a disciple of the Northern Qi sect. Yet his words dripped with a subtle menace. Could reaching the Xuanhuang Pavilion truly guarantee survival? Where, indeed, was this Xuanhuang Pavilion? Yu Yi appeared intimidated, remaining silent as he cautiously moved to exit. The two corpses obstructed his path, beside which lay a crossbow, already drawn and ready to unleash its deadly bolt. He halted, gathering his focus to glance back. His spiritual awareness revealed that the middle-aged man was enveloped in an almost imperceptible aura of light, suggesting that his cultivation was slightly superior to Bai Zhi's. Believing Yu Yi to be compliant out of fear, the middle-aged man disregarded him, turning his attention to the seated Zhang Jian, mocking him. "You, a mere wanderer of the rivers and lakes, dare to seek fortune in perilous flames?" He raised his right hand with a flick, and the sword above suddenly reversed its course. Zhang Jian, fixated on the hovering sword, felt a surge of determination flash across his face as he abruptly rolled toward the middle-aged man, bellowing, "If I am to die, I shall fight to the end." A common man, facing the fierce sword of a practitioner, had no means of evasion nor hope of survival. Only desperation remained. As Zhong Jian made his reckless move, an unexpected crossbow shot whizzed through the air. Seizing the moment, he grasped the bowstring, releasing the bolt with a resounding snap. The middle-aged man, intent on using the flying sword to kill, found himself facing a frenzied counterattack. To him, it seemed merely a dying struggle of a cornered beast. However, the sudden arrow struck perilously close. Caught off guard, he hastily summoned his vital energy for protection. With a loud thud, the arrow struck his thigh but was deflected, leaving his protective energy in tatters. In a fluster, he barely registered the lethal intent approaching from behind. Instinctively, he summoned the flying sword to block. Roaring, "You dare to ambush me!" The assailant was none other than Yu Yi. From the moment the middle-aged man had intruded into the cave, Yu Yi recognized the formidable adversary he faced. Even if the man claimed to spare his life, he dared not entertain any false hopes. Thus, he feigned compliance while secretly devising a strategy. Zhang Jian's reckless desperation unexpectedly turned the tide. Taking advantage of the moment, Yu Yi kicked the crossbow toward Zhang Jian, successfully leveraging the arrow's force to breach the man's protective energy. He then drew his long sword and charged forward. Ambush. To hunt a wolf, one must dig a pit. When confronting a formidable foe, one must employ all means necessary. Yu Yi leaped toward the middle-aged man, his sword aimed directly at the target's back. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, raising his arm to redirect the sword's trajectory aimed at Zhong Jian, now hurtling toward Yu Yi with blinding speed. The swiftness of the flying sword was akin to a flash of lightning. As Yu Yi had already taken action, he was not inclined to retreat. With both hands gripping his sword, he swept it horizontally, fiercely meeting the incoming flash of sword light. A resounding clang echoed, and brilliance flickered. Yu Yi felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, causing his arms to tremble uncontrollably, and his sword was sent flying along with the sword light. He himself fared no better, stumbling backward as he struggled to maintain his footing. The middle-aged man sneered, "Ah, so it turns out you are but a mere first-tier chi refinement cultivator. My apologies." Unable to halt his momentum, Yi collided forcefully with the stone wall behind him. The backlash of power sent him staggering forward, yet he abruptly pushed off the ground with his toes, launching himself upward. In the same motion, he executed a sword technique, flicking his fingers and shouting, "Kill." The middle-aged man, unperturbed, directed his flying sword to slay the underestimated chi refinement cultivator. However, to his astonishment, the opponent lunged at him recklessly, unleashing an invisible aura of death with a flick of his fingers. He was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sword intent." "You are," before he could finish, a gaping wound erupted in his abdomen. He staggered back a couple of steps, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly, his flying sword fell to the ground with a clatter, bereft of its master. Within the hidden scripture cave, a pungent stench of blood pervaded the air. Zhong Jian, still seated on the ground with an injured leg, appeared unusually exhilarated, repeatedly exclaiming, "Brother, you claimed you wouldn't kill, and I actually believed you. Who could have imagined that your very first strike would claim the life of a seasoned chi refinement master? That finger flick of yours, a lethal blow delivered without a trace at that moment." Yi felt no excitement. Rather, his complexion turned pale as he silently regarded the three lifeless bodies on the ground. Hulauda's two subordinates lay sprawled in pools of blood, while the middle-aged man he had slain lay on his back, his abdomen a gruesome mess, his once vibrant face now contorted into an ugly, horrific mask of death. Suddenly overwhelmed, Yi felt a wave of nausea rise within him and could not help but retch. "Brother Yu, what is the matter? You have seen death before. Why are you so shaken?" Zhong Jian inquired curiously, then added, "Ah, you truly have never taken a life. In time, killing becomes as commonplace as drinking and feasting." After expelling a few mouthfuls of bile, Yi rubbed his chest and took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. He had indeed witnessed death and murder, but this was the first time he had personally taken a life. The inexplicable anxiety and unrest within him were beyond articulation, leaving him with no outlet for his turmoil. It felt as though he had embarked on an irreversible path, adrift between life and death, with fate carrying him along. According to Zhong Jian, the more one kills, the more one becomes accustomed to it. So whom would he kill next, and at whose hands would he ultimately perish? Zhong Jian then reminded him, "Brother Yu, the master you have slain surely had accomplices. We should not linger here. It is imperative to find a way down the mountain." "Your words hold wisdom." Yu nodded. Having regained his composure, he gazed once more at the corpses on the ground, pondering, who was this man? After months of encounters, confusion had only deepened, entangling him further in uncertainty. What does it matter if one becomes a monk, or if one cultivates sword energy? He remains merely Yu Yi of Yu family village. Why ponder so deeply? Nonetheless, it is fortunate that he employed the 7-kill sword chi, for without it, both he and Zhong Jian would have met their demise. The critical strike in a moment of peril once again exhausted his internal true energy. Should he encounter a formidable foe again, the consequences would be dire. Before departing from the scripture cave, it is imperative to clarify a few matters. This middle-aged man wielded a flying sword, indicating his cultivation surpassed that of Qin Shi. He perished here due to a lack of fortune, revealing that even the so-called masters are not invincible. But who exactly was he? You inquire, and I too am unaware. Let's search his body. There may be discoveries. Zhong Jian suggested, gesturing, "That flying sword, let me behold it." A petite short sword lay quietly on the ground. Devoid of magical enhancement, stripped of its extraordinary sword radiance, this once terrifying flying sword appeared rather ordinary, fashioned entirely from what seemed like white iron. Although its edge was unsharpened, it still exhibited a surprisingly keen appearance. Yu picked up the flying sword, examined it briefly, then handed it to Zhong Jian before turning towards the corpse of the middle-aged man. He retrieved several pieces of broken silver from the dark pouch within the deceased's embrace, but found nothing else. Just as he was about to give up, his expression shifted slightly. The man's right middle finger was adorned with a jade ring. He recalled discovering a skeleton in Lingjiao Valley, the deceased's relic being a jade ring, which was later seized by Chen Qi, much to his delight. What mysteries might this ring hold? After a moment's hesitation, Yu Yi grasped the corpse's finger, but the ring was firmly affixed and would not come off. With a bit of force, he heard a crack as the finger bone snapped. He forcibly removed the ring and held it before his eyes. "Ah, a storage ring." Zhong Jian, while toying with the flying sword, took note of Yu Ye's actions and exclaimed, "That is a storage ring, a treasure known only to the elders of the Taoist sect. Open it and see." A storage ring? How does one open it? There was no mention of storage rings in the text Yu Yi studied. He could only approach Zhong Jian with the ring in hand, hoping for guidance. I once heard from an elder that although small, like a mustard seed, it can contain countless treasures when wielded with spiritual consciousness. This is indeed a rare gem. Zhong Jian tucked the flying sword into his bosom, eager to examine it. A mustard seed, so diminutive, could indeed hold the entirety of the world? As Yu Yi extended the ring, a sudden surge of realization struck him. With a rustle, the ring remained in his grasp. Yet a small pile of items appeared on the ground. Among them were jade pieces or tablets, gold and silver, garments, a long sword, a jade bottle, and jade tokens, along with 2 crystalline stones. Zhong Jian gazed at the items scattered on the ground, astonished. Is this what the ring has stored? Is everything contained herein? Yi nodded, equally surprised. With a slight concentration of his spiritual consciousness, he immersed it into the ring, discovering a trove of items. Just as he contemplated a closer inspection, all the items flew forth and landed on the ground. Within the jade ring, there seems to exist a small space, approximately several feet in circumference. To claim it can contain all things would be an exaggeration. However, it is more than sufficient for holding some personal belongings. Brother, how deep is our bond? Zhong Jian suddenly inquired. Yet before Yu Yi could respond, he answered himself. We share a bond that transcends life and death. Thus, there is no need for formality between us. With open arms, he generously proposed, this is a treasure we obtained together. Let us divide it. You may take a few valuable items, and I shall keep the lesser ones. Are you suggesting we divide the spoils? Yu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. A true brother must keep clear accounts, Zhang Jian retorted matter-of-factly. Yu Yi hesitated, falling silent. To kill and plunder, and then to divide the spoils. While the words may sound harsh, the reality is undeniable, and there is no need for pretense. Yet, after becoming a cultivator, he had scarcely performed acts of virtue. Instead, learning the ways of deceit and murder. What, indeed, is the path of cultivation? The belongings of the deceased middle-aged man were largely related to cultivation, which was undeniably tempting. Yet, one must not be overly greedy. Yi picked up a jade slip, a jade token, and 2 small stones from the ground, intending to leave, but was halted by Zhong Jian, who gestured for him to hand over the ring. If you take the ring, how shall I store the manuals and texts? Brother, without spiritual awareness, the ring is of no use. No matter. Zhong Jian had already claimed the most precious flying sword for himself, and now sought to obtain the storage ring. Yu did not contest this and casually handed over the ring. However, Zhong Jian was not yet satisfied. He held the ring high and urged, Brother Yu, quickly assist me in storing the manuals and these items. Not a single one should be overlooked. Aha. His astuteness and thoroughness were commendable. Yu Yi accepted the ring and directed his spiritual awareness towards the items on the ground. After several attempts yielded no results, he paused in silence, enveloping the ring with his spiritual awareness. With a thought, a small vial suddenly vanished from the ground. He continued this method, transferring each item into the ring one by one. Zhang Jian, watching from the side, exhaled in relief, his face breaking into a smile. I thought you were trying to play tricks. Who would have guessed your technique was lacking? He snatched the ring and tucked it into his bosom, adding, It is now afternoon. We must ascend the mountain at once. He extended a hand, indicating Yu Yi should help him up. Yet, Yu Yi did not approach to assist. Instead, he asked, Where is the Xuanhuang Pavilion? Zhang Jian, taken aback, replied, Oh? Yu Yi raised the jade token he had just acquired and stated, The man who just died hailed from Qizhou. If he has accomplices waiting at the foot of the mountain, neither of us will escape. On the 2-inch white jade token, the words Qizhou Zhongshan were inscribed. The formidable individual who had annihilated Mount Baiki was indeed from Qizhou. To descend the mountain so recklessly would be unwise. Zhang Jian's expression grew grave as he picked up a branch and began to draw in the dirt. Dear brother Yu, behold the path leading up the mountain. The entrance to the abode of our elders, the dwelling and kitchen of the disciples, the Yushui Gorge, and the Xuanhuang Pavilion. Yu Yi memorized the trails of the mountain, sheathed his long sword, and retrieved the long knife and crossbow arrows beside Zhong Jian, then lifted his garment and swiftly departed. Zhang Jian gazed at his retreating figure and could not help but inquire, Brother Yu, how old are you? 16. What a brother, Zhang. Brother Yu, be swift in your return. In a flash, Yu Yi exited the cave. Zhang Jian grasped his long knife and held it before him, murmuring to himself, At the age of 16, I too was but a disciple upon this mountain. Outside the cave of the scriptures, the rain and mist lingered. Yu Yi paused to survey his surroundings, seeking a path forward. The mountain trail was treacherous and slick, making footing difficult. Noticing the absence of others behind and before him, He delicately tapped his toes, launching himself into the air. With a bound of 2 zhang, his form elongated, gliding with an ethereal grace. The North Qi Mountain, the heart of the Taoist realm, rose high and dense with forests, adorned with extraordinary rock formations, exuding a majestic aura. As he traversed the lofty peaks amidst the gentle rain and thick mist, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before his eyes. As he descended with abandon, the mountain winds embraced him. The mist swirled around, and suddenly, strange stones emerged, ancient pines twisted, as the celestial light flickered, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, entrancing him to the point of forgetting both self and surroundings, as if he had stepped into a celestial realm and reflected upon the passage of years. Yi reveled in his unrestrained leaps, and moments later, he landed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Having spent 3 months on Xuanhuang Mountain, he had yet to grasp the entirety of the Taoist world. However, his visit to North Qi Mountain today was not merely for leisure. The trail forked ahead. To the left lay a stone staircase leading to a cliff, while to the right were the remnants of collapsed dwellings, the path winding around them. Yu became cautious. His perception extended only a few dozen zhang, insufficient in the expansive mountaintop, and the rain and mist shrouded the surroundings, leaving no trace of human presence in sight. Clutching his long sword, he quietly navigated through the ruins of the houses and a few stunted old trees. Not far ahead, a ravine appeared. Inscribed upon the rock was the phrase Yushui, the Yushui Gorge? Zhang Jian had instructed that beyond the Yushui Gorge lay the Xuanwu Pavilion. Just as Yu Yi was about to step into the gorge, he hesitated upon spotting an ancient tree nearby. He turned and ascended the old pine, using its strength to leap onto the cliff's edge. Perched atop the towering rock, over 10 zhang high, he found it overgrown with grass and thorns. Below stood a pavilion, and before it lay a mountain flat where shadows of a group of people gathered. He discerned figures kneeling, some sprawled on the ground, while 3 stood nearby. 1. A middle-aged man suddenly lifted his gaze. Yu quickly crouched down. Simultaneously, a gust of mountain wind swept through. Thick with the scent of blood and fragmented voices, where has Song gone? In pursuit of 2 fleeing thieves. Esteemed one, I, Hulada, am a valiant wanderer, not a thief. Huh, so you are Hulada? Regardless of whether you are a ranger or a thief, in my eyes, you are all mere ants, daring to plunder the gates of Ling Mountain. Upon my return to Baijia Mountain, I shall see how many reckless desperados inhabit the great marsh. You too shall descend the mountain to seek Song, guarding the entrance, permitting entry, but forbidding exit. Hulada, if you wish to preserve your life, you must obediently comply and swiftly accompany me to scour the mountains. Yu Yi lay concealed in the grass atop the cliff, utterly astonished. Amidst his astonishment, he could not help but mutter his good fortune. Although he dared not show himself, he had caught a glimpse of the scene below. There lay 5 or 6 corpses on the mountain plateau, those of Hulada's subordinates. Hulada and the remaining accomplices knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Among them were a few clad in Taoist robes, likely the surviving disciples of Baijia Mountain. Had Yi arrived at this place earlier, he would have undoubtedly met the same grim fate. What astonished him was not Hulada's demise, but the 3 standing men, particularly the middle-aged man at the forefront, whose visage remained obscured and whose cultivation was unknown, yet he exuded an aura that inspired both fear and despair. As if with a mere gesture he could easily determine life and death. Bui, a master of foundation establishment? Most likely, he was indeed the renowned figure from Qizhou. Bui, after annihilating Xuanhuang Mountain, he had swept through Baijia Mountain. It was unclear why he had returned, but he evidently harbored ulterior motives. Regardless of his intentions, if he dispatched men down the mountain to seal the paths and commanded Hulada to scour the area, the consequences were all too predictable. Yu Yi had already slain Bu Yi's companion, the man known as Song, and with a master of foundation establishment capable of flying on a sword. It was uncertain whether Yu Yi and Zhang Jian could escape this calamity. Their demise seemed inevitable. Fortune smiled upon him for having come to investigate, and thus gleaning Bu Yi's movements. If fate allowed, perhaps he could elude death and escape from Baijia Mountain. As for whether he would live or die, he would leave it to destiny. Yu Yi did not hesitate, quietly descending the cliff. He was unaware of the extent of a foundation establishment master's spiritual awareness, yet he knew that such awareness could not penetrate the barriers of stone and wood. He had attempted it himself before, so he was confident in his assessment. Having stealthily descended the cliff, he took flight down the path he had come, his speed akin to a wisp of smoke darting through the misty rain. In a moment, the cave of scriptures came into view. A figure suddenly rushed into the cave. urgently exclaiming, "Hurry!" Zhang Jian sat on the ground, chopping a piece of wood with his blade. The 3-foot-long piece had been shaped into the form of a walking stick. Suddenly, he saw a figure charging towards him with a gust of wind. He hastily raised his long knife, preparing to fight, only to discover it was Yu Yi returning. He chuckled, "Why the haste?" Yet before he could finish, he was lifted off the ground. Zhong Jian shouted, "My walking stick, my knife, my crossbow." Yu Yi hoisted Zhong Jian and dashed outside, paying no heed to his cries, swiftly grabbing the crossbow and rushing into the open air. Only then did he urgently inquire, "Is there a shortcut down the mountain?" "Ah." Zhong Jian finally sensed that the situation was dire and pondered for a moment. "If we speak of a shortcut, there is an abandoned mountain path at the back. I cannot recall it clearly after so many years." Yu Yi made his way towards the mountain path he had taken. The elders of the village had often said that in the mountains, one should take familiar paths rather than venture into the unknown. Even if Baijia Mountain had another shortcut, he dared not take the risk. The path he had traversed was already familiar. If he could reach the foot of the mountain before Bu Yi, he might escape Baijia Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the iron chain bridge and left behind Ling Tai's 100-foot abyss, descending a stone staircase that spiraled down the mountain. It is said that ascending the mountain is easy, but descending it is fraught with difficulty. Although descending the mountain required less effort, the rain and fog were thick, and the winding stone steps seemed to hang in midair, with no end in sight. The slippery footing posed a perilous risk of falling with the slightest misstep. Yu Yi dared not be careless or delay even for a moment. He focused on a step, leaping down several feet, his toes lightly touching the ground, propelling himself towards another rock. This rapid descent continued, and in an instant, he had covered dozens of feet. Zhong Jian, who had always been remarkably courageous, clung tightly to Yu Yi's shoulder in silence. After approximately 15 minutes, the two finally reached the foot of the mountain. The rain had ceased, and the surroundings came into view. Following the mountain path to the right led to the entrance of Baijia Mountain, which connected directly to the main road and a nearby grove. Yu Yi carried Zhong Jian straight towards the mountain gate, not seeing anyone in pursuit. It seemed he had indeed managed to stay ahead of the masters from Qizhou. In a desperate flight for survival, decisiveness and seizing the initiative were crucial for escaping with one's life. This was a realization he had come to. However, were there people at the foot of the mountain? As Yu Yi approached, he suddenly froze. There, at the bottom of the steps, stood 3 individuals, 2 burly men wielding long knives pressed against the chest of a young man. One side exuded a fierce demeanor, while the other, clad in a Taoist robe, trembled, clearly at a loss. They were not the masters from Qizhou. Yu Yi sighed in relief, his feet continuing to move as he aimed to burst through the gate and flee into the distance. Unexpectedly, the 3 suddenly shouted, "You little thief, do not flee. And a righteous man, save me." Yu Yi chose to ignore them. The 2 men were subordinates of Hu Laoda, stationed there to guard the mountain gate. They were still unaware of the chaos above. Had they known, they would have been utterly terrified. The young man was likely a disciple of Baijia Mountain, also oblivious to how he had become trapped. Suddenly, a sharp twang pierced the air, and one of the knife-wielding men fell to the ground. An arrow embedded in his forehead. It was Zhong Jian who had struck. Though he struggled to walk, clinging to Yu Yi's shoulder, he wielded a crossbow with lethal intent against Hu Laoda's men. In a fierce voice, he declared, "I avenge my brother." The remaining man, fierce and unyielding, saw his comrade fall and roared as he charged forward, raising his long knife. Yu had no choice but to swing his sword, deflecting the weapon with a resounding clash. Seizing the moment as the man recoiled, Yu charged ahead with Zhong Jian in tow. However, he noticed the young man standing there in a daze. Urging him, he shouted, "Run." The young man jolted back to reality and swiftly turned to flee. He may have appeared weak and vulnerable, but he ran with surprising speed, suggesting he had practiced some form of lightness technique. Yu Yi, burdened with Zhong Jian, found it difficult to keep pace. As he ran, the young man gestured, "Brothers, there are horses hidden in the grove ahead." The grove was merely a short distance away, and they reached it in no time. Yu Yi arrived at the edge of the grove and glanced back. The man he had repelled did not pursue but instead began to yell in anger. To his astonishment, just as the man was shouting, he suddenly fell to the ground. Following this, a flash of sword light spiraled, and a figure emerged from the mountain gate. It was a practitioner from Qizhou, another adept of flying swords who, despite descending a moment too late, had still pursued them. Yu Yi hurriedly dashed into the grove. The large horse and its rider left behind were still present, a testament to the notion that fate does not entirely abandon mankind. The young man had already leapt onto a horse, ingratiatingly proclaiming, "The owners of these steeds have perished. My two elder brothers may ride as they please." Zhang Jin emitted a low grunt. Yu seized a horse, flung Zhang Jin onto its back, and handed him the reins before delivering a sharp slap to the horse's hindquarters. The steed whinnied and charged forth from the thicket. He then turned and mounted another horse. To his astonishment, the animal began to rear and spin in place, nearly unseating him. What was amiss? Had he never ridden before? Indeed, he had. Under the guidance of Jiang Xiong, he had mounted a horse once, suffering from the discomfort of a sore rear. Furthermore, he had once been blindfolded by Bai Zhi, his limbs bound, and had galloped for 7 days atop a horse. But had he ever ridden alone? Certainly not. It dawned on Yu Yi that he lacked the ability to ride, and fortunately, his light frame had kept him from being thrown off. Grasping the mane with urgency, he exerted pressure with his legs against the horse's sides, shouting, "Beast, move." With his cultivated strength surpassing that of an ordinary person, he unleashed all his power upon the horse. The animal, in pain, whinnied and dashed chaotically through the forest. Perhaps equines possess an innate understanding of humanity. Or perhaps they could not withstand his formidable force. After a frenzied burst, the horse broke free from the woods. The masters from Chizhou had pursued to within 30 paces. Witnessing the duo galloping away, while another emerged from the trees, one of them raised a hand to point, and a gleam of sword light flashed. Yu Yi surged onto the main road, racing forward on horseback. A streak of sword light surged towards him, swift as the wind, akin to a bolt of lightning, closing in at an alarming speed. Yu Yi's perception extended only a dozen paces, seemingly of little use, yet in dire moments, it could prove life-saving. Sensing imminent danger, he did not look back. Instead, he thrust his long sword into the saddlebag and swiftly drew it from its sheath, instinctively slashing backward. The clash rang out like thunder, sending vibrations through his arm. The force was overwhelming, akin to a weighty blow. Yu Yi was abruptly thrown forward onto the horse's back, clutching its neck in desperation. His long sword nearly slipped from his grasp, yet he managed to narrowly deflect the incoming sword light. This Chizhou master was indeed formidable, though the might of his flying sword was slightly lacking. Yu Yi cast a glance back. The flying sword still circled several paces away, and a ball of fire surged forth, arriving ahead of him. The fireball was impressively large, rolling through the air even in broad daylight, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, an astonishingly eerie sight. With no means of evasion while mounted, Yu Yi found his long sword inadequate for defense. Unable to suppress a silent lament, he refused to succumb to fate, forcing what little remaining energy he had to envelop his body in a protective shield. Boom! An intense wave of scorching menace had not yet approached when it erupted into blinding flames, gradually receding. Just as the fire diminished, the sword light struck once more. Yu Yi swung his sword in defense. Clang! A resonant sound echoed, the force ferocious. Yu Yi leaned forward, sword in hand, muttering under his breath as he took the opportunity to glance back. This time, the force he withstood was fierce, yet noticeably diminished from before. Had the assailant shown mercy? Or had he grown stronger? He observed that the Chizhou master had fallen behind by over 40 paces, still desperately pursuing. Yet, despite his own speed, he could not outpace the frenzied gallop of the spirited horse. The flying sword he commanded, though hovering at a distance, seemed to lack the vigor that once made it formidable and intimidating. The power of a cultivator's flying sword and spells is intricately linked to their cultivation level and spiritual awareness. Should the opponent be at a considerable distance, the efficacy of both the flying sword and spells diminishes significantly. Upon realizing this, Yu could not help but exhale in relief. As anticipated, with the horse galloping ever faster, the expert from Chizhou gradually ceased his pursuit and retracted his flying sword. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a clear voice rang out. "Young man, I did not expect a disciple like you to exist in the northern Qi mountains." Who spoke? Yu exclaimed in astonishment. It was not the voice of the dragon shadow, but that of a man. It is a transmission of spiritual awareness. What is your name, young man? Can spiritual awareness also convey speech? The profound and intricate techniques taught by the dragon shadow did not encompass such a miraculous skill. Yu turned back, lying upon the horse's back. Although the expert from Chizhou no longer pursued him, he gazed from afar, evidently using spiritual awareness to inquire about his name. Yu Yi nearly blurted out that he was Yu Yi from Yu Family Village, but quickly altered his response. "I shall not tell you." The expert scoffed and swiftly turned to leave. Yu Yi also huffed, yet his heart felt lightened. Escaping from the northern Qi mountains was indeed no easy feat. Both courage and strategy were indispensable, not to mention a touch of fortune. What of the expert? They're not invincible. By leveraging one's strengths while avoiding weaknesses, the weak can triumph over the strong. As long as the horse runs swiftly, he cannot be caught. However, no matter how fast the horse, can it outpace a foundation-building master soaring through the skies? Just as Yujia felt a momentary ease, a sudden tension gripped him, and he called out loudly, "Brother Zhang." Though Zhang Jian had a broken leg, it did not hinder his ability to ride. He had already advanced several dozen paces ahead. The young man accompanying him, more at ease, turned back with a smile. Hee. This elder brother possesses commendable skills, yet alas, your horsemanship leaves much to be desired. Yujia was consumed with urgency, rendering him speechless. I am merely 16, and you are just in your 20s. Who are you calling elder brother? Speaking of horsemanship on my first ride? On the road, mud splashed as 3 horses chased one another. A rainbow arched high in the sky. Ellipsis. After the rain, the sky cleared. The bright moon hung high. Rarely does the night sky appear so clear, whether in the mountains or villages. People relished stepping out to breathe the fresh air, enjoying the cool breeze and the enchanting night. Yet at this moment, someone was hiding within a deep earthen cave in the woods. To be precise, there were 3 individuals, Yujia, Zhang Jian, and a young man clad in a Taoist robe. This young man introduced himself as Yan Qi, a disciple of the northern Qi mountains and a standout among the younger generation. Having narrowly escaped peril today, he should have departed alone, but chose to hide here instead. Even when urged to leave, he remained reluctant, claiming a bond with the 2 elder brothers that warranted his loyalty. Once inside the cave, he continued to chatter incessantly about the upheaval at the northern Qi mountains and his experiences today, detailing how he had turned danger into safety, and so forth. I have matters at home and have returned to my village for several days. Upon hearing of the troubles at Baijia Mountain, I hurried back, only to be confronted by 2 boorish men. Fearing the potential for violence, I chose to feign compliance. As practitioners of the Tao, it is inevitable that one harbors compassion. Unexpectedly, however, Brother Zhongjian acted, which only led to further complications. Fortunately, I managed to find a few horses in the woods. Otherwise, the 2 gentlemen would have been in grave danger. I remain oblivious to the origins of that extraordinary individual, whose cultivation must be no less than the 5th level of Qi refinement. The earthen cave lies deep within the forest, beneath a mound of soil likely excavated for pottery clay. Outside, the standing water reveals remnants of clay pots. The cave is modest, barely accommodating 3 individuals. Zhongjian, with his broken leg, reclines at an angle, appearing quite fatigued, his eyes half closed, occasionally snoring, only to break into a smile. Yan Qi sits cross-legged beside him, chattering incessantly. Yujia stands guard at the entrance, sword in arms, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Today, after much shouting and pursuit, he finally caught up with Zhongjian. After hastily explaining the situation, the 2 galloped for over 10 miles before abandoning their horses and taking refuge in this earthen cave. Yujia is acutely aware of the perilous situation. Since the masters from Qizhou failed to capture them, they will undoubtedly return to Baijia Mountain to inform Bui. Once Bui pursues them on a sword, their only hope of evading his divine senses lies in the forest and cave's concealment. Reminiscent of their escape from Xuanhuang Mountain, it seems that with each encounter of danger, their skills in evasion have become increasingly refined. Yet, the true strength of a foundational cultivator remains an enigma. One can only understand that such an entity is formidable beyond measure, akin to a towering mountain, imposing, awe-inspiring, and insurmountable. While Yujia dares to engage with masters of Qi refinement, albeit out of necessity, it is a perilous gamble, a brush with death. He, however, refrains from challenging a foundational cultivator, possessing the wisdom to recognize his limitations. He aspires to become a mountain, a peak in his own right. As Yujia contemplates his thoughts, a sudden light illuminates the cave. It emanates from a pearl that Yan Qi has produced from his bosom. Though its glow is faint, it stands out remarkably in the darkness. Yan Qi, brandishing the pearl, boasts, "This is a family heirloom, a luminous pearl. Brother Zhongjian, do you like it?" Yujia furrows his brow and softly commands, "Put it away." Zhongjian ceases his snoring, his eyes gleaming with interest. Just as he reaches out to grasp it, Yan Qi has already tucked the pearl back into his garment. The light vanishes, plunging the cave back into darkness. Yet, Yan Qi's chatter continues unabated. That elder brother is angry. A night pearl is perfectly timely. Unable to contain himself, Yi interjects, "I am not your elder brother, nor can I bear such a title. If your pearl shines at night, It may attract formidable foes. Is that not a timely illumination? Zhongjian interjects to placate. Enough, enough, he is merely 16. Do not call him elder brother, just address him by name. Brother Yu, do not take offense. We shall heed your counsel, given the circumstances. Brother Zhongjian, by what right should we heed his words? Despite Yin Qi's affectionate address of elder brother, he secretly harbors resentment towards Yu Yi. At this moment, he and Zhongjian were nearly on familiar terms, seizing the opportunity to vent his grievances. Not only do I hail from the northern Qi mountain, but I also come from a lineage of practitioners. Moreover, I am a cultivator myself. Who in the northern Qi mountain does not know the illustrious name of Yin Qi? Since learning that Yin Qi was from the northern Qi mountain, Zhongjian had been quite attentive to him, refraining from excessive reprimands even when Yin Qi's words were dubious and opportunistic. Yin Qi, being astute, clever, and adept at reading others, naturally drew close to him. You too are a practitioner. What level have you attained? I am well versed in alchemical texts, talismans, and divination techniques. I can effortlessly execute lightness and self-defense techniques. I am confident in my extraordinary realm. I mean the Qi refining realm. He is a Qi refining practitioner? How could that be? Why did I not perceive it? It is no wonder, Yu Yi. Your arrogance is truly exasperating. In the past, even if my master scolded me, I would have struck you. Isn't Brother Zhongjian also of the Taoist sect? 10 years ago, I was expelled from the northern Qi mountain. Oh, no wonder we have such rapport. Senior brother, allow me to pay my respects. Ouch, my leg. In the darkness, as Yin Qi rose to pay his respects, he inadvertently stepped on Zhongjian's injured leg, resulting in a cacophony of cries and apologies as the two became flustered. While rekindling their camaraderie, he did not forget the presence of Yu Yi sitting at the cave's entrance. Brother Yu, forgive my lack of discernment. I truly could not perceive your cultivation level. Yu Yi, weary from a day of travel, longed for a moment's peace, yet found it elusive. I am not your senior brother. As fellow practitioners, the accomplished take precedence, and the capable are esteemed. Addressing you as senior brother is only fitting. Yet, I wonder what level you have attained, 3rd or 4th. Surely, you cannot be at the 5th level, for you cannot wield a flying sword. 1st level. 1st level of Qi refining. Why do you laugh? No, I meant to say my ancestor attained the innate realm by the age of 16. It was a sensation in the northern Qi mountain, and the entire Suyin Chuan was filled with pride. However, he reached the 9th level of perfection, yet ultimately failed to establish his foundation and perished on the path. Surely you cannot surpass my ancestor. Yin Qi, ever eloquent and adept at flattery, now spoke with a hint of mockery, clearly stirred by a competitive spirit. Suddenly, Yu Yi recalled something and inquired, Yin Shu, who is your relative? Yin Qi, taken aback, responded, You recognize my uncle? Yu Yi paused, then shook his head. I do not know him. Yin Qi, dismissing it, boasted. It is not surprising that you have heard of my uncle's name. The Yin family in Suyin Chuan is well known within 100 miles. As for my uncle, at this point he lamented, my uncle has continually refused to pass down the purple ginseng fruit left by our ancestor, claiming I have not yet reached the innate realm and would only squander the treasure. The purple ginseng fruit is a spiritual fruit of the celestial gates, said to absorb spiritual energy with remarkable efficiency, a true rarity. Yet, what happened? Our home was burglarized, and the purple ginseng fruit was lost, ultimately benefiting the thief. Even if my uncle were to send word to me, it would be of no consequence. Ironically, upon returning home, I encountered a change at the northern Qi mountain, which allowed me to evade a calamity. As the ancient adage goes, misfortune often leans upon fortune. The ancients have not deceived me. Yu Yi could not help but interrupt, inquiring whether he was aware of the thief's identity. Yin Qi replied, Of course, he knew. Who is it? Feng Lao Qi. And who else? Surely, there must be more than one thief? Feng Lao Qi and his accomplices are either dead or have fled. Ah, brother, you seems rather interested. Might you enlighten me further? Noticing Yu Yi's eagerness to engage, Yin Qi's interest was piqued. However, Yu Yi turned and walked toward the cave entrance, not looking back as he stated, I shall keep watch tonight. You two should retire early. Brother Yu, do not mind him. Tell me about Feng Lao Qi. How did he meet his end? He did not die, he escaped. The two behind continued to discuss the legendary tales of Feng Lao Qi. Yu Yi paused in a clearing among the trees, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. Caught in a blend of luck and relief, his emotions tangled. Although he had rescued Yin Qi, he held no fondness for the man. Nevertheless, due to Zhongjian's regard for their shared sect, he refrained from driving him away. Who could have anticipated that he was a scion of the Yin family? Bai Zhi had once mentioned that she had informed the Yin family of Yuyia's background. Yuyi hailed from Yujia Village in Xingyuan Valley, a cohort of grave robbers. Thus, when Yin Shi inadvertently revealed his identity, Yuyi felt a surge of anxiety. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the Yin family was unaware of his name and origins. This revealed that Bai Zhi had deceived him once more. Bai Zhi. Even when she scorned him, plotted against him, and manipulated him, he still harbored respect for her. He vividly recalled her smile while instructing him in swordsmanship, and her promise to help him join the Dao sect, vowing to escort him home and disclose the whereabouts of Qiu Bo. She had once candidly stated, upon reflection, I, Bai Zhi, have not treated you poorly. She further remarked, do not blame the harshness of the world or the fickleness of human hearts. I too am a captive of circumstance. Were all her words but fabrications, or is it the essence of human nature? Now, as Xuanhuang Mountain faces monumental upheaval, is she alive or dead? He gazed upward, the moon bright and stars sparse, the night tranquil. That night, at North Qi Mountain, within the Sanjing Cave, torches flickered to life. Beneath their glow lay 3 lifeless bodies. Bu Yi and 2 companions stood nearby, their expressions shifting with uncertainty. A middle-aged man, known as Hu Laoda, cowered behind them, his head lowered in silence. Tasked with searching the mountain, he had only found the after midnight. Discovering the bodies upon his arrival, 2 were his brothers. Their demise was tragic yet accepted. The third, however, was a practitioner of the Tao, and the manner of death was equally harrowing. Who would dare slay a master? Who could bring down such a figure? Brother Bu, I trust you have surmised the identity of the deceased. One of Bu Yi's companions, a middle-aged man, gestured. Gonsong's lower dantian was pierced by a sword. The wound resembles that caused by sword qi. The other man concurred. Qin Shi himself confirmed that Yu Yi is the only one in the vast marsh capable of wielding sword qi. Yu Yi, at the tender age of 15 or 16, donned a Taoist robe and possessed a mastery of swordsmanship, with at least the cultivation level of the first layer of qi refining. He bore a striking resemblance to the young man I pursued today. How could he have escaped from Xuanhuang Mountain only to reappear on Baijia Mountain? Bu Yi stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, initially, I doubted Qin Shi, but it seems that young man is indeed extraordinary. He had learned in the evening that someone had fled from Baijia Mountain and had subsequently taken to the skies on his sword in pursuit. After an hour of relentless chasing, scouring the vicinity of 100 miles, he had only found 3 horses, while the one he sought had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he recalled the chase of Yu Yi on Xuanhuang Mountain, and now, linking it to the sword wound on Gonsong's abdomen, he, a high-ranking foundational cultivator, had finally begun to see the wild youth he once regarded as prey as a formidable opponent, one for whom he would regret his decision for the rest of his life. Old Hu. I shall send more men to ensure we comb through the marshes to find Yu Yi. He must be seen alive, or we must recover his corpse before dawn. 2 shadows slipped from the forest, stealthily making their way onto the main road bordering the woods. Though their movements were furtive, they stirred the dogs in the nearby village. The morning stars twinkled above, while the dogs barked fiercely below. 2 more shadows joined the first, racing down the road. In mere moments, the shadows shifted from 3 to 2, continuing their relentless sprint southward. Gradually, the cacophony of barking faded away, only to be replaced by the crowing of roosters. Shortly after, a large cluster of houses appeared ahead. The 2 shadows pressed on, swiftly vanishing into the morning mist. It was a bustling town. The hour was still early, with all doors tightly shut. The Yulai Inn at the eastern edge of the town was no exception. However, 2 dark figures made their way directly to the inn's back door. A lantern hung at the back door, swaying gently in the morning breeze. The 2 young men hurried forward, one wielding a long sword while scanning the surroundings. The other, a sturdy man who had set down his burden, wiped the sweat from his brow. At this point, the 2 shadows had transformed into 3 individuals, though the grounded man limped, using a branch as a makeshift cane. With 2 calls, an elderly man opened the back door, exclaiming, Master Yin. He welcomed the 3 into the courtyard, promptly assigning them guest rooms and providing hot water and pastries. By the time they had settled in, the sun had fully risen. The guest room was modest yet well-furnished. With a street-facing window, Yu set down his longsword, wiped his face, consumed a few pastries, and drank half a jar of water before approaching the window of his room. Baiki Town, Yulian. Yu had kept vigil in the forest last night, daring not to close his eyes for half the night. The earthen cave where he concealed himself was barely 10 miles from Baijia Mountain. While he could evade detection during the night, daylight would inevitably reveal his whereabouts. Thus, he had urged Zhong Jian to depart before dawn. Yanqi suggested they head to Baijia Town, 20 miles away, where the throngs of people would provide ample cover. When he lifted Zhong Jian from the forest, Yanqi further advised, "It is arduous to travel on foot. We should find a cart." Consequently, he allowed Yanqi to carry Zhong Jian, who, indeed, was too fatigued to utter a word. The two pressed on in one breath to Baijia Town, arriving at the Yulai Inn, which Yanqi was familiar with. It appeared Zhong Jian intended to remain at the inn to recuperate, while Yi still had further journeys ahead. Peering through the window, he observed an increase in the number of pedestrians on the street. Shops were opening one after another, with wisps of smoke rising from various kitchens. The dog frolics joyfully, while the child weeps at dawn. Such ordinary scenes evoke a profound sense of tranquility and grounding. Yi turned back to close the door, securing it with a latch, and seated himself before the couch. Both Zhong Jian and Yanqi were lavish in their expenditures, so there was no need for him to fret over the costs of food and accommodation while in their company. Yi removed his boots, crossed his legs, and smoothed his garments, revealing a deep weariness etched upon his face. The previous day had been tumultuous, marked by the pursuit of the formidable Hu Laoda, which had compelled him to ascend the mountain with Zhong Jian. Following that, he engaged in 2 fierce battles with masters of qi refinement, employing his sword energy to vanquish one opponent, thereby exhausting his inner vital energy. Now, with the tension in his mind alleviated, he felt utterly drained. Who could have anticipated that Bu Yi, after annihilating the North Qi Mountain, would return? Fortunately, his quick thinking enabled him to evade the trap in time. Indeed, it was a trap. Bu Yi resembled a hunter, ensnaring Yu Yi, Zhong Jian, Yanqi, Hu Laoda, and all who ventured to North Qi Mountain as his prey. Ironically, Yu Yi, being of hunter lineage, was adept in the art of pursuit and capture, possessing an acute awareness of perilous situations. Yet, he could not fathom Bu Yi's true intentions. Regardless of Bu Yi's aims, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. Despite the harrowing experience of the North Qi Mountain expedition, fraught with danger and narrow escapes, it was not devoid of valuable insights. He had gleaned a clearer understanding of the current state of various sects, discovered Bu Yi's movements, forged a bond with Zhong Jian, encountered Yanqi, and dispelled his previous concerns about being allied with bandits. Moreover, he had learned the subtle techniques of employing vital energy for protection and the method of mental communication. Additionally, he and Zhong Jian had scavenged the scripture cave of North Qi Mountain and had participated in a lethal division of spoils. From his robe, Yi extracted several items, a smile finally gracing his features. A jade tablet, a jade slip, and 2 small stones were among them. After defeating the Qi refinement master, he had only claimed these 3 artifacts, leaving the remaining relics for Zhong Jian. Although he coveted the flying sword and the storage ring, he was never one to indulge in greed. The white jade tablet bore an inscription on one side that read Qizhou Zhongshan, while the reverse had the words Yunchuan. Qizhou Zhongshan appeared to be the origin of the deceased, yet the meaning of Yunchuan remained elusive for the moment. The jade slip, upon immersion of his consciousness, revealed illustrations and annotations of rivers and mountains, as well as the names of towns and villages, constituting the map of Qizhou. The 2 small stones, each the size of an inch, had sharp edges and were translucent, resembling exquisite jade. He had never encountered such stones before and had casually picked them up. Upon grasping them, he immediately sensed their extraordinary nature. Yu Yi lifted one stone, feeling a surge of delight within. Indeed, while the stone appeared to be translucent, it emanated a concentrated aura within his consciousness. Should he hold it and channel his energy, he would feel a faint vitality coursing through the meridians of his palm into his body. The texts within his sea of consciousness precisely documented that this vitality was a natural formation, crystallized over millennia, akin to jade or stone, known as spirit stones, indispensable treasures for cultivators. The slow progress in his cultivation had stemmed from a deficiency of this vital energy. With the aid of spirit stones, his practice would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. This was, indeed, the true treasure. Yi set down the spiritual stone and retrieved 2 jade slips from his bosom. Both slips originated from the Cave of Scriptures. One was a pictorial slip, depicting the geographical map of Yenzhou, as he had previously discussed with Zhong Jian. The other, an ancient and modeled jade slip, was something he had not disclosed to Zhong Jian, as the latter lacked spiritual awareness, revealing it would be futile. Moreover, The slip was quite dilapidated, containing only a single line of cryptic characters. Falling stars enter the southern dipper. 9 purples open the netherworld. This enigmatic phrase was likely a careless remnant left by some ancient figure, deemed useless by the descendants of the northern Qi mountain and thus abandoned in the cave of scriptures. As Yi scrutinized the slips, his gaze ultimately settled upon the spiritual stone. He tucked the jade slips and the jade tablet into his robe, leaving only a single spiritual stone. He took a moment to compose himself, slightly closing his eyes while grasping the stone, silently circulating his cultivation method. Gradually, an invisible, translucent energy, along with tiny, flickering lights, flowed into his body, traversing through his meridians, reaching his internal organs, energy C and dantian, before spreading to his limbs and bones, eventually returning to his sea of consciousness, the golden palace, and converging within his energy sea, continuing this endless cycle. The almost depleted true energy within the energy sea began to gradually replenish, whether due to the replenishment of true energy or the nourishment from the spiritual essence. The dragon dance suspended in the energy sea emitted a faint yellow glow. Although exceedingly weak, it resembled parched earth being graced by gentle rain, awakening long-dormant life. In a moment, the spiritual energy that had initially flowed slowly into his body began to surge, akin to a lake's dam being breached, rushing forth in an unstoppable torrent. Knock, knock, a voice called from outside. Brother, my senior brother wishes to speak with you. You've slept for 3 days, it's time to rise. Inside the guest room, Yi remained seated in meditation, his expression tranquil. His Taoist robe billowed slightly, and his disheveled hair danced as if caught by an unseen wind. At the instant the knocking echoed, he slowly opened his eyes but chose to ignore Yin Shi, instead gazing down at his open palm. The spiritual stone within had grown murky, losing its luster and taking on a jade-like white hue. The spiritual essence it contained seemed to have diminished by 5 or 6/10. Had he absorbed over half of the spiritual energy from the stone in just 3 days? Yi shifted his gaze to his palm and arm. While regulating his breathing, he attempted to shield himself with true energy. At this moment, he had withdrawn his true energy, and the billowing robe and floating hair gradually returned to their original state, yet a glow remained on his arm, leaving a faint blue mark that resembled delicate fish scales, not only covering his arms but enveloping his entire being. What was happening? Yi hastily leaped off the wooden couch and seized the bronze mirror from the table. In the mirror, he beheld a face framed by disheveled hair, yet saw no abnormalities except for a faint trace of dark energy at his brow. Where had this dark energy come from? He recalled the words of Jiao Ying, who had mentioned that after consuming the dragon dan, signs of poisoning might appear. Perhaps this was it. Yi lowered his head to inspect. The blue marks on his body had vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired, rendering his earlier observations akin to mere illusions. How could it be an illusion? A thought flickered in Yuye's mind. As he circulated his true energy, his robe billowed once more, and his hair danced wildly. The vanished azure marks promptly reappeared, resembling a layer of fish scales enveloping his body. Upon reaching out to touch it, he found nothing amiss. The smooth skin seemed to have grown more robust and resilient. In the mirror, his cheeks were shrouded in a faint azure glow, rendering his appearance somewhat grotesque and strange. When he retracted his protective energy, the azure marks on his body and the glow on his face gradually faded once more. How could this be? Could it be the result of the dragon elixir? If so, the azure marks should not have manifested in such a scaly form. Was it the armor of a dragon? What, then, would he ultimately become? Yi was startled by his own thoughts. Focusing inward, he discovered that the energy he had once depleted had returned to its original state, even more refined and abundant. Within his energy sea, the essence swirled around, quietly suspended a bead that flickered with a pale yellow glow. It seemed no longer dormant, but radiating a faint, yet wild vitality. Dragon Shadow, why does my protective energy differ from others? Am I destined to transform into a monster? He had no master, relying solely on his own exploration and the insights of others during his cultivation. When faced with confusion, he often felt lost and helpless. At this moment, he yearned for the guidance of a sage, and the dragon shadow undoubtedly represented the figure he sought. Yet, despite silently calling out twice, the mysterious woman paid him no mind. Never mind. Although his protective energy was peculiar, his body felt no discomfort. As he focused on his breathing and energy regulation, considerable time passed. Had 3 days truly gone by? Yu set down the mirror, donned his boots, packed his belongings, and could not resist glancing at the spirit stones. Though precious, he regrettably possessed only 2. He withdrew the bolt and opened the door, only to hear Yin Qi complain, "Brother, how long are you going to dawdle? My senior brother is asking for you." Zhang Jian, with his leg injury, was residing downstairs with Yin Qi. The guest room below was quite spacious. Zhang Jian was seated on a stool with a cane, his broken leg secured in a splint, adorned in a vibrant long robe, and a smile graced his face. Two unfamiliar burly men stood nearby, each wielding sharp blades, their muscular arms crossed, wearing fierce expressions. In the center of the guest room stood a table and a large wooden chest. The table was cluttered with several garments, while the open chest remained empty. Yu Yi followed Yin Qi into the guest room, where Yin Qi flatteringly announced, "Senior brother, brother Yu has arrived, once a brother to you." He had now transformed into a senior brother, and now into brother Yu. "Brother Zhong." Yu Yi greeted Zhong Jian and nodded at the two unfamiliar men. They glared at him, their fierce expressions tinged with a hint of provocation. "Zhong Quan and Zhong Yi are my brothers whom I summoned," Zhong Jian introduced, then affectionately added, "Brother Yu, do these garments fit you?" Yu Yi declined, "No need." The clothes on the table were evidently prepared for him, while the robe he wore remained intact. Yin Qi reached out to close the door and remarked, "Brother, you cannot wear that robe. The various sects have faced turmoil, and their disciples are filled with trepidation. You would attract too much attention in such attire. I have heard." His robe has indeed been replaced with a silk-long gown. He lowered his voice and continued, "I have heard that Hu Laoda has dispatched his subordinates to capture Taoists everywhere." Yu Yi expressed his astonishment. "Isn't Hu Laoda already in the hands of Bui? Does he dare to act recklessly? Humph. He has allied himself with a master from Qizhou and now occupies the North Qi Mountain, instilling fear in all. Even I, Zhong, can only hide in the inn. Too afraid to venture outside." Zhong Jian waved his hand in anger and declared, "Let him be arrogant for now. I, Zhang, shall reclaim North Qi Mountain and the Taoist sect in due time." "Brother, calm your anger," Yin Qi advised. "It is prudent for us to remain here for the time being. Once the storm passes, I shall accompany you to roam the world." "Alas, I almost forgot the pressing matter." Zhong Jian produced a jade ring and pointed to the large chest on the ground, indicating, "Brother Yu, please help me retrieve the treasures from within the ring." Previously, he had claimed the storage ring for himself and instructed Yu Yi to collect all the scrolls and stolen goods inside, initially thinking the ring was of no use. He had indeed planned meticulously. Yu Yi forced a bitter smile and took the ring. After several attempts, he adeptly utilized his spiritual sense. With a whoosh, the large chest suddenly brimmed with scrolls and various items. Standing nearby, Zhong Quan and Zhong Yi's eyes widened, their arrogance and provocation vanishing entirely. Yin Qi shrugged, dismissing it. The manipulation of spiritual sense is hardly surprising. Zhang Jian reclaimed the ring and produced a short sword, the flying sword of the Qizhou master, which he had concealed on his person and now placed into the wooden chest, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Haha, centuries of inheritance are here. The revival of the Taoist sect is within reach." He intends to rebuild the Taoist sect of North Qi Mountain? Yu Yi furrowed his brow and questioned, "Brother Zhong, is this what you call a pressing matter?" "Certainly not." Zhang Jian waved his hand and replied, "Aren't you headed to Looming Mountain?" "I am unsure of the path." Yu Ye's expression darkened. Zhang Jian had previously promised to escort him to Looming Mountain and claimed he would never go back on his word. Yet now he casually stated he was unaware of the route. Wasn't that outright deceit? "Do not be anxious, brother Yu. Allow me to explain." Zhong Jian, noticing Yu Ye's thoughts, smiled and said, "You are aware of my circumstances. I have many brothers and significant expenses, so I must engage in some business to supplement our needs. I only know how to wield a sword, so I assist wealthy patrons in escorting their valuables for a commission. Recently, I accepted a job escorting a family of 3 to Kaling Mountain for a family visit. Now that I have a broken leg and cannot travel far, I must ask you, brother Yu, to take my place." Yu Ye's expression grew even grimmer. Zhong Quan and Zhong Yi also expressed their dissatisfaction. Speaking up in unison, "Eldest brother, why not let us take his place? The journey is long, and bandits abound. He is so young. Even if he has some knowledge of spells, he is hardly fit for such a responsibility. Humph, who dares to underestimate my brother Yu?" Zhong Jian glared at his two brothers and reprimanded, "My brother Yu's abilities need not be overstated. Just know that he is a true master of the Taoist sect who saved my life. A few petty thieves are nothing in his eyes. Moreover, I have other plans." He glanced at Yu Yi and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "Oh, dear brother Yu, do not wear such a grim face. I recall that the coachman mentioned that Xiaoling Mountain used to belong to the territory of Lu Ming Mountain. Why not escort that family of 3 to Ling Mountain along the way? If all goes well, you shall have no troubles, and should any misfortune arise, your skills are more than adequate to handle it. Once you reach Ling Mountain, you can proceed to Luming Mountain at your leisure. What do you think? Yuya's expression softened as he nodded. According to Zhong Jian, this was indeed his only route to Luming Mountain at present. The owner of the family, surnamed Quang, was a jeweler temporarily residing at an inn in Lishui town, planning to set off in the next couple of days. It would be prudent for you to head there today. I have prepared a swift steed for you. Once you are ready, you may depart. Zhong Jian took out an iron token and a piece of animal hide, continuing, "This is my token. Master Quang will recognize it immediately. This is a map of the northern Qi Mountain territory. 300 miles to the northwest lies Lishui town." He explained the pertinent details. Handing the iron token and the hide map to Yi, and then curiously inquired, "You mentioned seeking family. May I ask what relatives you have at Luming Mountain?" "A trust from an old friend. It is best left unspoken. Let us not forget the bond we share. We shall meet again in Zhugong town." Yi accepted the iron token and the hide map, bidding farewell to Zhong Jian with a raised hand, before collecting his belongings from the table and turning back to his guest room. Upon his arrival, Yin Qi followed closely behind. "Brother Yu, you are leaving. It is truly disheartening." Yin Qi was quite handsome, with clear brows and bright eyes, his lips red and teeth white, now clad in a silk long robe, resembling a wealthy young master. Yet, his affected mannerisms and words still betrayed his frivolous and insincere nature. The garments he had taken from Zhong Jian's room were likely purchased at the town's tailor shop, comprising 2 sets of silk long robes, 2 sets of coarse cloth robes, and 2 pairs of soft-soled boots made from animal hide. Yi chose a gray coarse cloth robe and a pair of boots, which fit him well. While he changed, Yin Qi stood outside the door to avoid any suspicion, occasionally peeking in. Yi gathered his disheveled hair and bound it with a strip of cloth, then picked up his bundle and grasped his longsword. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Qi stepped inside, holding a pearl in his hand, and sincerely said, "We met at the foot of northern Qi Mountain and parted at the Yulian. Who knows when we shall meet again? Please accept this luminous pearl as a token of our friendship. Listen, this is a family heirloom of mine, a night pearl." "Thank you, but I must decline," Yi replied, attempting to leave. "Wait." Yin Qi hurriedly reached out to stop him, closing the door behind him, and awkwardly smiled. "Brother Yu, this family heirloom of mine could be exchanged for a cultivation technique. As a disciple of the Tao, how could you lack a method of cultivation?" "No, I mean the technique you practice, such as sword energy." "What sword energy?" "There is a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. Either it is deceit or theft." It was then that Yi realized Yin Qi was trying to take advantage of him. "Oh, Brother Yu, you tell lies with such composure. I am truly impressed." Yin Qi mocked with a single remark, accompanied by a mysterious smile, saying, "You killed a master of Qi cultivation on Baijia Mountain, wielding the legendary sword energy, witnessed by Brother Zhong himself. Can you still deny it?" This young scion, full of pride, sought to forge an alliance with Zhong Jian in light of the current tribulations faced by the Taoist sect, hoping to find a new path. Zhong Jian, mindful of their brotherly bond, was not unkind to him and subtly hinted at his disdain for Yi. Upon learning that Yi understood sword energy and had slain a Qi master, jealousy and envy stirred within him, prompting him to entertain ulterior motives. Yi furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The techniques he practiced were solely the Tiangang classic and the 7-kill sword method, imparted by Jiaoying. Although he was unaware of the formidable and precious nature of these skills, he was resolute in not easily passing them on to others, especially to someone who demanded them outright, which was undeniably a contemptible act. "Rest assured, my brother, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss." Yin Qi's face revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he produced a jade slip from his robes, declaring, "This precious pearl is merely a deposit. I shall add a family heirloom. If you are willing to impart your skills, I will return home to report to my uncle and offer half of the family treasures in exchange." Yi interjected, "Please step aside." "Ah, Brother Yu, do accept the deposit for now. You can hand over the skills at a later date once you have made your decision," Yin Qi urged, hastily shoving the pearl and the jade slip into Yuya's embrace before turning to exit the room, adding, "Brother Zhong has difficulty moving. Allow me to escort him." Safe travels. Was he not taking advantage of the situation? How could he so willingly part with his family treasures? Yi gazed at the pearl and jade slip in his possession, chasing after Yin Qi down the stairs, only to find Zhong Jian's 2 brothers beckoning him from the backyard. He reluctantly abandoned the thought of returning the deposit. grasping his package in one hand and his sword in the other as he approached the stable. Zheng Quan and Zheng Yi led out a horse, entirely black. Its coat glossy and its stature imposing, with sturdy limbs. A hide lay atop the saddle, bearing their provisions and water flask, fully prepared for departure. A fine steed. He was grateful for having learned to ride. Otherwise, he would have felt embarrassed in front of Zhong Jian's brothers. Yu Yi sheathed his sword in the pack, secured the bundle, accepted the reins from them, thanked the brothers, and led the horse out of the yard, proceeding westward along the street. Clad in a neat gray robe, his tall figure appeared somewhat distinguished against the backdrop of the magnificent black horse. The weather was splendid, and the street bustled with people. Various shops displayed their signs, while clerks hawked their wares at the entrance. An elderly man haggled with a cane. A matron counted her coins meticulously. Children tugged at their mothers, wailing and pouting, and men hurried past with firewood or driving carts, creating a vivid tableau of mundane market life. As Yu Yi guided his horse through the marketplace, the warm breeze carried the mingled scents of braised meat, sweets, sweat, and manure. He relished this aroma, a fragrance of life, a taste of existence. The saddlebag on the horse contained bedding, a rain cloth, fire starters, 2 parcels of braised meat, a flask of wine, and a small pouch of loose coins. Zhang Jian had arranged everything meticulously. He would express his gratitude at a later time. He resided in Zhugong Town, a name that was easy to remember. The family being escorted is surnamed Kuang, temporarily residing in a town called Li Shui, located 300 miles to the northwest. Still within the boundaries of the northern Qi Mountains. With swift horses, they should reach their destination before darkness falls tomorrow. It is indeed a challenge to express gratitude to Zhong Jian. Despite his involvement in unscrupulous activities, Zhong Jian also manages a legitimate livelihood. Escorting the Kuang family to Keiling Mountain is one of his avenues for profit. Yet, he harbors doubts and has refrained from disclosing the entire truth. He is not one to easily trust a mere teenager, nor would he readily entrust the safety of a family of 3 to others. It was only due to his journey to the northern Qi Mountains that he gained confidence in his abilities, which led him to finally entrust the significant responsibility of escorting the Kuang family to himself, thus embarking on his own journey to Lu Ming Mountain. In summary, he is a man worth befriending. However, despite his repeated inquiries, he dared not mention Feng Lao Qi, for fear of inviting trouble. He knows that in the wild, he would find it impossible to shake off the reputation of a thief. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the western end of the town. There, a road leading north extended before them. A few days after the rain, the muddy path still bore remnants of the downpour, yet it was navigable, particularly favorable for galloping horses. As Yi led his horse onto the main road, he was suddenly accosted by a voice. "Hey, kid, stop." From the shadows of the trees by the roadside emerged several burly men, armed with sharp blades and bearing fierce expressions. The leader of the group stepped forward to block Yu Ye's path, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and inquired, "How old are you this year? Have you ever been a Taoist? Where are you headed?" Yu Yi was taken aback and forced to halt. He recalled Yin Qi's warning that Hu Laoda was actively hunting Taoists. These men were surely subordinates of Hu Laoda. Yet, Yin Qi had not mentioned that there would be checkpoints. Being familiar with the area, he should have been aware, and Zhong Jian, known for his information network, had also failed to mention this, instead hastening Yu Yi's departure. Was that not urging him to walk into a trap? In his astonishment, Yu turned back to glance at his path. He had presumed he was clever, yet the outcome was otherwise. He believed he was safe. Yet once again he found himself in an unexpected predicament. "Are you deaf or something?" The questioning man barked again. Yi scanned his surroundings and replied, "How could I possibly be a Taoist? I am merely visiting friends. I kindly ask you, brothers, to grant me passage." Though this area was adjacent to the town as thoroughfare, the presence of these men caused passers-by to either hurry by or keep their distance. "You don't speak with a local accent?" the leader pressed. "Traveling abroad? Passing through this area? You are devoid of dirt, lacking the wear of travel. Your boots are pristine. You hardly resemble a traveler who has been away for long." The man was relentless, his gaze piercing. Yi furrowed his brow, falling into silence. Having grown up with little opportunity to wear new clothes, the rare occasion of donning fresh attire now seemed to attract trouble. The man's suspicious gaze fell upon the horse's back, and he reached out to grasp something. Although Yu Ye's steel sword was sheathed within the pack on the horse, the exquisite hilt and part of the scabbard were visible, easily recognizable to one who had seen fine craftsmanship. The man seized the hilt and drew the long sword, its blade shimmering ominously in the light. Nodding, he remarked, Indeed, it is an item of the Taoist sect. Several men surrounded Yu, their long knives and sharp swords pressed against his neck and back. Yu stood frozen, seemingly frightened, slowly releasing the reins from his grasp, yet feigning ignorance as he asked, "Who might this esteemed brother be searching for? Could it be related to the Taoist sect?" The man with the sword pointed it at Yu, grinning maliciously. "I am seeking a young Taoist, about 15 or 16 years of age, who has wreaked havoc at Xuanhuang Mountain and Baijia Mountain, slaying countless disciples of the Tao. Now, Baijia Mountain has placed a hefty bounty on his head, and everyone in the Jianghu seeks his demise. You appear to be of similar age, with a cunning demeanor and a mouthful of lies, not to mention wielding a sword used by the Taoist sect. I am curious to know if you are indeed him." Yuya's expression turned cold, his gaze wavering. The man, however, was quite pleased with himself, commanding, "Quickly head to the east end of the town and report to the chief. I have found the brat." Another man sheathed his long knife and ran towards the town. At the east end of the town, there were also individuals blocking the road to question passers-by. Among a group of strong men, how could there be a Taoist? Yu raised an eyebrow, and suddenly a layer of azure light flickered around him, forcefully dispersing the blades pressed against his chest and back. The man holding the sword was staggered back by a powerful force. Seizing the long sword, Yu deftly flicked his wrist, causing the sword's tip to whirl. Blood erupted as the four men surrounding him seemingly fell victim to the same fate simultaneously. The retreating man was still in shock when another sword pierced his throat. Yet Yu was not finished. He leaped into the air, flicking his wrist as the long sword shot forth like an arrow. The man running towards the town had covered several paces when he suddenly stumbled and fell. A swiftly approaching long sword pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground, the exposed hilt quivering slightly. Yu landed gracefully, drawing his sword and releasing a stream of foul blood, splattering it across the ground. At the same time, the 5 men he had slain fell one after another. Yu flicked the blood from his sword's edge, spun around as if his feet never touched the ground, sheathed his sword, and mounted his horse. With a thunderous clatter of hooves, the horse turned in place. His gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, the astonished faces of onlookers, and the still bustling street. Before he galloped away, a murder at the Yulian. Yanqi hurried into Zhang Jian's room, excitement evident in his voice. At the west end of the town, 6 people have been killed. Zhang Jian, seated on a stool with his broken legs stiffly extended, leaned forward eagerly. Were they not under the command of old Hu? Who was the perpetrator? His 2 brothers stood nearby, equally attentive. Yanqi gestured animatedly. Old Hu's 6 brothers were all slain by Yu. Old Hu has now forged a deep enmity with him, and will undoubtedly seek revenge. Zhang Jian inquired, "Is the master from Qizhou present?" The master from Qizhou was at the east end of the town by the time he reached the west end. Yu had long since fled, and he was currently gathering his forces to pursue. Yanqi grew increasingly animated, repeatedly praising, "Brother Zhang, your discerning eye is remarkable. Yu is indeed ruthless and merciless, managing to kill 6 in the blink of an eye." Zhong Quan and Zhong Yi exchanged glances, finding it hard to fathom the spectacle of a youth publicly slaying 6 men. "Huh," Zhong Jian remarked, stroking the thick mustache on his face with a chuckle. "He claims he does not kill, for he has not been driven to desperation. But what of the present? Taking life is as effortless as drinking wine and feasting on meat. Yu has successfully diverted the experts of Qizhou. Let us seize this opportunity to depart from Baijia town. Prepare the horses and carriages for immediate departure." Zhang Shixiang Yanqi suddenly expressed his concerns. "If Yu realizes the truth afterwards, even if he harbors no resentment towards you, he may very well hold a grudge against me. What then if he turns against us? I initially thought his youth and innocence would make him easy to guide, yet who would have imagined his ferocity in killing? Fear not." Zhong Jian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "My brother is merely inexperienced. Without undergoing trials, how would he comprehend the perils of the martial world? I am aiding him in this regard. However, it seems your family heirloom may be lost. Not just the family heirloom, but also the ancestral secret manual." "The ancestral secret manual?" "A jade slip passed down through the family. I cannot say for certain what it contains. I merely mentioned it in passing. And now I find myself regretting it somewhat." Under a sky filled with stars, the night air was refreshing. Yu sat on the grassy ground amid the forest, devouring braised meat. Beside him lay his belongings, a rain tarp, a mattress, a longsword, and other items. The unloaded horses wandered leisurely by a pond some distance away, flicking their tails and snorting contentedly. After savoring a piece of meat and taking a few sips of water, Yu stretched his waist and let out a satisfying burp. Departing from Baijia town at dawn, He had ridden tirelessly until nightfall, covering nearly 200 miles before finally resting. Based on the horse's stamina and the distance, he anticipated reaching Lishui town by tomorrow afternoon. He hoped this escort mission would proceed smoothly, without further incidents. Afterwards, he would proceed to Luming Mountain to find the possessions of Feng Laoqi and deliver them to his family. Assisting Feng Laoqi in fulfilling his last wishes would bring him some peace of mind. However, today as circumstances were not mere accidents, they were orchestrated. For instance, he should not have encountered the underlings of Hu Laoda today, nor did he wish to unleash such violence, even hesitating until the last moment. But once the situation escalated, he found himself powerless. Despite knowing he was being manipulated, he could not afford to spare those men, for it would attract the attention of the experts from Qizhou, leading to dire consequences. Should he resent Zhang Jian for his deceit and scheming? At this juncture, harboring anger was futile. Rather than hiding in and awaiting the arrival of formidable foes only to fight his way out, he preferred to act independently and navigate freely. As long as he diverted the experts of Qizhou, it would facilitate Zhang Jian's escape. Perhaps Zhang Jian thought the same. As a wandering hero, he not only engaged in a bloody profession but also made enemies everywhere, without sufficient cunning, an understanding of strategies, and a grasp of human nature. He would likely not have survived to this day. Yet, he had not anticipated that in killing 6 men, despite his initial hesitation and reluctance, he would act with such resolute decisiveness, showing no mercy. Had Yi himself changed? Or were those men merely unworthy of compassion? Or perhaps the world had transformed? With an increase in malefactors? Maybe he had not changed, nor had the world. Rather, it is the tribulations of a youth's maturation, confronted with the perplexities of the future. Just as he stepped out of the mountain village and into the tumult of the Taoist world, the ensuing storms and upheavals far exceeded his current understanding. This tempest may sweep across the vast plains, engulfing Qizhou and reverberating overseas, a reality far beyond his imagination at present. As for what lies ahead, let that remain for another time. The group, led by Hu Laoda, clearly approached him in the wilderness, although they did not directly utter his name. The shock and anger they instilled in him were unmistakable. The individual had remarked, a Taoist of merely 15 or 16 years had wreaked havoc upon Xuanhuang Mountain and Baijia Mountain, slaying countless disciples of the Taoist sect. With a bounty on his head throughout the martial world, how could the destruction of Xuanhuang Mountain and Baijia Mountain be attributed to him? It was evident that Bui, upon discovering the murder of his accomplices and unable to locate Yu Yi, had fabricated accusations and spread rumors to incite the martial community against him. Was his unscrupulousness solely for the sake of avenging his comrades? Moreover, what motive did a cultivator from Qizhou have to stir up trouble in the vast plains? He appeared to possess knowledge of Yu Ye's origins. Could it be related to Qinshi? If Qinshi had allied with Bui, what then of Bai Zhi? Having traversed the day in turmoil, Yu Yi now sat content after a meal, enjoying the cool breeze and the night sky, a state one would expect to be tranquil, akin to a galloping steed. Yet, he found himself restless. He lifted a water pouch to drink. His thoughts remained in disarray. He casually reached for a wine flask, an earthen vessel about the size of a palm, weighing a couple of jin. This was a flask of wine that Zhang Jian had prepared for him alongside his provisions. Could this wine soothe his troubled heart? It was worth a try. Coughing, a sharp sting of alcohol burned down his throat, prompting a fit of coughs. A fire surged through his insides, and he instinctively exhaled the fumes. How potent the liquor! How formidable its strength! Yu Yi set down the flask, yet the heat in his belly persisted. Shaking his head, he found himself slightly dazed. Perhaps his youth rendered him inexperienced with alcohol, particularly oblivious to its fiery and bitter essence. Mastering the art of killing may not be difficult, but to learn the ways of drinking is no simple feat. With a flicker of thought, he channeled his vital energy, and the discomfort from the alcohol vanished in an instant. From his robe, he retrieved a pearl and a jade slip. The pearl sparkled in the night, unmistakably a treasure. The jade slip, measuring merely 5 inches in length, was evidently flawed. This was Yan Qi's luminous pearl and family secret tome. Forcibly tucked into his robe upon leaving the inn, under the pretense of being a deposit for exchanging techniques. Reflecting on it now, his intentions were far from simplistic. A secret tome? As his consciousness penetrated the jade slip, he discerned supreme spirit talismans. Lishui town. As dusk settled, the streets were sparsely populated. A lone figure on horseback traversed the thoroughfare. The individual was a youth, unassuming in appearance yet possessing an air of composure. The steed was a fine stallion. Tall and robust, having galloped for 100 miles, still displaying a light-footed grace despite the weariness of the journey. At the end of the street stood a large courtyard. Lanterns hung by the sides of the gate, inscribed with characters. The right read Li Shui, while the left proclaimed Heji. Heji Inn? Yi stowed away the beast skin map and spurred his horse towards the inn, having set off this morning. He was supposed to arrive at Li Shui town by afternoon. However, due to the unclear route indicated by the map provided by Zhang Jian, he took a wrong turn, causing a delay. Eventually, he managed to find his destination before nightfall. Just as he approached the inn, a young attendant came forward to greet him. Yi dismounted and raised a hand to halt him, saying, "I seek Manager Kuang. There are many looking for Manager Kuang. Perhaps it would be best to settle in first. Otherwise, if the rooms are full, do not blame us for any delays, young sir." The attendant was quick-witted, seizing the reins and leading the horse into the courtyard. Oh, Yi followed, intrigued. The left side of the courtyard housed the reception and tavern, while the right contained stables and storage. In the center was an open area, beyond which lay a row of guest rooms. He noticed a lantern hanging under the eaves, where a crowd had gathered in the light. "That must be Manager Kuang. Feel free to join us. I shall prepare the horses' feed and water, and your belongings will be sent to room 7. You may settle the bill at the reception tomorrow." The attendant was efficient, leading the horse into the stables and reporting the room number, all arranged in an instant. Yi removed his long sword from his horse, considered briefly, then took some gold and silver coins, tucking them into his cloak before allowing the attendant to continue his tasks. He then approached the crowd. "My manager has already engaged guards. The rest of you may disperse. Your manager claims to offer generous rewards for guests, and my brothers have traveled far to arrive." "You say disperse as if we were a jest to you? Is it not true that Manager Kuang's actions defy propriety? Should he not fear retribution?" "Indeed. The journey is perilous, with bandits lurking at every turn. Manager Kuang is in grave danger." Gentlemen, a middle-aged man in the crowd raised his hands. "The fault lies with me, yet it is due to unforeseen circumstances. I had arranged to depart 2 days ago with a certain brother Zhong, but he did not arrive. Not wishing to delay my family, I had no choice but to seek additional help at the last moment. The journey is long, and the remuneration substantial. Even with my modest means, I could only afford 2 skilled individuals. I hope for your understanding." "Ha, a mere cup of water wine to placate us? Where are the skilled individuals your manager has employed? Let them show themselves." "Yes, let them come forth. Who dares to obstruct our livelihood?" Yi stepped closer, halting his advance. He did not rush to find the person he sought, but rather stood among a few onlookers. The scene was somewhat chaotic, revealing the underlying tension. The slightly portly middle-aged man was likely the Manager Kuang he sought, while the young man beside him, surnamed Ji, was his carriage driver. The 6 or 7 robust men clamoring were likely those drawn by the promise of employment, now frustrated by unmet expectations and resorting to threats. The brother Zhang mentioned by Manager Kuang was undoubtedly Zhang Jian. From what he learned, they had arranged to set off 2 days prior. Yet, what had Zhang Jian stated? There was a full 2-day discrepancy in their timelines. If Manager Kuang had indeed departed on schedule, then Yu Ye's journey would have been in vain. Even if he had arrived at a timely moment, it seemed he was still too late. Manager Kuang had already engaged 2 skilled individuals. "I am Pan here. Who dares to disturb the peace?" At this moment, the door behind the innkeeper, Kuang, swung open, revealing a tall man in his 20s or 30s, his hair disheveled. I still bleary with sleep, exhaling an odor of alcohol as he staggered to a halt beneath the eaves. Subsequently, another man emerged from the guest room, shorter in stature, with a square face and a short beard, his indifferent gaze scrutinizing the assembled crowd. It was Pan Yuan from Hongshan. What a surprise to see him. "Esteemed guests, this is Pan Yuan, whom I have engaged, along with his brother Yuan Jiao." The innkeeper gestured to the crowd, clasping his fists in a respectful bow, and continued, "Given the circumstances, I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. Let us indulge in wine and meat. The feast is on me." The burly men were not swayed by his words. After a moment of surprise, one of them shouted, "What if it is Pan Yuan? This is not Hongshan." Still clouded by the effects of alcohol, Pan Yuan suddenly glared, launching a swift kick at the man who had dared to call him by name. Before the words had fully escaped the man's lips, he staggered backward. Yuan Jiao, remaining silent, darted from beneath the eaves and tackled the man to the ground, plunging a short dagger into his shoulder. A cry of agony erupted from the injured man, yet Yuan Jiao held him down with unyielding force. The crowd gasped in horror, swiftly drawing their swords and knives. Pan Yuan, in that moment, resembled an enraged beast as he kicked the man, yet when he withdrew his foot, his demeanor remained unchanged. Burping and rolling his eyes, he casually picked at the remnants of meat lodged between his teeth, spitting disdainfully. "Ah, how dare anyone snatch what is rightfully mine?" Yuanjiao, with his dagger still embedded in the man's shoulder, paid no mind to the cries, instead focusing intently on his own actions. A bloodthirsty glint flickered across his face as he suddenly flicked his wrist, severing the man's arm, which flew away, spattered with blood. The onlookers, now armed with weapons, initially intended to swarm Yuanjiao, but their shock was palpable. "Humph, this is the fate of those who attempt to seize another's spoils." Pan Yuan scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he declared, "Who among you dares to contest? Come, test your mettle. I shall not take his arm, I seek his head." His words dripped with malice as he added, "Begone." Yuanjiao stepped back, withdrawing his blade. The man, now devoid of an arm, writhed on the ground, howling in pain. The assembled crowd exchanged glances, hastily lifting their wounded companion and retrieving the bloody severed limb, rushing towards the exit while not forgetting to utter threats. Pan Yuan, "This matter shall not end well." Pan Yuan scratched his ear dismissively, feigning indifference, before turning to Kuang with a smile. "My apologies for the disturbance." Kuang, still in shock, hurriedly replied, "No harm done, no harm done." Pan Yuan shrugged, a gesture of resignation, without resorting to bloody measures. How could a bunch of brutes be persuaded to leave? Indeed, indeed. Kuang nodded fervently. "I have spent many years traveling, acutely aware of the challenges in escorting such individuals. Only true masters can intimidate the ruffians. Tonight, I am grateful to brothers Pan and Yuan. You may retire early." Pan Yuan, despite his ruthless nature, was also adept in the ways of the world. As he turned to return to his quarters, he expressed concern. "The commotion was not my intention. Might I trouble the esteemed innkeeper to convey my regards to the lady and the young miss, so as not to cause them undue distress?" "Indeed." The innkeeper, expressing his gratitude with a gesture, turned and instructed, "Jian, prepare the carriage and horses for an early departure tomorrow." A bloody conflict had been swiftly quelled, and the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving the inn in peaceful silence. Yet, Yi remained rooted in place, indecisive. The task of escorting the Kuang family had become a coveted prize in Pan Yuan's eyes. To harbor any covetous thoughts would be akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth, with consequences ranging from a broken arm to a severed head. To reveal his intentions at this juncture would be unwise. Having already faced numerous challenges in reaching Looming Mountain, he could not afford to abandon his endeavor now that a glimmer of hope had emerged. "Innkeeper Kuang, please wait." As the innkeeper was about to depart, Yi hastily called out. Pan Yuan had yet to enter the guest room and paused, along with Yuanjiao. "Ah, what does this young brother wish to impart?" The innkeeper had already noticed Yi in the courtyard, assuming him to be merely a guest. Taking a few steps forward, Yi bowed and introduced himself. "I am Yi, entrusted by Zhong Jian and Zhong Xiong to escort the esteemed Kuang family to Ling Mountain. Due to delays, I apologize for my tardiness of 2 days." "Zhong Jian? You?" The innkeeper scrutinized Yi with surprise, remarking, "Setting aside the truth of your words, you appear too young and inexperienced to ensure the safety of others. I must ask you to return." To the innkeeper's eyes, Yi was slight of stature, frail, and seemingly no older than 15 or 16, yet he claimed the responsibility of escorting a family of 3 to Ling Mountain, a clear indication of his naivety. The world is bustling with individuals driven by profit. Even those of the Jianghu cannot resist the allure of gold, let alone a reckless and uninformed youth. Thus, it was prudent to gently dissuade him. However, Yi was resolute, producing an iron token to signify. "This is the token agreed upon by Zhong Xiong and the esteemed Kuang." The innkeeper accepted the token, momentarily taken aback. The palm-sized iron piece bore a distinctive emblem. One side depicted a great bow, while the other displayed the name Zhong Jian. This was a unique item reserved for renowned wanderers, a symbol of a formidable presence in the realm. "Oh," Pan Yuan, observing the innkeeper being persistently approached by a youth, ambled over with a chuckle. "A mere lad, daring to engage in such audacious endeavors? Are you seeking trouble?" Yuanjiao followed silently, his expression impassive, yet his keen eyes glinted with the cold light, as if ready to draw his blade. Yi, undeterred, declared, "Zhong Xiong instructed me to present the token as a sign." "You little brat." Pan Yuan could not help but widen his eyes, exclaiming, "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Seeking a beating. "Brother Pan, let us remain calm." The innkeeper, fearing further conflict, swiftly intervened. then turned to Yu Yi, raising the iron token, and inquired, "This is indeed Zhong Jian's token. Yet why did he fail to meet?" Zhong Xiong. Yu Yi glanced at Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao, contemplating his words. "He has made some enemies and is preoccupied with matters of vengeance. He entrusted me to undertake this journey to Ling Mountain in his stead." "Oh, I see." Quan, the shopkeeper, nodded slightly but displayed a troubled expression as he said, "However, the journey spans 1,000 miles, and one may encounter desperate rogues along the way. I fear you may not be able to handle them. Moreover, I have already invited these two brothers. What shall we do?" Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao exchanged glances, and seizing the opportunity, Pan Yuan declared, "Have you not heard that in the martial world, a promise is worth 1,000 gold? If you dare to go back on your word, what place would that leave my brothers?" Though this man possessed a violent temperament, he was also cunning and shrewd. Given his nature, he would have already resorted to violence. Yet, unexpectedly, the very person he intended to reprimand turned out to be the key figure in this transaction. Thus, he suppressed his anger and began to reason with Quan, though his words subtly carried an undertone of intimidation. Quan weighed the iron token in his hand, glancing at Yu Yi and then at Pan Yuan, still caught in a dilemma. Pan Yuan's expression darkened, and he impatiently asserted, "This transaction is settled by my brothers. No one shall claim even a single coin." Then Yu Yi interjected, "What this elder brother says is indeed reasonable in the martial world. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. As for the journey to Ling Mountain, I shall accept not a single coin, solely to honor my commitment and uphold the integrity of the martial world." Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao exchanged bewildered looks, astonished by his words. "No payment? Has that lad lost his senses?" Quan was equally taken aback. As the sun began to rise, the courtyard of the Heji Inn bustled with activity, with 2 horse-drawn carriages ready for departure. One was a large vehicle with a single yoke and 2 horses designated for passengers. The driver, a middle-aged man with only one eye and one arm, held the whip in his right hand, while his left sleeve hung empty at his waist. His face, marred by scars, appeared somewhat grotesque, yet he carried himself humbly, often bowing his head in silence. The other carriage, a double yoke with 2 horses, was laden with goods and covered with a rain-proof tarpaulin. The driver was none other than Ji Yin from the previous night, young and robust. He excelled in dealing with people, evidently a trusted confidant of Quan. Additionally, 2 sturdy horses, one mottled and the other pure black, were tied up by the inn's staff, ready with their packs. Pan Yuan stood with Yuan Jiao beneath the eaves of the guest room, surveying the bustling scene in the courtyard with a condescending demeanor. When his gaze fell upon a young man not far away, his expression darkened, and he let out a low grunt of displeasure. Yu Yi stood alone beneath the shade of a tree in front of the guest room, hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. The previous night's dispute had originated from him and was also quelled by him, employing a rather simple method to resolve the crisis by refusing any reward for a trip to Ling Mountain. This way, Quan would not have to dismiss Pan Yuan and invite trouble. Pan Yuan would not fear losing his share of the silver, and Yu Yi would achieve his desires, ultimately leading to a harmonious resolution for all 3 parties. "Young master, your horse is ready," called a staff member from the inn, who praised, "What a magnificent steed." The black stallion gifted by Zhong Jian shone brilliantly, its limbs robust and its form strikingly graceful, especially when compared to the mounts of Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao. It stood a head taller, clearly exceptional. "Indeed, a fine sword," the attendant added as he departed, offering further compliments. The azure steel sword, measuring over 4 feet in length, with an 8-inch hilt, appeared strikingly unique. The steed was exceptional, as was the sword, yet the owner was merely a youthful lad, still bearing the innocence of youth. "Humph. Does he even know how to wield a sword?" Pan Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Jiao and muttered, "Were we elsewhere, I would surely seize his horse and claim his sword." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yuan Jiao's eyes. Before their journey had even commenced, the 2 brothers were already plotting their gains. "Madam, allow me to introduce you to my wife and daughter." The trio exited the guest room, led by the innkeeper, Kuang, followed by 2 women, a woman in her 30s or 40s and a girl of about 15 or 16, presumably Kuang's wife and daughter. They were devoid of ostentation, adorned instead in simple garments. Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao, both seasoned wanderers of the martial world, were entrusted to escort this family to Ling Mountain. "Oh, it is a pleasure to meet Madame Kuang and Miss Kuang," With my brothers accompanying us, our journey shall be safe and sound. Pan Yuan stepped forward to pay his respects, his demeanor transformed from his usual boorishness to one of decorum. Even Yuanjiao managed to muster a rare smile. Honorable warriors, I entrust you with our safety. Madame Kuang replied with a graceful gesture, her poise exuding elegance. Miss Kuang, known as Kaier, also inclined her head. Displaying a dignified and composed demeanor, clearly a well-educated young lady of a respectable household, Kuang pointed to the two men driving the carriage and introduced them. Mo Kan. My old servant is somewhat deaf and visually impaired, lacking in eloquence. I hope you will be understanding. Jian, our driver and assistant, should you need anything en route, seek him out. Indeed, the man named Mo Kan appeared both deaf and blind, keeping his head lowered and ignoring everyone around him. Jian, however, was quite lively, bowing to Pan Yuan and Yuanjiao while referring to them as brothers, lightening the previously somber atmosphere considerably. Noticing the waning daylight, Kuang waved his hand. Time is of the essence, Madam Kaier. It's time to board the carriage. Kuang had just begun to introduce Yi, who was waiting under the tree, when he was abruptly overlooked. Unable to restrain himself, he called out to assert his presence. A guest is a term used to refer to extraordinary individuals hired or supported by wealthy families. An introduction is a gesture of courtesy, expressing the host's respect. Oh dear. Madam, forgive my poor memory, Kuang said with an apologetic smile, adding, we have 3 formidable warriors with us. And there is also a young brother who does not seek remuneration. He waved to Yi, let us all embark together. Mo Kan, the one-eyed and one-armed man, upon seeing the ladies approach, placed a stool on the ground for them to step onto. It was quite unusual for a servant not to demand payment. Such a thing seemed too good to be true. His lack of remuneration naturally meant he was not implicated in any matters along the way. Our household provides ample food and drink. He shall not be at a disadvantage. Listening to her parents' conversation, Kaier was filled with curiosity and could not resist glancing back. Her previously composed demeanor giving way to laughter. Does that mean he will be eating for free? Not far away, under the shade of a tree, stood a young man, feigning calmness yet clearly anxious, his demeanor far from that of a chivalrous warrior, instead appearing somewhat foolishly amusing. Kaier, board the carriage. Madame Kuang urged with a gentle call, and Kaier stepped forward to assist, struggling to suppress her amusement. Following suit, Manager Kuang climbed into the carriage and instructed the group to set forth. Yi found himself bereft of the courtesy of introductions, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment. An unremunerated retainer, naturally, garnered no regard from anyone. Perhaps in the eyes of the Kuang family, being inexpensive signified a lack of capability, akin to being a mere freeloader. On a clearing halfway up the mountain stood a solitary woman. Behind her loomed a majestic peak, while above, the sky was a vibrant azure, and the clouds floated like soft cotton. Surrounding her were stately pines, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. Though the springtime was splendid, she seemed oblivious. Her gaze fixed silently upon a village nestled at the foot of the mountain, Yujia Village. The tranquil hamlet appeared as it always had. At the western edge of the settlement, a large mound was draped in a layer of verdant hue. It was the burial site of over 30 hunters. Although devoid of the desolation that winter brought, now adorned with lush grass, it bore a somber and weighty presence. To the east, on the hillside, stood a few ancient trees alongside 3 dilapidated straw huts. This was Yuya's home. Since his last departure from the village, he had not returned. Having long since escaped from Xuanhuang Mountain, his current whereabouts remained unknown. Whispers on the wind spoke of various martial artists in search of him. This matter might be related to Bu Yi, yet how could a youth confined within a cliff cave have offended a high-ranking foundation builder? It must surely be due to the treachery of Brother Chenqi in his quest to seek favor from Bu Yi. He not only betrayed our sect and caused the demise of our master, but also divulged the existence of the beast Dan. Chenqi's heinous act of betraying his teacher and annihilating his ancestors deserves the most severe punishment. However, Chenqi and his master are only acquainted with beast Dan, remaining oblivious to the existence of Flood Dragon Dan. Though a mere character separates the two, the differences are as vast as heaven and earth. The name Flood Dragon Dan originates from the lips of a wild inhabitant. How could a mere hunter from the mountains possibly discern that what he had consumed was Flood Dragon Dan? Furthermore, how did he ascend to the ranks of cultivators and wield the legendary sword Qi to wound Chenqi? Bai Zhi slowly turned around, her emotions still in turmoil. Her expression filled with melancholy. She had shed her Taoist robe, donning instead the attire of a maiden. A cascade of dark hair fell gracefully over her shoulders. secured with a simple cloth, complemented by a coarse linen skirt, resembling a rustic girl of the mountains. Yet, her countenance was as radiant as fine jade. Her eyes imbued with a haunting sorrow, exuding an ethereal beauty that set her apart from the mundane world. Not far away stood a humble thatched hut, her temporary refuge. Nestled on the mountainside of the southern Starfield Valley, though steep and seldom visited, it offered a panoramic view of the entire Yu family village. If Yi were to return to the village, he would undoubtedly fall under her watchful gaze. As she contemplated the person she awaited, her heart fluttered with unease. Having recently laid her master to rest and bid farewell to a few senior disciples, she found herself alone on Xuanhuang Mountain, just when she felt lost and helpless. Yi returned to the mountain. Upon learning of her master's demise and the dissolution of their sect, the young disciple wept uncontrollably. Bai Zhi was at a loss for words to console him, merely shedding tears in silent companionship. Yet, even amidst sorrow, life must continue. Yi aspired to revive their sect, but Bai Zhi could only remain silently despondent. Centuries of heritage had been obliterated in an instant. The prospect of rebuilding seemed insurmountable. However, from Guyu, she learned of Yuye's true prowess and mastery of sword energy. The boy, hailing from a family of hunters, had become a formidable practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. After a moment of astonishment, she resolved to seek out Yuyi. Her master had spoken before his passing, declaring that Yuyi was both her opportunity and her calamity. In moments of naive confusion, clarity often emerges in hindsight. The so-called opportunities may lie in that elusive dragon elixir, while calamity signifies the weighty choices of life and death. Ultimately, the distinction between life and death. The workings of fate can only be unveiled upon locating Yuyi. At that particular moment, an obsession took root in her heart. One that she could neither shake off nor discard, tormenting her for decades until the arrival of death brought enlightenment. Bai Zhi instructed Guyu to return home and honor his parents, while she herself embarked on a solitary journey away from Xuanhuang Mountain. Her junior, with tears in his eyes, bid her farewell, hoping for a future reunion. Her senior sister hurried away, with no promise of return. After departing from Xuanhuang Mountain, Bai Zhi intended to seek out Yuyi, only to hear that he had been pursued by those of the martial world, his whereabouts shrouded in mystery. After much deliberation, she set her course directly for Yujia Valley. The vast expanse of the Great Marsh made searching for someone akin to fishing for a needle in the ocean. Particularly, locating a person who was evading pursuers proved an arduous and seemingly hopeless task. Yet, one who hides, regardless of the time or place, never forgets their home. That somewhat foolish young man must be no different. As long as she remained in Yujia Valley, perhaps she could await the day of his return. Upon reaching Yujia Valley, Bai Zhi constructed a humble shelter on the mountainside of the southern peak. Uncertain of Yuye's return or its timing, she chose to wait nonetheless, for she had lost her way. With Xuanhuang Mountain in ruins and the various sects in trepidation, rather than relinquishing her cultivation and succumbing to chaos, why not pursue the unfolding fate and walk alongside calamity? In retrospect, the turmoil in the Great Marsh, though linked to the eminent figures of Qizhou, was not entirely divorced from that dragon elixir. Since the moment that young man swallowed the elixir, disaster had taken root, spiraling out of control. Moreover, as the sole disciple of Xuanhuang Mountain, how could she betray her master's dying wish? Bai Zhi retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, her melancholic gaze gradually brightening with determination. Regardless of the year or month, she vowed to surpass her master and become a figure of renown. She was resolute in revitalizing the sect, fulfilling her junior brother Guyu's aspirations. If calamity originated from the dragon elixir, from Lingjiao Valley, then her fortunes must commence in Yujia Valley, beginning with the one who brought forth such tribulations. At noon, under the brilliant sun, a procession of horse-drawn carriages traversed the shaded avenue. Leading the way were two horsemen, Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiu. Pan Yuan, tall and robust, bore a fierce visage, scanning his surroundings with a predatory gaze. Yuan Jiu, expressionless and squinting against the light, occasionally cast a sidelong glance, exuding an air of cunning and vigilance reminiscent of a hawk eyeing its prey. Behind them, a carriage carried the family of Manager Kuang. The lady and her daughter sat inside, while Manager Kuang, unable to endure the confinement, perched at the front, enjoying the breeze. Beside him, Mo Kan, despite his disability, maintained an upright posture, steadying himself against the jolts of the carriage while observing the road ahead with his singular eye. Following closely behind was Ji Yan, guiding a laden cart with a relaxed smile. Accustomed to the rigors of long journeys, he found that even with 1,000 miles ahead, it was merely a matter of days on the road. Another figure trailed behind on horseback. After departing from Lishui town with manager Kuang's party, Yi pursued the southwest path along the main road. The carriage, drawn by a pair of horses, galloped along the road with an effortless grace, covering a distance of 60 to 70 miles in just half a day. However, along the way, no one paid him any heed. He felt like an extraneous presence. Yet, he remained unperturbed, silently accompanying them as he admired the scenery, finding solace in the journey. It was the height of spring, with the sun shining brightly, flowers blooming vibrantly, and the landscape resembling a picturesque painting. Even Mrs. Kuang and Miss Kuang could not resist opening the carriage window, reveling in the beauty of the spring day. Mother, the weather is splendid. Indeed, throughout the journey, the mother and daughter exchanged soft whispers, their voices resonating clearly despite the distance of the carriage and the din of hooves and wheels. This, perhaps, was one of the utilities of their spiritual awareness, facilitating the eavesdropping on others' private conversations. Yu Yi, perched upon his horse, gently swayed with the bumps of the ride. He had no inclination to pry into others' secrets. He merely overheard their dialogue by chance. From the conversation between Mrs. Kuang and Miss Kuang, he learned that the young lady's name was Kuang Xian, with her nickname being Kaier, which means vegetable. The purpose of their journey to Keiling Mountain was to visit relatives from Mrs. Kuang's family. Due to the long distance and the potential for unforeseen events, Mr. Kuang had sought the assistance of his acquaintance, Zhong Jian, requesting him to bring along a few companions for protection. However, Zhong Jian failed to arrive as promised, leaving Mr. Kuang no choice but to recruit others. Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao happened to be residing at Yi Inn and hastily seized this opportunity. This decision, however, stirred discontent among certain members of the Jianghu, ultimately leading to a bloody confrontation. Mrs. Kuang expressed her grievances, and Mr. Kuang felt a twinge of regret. But the die had been cast, and he could only hope for a smooth journey ahead. As for the young man who had arrived the previous night, the mother and daughter did not mention him, perhaps deeming a freeloader unworthy of discussion. Let us rest for a moment. With Pan Yuan's commanding call, the traveling horses came to a halt. Attendant, tend to the livestock. Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao dismounted, loudly requesting, Innkeeper, arrange for food and drink. Ji Yin quietly mumbled to himself, but proceeded to gather fodder and fetch 2 buckets of fresh water to see to the horses' needs. He then took out straw mats and wooden tables from the carriage, setting them properly in the shade of a tree along with 2 boxes of provisions. Mr. Kuang, along with his wife and daughter, disembarked and sat down with Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao. Without waiting for Mr. Kuang to offer courtesy, Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao eagerly grabbed the meat and pastries, devouring them heartily. Mrs. Kuang and her daughter showed no hesitation either, enjoying their food leisurely. Kan remained by the carriage, quietly consuming his own provisions. After dismounting, Yi made his way toward the shade, but before he could approach, Ji Yin intercepted him, offering a piece of meat and gesturing for him to rest elsewhere. Mr. Kuang, Yi wished to offer a reminder. Mr. Kuang had assured him that throughout the journey, there would be ample food and drink, and he should not be dismissed so casually. Mr. Kuang, munching on his pastry, nodded repeatedly. No need for such formality. Go, go. Pan Yuan chuckled heartily, his face displaying a look of disdain. Kaier, sitting beside Mr. Kuang, glanced back with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Yi stood momentarily stunned before lowering his head and walking away. Returning to the place where the horses were tied, he found the horses, still munching on fodder, were affectionate, shaking their manes and swishing their tails in his direction. Only then did he reveal a smile, subsequently settling down on the ground and taking a bite of the jerky, which was exceptionally delicious. His brother, Ji Yin, approached. Is this place unsuitable? Shall I find another spot? Before Yu Yi could rise, he was restrained by Ji Yin, who handed him a piece of pastry and said, Brother, temper your anger. Temper your anger? From whence does this anger arise? Ji Yin sat down beside him and whispered. You, along with Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao, are esteemed guests invited by the master. Yet the master shows favoritism. How can you remain indifferent to this? This individual has recognized his own awkward predicament and has been consoled by the persuasive words of others. Today, however, faced with the proprietor's indifference and Pan Yuan's humiliation, he would have, a few months prior, been consumed with rage, rebuking the proprietor for his unjust actions. Yet, inexplicably, he feels no anger whatsoever. Perhaps he simply cannot find a reason to be upset. Or maybe, the once tempestuous youth has matured? Do not hold it against the innkeeper. Ji Yin, in his early 20s, has his hair neatly styled, and possesses refined features. He is attired in a simple blue linen tunic and wears soft-soled boots, presenting himself with an air of freshness and tidiness. When he speaks, his expressive eyes and brows convey both vivacity and sincerity. In affluent households, the recruitment of retainers is categorized into various ranks, often leading to a mixture of individuals and, consequently, disparities in treatment. Although the innkeeper is not a wealthy merchant and has only 3 retainers, he cannot disregard the established customs. Wouldn't you agree? Yu is munching on something, remaining noncommittal. As it is often said, among the guests are individuals of exceptional talent, including sword masters, duelists, and wandering heroes, not to mention thieves and scoundrels. Their varying skills dictate the respect and treatment they receive. In the eyes of the innkeeper, Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiu are esteemed figures of the martial world, deserving of substantial remuneration, yet he remains oblivious to what Yu truly represents. Could it be that he is utterly devoid of merit? Last night, Yu remained composed amidst the chaos, demonstrating restraint and the courage to make difficult choices, qualities not often seen in one of your age. Such a polished and worldly expression hardly seems to emanate from the lips of a mere assistant. Yet, as Ji Yin continued, these are the words of the shopkeeper. However, he also asked me to convey to you that the path to success in the martial world relies not only on courage and wisdom, but also on the strength of one's fists and the sharpness of one's blades. Should you choose to turn back now, he would bear you no ill will and would still consider the bond with Zhong Jian, offering you a sum of travel funds. What do you think? After much discussion, it seems that the shopkeeper Kuang is using Ji Yan's words as an excuse to dismiss him. Yu did not hastily respond. Instead, he inquired, Brother Ji, have you ever visited Luming Mountain? Though I have never been there, I am familiar with that place. 200 or 300 miles south of Ling Mountain lies the territory of Luming Mountain. Ji Yan could not help but glance at Yu, inquiring with curiosity, Brother Yu, what do you mean by your question? At this moment, Pan Yuan shouted again, Fellow, bring the wine. With no village in sight ahead and no one behind, what wine can we drink? Aren't we concerned about delaying our journey? Ji Yan muttered softly, casting a helpless glance as she brushed off the dust from her backside and rose to respond, coming. Before stepping out, Pan Yuan exhibited a semblance of decorum. But once outside, he seemed to have liberated himself from all restraint. He not only commanded Ji Yan with casual authority, but also shouted at Manager Kuang without regard. Particularly during a brief respite along the way, he audaciously indulged in drink. Manager Kuang had no choice but to send his wife and the children back to the carriage for a rest, while he remained behind to keep him company. After consuming some meat pastries and sipping a few mouthfuls of water to satiate his hunger, Yi found a piece of old cloth in Ji Yan's carriage. Tearing it into strips, he then retrieved the long sword from his satchel, wrapping the hilt and the Taoist markings on the scabbard with the cloth. Regardless of how Manager Kuang hinted or persuaded him, he had no intention of departing before reaching Ling Mountain. However, he also wished to conceal any association with the Taoist sect to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. The long sword, though appearing worn, concealed a sharp blade within. Unpretentious in its exterior, Yi inserted the sword back into his satchel and suddenly sensed a shift in his demeanor. More than 10 paces away, a figure sat on a wooden stool beside the carriage, head bowed, dozing off. Yet, he had just distinctly observed this direction with his single eye. As Yi turned, the figure immediately lowered his head, feigning sleep. Despite his discreet movements, how could he elude Yu Ye's keen perception? Emoken. Indeed, it was the one-eyed, one-armed man, scarred and bearing a name of profound significance. Emoken Yu Yi patted the horse's back, grooming its mane and affectionately embracing its neck. Human intentions are inscrutable and simpler than those of beasts. Treat it with kindness, and it shall accompany you on journeys far and wide. He returned the leftover fodder to the carriage, then stood alone by the roadside, gazing into the distance with tranquility. Under the afternoon sunlight, a veil of mist enveloped the lush mountains and fields, creating a scene that seemed to emanate vitality, rising in a haze. Haha, let us set forth, Pan Yuan exclaimed joyfully after having his fill. What was meant to be a brief rest had inadvertently prolonged for over half an hour. Let us depart. Manager Quan echoed, though his voice carried a hint of fatigue. Ji Yin waved to Yu Yi, appearing visibly relieved. Emoken silently tucked away the wooden stool, mounted the carriage, and without raising his arm, cracked the whip with a crisp sound. With a crack, the wheels began to roll, and the caravan continued on its way. Yu Yi remained mounted on his horse, holding a piece of spiritual stone. This was one of the two spiritual stones he possessed, now devoid of its crystalline luster, having transformed into a white stone. The spiritual energy it contained had dwindled to a mere fraction, yet it remained exceedingly precious. The great marsh was scarce in spiritual energy, even with diligent cultivation. Without the aid of elixirs and spiritual stones, it was challenging to advance one's mastery. To this day, no notable foundational cultivators had emerged from the great marsh Taoist sect. Perhaps for this very reason. Where, then, could one procure spiritual stones? Yujia reached into his pocket, and the spiritual stone in his palm transformed into a jade slip, supreme spiritual talismans. This was an excerpt from the Yanqi family's secret scriptures, mostly fragmented. Yet the essential sections regarding talisman creation remained relatively intact, accompanied by a method for crafting a particular talisman. The summary indicated that the supreme spiritual talismans comprised 72 varieties, utilized for various purposes such as ghost summoning, exterminating demons, averting calamities, and attracting prosperity, among others. It appeared more like the mystical arts of an ordinary practitioner, likely of little value to true cultivators. Upon his initial glance at supreme spiritual talismans, Yi harbored similar thoughts. However, upon closer examination, he found his perspective shifting. The sole talisman preserved within the scriptures, named the armor-breaking talisman, had annotations indicating it was a spell for invisibility and traversing walls. Invisibility and wall passing. How extraordinary. It resembles the deceptive tricks of a sorcerer. However, the section on talismans within the secret manual is exceedingly detailed, as the saying goes. A plethora of skills does not weigh one down. Why not delve into its study? Should the armor-breaking talisman indeed possess miraculous properties, he would gain an additional means of preserving his life. At this moment, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Yujia lifted his gaze and realized that this journey was fraught with difficulties. Beyond 100 paces, several mounted men approached, jogging side by side along the road. Simultaneously, from the thickets flanking the path, a group of over 20 burly men emerged, brandishing swords with menacing fervor. Pan Yuan and Yuan Zhou's steeds, startled, recoiled repeatedly. Pan Yuan drew his long knife, his eyes wide with intensity, and barked, "Robbers are upon us. Everyone, be cautious." A scream from Kai Er, riding in the carriage of Manager Kuang, pierced the air. Ji Yan, with a sudden tug of the reins, directed his carriage to veer left, and then sharply pulled to a stop, aligning his vehicle with the other. He leapt down, retrieving a machete from the carriage, and shouted to Yujia, "Brother, lend a hand to keep watch." Yujia halted in response. The sun was nearing the horizon, casting long shadows as 5 horses approached from the distance. In the backlight, the riders' faces were obscured, yet the glint of their blades was chilling. With 10 more miles to reach Laodizen, encountering trouble here was unfortunate, especially given the delays incurred at noon. Ji Yan glanced around anxiously, perhaps harboring resentment, muttering under his breath incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the 5 mounted men were within 30 paces. The men who had burst from the wood surged onto the road, causing Kai Er in the carriage to scream once more. Ji Yan urgently gestured, "Brother Yu." Yi turned his horse, approaching the right side carriage. 2 knife-wielding men had pressed close, unable to withstand the charge of the spirited horses, and retreated along with a few companions, only to regroup with others, forming an aggressive formation, shouting boisterously, "Who are you to dare obstruct my path?" Pan Yuan and Yuan Zhou stood before the carriage, vociferously admonishing the oncoming men. "Huh." The 5 riders halted at 10 paces. The leader of the group sneered, saying, "Pan Yuan, we meet again. Who the hell are you?" Pan Yuan narrowed his eyes, face twitching, and brandished his long knife, growling, "I care not who you are. Those who dare impede Manager Kuang's carriage shall be treated as thieves. I advise you to clear off, or I will show no mercy." The man shook his head and replied, "Remember this. I am Mao Guan from Lishui. You injured my brother at the inn last night, and it was quite the spectacle. I made it clear then that this matter would not end well. Thus, I have been waiting here, seeking justice for last night. These were the ruffians from the inn, returning to exact revenge on Pan Yuan." Brother Mao, Manager Kuang, trembling with fear, had retreated into the carriage, but suddenly peered out, exclaiming, "Brother Mao, what transpired last night has nothing to do with me." The innkeeper Pan Yuan abruptly turned around, interrupting, "Had it not been for my efforts to alleviate your troubles, I would not have offended this group of ruffians. How dare you deny your accountability?" Manager Kuang shrank back, hiding once more in the carriage. Pan Yuan's gaze swept across the surroundings before settling on the man across from him, stating, "Now that matters have come to this, what do you propose? Speak swiftly, and I shall respond accordingly. Yu Yi, mounted on his steed, stood vigil beside the carriage, quietly observing the unfolding scene. On the very first day out, they were met with misfortune. While the situation seemed abrupt, it was, in truth, anticipated. These men of the underworld, when they lay down their blades, are noble, yet when they draw them, they transform into formidable brigands, making it difficult to discern right from wrong, seeking only a life of unrestrained passion. However, should these fierce men charge en masse, the Kuang family would indeed find themselves in peril. Particularly with two womenfolk in tow, even a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Pan Yuan's tone had lost some of its previous bravado. He appeared to be faltering. Then, Brother Mao's voice rang out. Pan Yuan, since you have admitted your fault, sever one of your arms, and in return, let Manager Kuang compensate you with a fortune, and we shall put this matter to rest. Otherwise, this spot shall be your grave. Manager Kuang once again protruded his head, protesting, I cannot produce such wealth while traveling. Brother Mao, having anticipated this, chuckled, Aha. But the jewels concealed within your carriage are worth a fortune. Manager Kuang, taken aback, exclaimed, You all had this planned from the start. The fact that the jewels hidden in his carriage were known to others revealed that this journey had already sown the seeds of disaster. And Brother Mao and his cohorts were well prepared. Is this truly the case? Noticing Pan Yuan's hesitation, Brother Mao asserted with conviction, Every debt has its owner, and calamity does not befall the innocent. This is the rule of the underworld. How could it be false? Very well, I shall compensate you with an arm. Pan Yuan tightened his legs around his steed's flanks, urging it forward slowly, raising his hand to rest the blade against his left arm. Glaring fiercely as he warned, Do not go back on your word, for heaven and earth are just, and the spirits do not deceive. Watch closely. The onlookers fixated on the long knife in his hand, anticipating him to sever his own arm. Unexpectedly, his steed leaped into the air, charging straight at Brother Mao, who, in response, raised his long knife and bellowed, You dare demand my arm? I shall take your life. Behind him, Yuan Jiu leapt into action, and the two brothers struck in unison. Brother Mao seemed prepared, pulling back his horse a few paces as the sound of bowstrings snapping filled the air, and two arrows shot forth. Pan Yuan's mount, still airborne, crashed to the ground, throwing him off. Yet he seized the momentum to lunge at a man wielding a crossbow, slicing him down with a swift blow. Another man, drawing his crossbow to shoot, was suddenly met by a figure with a knife rushing in, forcing him to draw his sword in defense. However, as their blades clashed, a dagger found its way into his side, causing him to cry out and tumble from his horse. In that instant, the burly men surrounding them brandished their swords and rushed toward the carriage. Manager Kuang, still cowering within, called out for Ji Yan. The carriage carrying his family was shielded by Ji Yan's, providing a modicum of safety. Facing the onslaught directly from the right side, the danger multiplied, fraught with peril. Fortunately, Yi had already mounted his horse and stood by, observing as a group of men charged forward. He unsheathed his longsword, brandishing it left and right, commanding, Step back. Step back. Do you seek death? The ruthless individuals of the martial world were known to speak with bloodshed, and his loud exclamations seemed rather hollow. One man rushed close and slashed with his blade. Indeed, there were those reckless enough to court death. Yi tightened his grip, the sword's tip quivering slightly. Just as he was about to retaliate, Ji Yan had already rushed to his side, swinging his broadsword with great force, clashing with the descending blade with a resounding clang. What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to die? He shouted angrily. It was merely that the blade had approached too slowly, allowing him time to act. Yi silently defended himself in his mind, but he watched as Ji Yan fought fiercely, driving the group of men back. Yi, perched atop his steed, found himself rather at ease. As he glanced around, his gaze sharpened slightly. Another figure seemed as unperturbed as he was. Mo Kan, the cart driver, sat silently at the front, oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. A freeloader. The cart window opened, revealing a delicate face, albeit one marred by concern, with two large eyes blinking rapidly. It was Miss Kai from the Kuang family. Who is the freeloader? Yi ignored her. Freeloader, hurry and assist Brother Ji. Though Ji Yan was merely a cart driver, his agility and valor were exceptional, and the men, unwilling to engage him, turned to attack Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiu. The immediate danger facing Ji Yan subsided, and he no longer required assistance. However, it was Pan Yuan and his brother who found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Freeloader, did you hear me? Kai continued to plead. Yi shot her a glare before turning his attention forward again. Kai, not to be outdone, retorted defiantly, "Humph. What kind of skill is it to bully a girl?" Just as they exchanged glares, shouts erupted, and the sound of hooves resonated, causing the melee to scatter in disarray. Jian, panting heavily, looked up in disbelief. Mao Guan and another had already fled on horseback into the distance, while the remaining men disappeared into the thickets and hills, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, dusk fell, the evening breeze heavy with the stench of blood, mingled with curses. "Ouch, that hurts like hell." Kuang Zhenggui emerged from the cart, gasping in shock, and quickly said, "Jiyan, go take a look." Jiyan acknowledged and dashed over. Yi moved forward a few paces on his horse, shaking his head involuntarily. In the clearing ahead lay 7 bodies, sprawled in disarray. Pan Yuan sat amidst the corpses, an arrow protruding from his leg, causing him to cry out in pain. Yuan Zhou stood nearby, silent and brooding, his left hand wielding a short blade and his right a longsword, the blood on the blade still fresh. Ji Yin rushed to Pan Yuan's side to examine his wound. "Ouch, don't touch it." Pan Yuan, who had killed without blinking, now appeared weak. He raised a hand to fend off Ji Yin, shouting, "Manager, quickly fetch a skilled doctor." Upon arriving at Laitu town, the urgency to summon the master was palpable. The innkeeper, Kuang, assented repeatedly, urging Ji Yin assist Brother Pan onto his horse. Noticing that Pan Yuan's mount lay dead by the roadside, struck by an arrow long ago, he hastily turned and said, "Little brother, I implore you to lend your steed to Brother Pan." "I shall not lend it." Yu firmly declined, still mounted. Kuang, filled with frustration, retorted, "How can you be so lacking in human sentiment?" Yu shook his head apologetically, stating, "Before my departure, Brother Zhongjian instructed me on 2 things that must not be lent. One is the horse beneath me, and the other is the sword in my hand. I beg for your understanding, but I am unable to assist." Yu, Kuang, with a flick of his sleeve, turned to Ji Yin and commanded, "Brother Pan shall ride in your cart. Take good care of him." Ji Yin and Yuan Jiu helped Pan Yuan, who struggled to walk, towards the wagon. Pan Yuan spat at Yu Yi and cursed, "You wait, you brat." Ji Yin echoed, "This brother Yu is rather unpleasant." Yuan Jiu, casting a cold glance, bore an ominous expression that sent chills down the spine. Yu Yi sheathed his sword and gently patted the horse's back. He had intended to escort them under the pretense of heading to Looming Mountain, yet having offended everyone on the very first day of their journey, he pondered how the days ahead would unfold. As he contemplated, his attention was drawn to a figure not far away, a one-eyed man staring intently at him, nodding slightly, the meaning of which remained ambiguous. In Laitu town, at the Kaiyuan Inn, within a shared guest room, Ji Yin slept soundly, his snores echoing. Upon their arrival the previous night, he had first ensured the comfort of the innkeeper's family, and then busied himself seeking a physician for Pan Yuan's arrow wound, working until the early hours before finally resting, a testament to his toil. Meanwhile, Yi was remarkably alert. Seated cross-legged on another bed, he opened his eyes languidly, exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze sparkling with vitality. While everyone else had been preoccupied, he found himself with little to do, or rather, ignored. The innkeeper, a man of propriety, had nonetheless arranged a room for him, allowing him to retreat and meditate in solitude. As he sat in quiet contemplation, it felt as though the night had passed in an instant. Time slipped by swiftly in deep meditation. Yi opened his palm to reveal a handful of crushed stone fragments, the remnants of a spent spirit stone. After absorbing an entire spirit stone, had his cultivation increased by a fraction? He could not ascertain. Perhaps he had reached a perfect stage, or perhaps the second layer of chi refinement. Without fellow practitioners for comparison or guidance, it was truly difficult to discern. Nevertheless, he sensed a slight increase in strength and enhanced clarity of perception, a fortification of his meridians, and a more abundant flow of true energy within. Given the circumstances from the previous night, it seemed today's journey would be impossible. Though Pan Yuan's thigh had been struck by an arrow, it had not damaged any bone. Ordinarily, such a flesh wound should be bearable. Yet he had cried out in agony throughout the ride in the cart. However, he single-handedly confronted a multitude alongside Yuan Jiu, slaying 7 foes and successfully repelling Mao Guan, thereby achieving a remarkable feat. It is entirely reasonable for him to indulge in sustenance and recuperate for a couple of days under such circumstances. Yet, Mao Guan appears to harbor a considerable grudge. Having suffered a significant defeat, it is unlikely he will let the matter rest. Yi stretched his legs, donned his boots, and rose to his feet, pacing a few steps. Ji Yin remained in deep slumber, rather than staying indoors to listen to his snores. He decided to stroll through the town and procure some items. Glancing at the bundle and long sword on the bedside, Yujia turned and opened the door. Outside lay the inn's courtyard, spacious yet somewhat dilapidated, with an uneven ground. Early in the morning, the courtyard was remarkably tranquil. Yujia traversed the courtyard and made use of the latrine. Ever since attaining his chi refining cultivation, he still relished delectable foods, although his appetite had gradually diminished, leading to fewer trips to the latrine. Perhaps the spiritual energy was sufficient to satisfy his hunger, for he had never felt famished while cultivating. Adjacent to the latrine stood a row of stables, housing a dozen horses, among which a striking tall black stallion stood out. The stallion recognized Yujia. Shaking its head and snorting in acknowledgement, Yujia approached and offered the horse some fodder. Not far from there, the innkeeper's 2 carts rested against the courtyard wall, still laden with goods. Was there no fear of unforeseen circumstances? Hadn't Mao Guan mentioned last night that the cart concealed treasures? Was it a deliberate attempt at extortion? Or was there a more calculated motive? Yujia clapped his hands and exited the stable, intending to inspect the carts when he suddenly paused. The cart belonging to the innkeeper featured windows on either side, and one of them abruptly opened a crack before silently closing again. Yujia raised an eyebrow, then made his way towards the courtyard exit. Upon leaving the inn's grounds, he found himself on the streets of Laitu town. The sky had brightened considerably, and the shops lining the streets had begun to open. Yujia felt the weight of a small pouch of gold and silver in his sleeve, strolling leisurely along the earthen road. Though this wealth had been gifted by Zhong Jian, it represented the most substantial fortune he had possessed in 16 years. He was now, in some measure, a man of means, ready to explore the marketplace. Ahead lay a general store. Yujia entered, greeted the shopkeeper, and requested yellow paper, wolf hairbrushes, and vermilion. The store had only the yellow paper and sheep hairbrushes. The pharmacy was the place to procure vermilion. He took the paper and brushes, tossed a small piece of silver onto the counter, and departed for the pharmacy without waiting for change, excitement propelling him forward. The pharmacy was not far away. Yujia purchased a jar of finely powdered vermilion, intending to continue his leisurely exploration, only to realize he had traversed the modest street back and forth. Such a rudimentary thoroughfare could hardly compare to Lingjiao town. The name Laitu indeed signifies a desolate place, and the town lived up to its title. Holding the ceramic jar and clutching the yellow paper, Yujia returned to the inn. Just as he entered the courtyard, he encountered Madame Kuang and Kaier. He bowed slightly and greeted, "Good morning, madam." Although he received no remuneration, the Kuang family remained his employer, and it was only proper to extend a courteous greeting. Madame Kuang nodded gently, her demeanor amiable. Beside her, Kaier rolled her eyes and muttered, "Humph, a freeloader." Initially, she dismissed the jibes and scorn as mere trifles, but after repeated taunts, it began to feel like bullying. Yet, Madame Kuang remained unfazed, leisurely walking ahead. Why was the young lady so acerbic? Yujia could not restrain himself any longer. "I am Yujia, a person of name and substance, a guest of your household, not a mere freeloader." Venting his displeasure brought him some relief, but just as he decided to let it go, Kaier persisted. "Oh, I mentioned a freeloader. What concern is it of yours? If you are not one, why the indignation?" "Oh, I almost forgot. You're a guest. An expert from the martial world invited by my father to deal with thieves. But why do you tremble in the face of danger? Neglecting your fellow brothers when they are injured? It appears you possess no skills, yet your temper is quite formidable." Madame Kuang would not allow Kaier to continue her tirade and took her hand, leading her out of the inn. Kaier, however, still glared back, her small face a mask of provocation and disdain. Yujia stood there, speechless. He believed he had reason on his side and spoke with righteous indignation, yet it backfired, resulting in further ridicule from Kaier. Had he truly been in the wrong? In the past, he might have wrestled with such thoughts. But after enduring numerous hardships and deceptions over the past few months, he had begun to form his own judgments and understanding of this chaotic world and its unpredictable nature. Nevertheless, he still struggled with debate. Back in the village, he could not outtalk Ergou, nor could he best Bai Zhi, Zhaoying, or Zhong Jian. Now, he found himself unable to contend with a mere girl. Ultimately, he realized that mere verbal sparring was less effective than action. Quietly, Yujia turned and made his way to the guest room. Perhaps Ji Yin had risen to wash up, for the room was empty. A window let in the daylight, illuminating the space. Yujia placed the paper, brush, and vermilion he had purchased on the bed, then fetched a ceramic bowl and a wooden stool. He sat before the bed, reaching for the bundled items and longsword, only to pause, his brow furrowing slightly. The bundle and sword rested at the head of the bed, appearing undisturbed. However, he had taken special note of their arrangement when he left the room. Now, He was certain someone had tampered with his belongings. Yi brought the bundle and sword before him, inspecting them closely. Who had meddled with his possessions? Could it have been Jiyan? The items within the bundle remained intact, but the cloth covering the scabbard and hilt bore signs of having been disturbed. Yi retrieved the wine flask from the bundle, pouring a bit into the ceramic bowl and mixing it with the vermilion. He then spread out yellow paper, cutting it into small squares with his long sword, and picked up a goat hair brush, dipping it in the vermilion to begin his illustrations. According to the texts in the records of the supreme spiritual talismans, talismans are classified into 3 tiers. The lower tier utilizes yellow paper measuring 1 inch wide by 3 inches long, drawn with a wolf hair brush and vermilion. The middle tier is crafted from the fur and essence of spiritual beasts. The upper tier is composed of divine consciousness and magical energy, possessing the power to restrain all things. Thus, the art of talisman crafting reveals itself to be profoundly enigmatic. Yi possessed a keen self-awareness. Refraining from delving too deeply into this path, his sole desire was to master the art of crafting a specific talisman, namely the elusive breaking armor talisman from the celestial spirit charms. This talisman purportedly granted the ability to become invisible and pass through walls, a remarkable feat, though its authenticity remained uncertain, compelling him to experiment. Moreover, given that he was currently facing disdain from others, retreating to his room to learn something new seemed prudent. Commencing any endeavor is often fraught with difficulty, and so he began with paper talismans. Yet, creating these was no simple task. The supreme spirit charms detailed elaborate diagrams, where even a minuscule talisman was divided into components such as the talisman head, the talisman core, the heavenly pillar, and the earthly pillar, leaving one utterly bewildered. The process demanded not only skill but also a harmonious unity of mind and spirit, accompanied by the silent recitation of incantations, invoking the forces of heaven and earth through the strokes of the brush, channeling the methods of the divine. As Yi grasped the brush, dipped in cinnabar, he felt a tremor in his fingers before even attempting to draw. Alas, he had never wielded a brush before. How could he, a swordsman, falter at this? Taking a deep breath, he decided to treat the small bamboo brush as a fine steel sword, gently allowing it to glide over the talisman paper. Yet the lines emerged crooked and askew. In the blink of an eye, the paper was rendered unusable. Undeterred, he replaced it with a fresh sheet and persisted in his efforts. At that moment, the door creaked open, and someone entered. Yi, engrossed in his task, was compelled to look up. It was Mo Kan, standing beside him, scrutinizing the brush in his hand and the small paper smeared with cinnabar, his singular eye reflecting an inscrutable expression. Yi contemplated greeting him or uttering a few words, but Mo Kan silently turned and exited, ensuring the door was closed behind him. Throughout this encounter, he uttered not a single word, his movements as silent as a specter drifting in and out of the room. Yi stood in a moment of bewilderment, shaking his head inwardly. This driver, Mo Kan, was not only frightening in appearance but increasingly peculiar in demeanor. Reflecting on this, he recalled that both the shopkeeper, Huang, and Pan Yuan also exhibited odd behavior. Huang, a wealthy merchant and employer on this journey, appeared short-sighted and lacking initiative, embodying mediocrity and ineptitude. Pan Yuan, a desperate rogue, was ruthless yet cunning, resembling a shrewd merchant more than a mere outlaw. With determination, Yi picked up another sheet of talisman paper and resumed his drawing. Yet, before his brush could touch the paper, the door swung open once more. Jiyan returned, and upon seeing the scattered papers and the splotches of red cinnabar across the bed, he exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" Yi, deeply focused, replied, "Writing." "That dog-like scrawl is writing?" Jiyan leaned closer for a better look, adding, "As if I've never seen such a thing. You're merely scribbling." Yi couldn't help but shudder, causing the cinnabar to smear into a chaotic mass. "Jigu, have you seen this talisman before?" "I have witnessed wandering priests create talismans. Who knows what purpose they serve? It's merely a trick to swindle money." "Oh." The shopkeeper instructed that we depart at dawn. As for your destination, it is entirely up to you. Regarding Pan Yuan's leg injury, he expressed disdain for the dilapidated conditions here, clamoring to move on to the next town. Amidst the hazy dawn, 2 carriages rolled out of Laodisan, led by Yuan Jiao, riding alone. This man shared a temperament akin to Mo Kan, taciturn and brooding, yet even more somber, exuding a chilling presence even in broad daylight. Following closely behind were the horse-drawn carriage of Mo Kan and Jiyan. The innkeeper, Huang, did not make an appearance but instead hid with his family within the carriage. Yi remained at the rear, lagging even further behind. He was reluctant to approach Ji Yan's carriage, as it housed an individual he both despised and who reciprocated those feelings. Inside Ji Yan's carriage, the cargo had been meticulously rearranged, covered with soft animal pelts. Pan Yuan sat upon the pelts, his left leg bound in bandages, leaning against a wooden crate, a wine jug in hand. His face adorned with a boastful and arrogant grin. It was said that he initially intended to rest for 2 days, but, finding the inn dilapidated and the provisions unsatisfactory, urged Kuang to depart from Lingjiao town. Being a man of significant merit, Kuang naturally complied with his wishes, obedient to his every command. The next town was a considerable distance away, over 300 miles. Thus, before dawn, a group of 8 hastily embarked on their journey. Yu, mounted on his horse, had his eyes half closed, appearing as though he had just awakened, his body gently swaying with the horse's slow trot. Ji Yan conveyed Kuang's message, inquiring whether he would leave or stay. Without a second thought, he decided to follow along. Yet, Kuang had chosen to communicate through others, possibly to avoid suspicion or out of a latent disdain for him. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward him. Yi tilted his head just in time to see a wine jar was past his ear and shatter on the road behind him. In that instant, laughter and jeers erupted. Huh, damn it, it missed. Yi glanced up to see Pan Yuan, a few paces away, grasping another wine jar. He was drinking heartily, taunting. What are you looking at? I'm aiming for you. The mutual disdain was palpable. It was directed squarely at that very individual. Yi rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. However, Pan Yuan, emboldened by the drink, continued his tirade. I've seen through you, you young brat, with your ill intentions. Oh, I shielded you from danger, saving your worthless life, and yet you refuse to lend me your steed, you ungrateful wretch. Yi frowned, his expression growing cold. Being insulted for no reason early in the morning would unnerve anyone. Pan Yuan persisted. You'd best scurry back home, or I'll crush you with my bare hands. He raised the wine jar, gesturing menacingly, exuding malice, wickedness, intimidation, and contempt. Upon hearing the words go home, Yi suddenly grasped the underlying intention. Pan Yuan was cunning. This was a veiled attempt to drive him away. Should a dispute ensue, he, the freeloader, would be forced to retreat in disgrace. Humph. Yi let out a silent huff, curling his lips, closing his eyes, and allowing Pan Yuan's insults to wash over him as if he had not heard a thing. Yet, being youthful, though he restrained his anger, he remained seething within. The distance from Lingjiao town to the next, known as Chaomu town, exceeded 300 miles, and at the pace of their carriage, it would be impossible to reach their destination in a single day. Nonetheless, Pan Yuan insisted on relentless progress, claiming that his leg injury was excruciating and in desperate need of a skilled physician's care. Before the hour of Yu had passed, as they passed through a small village, Kuang suddenly commanded the carriage to halt, stating that after the long and bumpy journey, his wife's old ailment had flared up, causing her unbearable headaches, and they must take refuge for the night. Pan Yuan was taken aback and found it difficult to refuse. So he directed a torrent of invective towards Yi to vent the nameless anger within him. The small village where he sought shelter was nestled beside the main road, comprising 20 to 30 households, and bore a peculiar name, Xuanhuang Village. The host family, situated at the village entrance, resided in 2 stone houses and was an elderly couple, both past their 60s. They had vacated one stone house to accommodate the family of Madame Kuang, while the remaining guests slept in the open space before the house. That evening, the weather was somewhat sultry. Madame Kuang felt unwell and rested with the company of Kai Er, instructing Ji Yan to carry a few boxes into the house, presumably personal belongings of the womenfolk. Mr. Kuang hastily finished dinner with Pan Yuan and retreated into the house to lock the door and sleep. Ji Yan spread a straw mat in front of the door and sat resting with Mo Kan. Perhaps he was excessively fatigued, for before long he lay down and began to snore. He carried a machete with him, evidently wary of potential mishaps. Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiu sat a distance away in a cool, ventilated spot, with straw mats beneath them and a wooden table before them, on which lay remnants of pastries and half a jar of leftover wine. Compared to his previous boisterousness, he appeared somewhat morose at this moment. He had intended to unleash a few curses to relieve his frustration, but to his dismay, that young man had evaded him. He surveyed the house where Mr. Kuang resided, as well as the figures of Mo Kan and Ji Yan blocking the door, then shook his head at Yuan Jiu and spat in disdain. At that moment, a full moon ascended into the sky. In the hazy night, a dog frolicked, and soon after, Someone appeared carrying a load of water along the village path. Pan Yuan suddenly perked up, seized the wine jar, took a swig, and, exhaling the scent of alcohol, prepared to hurl insults, only to stifle a grunt upon seeing someone. An old man and an old woman emerged from the neighboring house. They were the hosts, waving to shoo away the dog and greeting the water carrier. "Young man, how can this be?" asked the old man. "There's no need to stand on ceremony, sir and madam," replied Yu, the water carrier. After dinner, he had assisted Ji Yin in settling the horses and had come to help the elderly couple fetch water. The old man and woman, advanced in years and somewhat frail, were delighted by his willingness to lend a hand. To the left in front of the house stood a thatched shed, serving as the cooking area. Yi filled 2 water jars from the shed, then set down his load and wooden bucket, casually scooping some water with a wooden ladle to take a sip, only to spit it out in disgust. The well water he had brought carried a hint of a metallic taste. "Heh, outsiders cannot drink the well water of this place," the old man remarked, a knowing smile on his face as he retrieved 2 stools from the shed. The old woman sat on a stone in front of the thatched shed, playfully teasing their dog. Despite their white hair and aged appearance, the 2 elders still exhibited good health and vitality. "Oh." Yi accepted a stool and sat down. With nothing particular to occupy his time, he engaged the old couple in casual conversation. He learned that their only son had tragically passed away, leaving them to depend solely on one another. Though their lives were difficult, they found solace in their tranquil existence. Yu, having lost his parents at a young age, now found himself alone. The pain of losing dear ones was perhaps shared between them, though their inner worlds might differ. Was the well water truly unpalatable? Could the villagers truly drink such foul and bitter well water? The villagers, accustomed to the well water, find it neither foul nor bitter. Occasionally, travelers from afar, unable to tolerate the well water, resort to using river water for their horses and cooking. Why not dig another well? Haha, to the young man. That would be a bitter well, while the villagers regard it as a sweet spring. Oh, as Yu chatted idly with the elders, his gaze wandered around. Ji Yin had fallen into a deep slumber, her snores uninterrupted. Imoken sat with his head bowed, seemingly dozing off. Pan Yuan continued to drink, muttering curses under his breath. Yuanjiao, bent over sideways, silently peered in this direction, lost in thought. Although the well water is bitter, it possesses remarkable effects. Whenever villagers, young and old, suffer from sores or fevers, a drink of the well water cures them. My wife and I, even at our age, still have sharp hearing and clear sight, perhaps due to the well water. Oh, how wondrous. Haha, the young man is unaware. The origin of Xuanhuang Village is indeed tied to that well. Old man, do tell us more. The elder, seldom engaged in conversation, became quite animated. Yu, rekindling the curiosity of his youth, was filled with boundless intrigue. It is said that for at least a century, on nights of the full moon, the well water bubbles and gurgles, leaving the villagers puzzled, thus naming it the Xuanhuang Well. Over time, the village itself became known as Xuanhuang Village. So that is how it is. How fortuitous that tonight coincides with another full moon. Should you hear any noises at midnight, young man, do not be frightened or concerned. It is merely a sign of tranquility. Thank you for the warning, elder. At such a young age, you venture far from home. How are your parents faring? My parents have long since passed away. Oh, I apologize for my insensitivity. The elder felt a pang of guilt, his expression laden with remorse. Perhaps wishing to console the youth, or perhaps stirred by his own memories, he slowly rose, hands resting on his knees, and sighed. Alas, in this life, one merely lives for a longing. When that longing fades, so does one's existence. The old woman promptly rose to assist him, their understanding seamless. Yu watched the elderly couple retreating into their home, lost in contemplation. A small, spotted dog wagged its tail and approached, affectionately panting at him. Yu glanced down, a smile gracing his face. This was the dog cared for by the elder and his wife, having accepted him as family after he had fetched 2 buckets of water. Under the old tree, 6 horses were tethered. Not far off, a stone millstone sat. To the south lay the village south main road, while to the north was a narrow path leading into the village. Yu rose and walked to the horses, retrieving a long sword from the saddlebag. He then approached the millstone, brushing the dust away, and sat down, lifting his robe. The small dog scampered over again, obediently lying beside him. Yu set down the sword, curled his legs, and composed himself, retrieving a spiritual stone from his pocket and cradling it in his palm. This was his only spiritual stone, exceedingly precious, Yet it must be utilized, otherwise it would lose its inherent value. In the days to come, he intended to harness this spiritual stone to fervently enhance his cultivation. In the shadows, Yi quietly practiced his cultivation, silently absorbing the spiritual energy around him. As he engaged in this meditative exercise, he could not help but ponder the method of crafting the armor-piercing talismans. After several hours of labor yesterday, he had exhausted the talisman paper he had purchased, yet failed to produce any tangible results. Nonetheless, every endeavor begins with difficulty, and surely there would come a day when familiarity breeds skill. Once he reached the next town, he would procure more talisman paper to continue his attempts. Unbeknownst to him, the moon reached its zenith. Just as the night enveloped the world in silence, a faint sound of water bubbling emerged from the distance. The hound, lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up and darted into the grass shed for cover. The horse tethered beneath the tree also seemed startled, becoming restless and agitated. Exhaling a breath of exasperation, Yu slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Emokan, Ji Yin, Pan Yuan, and Yuanjiao, who had been resting before the house, awoke as well. None moved hastily. Instead, they grasped their blades, scanning their surroundings with a mixture of confusion and caution. Yu leaped down from his resting place and seized his longsword. Bathed in moonlight, he strolled leisurely along the village path. From the old man's account, it was said that on a full moon night, the village's well would emit sounds. Although the elder had advised ignoring it, curiosity piqued Yu's interest, compelling him to seek clarity and uncover the mystery. Having recently fetched 2 loads of water, he was familiar with the location of the well, situated beyond 100 paces in the northern woods of the village. The bubbling sound grew clearer as he approached the forest, resembling the eerie sound of water boiling in an iron cauldron, becoming increasingly uncanny in the stillness of night. Yu halted at the forest's edge, where a narrow path of crushed stones led to a clearing. In the center of this clearing stood a well platform made of stone, rising over a foot high, with a well opening measuring 4 to 5 feet in diameter. Beside the well, a wooden windlass was erected. The bubbling sound intensified, and a cloud of mist began to rise slowly from the well's mouth. Just as Yi prepared to observe further, he glanced back. 2 figures approached silently from afar. One wielded a long knife and held a crossbow bolt. The other had one hand tucked behind his back, the empty left sleeve swaying gently. They moved stealthily, arriving at the forest's edge in the blink of an eye. Were they Yuanjiao and Emokan? Yi raised an eyebrow but chose not to acknowledge them. The mist billowing from the well thickened, enveloping the entire platform in a shroud. Strangely, the mist lingered, while the bubbling sound continued unabated. Yu's gaze sharpened, and he felt a slight astonishment. Despite his keen eyesight, he struggled to discern the truth. However, upon slightly channeling his spiritual awareness, the scene within the mist became clear. To his astonishment, a serpent slowly emerged from the well. Indeed, it was a large white snake, adorned with a layer of silver scales, its eyes glowing a menacing crimson. As it slithered out of the well, it exhaled mist. With the bubbling sounds diminishing, the entire serpent finally freed itself from the confines of the well. Its body was as thick as a barrel and stretched 3 to 4 yards long, coiling around the well platform. The serpent raised its head high, flicking its crimson tongue toward the sky, exhaling with a hissing breath, as if preparing to consume the air itself. At this moment, the luminous full moon hangs high in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the forest, illuminating it as brightly as day. What could the great serpent be doing? Is it perhaps consuming the essence of the moon? Yi watched in astonishment. If his conjecture was correct, the white serpent was in the midst of cultivating. According to the elder's account, it had been hidden in the well for over a century. What would happen if it achieved enlightenment? Yi could not help but recall the tales of Lingjiao Valley, shaking his head in silence. The serpent before him was unlike the man-eating snake of Lingjiao Valley. It had not harmed the innocent villagers, seemingly protecting this small hamlet instead. Its evident intelligence was further demonstrated as it exhaled mist during its cultivation, shielding its true form from those who might be frightened by its appearance. Having discerned the truth and understood the situation, Yi contemplated returning. In the past, he had known nothing, his understanding of the world limited to Xingyuan Valley. However, ever since he had acquired cultivation skills, practiced techniques, and studied relevant texts, his perception of the universe had transformed entirely. Every being possessed a spirit, even horses and dogs. The serpent's rare enlightenment deserved respect. Why disturb it? Just as he was about to turn away, his expression shifted. Yujia, standing nearby, perhaps unable to see the peculiarities within the mist, grew restless and raised his crossbow. Stop! Yi cried out in urgent protest, But it was too late. With a resounding twang, the bowstring snapped, and a sharp arrow flew forth. With a soft thud, the mist dispersed, revealing the serpent, which writhed in agony, its head thrashing in distress, evidently unprepared and unsuspecting during its cultivation. Perhaps it had become too accustomed to the villagers' kindness, forgetting the dangers of the world beyond. After loosing the arrow, Yujia was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated the serpent's presence hidden within the mist, nor that his casual shot would strike its vital point. Yet, instead of retreating, a glint of greed and madness flickered in his eyes, prompting him to draw another arrow and rush forward. Yujia considered intervening again but hesitated. The serpent, having identified its foe, coiled and sprang into action, creating a gust of wind that shattered the mist and snapped the well's pulley before lunging directly at Yujia. Yujia, in his advance, was caught off guard. He dropped to his knees, firing a bolt with one hand while thrusting a dagger upward with the other. The arrow struck true, piercing the serpent's vital point, while the dagger plunged into its belly. He relinquished the crossbow, gripping the dagger firmly as he knelt motionless. Yet the serpent could not halt its momentum. In that fleeting moment, the serpent's belly burst open. Only then did he discard the dagger, rolling along the ground before springing up with a nimble leap, just as the serpent, in pain, turned its head, allowing him to drive a short blade deep into its skull. With a thunderous crash, the massive serpent, measuring 3 to 4 zhang in length, fell to the ground, rolling twice before lying motionless. Dust swirled through the forest, and the mist lingered. The resplendent full moon continued to shine brightly above. Yujia gazed quietly at the scene before him, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within. Yujia truly lived up to his reputation as a formidable figure in the martial world, a ruthless individual who had, in the blink of an eye, slain a spiritually aware serpent. His cunning and agility were not in the least inferior to that of the infamous Feng Laoqi. When it came to ruthlessness, he even had the upper hand. Yet, a serpent that had lived for centuries, a creature of spiritual essence that had just begun to comprehend the mysteries of the world, met its demise at the hands of mortals. Is this the lament of the serpent, or a reflection of humanity's decline? Is it the arduous path of cultivation? Or is it the relentless nature of fate? A creature of spirit protects its land. When this village falls, retribution will surely follow. Alas! It was Immortal who sighed softly, standing aside with a scarred visage that surprisingly revealed a hint of compassion. With a voice as rusty as old iron, he remarked, "By morning, the village will learn of the spirit slaying. The women, children, and the elderly will fight desperately. None of us shall escape." Yuanjiao, wielding his knife, probed the serpent's belly as if searching for something, dismissing Immortal's warning. Moments later, he held a bloodied serpent gallbladder, nodding in satisfaction. 300 years of white flower serpent gallbladder is worth a fortune. Immortal, typically a man of few words, was unusually vocal this night. Yuanjiao wiped the blood from the gallbladder and tucked it into his bosom, then seized the serpent's carcass, dragging it towards the well. The lifeless serpent was quite heavy, demanding considerable effort to move. He barked coldly, "Boy, come here," instructing Yujia to assist in disposing of the serpent's body. Yujia, known for his taciturn nature, exuded an intimidating aura when he spoke, making it hard to refuse him. However, he stepped back, curling his lip and rolling his eyes, before turning and striding away. Despite being disagreeable, he would not bow to scoundrels like Pan Yuan and Yuanjiao. Yuanjiao's gaze followed Yuyia's retreating figure, and he coldly muttered, "Blind man," noticing that Immortal had not departed. He called out indifferently, not minding whether the term held any insult. Surprisingly, Immortal nodded and said, "The serpent's skin belongs to me." After Yujia distanced himself from the woods, he gradually slowed his pace. Behind him, 2 peculiar individuals were engaged in the grim task of concealing evidence. Yuanjiao slaughtered the serpent for monetary gain, while Immortal sought the serpent's skin for what purpose? Yujia returned to the millstone at the village entrance, laying down his sword. Jiyan was still deep in slumber, now clutching a cleaver. Pan Yuan sprawled on the wooden table, feigning sleep, yet he grunted in Yuyia's direction. The master's little dog remained hidden in the grass shed, perhaps the only one sensing the heavy aura of impending violence lurking in the night. Yujia sat cross-legged on the millstone, fingers tracing the spiritual stone, as he practiced breathing techniques while pondering his armor-breaking talisman. Half an hour later, Yuanjiao and Immortal returned in succession. Pan Yuan and Jiyan seemed to share a silent understanding, both rising to greet one another, whispering secrets before bustling about. When Yujia opened his eyes from meditation, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The full moon had vanished, shrouded by ominous clouds. The wind began to rise, rustling the treetops incessantly. A change in weather was upon them. Was retribution for Yuan Jio's slaying of the white serpent finally arriving? Ji Yin had already harnessed the horses, and Mo can rouse the innkeeper and his family. Even Pan Yuan climbed onto the cart, preparing to set off into the darkness ahead of schedule. Yi stowed away the spiritual stone, grasped his longsword, leaped down from the grinding stone, and strode towards his black horse. Just as he had finished preparing, 2 horse-drawn carts approached the village entrance. The elderly man from the neighboring house, startled by the commotion, wrapped himself in a cloak and opened the door to peer outside. Puzzled, has it not just passed the 4th watch? Why this hurried departure? What has transpired? Old man. Yi tossed the reins of his horse aside and walked over. He pulled a small pouch from his bosom and pressed it into the old man's hand. He intended to say something, perhaps bid farewell, but instead turned silently and departed. With a swift leap, he mounted his horse and exited the village. While riding, he glanced back. The old man stood at the threshold, still holding the pouch. It contained the gold and silver bestowed upon Yi by Zhang Jian, which he had chosen to give to a chance acquaintance. A shadow rushed towards him. It was the household's little dog, which skidded to a halt at the village entrance, its small frame buffeted by the wind. Yi waved at the dog, then squeezed his legs against the horse's sides, galloping onto the main road. Ahead, a torch flickered to life alongside 2 lanterns. Yuan Jio held the torch aloft, leading the way, while the 2 carts trailed behind, each adorned with a lantern marked with the character Kuang, presumably the emblem of the Kuang family. Upon catching up to Ji Yan's cart, Yi witnessed Ji Yan toss something into the air. He reached out and caught a silk purse. Ji Yan then remarked, "The innkeeper left the lodging fee last night. Please refrain from meddling next time." Yi weighed the purse in his hand and tucked it into his cloak. Though Kuang, the innkeeper, appeared timid and conflict-averse, he seemed well-informed. This was the gold and silver returned to him, exceeding what he had just given away. The wind intensified, stirring up dust along the road. Before long, Yuan Jio's torch was extinguished, and the lanterns on the cart swayed precariously in the gusts. Moments later, raindrops as small as beans began to fall, pattering down. The rain ceased. On the muddy road, 2 carts approached. Yuan Jio, leading on horseback, was soaked to the skin, his demeanor weary, yet his eyes remained cold and piercing, akin to a solitary wolf in search of sustenance. The 2 carts followed closely behind. Mo Kan's cart was splattered with mud, a testament to the hardships of traveling in the rain, while Ji Yan's cart bore a different plight. Not only was the sheepskin lantern half deflated, but the cargo was also caked in mud. Pan Yuan, seated in the cart, was covered in filth, presenting a truly disheveled and miserable sight. Yu trailed behind, wrapped in a raincloth. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, a smile graced his face. His eagerness to depart from Xuanhuang Village stemmed solely from Yuan Jio's guilty conscience as a thief. Mo Kan, fearing for Kuang's safety, urged everyone to rise early and set out. Traveling in darkness was challenging enough, but encountering both wind and rain was unforeseen. Ultimately, they had not traveled far when Ji Yan's cart overturned. Pan Yuan was immediately flung into the roadside ditch, his cries eclipsing even the frightened whinnies of the horses. That fellow truly had a loud voice. You could not stand idly by and promptly assisted in extricating the cart and transporting the goods. By the time they resumed their journey, the clouds had dispersed, the rain ceased, and daylight broke. Only Pan Yuan, clutching his thigh, continued to curse incessantly. His appearance indeed pitiable. If there were such a thing as karmic retribution in this world, his fate was well-deserved. As noon approached, a vast expanse of dwellings emerged ahead. It was said that the town of Chaobin had arrived. However, Yuan Jio halted and raised his hand in a gesture of caution. At the intersection ahead, which likely marked the entrance to Chaobin, stood 5 or 6 burly men who intermittently questioned passers-by. Before the carriage could draw near, 2 armed men blocked the way. Yuan Jio, mounted on his steed, spoke indifferently. "What is the matter?" The obstructing ruffians brazenly retorted, "From whence do you come, and to where do you go? Is there a priest aboard your vehicle?" The carriage bore the family of the manager of Li Shui, en route to visit relatives at Keiling Mountain. "Stand aside." "Oh, enough. Enough. Fellow travelers of the rivers and lakes, let us not disturb the harmony." Despite his few words, Yuan Jio exuded an aura of formidable strength. Recognizing his menacing presence and that he was escorting kin from the rivers and lakes, the ruffians exchanged glances and ultimately chose to relent, allowing passage. The caravan continued onward. Yu followed Ji Yan's carriage, advancing toward the town, yet his gaze remained fixated on the group of men at the intersection, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Were these individuals from the rivers and lakes searching for priests? Could they be under the command of Hu Laoda, dispatched to locate Yu Yi? The town of Baiki lay several hundred miles away. How had Hu Laoda tracked him to Chaobin? This group seemed oblivious to his age and appearance. The cobblestone streets were bustling with a continuous flow of carriages and pedestrians. Shops lined either side, their merchants vociferously hawking their wares. The vibrant street scene far surpassed that of Baiki, yet it bore a chaotic blend of both order and disorder. At the crossroads, the carriage turned right. Above the street-level entrance hung the sign of Meiyuan Inn. Upon entering, one was greeted by the inn's courtyard, which featured not only standard guest rooms but also a row of private cottages. Two attendants approached to receive the carriage and arrange accommodations. Ji Yin assisted Pan Yuan in disembarking, instructing the attendants to tend to the horses and seek out a healer for Pan Yuan, leading to a flurry of activity. Yu Yi, armed with a long sword and carrying his bundle, made his way to his designated quarters. Manager Kuang had secured a courtyard for him, with the entrance's decorative tiles inscribed with the words Hibiscus Garden. Upon entering the courtyard, he was surrounded by a covered walkway, flourishing flowers, and bright windows. The four side rooms flanked the main courtyard. Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao occupied the two on the left, while Mo Ken resided in the right room, leaving Yu Yi and Ji Yin to share the remaining one. The three main rooms of the courtyard were home to Manager Kuang and his family. Behind the side rooms, there were water basins and facilities for convenience, spacious and grand. This was Yu Ye's impression as he stepped into the courtyard. The right side room, closest to the entrance, was his abode. Inside, it was furnished with two beds, a wooden table, stools, a clothes rack, a bronze mirror, candlestick, water kettle, teacups, and wash basins. All the essentials were present, luxurious and comfortable. Yu Yi set down his bundle and sword, collapsing onto the soft bed, unable to suppress a moment of awe, appearing very much like a country boy unaccustomed to such splendor. It was no wonder, a child from the mountains considered mere sustenance and a single garment sufficient. Only upon stepping out of the mountains, experiencing the clamor of the world, and witnessing the vastness of the earth, could one truly comprehend the disparities of wealth, the unpredictability of human nature, and the hardships of life. Yu Yi removed his mud-stained long gown and retrieved a fresh blue one from his belongings. After washing his face and tidying up his hair into a bun, he felt prepared and stepped outside, carrying a wooden basin along with the discarded garments. As he entered the courtyard, a neatly dressed middle-aged woman approached him, reaching for the basin in his hands. He swiftly turned away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Seated on a stool in front of the main room was Kair, who laughed heartily. "Why are you so flustered about receiving a free meal?" Yu Yi glanced up and replied seriously, "I was washing clothes, and this lady." Kair couldn't contain her laughter again, saying, "How could a guest living in the Furong Garden wash their own clothes? This lady is the laundress from the inn. You should thank her." "Is there someone specifically for washing clothes?" The woman continued to extend her hands, her face adorned with a humble smile. "Oh, thank you, madam." Yu Yi expressed his gratitude, finally handing over the garments and turning back to his room with the basin, feeling quite embarrassed. "Alas, I've made a fool of myself again. Never mind. I shall take a stroll outside." Sharing a courtyard with Miss Kuang, who knows what unpleasant remarks she might utter, Yu Yi adjusted his attire and stepped out once more. Yet, the more he feared, the more it materialized. A free meal. He chose to ignore. He then heard, "Uncle Mo has gone with my father to collect debts. Ji Yin is with Brother Pan treating his leg injury, and my mother is resting inside. Today's lunch is simple. Please take it." Kair held up a bamboo box containing a few pieces of osmanthus cake. It turned out she meant well, since lunch was modest. It was better to fill his stomach. Hesitating for a moment, Yi approached and took 2 pieces of cake, eating as he turned to leave, only to hear Kair giggle behind him. A free meal. Coughing unexpectedly as the cake lodged in his throat, he turned back in annoyance, only to find Kair perched on the stool, swinging her legs, head tilted back, gazing at the sky with an innocent expression, though a sly smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. "Humph." Yi grunted and hurried out of the courtyard. As expected, Kair's tinkling laughter echoed behind him. Swallowing hard, he found the kitchen and drank a few gulps of water before heading to the stable and then onto the street. At noon, the streets were sparsely populated. Yi scrutinized the flags and signs lining the streets until he discovered a general store. He purchased 2 thick stacks of yellow paper and inquired about wolf hairbrushes, acquiring a few as well, then tucked everything under his arm and continued his leisurely stroll. Herb store? Yi examined the sign of a shop and stepped inside. An herb store, indeed. He decided to buy some vermilion for future use. The shop consisted of 3 large rooms facing the street, with the shopkeeper and assistants busily attending to customers. Shelves lined with various herbs and dried goods from the mountains adorned the sides, and a door led to the backyard. "Young master, how may I assist you?" An older assistant greeted Yujia. "Please, 1 can of the finest vermilion." "Vermilion? Certainly, please wait a moment." The assistant went to fetch the vermilion. As Yujia waited, he cast his gaze around. This establishment differed from the apothecary he was familiar with. There were no physicians attending, and the shelves were devoid of prepared medicines, instead piled high with bulk herbs, resembling more a warehouse than a shop. How unusual to buy vermilion at the herb warehouse. Someone murmured with a chuckle. Could this gentleman be a practitioner of the Tao, purchasing vermilion for talismans? Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart and slowly turned around. On a nearby bench sat a young man, around 25 or 26. Attired in a silk long gown, with fair skin and refined features, resembling a scion of a wealthy family. Yet, his demeanor was unpretentious, and his smile was amiable. Yu shook his head in denial. The young man chuckled and remarked, "Brother, you cannot deceive me. The yellow paper, the wolf hairbrush, and the vermilion you purchased are all for crafting talismans. However, as far as I know, those in the overseas immortal sects employ the hides and blood of spirit beasts for their talismans. Such yellow paper talismans are hardly worthy of the discerning eye of a true master." Yu glanced at the paper and brush tucked under his arm, then looked back at the young man, momentarily at a loss for words. How could someone who did not appear to be a cultivator possess such knowledge of talisman crafting? Was he perhaps a master from Qizhou? The attendant returned, cradling a jar of vermilion, and stated, "At the herb warehouse, we deal in bulk herbs, not retail vermilion. Yet we have no intention of turning away business. Please, a mere tale of silver." Yu could not help but exclaim, "Is it truly so expensive?" He had previously purchased a jar of vermilion for only 2 coins, yet the herb warehouse was demanding a full tale, an exorbitant markup. The young man interjected, "Attendant, put that jar of vermilion on my tab." "Absolutely not." Yu quickly protested, pulling out a silver coin to hand to the attendant. Taking the vermilion and turning to leave, yet he could not resist a glance back as he reached the door. The young man seemed unfazed by his rudeness and smiled. "Brother, may we meet again by fate." Yu offered a perfunctory nod before departing the herb warehouse. He had lost the desire to linger and hurried back the way he came. He had thought that distancing himself from Xuanhuang Mountain and Baijia Mountain would allow him to evade the pursuit of Bui. However, upon arriving at Herbal Town, he found it equally tumultuous. Not only were there inquiries at the crossroads, but even a simple errand revealed vulnerabilities. He feared not the rogues, but rather the pursuit of Bui and the cultivators from Qizhou. Should his whereabouts be disclosed, he would stand no chance against them nor find any means of escape. It was wiser to exercise caution and prevent trouble before it arose. Yu felt like a startled bird and hastily returned to the inn. He entered a room in the Furong garden, ignoring Kaier's calls, and shut the door behind him, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The young man from the herb warehouse had not followed him. Had he perhaps misjudged him? Regardless of who that individual was, he could only blame his own inadequacy as a cultivator. Apart from his sword chi, he possessed no other means to fend off adversaries. Now, unexpectedly armed with the enigmatic broken armor talisman, it had become yet another hope for his survival. O shadow of the dragon, are there other cultivators in this world as pitiable and helpless as I? Yu cut the yellow paper, mixed the vermilion, and picked up the wolf hairbrush, continuing to draw his broken armor talisman. What the outcome would be, he did not know. As the road unfolds before him, the innkeeper Kwang, accompanied by his family and entourage, took residence in the hibiscus garden of the Maoyuan Inn. According to Kwang, they had traversed half the journey to Keiling Mountain, and the ensuing hundreds of miles would offer little in the way of decent villages or towns. Thus, they decided to rest in Chaobin town for a few days. One reason being to tend to Pan Yuan's leg injury, the other to attend to some business matters. Consequently, each individual found their own place, and their interactions were rather harmonious. However, this harmony was subjective. Whenever Yu appeared in the courtyard, it was either met with Pan Yuan's curses or the laughter of Kaier. In pursuit of peace among the group and tranquility within the courtyard, he opted to sequester himself within his room. He was quite content with this arrangement, busily engaged in the art of talisman drawing. Scattered across the table, the floor, and the bed were numerous small pieces of paper, all smeared with the crimson hue of cinnabar. Seated at the table, Yi continued to diligently apply his brush. Time swiftly passed, and he had now resided in the hibiscus garden for 4 days. By night, he absorbed spiritual stones, and by day, he practiced drawing talismans. often merely picking at his meals before retreating back to his sanctuary. His efforts bore fruit, as he had now become proficient in crafting complete talisman designs. Once more, he drew a break armor talisman, lifting it to scrutinize it earnestly. The design was flawless, appearing impeccable from all angles. Even masters of the Taoist arts would likely find it difficult to surpass this. But how effective would it be in practice? Reflecting on the techniques from the Supreme Spirit Talisman, he pinched the talisman paper between his fingers, making swift motions to inscribe it, while silently reciting the incantation before tapping it against his forehead. Yet, there was no response. Had he become invisible? Observing himself seated at the table, he noted no change in his surroundings. Perhaps invisibility is merely relative. That is, when the spell is cast, others cannot perceive him. At that moment, the door, previously shut, creaked open slightly, revealing a delicate visage peering in, her dark eyes scanning the area. It was Kair. She seemed oblivious to the presence of anyone at the table, her gaze fixated on the scattered papers, expressing her suspicions. This person stays shut away all day. Acting so sneakily, unable to resist, Yi waved his hand. If Kair could not see him, it would imply that the break armor talisman had indeed manifested its power of invisibility. However, Kair suddenly glared at him, her voice playful yet scolding. You freeloader. Have you lost your mind? This young lady, Miss Kwong, still youthful and playful, delighted in teasing Yi. He either ignored her or evaded her presence. With time on her hands today, she sought him out, only to discover the room littered with paper scraps and a figure seated at the table. Had bent over the talisman-covered paper, foolishly waving at her. Yi was startled back to reality, hastily tucking away the talisman paper. The door closed with a soft sigh from Kair outside. Oh, being a freeloader isn't so bad. Who would have thought he was such a fool? Yi sat there, brow furrowed, and after a moment, shook his head in resignation. Being a fool was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the break armor talisman proving utterly ineffective. Had he made an error in the talisman's design? Following the diagram should have ensured accuracy. Could it be that the family heirlooms of the Yin Qi clan were fraudulent, or that the Supreme Spirit Talisman was a mere illusion? And how could the talisman techniques concealed within the jade slips be false? As Yi rose to gather the scattered talisman papers strewn across the room, he then reclined upon his bed, immersing himself once more in profound contemplation. When night descended, Ji Yin called him to join for dinner. The dining area was situated in the main hall of the residence, adorned with straw mats laid upon the ground, a wooden table set with lanterns and delicacies. Wu Zhangguo sat centrally, surrounded by his wife, daughter, Pan Yuan, Yuan Jiu, Mo Kan, and Ji Yin. Yi silently took a piece of bread and a bowl of soup, retreating to the corridor to enjoy his meal alone before returning to his guest room, where he continued to ponder over his broken talisman. As the night deepened, Ji Yin's snores filled the air, prompting Yi to rise from his bed and sit cross-legged, his palms resting upon the spiritual stone as he engaged in breathing exercises, practicing the Tiangang Sutra and the 7 killing sword Qi. At dawn, Ji Yin awoke early and left the room, noticing Yi still seated in slumber, but paying him little mind. As soon as he stepped outside, Yi opened his eyes from his meditative state. Unfurling his palm, he revealed a handful of crushed stone fragments. The last remnant of the spiritual stone had finally been depleted of its energy. As for the advancement of his cultivation, it remained ambiguous. He merely sensed a slight increase in his internal true energy, sufficient for a vigorous display of sword Qi. With the spiritual stone gone, future cultivation would have to proceed naturally. Yet, the thought of confronting the masters of Qizhou loomed ominously. What if he encountered Bui? He dared not delve further into that thought. Yi leaped from his bed, wrapping the stone fragments and discarded talisman papers into a bundle under his arm. He opened the courtyard door and made his way swiftly to the inn kitchen, tossing the paper bundle into the firewood below the stove. He then turned towards the street. The morning light was still nascent, and few souls occupied the street. Most shops lining the road had already opened, with clerks and shopkeepers busily sweeping and watering in preparation for another day of toil. Yi glanced around momentarily, then proceeded down the street. After a few paces, the herbal medicine shop came into view. As the shop was just opening, a middle-aged man was dismantling the door panel, cheerfully beckoning. If you seek vermilion powder, young sir, do consider visiting our apothecary. Yi hurriedly shook his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Since you recognize me, good sir, you must recall the gentleman I conversed with days prior. Might you know where he resides, or how I might find him? Oh, the middle-aged man. A clerk at the apothecary pondered as he worked. You refer to that visitor from afar, I believe. He came specifically for medicinal herbs and departed from Chaobin town that very day. Where he has gone now, the shopkeeper would likely know. I shall inquire for you. Thank you, but that will not be necessary. Yujia replied, turning away from the herbal medicine shop, feeling a mixture of disappointment and relief. His venture outside was fueled by a desire to find the young man he had encountered 3 days prior at the apothecary. Since that individual possessed knowledge of talisman crafting, he might offer valuable insights. However, if he turned out to be a concealed master from Qizhou, Yuyi's actions today would amount to courting disaster. Fortunately, it seemed the man had no ties to the Qizhou cultivators. Yet, it was disheartening that no one could provide him with guidance. His current practice and talisman drawing felt akin to a blind man traversing a dark path, forced to explore and grope his way through difficulties and dilemmas that often left him feeling lost. Yet, he was stubbornly resolute, unwilling to abandon the path he had chosen. At that moment, several individuals rode out from the Mayuan Inn. As Yi turned and slipped into a shop beside the street, he stealthily glanced back. The horse riders, for rugged men, appeared to be from the underworld. It was uncertain if they were affiliated with Hulauda, yet they likely resided at the Mayuan Inn, having set off early for their journey. Freshly baked pancakes. Young sir, would you care to try? A warm invitation came from the shopkeeper, a woman. As he inadvertently wandered into her food establishment, he tossed a small piece of silver onto the counter, accepted 2 pancakes, and added a piece of braised meat. Munching as he made his way toward the inn, the pancakes were crisp, the meat fragrant, delicious. The shop was adjacent to the inn, and stepping out, he found himself at the inn's entrance. However, Yi slowed his pace, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. A familiar figure emerged from the inn's archway and departed. Simultaneously, in the corner of the inn's courtyard, another recognizable silhouette, with empty sleeves flapping, vanished into the stables. As Yi consumed his pancakes, he kept his head lowered, silently moving forward. Once he finished the pancakes, he arrived at Furong Garden. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he found Pan Yuan reclining on a bench, eyes closed in repose, while Yuan Jiu stood nearby, arms crossed, his narrow eyes coldly scrutinizing. In the main hall, Madame Kuang and Kaya sat together, embroidering. Yi made his way directly to his guest room. Hey, freeloader, have you had breakfast? It was Kaya again. The girl was relentless. Yi feigned ignorance and entered the room, slamming the door shut behind him, before sitting at the table in a daze. After a moment, he arranged a ceramic bowl, vermilion powder, a wine vessel, and the remaining talisman papers before him. A few days earlier, a man he encountered in the apothecary had mentioned that the overseas sects crafted talismans using the hides and blood of spiritual beasts. The talismans drawn with vermilion powder were hardly worthy of the gaze of a master. Thus, he surmised that the fire talismans conjured by Qin Qi and the high masters of Qizhou were likely made from the hides and blood of spiritual beasts. An oversight he had made due to his lack of understanding at the time. If he could replicate this method to create a talisman for armor breaking, he might stumble upon unexpected results. Yet, he lacked the hides and blood of spiritual beasts. Wolf skin, it was said, belonged to a beast of spiritual communication, and the wolf hair brush used for drawing talismans drew on this essence. However, finding wolf skin at this moment was utterly impossible. As for the so-called blood of spiritual beasts, perhaps it was simply wolf blood, which was also untraceable. After pondering for days, how could he abandon his efforts midway? Yi poured a bit of vermilion powder into the ceramic bowl, added wine, and then bit his fingertip, letting a few drops of blood fall. The text claimed that humanity was the pinnacle of creation. Human blood, it seemed, should far surpass the blood of spiritual beasts. And what of the blood of cultivators? Surely it was even more potent? Mixing his own blood with the vermilion powder appeared innovative or perhaps a unique approach, yet it was born out of desperation. Surely, anyone skilled in talisman crafting would not resort to such futile endeavors. Who does not feel pain when biting their finger? Yi unfolded the few remaining sheets of talisman paper, grasped the wolf hair brush, only to discover that the wound on his finger had already healed. Rather than feeling any joy, he silently lamented. Would he have to bite his finger again if the blood proved insufficient? Disregarding his distractions, Yi steadied his breath, concentrated, dipped the brush into the vermilion, infusing it with his vital energy as he envisioned the design of the armor-breaking talisman, executing each stroke with fluid precision. He set down the brush and picked up the talisman paper, scrutinizing it intently. The crimson vermilion was strikingly vivid, and the entire design of the talisman revealed no flaws. How could such a perfect armor-breaking talisman be devoid of purpose? Yi examined the talisman paper while silently reciting the incantation. Just as he was pondering its intricacies, flames erupted in his hand. Startled, he quickly shook his hand, and the fire extinguished in an instant, leaving only ashes in its wake. He remained in stunned silence for a moment before suddenly breaking into a grin. Indeed, the armor-breaking talisman was genuine, and its design flawless. The use of human blood to create the talisman proved to be remarkably effective. The failure, however, stemmed from the talisman paper's inability to withstand the talisman's magical potency. If only he could find animal hide to replace the talisman paper, his armor-breaking talisman would surely succeed. At that moment, Ji entered the room. "Oh, no wonder the young lady said you've lost your wits, hiding in here and reveling in your own joy. I care not for your opinion on my sanity, but remember this. We set off tomorrow morning, and tardiness will not be tolerated." "Setting off tomorrow morning? If you have other plans, feel free to indulge." Another directive from the shopkeeper? Naturally. As dawn broke, a caravan departed from the Maoyuan Inn. It was the 6th day since Manager Kuang's family had arrived in Ergou town, marking the day of their departure once more. Pan Yuan's leg injury had healed significantly, and Manager Kuang had procured a horse for him as a reward for his valor in slaying bandits. He was once again able to lead the group on horseback, his fierce spirit undiminished. Yi trailed behind on his horse, feeling like an extraneous presence. Upon leaving the Maoyuan Inn, he purchased a stack of meat-filled pancakes from a roadside stall. It was said that their journey would span hundreds of miles through sparsely populated areas, making it prudent to carry provisions in case they had to camp outdoors along the way. As they departed Ergou town, the hour was still early, and they encountered no scrutiny from wandering martial artists. The weather was fine, the road smooth, and the horses trotted briskly southwest. They took a brief respite at noon before continuing their journey. By evening, the caravan halted beside a grassy area. Nearby, woods encircled them, and a river flowed gently, with the distant glow of village lights flickering in the twilight. Manager Kuang initially considered seeking shelter in the village, but Pan Yuan objected, deeming the village a filthy place, far inferior to the refreshing outdoors. Yielding to Pan Yuan's wisdom, Manager Kuang instructed Ji Yin to set up a tent, kindle a bonfire, and prepare provisions for their rest. After tending to the horses, Yi discreetly moved aside, laying out a rain cloth on the ground. He enjoyed his meat-stuffed pancake and sipped some water before reclining with his longsword for a moment of repose. Without the spirit stones, there was no rush to cultivate. Seizing this opportunity, he perused various texts, contemplating martial techniques and refining his understanding, which would aid his practice. Estimating their pace, he calculated they would reach Ling Mountain in 3 days. Upon confirming their route, they would head straight for Luming Mountain. He could only hope that this journey, which provided sustenance without toil, would continue to be as effortless. After Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiu had their fill, they took turns surveying their surroundings, dutifully performing their roles. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, the caravan resumed its journey. After traversing more than 10 miles, the broad road began to narrow, with lush mountains replacing the expansive wilderness. The towering peaks obscured half the sky, making it seem as though they had strayed from their path and found themselves at a dead end. Yet the winding trail ahead promised new vistas. The trio, 3 riders and 2 horse-drawn carts, navigated the terrain between the mountains and the thickets. At midday, the mountain path remained rugged and constricted, with the rolling wheels occasionally splattering stones down the slope, adding an element of unpredictable peril to their journey. Pan Yuan dared not halt for rest, instructing the group to press on. Luncheon was relegated to a mere makeshift affair. Yi, riding at a distance behind, was cautious of the stones that might injure his steed. Observing the treacherous path, he felt a twinge of anxiety should the laden cart topple down the steep incline. No one would be able to intervene. Fortunately, Ji Yin and Mo Qin demonstrated exceptional skill in driving the carts, and their journey was fraught with tension but ultimately safe. Unbeknownst to them, dusk approached. "Damn it, I can't go any further. Let us rest for the night here." With Pan Yuan's exclamation, the carts arrived at a hillside. The sun dipped low in the west, painting the sky with hues of twilight, while the mountains grew dim and weary birds returned to their nests. Having spent an entire day traversing mountains and valleys, they found themselves in a spacious area, allowing for a panoramic view of the stunning landscape. The cool breeze caressed their faces, filling their hearts with a sense of tranquility and reluctance to depart. "Ah, the horses and men are weary. Let us rest here." With that, the innkeeper and his wife, along with Kai Er, dismounted from the cart. while Emokan and Ji Yin busied themselves with arrangements for their lodgings. On the hillside stood a dilapidated stone house. Yi dismounted and approached to inspect it. The stone structure had partially collapsed, with a stone pillar standing before it, inscribed with the words Taipingguan, a Taoist temple. Yi had acquired some understanding of Taoism, recognizing that such temples served as places of cultivation for practitioners. Alas, this house had become a mere relic of the once thriving Taipingguan. Noticing that the innkeeper's wife and Kai heir were approaching, Yi discreetly turned away, retrieving his belongings from the horse to find a spot to rest. As night fell, a waning moon ascended the horizon. A tent was erected before Taipingguan, lanterns hung, and a bonfire was lit. The innkeeper shared drinks with Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao, while the innkeeper's wife, Kai heir, and Ji Yin sat nearby enjoying pastries. Laughter and chatter occasionally erupted, dispelling the weariness of their journey and infusing the night with a sense of peace and harmony. Yet, two individuals seemed detached from this serene evening. Emokan remained vigilant by his cart, while Yi sat on the grass a distance away. No one invited him to partake in the feast, and he was disinclined to endure the humiliation. Feeling hunger gnaw at him, he produced his meat-filled pancake, but upon taking a bite, he spat it out. The pancake, purchased the previous morning, was dry and hard but still manageable, yet the meat had soured and was inedible. Reluctantly, Yi discarded the spoiled meat but could not bring himself to part with the pancake. He rose and made his way toward the bonfire, intending to warm the pancake and make do with it to satiate his hunger. As Yi approached the campfire, he placed 2 flatbreads beside the ash and squatted down to wait. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between Pan Yuan and the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, tell me, do you consider me, Pan Yuan, to be righteous?" Pan, with a hint of inebriation, continued, "For the safety of my family, I faced numerous foes, slaying several men and sustaining an arrow wound in my leg. Such acts of valor are evident to all. Come, come. I raise a glass of water wine to express my gratitude." Pan Yuan seemed to be intoxicated, his words laced with the effects of alcohol, while the innkeeper endeavored to flatter him, offering words of comfort. "Innkeeper, does my life merit but a single cup of wine?" Pan continued, "Rest assured, beyond the reward, I shall provide you with a substantial token of appreciation." The innkeeper, seeking clarity, inquired, "What do you mean by substantial? Will you repay me with the jewels from your cart?" "Haha, Ji Yin, it appears Pan Yuan has had too much to drink. Assist him to rest." Pan protested, "Damn it, I'm not drunk." Thud. Yi fiddled with the flatbreads in the ashes and glanced back. A few paces away, in the tent, Pan Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly inebriated and unresponsive. Yuan Jiao sat nearby, sullen and silent. The innkeeper gazed at Pan, visibly surprised. The innkeeper's wife and Kai are huddled together, their faces pale with fear. Ji Yin anxiously glanced around, her expression betraying her alarm. At that moment, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from the distant hillside. Before long, 4 sturdy horses burst forth from the night, heading straight towards the illuminated slope. Upon these steeds rode 4 burly bandits, one of whom brandished a blade menacingly at the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, if you wish to survive, surrender your jewels and wealth, or face death, and your wife and daughter shall be at our mercy." The other 3 men, brimming with arrogance, shouted, "Why bother with words? Just kill him. That woman still has beauty. I fancy her. The young girl is fresh. She shall be mine. Ha ha." These were a band of ruthless brigands, capable of killing without a second thought. The innkeeper's wife and Kai were already trembling in terror, their faces drained of color. The innkeeper, quaking with fear, stammered, "Gentlemen, let us speak reasonably." As he bowed in supplication, he could not help but softly call out, "Pan Yuan, Pan Yuan." His companion lay still on the ground, lost in drunkenness, proving to be of no assistance. He then turned to Yuan Jiao, pleading, "Brother Yuan Jiao, my life and fortune depend on you." Yuan Jiao appeared oblivious to the plea, remaining seated and leisurely sipping from his wine bowl. This man had once faced an onslaught from over 20 martial artists, displaying remarkable bravery and ultimately driving off his foes, earning the innkeeper's profound gratitude and respect. Yet tonight, confronted by merely 4 bandits, he exhibited an uncharacteristic demeanor, remaining still and indulging in drink, seemingly detached from the plight of others. The innkeeper, in vain, lamented, "Brother Yuan Jiao, I have treated you both well. How can you stand by and watch as I face death?" Suddenly, Ji Yin quietly rose, urging, "Madam, miss, follow me." Behind the tent lay the Taiping Temple, a sanctuary close at hand. Though the Taoist temple consisted solely of a dilapidated stone hut, It became the final refuge for Madame Kuang and Kaier. Unexpectedly, calamity struck once more. Just as Madame Kuang and Kaier rose to their feet, the twang of a bowstring echoed, followed by the glint of a blade, and Ji Yin was hurled out with a pained scream. An arrow was lodged in the grass behind Yuan Jiao, who held a long knife poised against the throat of the shopkeeper Kuang, coldly declaring, "No one shall leave." Ji Yin fell 2 zhang away, a gash blooming on his arm. Struggling to rise, he was consumed by unbearable agony. Under the pretense of escorting Madame Kuang and the young lady away, he had attempted to draw his crossbow upon Yuan Jiao. Little did he know, his intentions had been seen through, and a blade had inflicted a wound upon him. Had he not evaded in time, he would have lost his arm. Madame Kuang and Kaier stood frozen in place, too terrified to move an inch. The shopkeeper Kuang, with wide eyes, stammered, "Brother Yuan, you are in league with those 4 Yuan Jiao," one hand gripping the menacing knife and the other leisurely sipping from a cup, disregarded Kuang's inquiry, treating him as if he were a mere specter. "Ha, I am indeed one of them." With a boisterous and unrestrained laugh, Pan Yuan, who lay on the ground, sat up, appearing neither drunk nor disheveled, but rather exuberant and self-satisfied. Brother Pan, the shopkeeper Kuang, felt as though thunder had struck him, murmuring, "Why have you betrayed me?" It was evident that Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao, under the guise of providing protection, had conspired with accomplices to set a trap, intent on leading the Kuang family to their doom. This was a scheme long in the making, a trap that had begun at the Heji Inn in Lishui town. "Aha!" Pan Yuan seized the wine jug and took a swig, grinning with delight. "Wherever I go, I enjoy visiting the wealthy families in the area. By chance, upon passing through the Heji Inn in Lishui town, I heard of a shopkeeper named Kuang who dealt in jewels and was recruiting guests, as well as a group of rogues plotting something. Since I stumbled upon such an opportunity, I could not let it slip away. Even if I took an arrow to the leg, I must seize this grand transaction. Ha! Brothers, come forth." The 4 men burst into laughter, dismounting their horses, brandishing their long knives, and advancing menacingly toward the tent. To these ruffians, the Kuang family appeared as tender prey, ready for their whims. Kaier nestled tightly in Madame Kuang's embrace, her small face etched with despair and indignation. She could not fathom how these self-proclaimed chivalrous individuals engaged in such treacherous deeds, especially after receiving substantial rewards, betraying their benefactor without a shred of conscience. Yet there remains one who does not seek reward. He has not fled. Will he rise to the occasion in this moment of peril? Kaier's gaze fell upon the figure by the campfire, her heart swelling with a flicker of hope. That was Yu Yi, who, amidst the chaos of the bandits' assault, Yuan Jiao's betrayal, Ji Yin's injury, and the Kuang family's misfortune, continued to roast his flatbread. As the 4 knife-wielding men approached, he focused on picking up his bread, blowing away the ash, taking a cautious bite that burned his mouth. Yet he feigned calmness as he gazed into the distance, then slowly walked away. The 4 men dismissed him entirely, or rather, they did not regard him at all. Kaya felt a profound disappointment, tears welling in her eyes. The person has indeed fled in fear. What could one expect from a freeloader? "Quan, take a seat." Pan Yuan shouted loudly, his face beaming with delight. "Madam, miss, come and serve me." Impudent. Quan could no longer contain his rage, rebuking fiercely, "Pan Yuan, do you dare insult my family? Ha, trying to intimidate me?" Pan Yuan sneered, "Madam, miss, if you do not come to serve me, I shall sever Quan's arm." Yuan Jiao twirled the long knife in his hand, feigning a strike at Quan's arm. Both Madame Quan and Kai gasped in shock. "Ha." Pan Yuan laughed even more triumphantly, reveling in his perceived power. Just then, a whip crack suddenly shattered the night sky. The long knife in Yuan Jiao's hand flew from his grasp, leaving him, Pan Yuan, and the 4 men yet to reach the tent momentarily stunned. The knife descended through the air, caught deftly by a figure. The one who seized the weapon, a one-eyed, one-armed man, stood on a nearby hillside. Shrouded in the hazy moonlight, Embark had long been forgotten in the darkness, yet at this critical moment, the one deemed useless emerged. Beside him lay a horsewhip, and in his right hand, he gripped a long knife. Yuan Jiao slowly rose, stepping out of the tent. "Blind man, I have been watching you for quite some time." He drew a short knife from his waist, exchanging glances with his 4 companions. Ji Yin seized the opportunity to rush to Quan, his arms still dripping blood, yet wielding a cleaver, ready to fight. Pan Yuan too rose, clenching his long knife, disregarding Quan's family as he followed. Licking his lips with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, Embark remained quietly standing 2 yards away, observing the slowly approaching Yuanjiao, speaking in a rusted, hoarse voice. I have taken note of you for a long time as well. Oh, staying overnight in Xuanhuang Village was your intention, was it not? Had it not been for that unexpected incident that night, you would have acted long ago. You were already on guard, keeping a close watch on me. To be frank, it was inconvenient to act that night. Thus, you secretly gathered your allies and chose this location for your scheme. Taipingguan is hardly peaceful. Blind man. You know too much. Yuanjiao retorted. You are blind to the truth, blinded by greed. I see the heavens with my solitary eye. My heart remains clear. The two taciturn men, when they spoke, emanated a force that could summon storms, neither willing to yield an inch. Perhaps they had long regarded each other as formidable foes, awaiting the ultimate confrontation tonight. Just then, Yuanjiao struck first. Before Mo Can's words could finish, he leaped towards him, unleashing a flurry of knife strikes. The clang of metal echoed like the clash of weapons, and the flurry of blade shadows abruptly vanished. Yuanjiao staggered back, his arm trembling, blood seeping from the calloused flesh of his right hand. He fixed his gaze intently on Mo Can, incredulously exclaiming, Postnatal master. Mo Can remained rooted in place, wielding a knife with one hand, his empty left sleeve swaying gently in the wind. Without a discernible movement, he had already repelled a formidable foe, demonstrating the swiftness and ferocity of his strike, so much so that even a master like Yuanjiao could not withstand it. But what defines a postnatal master? They are also adept at opening the meridians and purging the marrow, yet have not undergone a complete transformation, thus lacking the ability to manifest supernatural abilities. Otherwise, they would be indistinguishable from an energy refinement expert. Mo Can uttered no words, reverting to his taciturn nature. He resembled the long knife in his hand, silent yet exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear and trepidation in those around him. Pan Yuan swaggered forward, spitting venomously. Bah! To hell with this postnatal master. My brother has 12 hands. I bet he can't fend off even one. With a loud roar, for knife-wielding men surged towards Mo Can. However, Yuanjiao stepped back, producing a cocked crossbow. Old Mo, be careful, Kuang, the shopkeeper, along with his wife, Kaier, and Ji Yin, stood together, unable to suppress their concern as they witnessed Mo Can facing overwhelming odds while also needing to guard against hidden arrows. Mo Can was their final hope. Should anything go awry, the three of them would not escape this calamity. Yuanjiao raised his hand and shot the crossbow bolt. As Mo Can was besieged by Pan Yuan and others, he fought valiantly with his single arm and knife against 5 opponents, showing no signs of faltering. Unexpectedly, a cold arrow was unleashed, forcing him to deflect it with his blade. A sharp clang resonated as he barely blocked the incoming projectile. But a flash of blade light took advantage of the opening and severed his sleeve. Following that, a flurry of blades threatened to deliver him to his demise. He suddenly leapt into the air, soaring above, while Pan Yuan and his companions pursued him, only for him to retaliate and fell one of them with a swift strike. Yet, as he landed, he found himself ensnared once more in a fierce melee, blades clashing in chaotic disorder. Yuanjiao lifted the crossbow again. But rather than launching a surprise attack, he pointed it towards the shopkeeper, raising his voice. Mo Can, you have 3 breaths to surrender, or I will kill the shopkeeper. He did not pause for a moment, coldly counting. 1. What kind of master is the most terrifying? A ruthless master is the most fearsome. Yuanjiao embodies this notion. Lacking a 50% chance of victory, he refrains from direct confrontation, instead excelling at uncovering vulnerabilities and seizing upon his opponent's weaknesses, unleashing his most insidious and effective lethal strike. And Mo Can's vulnerability lay with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fear, yet he dared not flee. Behind him stood his wife and Kaier. Ji Yin positioned her blade protectively in front of him, evidently prepared to trade her life for his. 2. Upon hearing Yuanjiao's countdown, Mo Can felt a surge of anxiety. This was no mere count. It marked the arrival of life and death. He found himself unable to evade or counter the situation, and the only way to save the lives of the shopkeeper's family was to break through the encirclement. He leapt into action once more, his long knife slicing through the air, releasing a deadly aura. Yet Pan Yuan was unwilling to allow him to succeed, frantically slashing alongside his 3 companions, resolutely obstructing his escape. The previously wounded man had risen, gritting his teeth as he charged forward once again. As Yuanjiao coldly uttered the word 3, he prepared to release the bowstring. His crossbow was aimed at Ji Yin and the shopkeeper, a mere several paces away. Once the bowstring snapped, blood would surely be spilled. At that moment, a strange light cut through the night sky. arriving with the swiftness of a shooting star, only to suddenly spiral and, in an instant, a hand gripping the crossbow bolt was severed and sent flying. Yuanzhou cried out in agony. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Not only the shopkeeper's family and Ji Yan, but also Mo Kan and Pan Yuan, who were entangled in the fray, were left dumbfounded. Yuanzhou's right arm fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed shoulder. He clutched his mangled limb tightly. Staggering backward while casting a terrified glance behind him, his face darkened with fear. The eerie light continued to swirl in the night sky. In that instant, a group of figures emerged from the hillside, brandishing torches and weapons, rushing towards the Taiping temple atop the slope. In the blink of an eye, over 20 imposing men closed in to within several paces. Among the throng was a bearded man alongside a middle-aged gentleman. The bearded man whispered to those around him, his demeanor humble. The middle-aged man stroked his beard, exuding an air of arrogance. Maoguan, Pan Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. He recognized the bearded man as his nemesis. Maoguan, who had previously laid an ambush that he and Yuanzhou had managed to thwart. Little did he expect that mere days later, they would gather once more. Haha. Maoguan paid him no heed, gesturing to the middle-aged man beside him, that one-armed scoundrel colluded with the Taoists to harm my brother. I thank the Taoist for administering justice. As for the rest, let them all be slain. The middle-aged man, a practitioner, inquired, what of the women? Are they accomplices as well? The remnants of accomplices are not worth regretting. Maoguan spat, further ingratiating himself. As for the spoils, they belong entirely to the Taoist. Utter nonsense. Pan Yuan could no longer contain his fury. Who has conspired with the Taoists? You are merely slandering me. If you seek vengeance, speak plainly, and I shall face you. Before his words could settle, a beam of light struck without warning. He hastily raised his sword to defend himself, but with a resounding crash. His blade shattered, and an overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward, landing several paces away. He coughed up a mouthful of warm blood, nearly losing consciousness, groaning, "Damn it." How powerful. The crowd was stricken with horror as they beheld the strange silver-white light spiraling back, taking the form of a short sword hovering above the middle-aged man's head. Mo Kan, his scarred face twitching slightly, approached the shopkeeper, shaking his head gloomily. That is the flying sword of a Qi refinement practitioner. I will not survive this night. Ah, the shopkeeper gasped in astonishment. His wife, clutching their child, bit her lip, tears of helplessness streaming down her face. The couple understood Mo Kan's abilities and the implications of his words. If Mo Kan were to fall, none present would escape unscathed. Ji Yan, gripping his cleaver, wore a bitter expression. The formidable prowess of Yuanzhou and Pan Yuan was evident to all. Yet in the blink of an eye, both suffered devastating blows, having encountered the legendary flying sword. Yuanzhou knelt on one knee, tearing his clothing to bind his severed arm, and shakily rose to his feet, drawing his short blade with his left hand. His lips were tightly pressed, and his expression was as grim as ever, though a flicker of fear and despair shone in his eyes. Several companions supported Pan Yuan as they brought him to the front of the tent. Despite his disheveled state, he had miraculously survived. Struggling to steady himself, he bowed to Mo Kan and Manager Kuang, then waved his hand, declaring, I acknowledge my mistakes. If I live to see tomorrow, I shall bow and apologize to you all, but we must unite against our foes. Otherwise, none of us will survive the night. This man demonstrated both humility and resilience, having fought fiercely against Mo Kan only to propose collaboration against their common enemy, finding no fault in this shift of allegiance. Mo Kan remained silent. Casting a glance at Manager Kuang, his voice low and hoarse, Kaya is still young. She deserves to live a few more years to witness this world. So her journey through life is not in vain. Manager Kuang trembled, exchanging a glance with his wife. The couple shared a wordless understanding, silently nodding in agreement. Ji Yan. Mo Kan called, directing his gaze toward Ji Yan. Ji Yan knelt on one knee, bowing his head in silence, then abruptly rose, seizing Kaya. The child was already in tears, yet she dared not make a sound, clinging tightly to Manager Kuang's wife. With a heavy heart, she pried Kaya's fingers apart, offering a tearful yet gentle smile. A fierce battle lay ahead. Mo Kan realized he could not save many more. He understood that he and Manager Kuang would perish here. All he could do before his demise was to assist Ji Yan in helping Kaya escape amidst the chaos on horseback. He was entrusting the last of his efforts to Ji Yan, the final act he could perform for the Kuang family. Pan Yuan. Did you ever consider this day when you took my brother's life and severed my means of survival? Mao Guan, accompanied by a middle-aged cultivator and a group of men. advanced within several paces, his voice dripping with malice. Pan Yuan, I shall have you torn to pieces, and as for Yuanjiao, I will sever your hands and feet, then skin you alive. Huh. Having suffered 2 significant defeats under Pan Yuan, tonight, with the aid of a powerful ally, he was finally poised for revenge, reveling in the prospect of retribution. Just as he was about to urge the Taoist beside him to unleash carnage, he suddenly turned his head. At that moment, Imokan, Yuanjiao, Pan Yuan, and Manager Kuang all froze in disbelief, as did Kair, whose tear-streaked face reflected utter incredulity. The one who had been a mere bystander had returned, sword in hand, brandishing a drawn long sword. Under the moonlit night, atop a hillside, a dwindling campfire flickered. The 2 sheepskin lanterns swayed in the wind before the tent. As the impending battle loomed, everyone paused, their attention drawn to a youth approaching with a sword. He was the one who had once taken advantage of their hospitality, a guest of Manager Kuang who demanded no remuneration. When Manager Kuang's family faced peril and humiliation, he had distanced himself, remaining a passive observer even as Mo Kan and Pan Yuan fought valiantly. As Mao Guan appeared with a multitude of martial artists, the formidable flying swords of the Qi refinement experts severely wounded Pan Yuan and Yuanjiao. When the shopkeeper Kuang's family found themselves in an absolute predicament, Mo Kan had no choice but to engage in a desperate fight. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he returned unfazed. In the midst of the crowd, Yi stepped into the clearing between the bonfire and the tents. Mao Guan, witnessing a mere youth daring to act so brazenly, could not contain his anger. You seek death, boy. Before he could finish his sentence, a middle-aged cultivator beside him slowly raised a hand. Mao Guan hastily took a step back. The middle-aged man's countenance was lean and his attire unremarkable, offering no indication of his extraordinary capabilities. However, the flying sword hovering above him lent an air of inscrutability. He advanced a couple of steps, scrutinizing Yu Yi and the long sword in his hand, and inquired skeptically, "Young man, what are you doing?" Yu Yi offered no response, instead directing his gaze behind him. There, in front of the tent, stood the shopkeeper Kuang's family along with Pan Yuan, Yuanjiao, and Mo Kan. Surely, these individuals could ascertain his intentions. His eyes settled on Kair amidst the crowd. In the past, she would have found amusement in the situation, but now the little girl covered her mouth in sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. No longer was there any inclination for jest, only grief and reluctance remained. The one who lived off others was now prepared to sacrifice himself for the collective. Humph! The middle-aged cultivator scoffed, declaring, at the tender age of 15 or 16, bearing the artifacts of the Taoist sect. Remaining composed in the face of peril, if you are not a fool ignorant of death, then you are the infamous Yu Yi, the scourge of the Taoist sect, responsible for the deaths of Qi refinement practitioners and the massacre of countless martial artists. Kair, still sobbing, paused in shock. The shopkeeper Quan and his wife, Ji Yan, Pan Yuan, and Yuanjiao all widened their eyes in disbelief. The infamous one? Such a notorious name, such ruthless methods. A mere youth had slain adept cultivators and butchered martial artists, and he was just 15 or 16, bearing the name Yu Yi. Only Mo Kan closed his lone eye, silently exhaling a breath of relief. Yu Yi observed the expressions of those around him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He knew his identity would eventually be revealed, but he had not anticipated making an entrance under such a notorious title. Facing a genuine Qi refinement expert, someone well acquainted with him, he found himself unable to exploit any loopholes. Once the battle commenced, what chance of victory could he possibly have? I am. Yu slowly turned to face the middle-aged cultivator, his gaze fixed on the flying sword above him. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, his voice resonating with determination. Yi stands here. The middle-aged cultivator was already on guard, a cold smile playing on his lips as he pointed with his right hand, while his left threw out a talisman. Yu Yi soared over 3 zhang into the air, like an eagle in flight, the long sword in his hand buzzing and glowing faintly in the night sky. Unexpectedly, a sword light, swift as lightning, surged towards him. He wielded his sword with both hands to deflect it, and with a resounding clash, his weapon was knocked from his grasp. In that instant, a blaze erupted in the air, and he found himself engulfed in the searing flames, unable to evade in time. The middle-aged cultivator urged the flying sword once more, intent on ensuring the boy trapped within the fiery talisman met his demise in the inferno. Amidst the raging flames, a figure cloaked in azure emerged, reminiscent of a dragon breaking free, trailing a blaze of fire as it surged towards him. The middle-aged cultivator raised a hand and pointed, summoning a circling flying sword that struck the figure's back with a resounding thud. To his astonishment, the azure radiance flickered and effectively deflected the fierce assault of the sword. Seizing the opportunity, the figure lunged forward, flicking a finger towards him. In an instant, the tides of battle reversed. The rapid shift in circumstances caught the middle-aged cultivator completely off guard. He hastily summoned protective magic, retreating desperately to evade. Yet an unseen sword chi pierced through his forehead with a soft thud. Staring in disbelief, he fell backward, gazing skyward. Simultaneously, Pan Yuan's voice rang out, "Kill!" Pan Yuan, Yuan Jiao, along with 4 companions and Mo Kan, charged toward the group of martial artists led by Mao Guan. Upon witnessing the demise of the Taoist priest he had summoned, Mao Guan's complexion paled significantly. Yet his unwillingness to surrender led him to rally his numbers and engage in battle. Yi gracefully descended, shaking off the dust from his attire, concealing the azure protective glow as he bent down to inspect the fallen cultivator. He discovered what he sought, retrieving the abandoned flying sword and tucking it into his robe. Then picking up the long sword and proceeding through the fray. Remarkably, no one hindered his path. Who would dare confront a deadly adversary? Meanwhile, the innkeeper and his wife huddled together, while Ji Yin, armed with a cleaver, stood vigilant, all of them trembling with trepidation. Upon noticing Yujia's approach, they collectively exhaled in relief. "Brother Yu," the innkeeper exclaimed. Yu turned towards him, softly stating, "I promised Brother Zhangjin to escort your family to Ling Mountain." In that moment, he appeared unchanged, his demeanor and speech as familiar as ever, yet his promise rang with unwavering sincerity. Yu refrained from engaging in the bloody conflict. Yet the ferocity of the melee exceeded his expectations. Perhaps his presence, as a formidable figure, had diminished Mao Guan's apprehension, prompting him and over 20 men to ensnare Mo Kan, Pan Yuan, Yuan Jiao, and the others in chaotic combat. Mo Kan felled one adversary, inciting 2 more to pursue him, yet he chose to evade confrontation, observing from a distance. Pan Yuan battled fiercely against Mao Guan and 3 burly men, his roars echoing defiantly as he faced 4 foes alone. Yuan Jiao, having lost an arm and sustained grievous injuries, found himself ensnared in a dire situation. Struggling valiantly despite his limitations, Pan Yuan's remaining 3 companions were beset by 2 or 3 opponents each, gradually succumbing under the relentless pressure. 2 men, unable to catch Mo Kan, in a fit of frustration, lunged at the innkeeper's wife and Kai in front of the tent. Ji Yin swiftly interposed with his blade, and in a flash of steel, both assailants crumpled to the ground, their throats pierced. The young man beside him stood firm, his sword trembling slightly, untouched by blood. "Die with me." Another howl echoed through the chaos. Pan Yuan plunged his blade into Mao Guan's chest, oblivious to the several wounds inflicted upon his own back. Clutching the hilt of his dagger, he charged forward with Mao Guan, both of them roaring as they tumbled down the hillside. Yuan Jiao, having been struck in the leg, staggered to his knees, retaliating with a swift thrust into a foe's soft underbelly. Yet, he was soon met with 2 more blows to his leg, rendering him unable to rise. In the moment he fell, he managed to drive his knife into his opponent's abdomen, but lacked the strength to withdraw it, instead grappling with another adversary's thigh with his remaining arm. Unbeknownst to him, the opponent's blade fiercely pierced through his lower back, allowing the blade to pass through him. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength to roar and sank his teeth into the assailant's throat. Though Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao's 3 other companions managed to slay their adversaries, they ultimately succumbed to overwhelming numbers, falling one by one into a pool of blood. Moments later, only 5 or 6 of the rivermen remained standing, perhaps cowed by fear or realizing the futility of their plight, and they fled in disarray. In the distance, Mo Kan, who had been lurking patiently, transformed into a specter of death, methodically dispatching each fleeing individual. Gradually, silence enveloped the surroundings. The hillside lay strewn with corpses, and blood flowed freely. The 2 lanterns before the tent appeared dim and lifeless. Madame Kuang and Kai, overwhelmed by the stench of blood, supported each other as they retched uncontrollably. Manager Kuang seized a jug of wine, taking several swigs before shattering the vessel in his grip and clapping Yu Yi on the shoulder, swaying unsteadily between the scattered dead. Having survived the ordeal, he was perhaps filled with profound reflections, his tumultuous emotions transformed into a cloud of intoxicating fumes filling his chest. Yu Yi brushed off his shoulder, turning silently to depart. On the grass a dozen paces away lay a rain tarp, with his belongings resting atop it. Sheathing his sword, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to raise an eyebrow in intrigue as he glanced back. Mo Kan had slain all the fleeing rivermen and was now driving one individual up the slope. Pan Yuan, bloodied and tattered, his hair disheveled, emerged, having perished alongside Mao Guan, yet somehow fortunate enough to survive. He bent down to identify the corpses scattered about. Spotting the one-armed Yuan Jiao sprawled over a fallen foe, half a hilt protruding from his back, yet still fiercely clinging to the adversary's throat. Stumbling forward, he knelt and embraced Yuan Jiao's lifeless body, wailing in despair, "Brother, how can I live on without you? A cunning fox and a brutal wolf. A rough and tumble man of the world, wept inconsolably for his brother as the heavens seemed to darken. In his lamentation, he banged his head against the ground and cried out to Manager Kuang. Pan has fallen today. I beg forgiveness from Madam and the Miss, not seeking to survive, only wishing to accompany my brother in death. Whether in utter grief or sudden realization, some remained indifferent. Imoken approached Pan Yuan from behind, raising his long knife. Manager Kuang's face reflected a pained reluctance, hesitating as he murmured, "Even beasts of prey can still hold onto their bonds." In a flash, the blade gleamed, severing half of an arm. Pan Yuan let out a harrowing scream, the fatigue of battle compounded by his overwhelming sorrow, causing him to collapse into unconsciousness. Beasts of prey, in the end, are always beasts of prey. Imoken's rusty voice resonated with a deep solemnity as he proclaimed, "When evil goes unpunished, how can righteousness prevail in this world?" The innkeeper, Kuang, seemed to grasp the weight of those words, responding with a humble, "I have learned." Observing the scene unfolding not far away and listening to their exchange, Yi turned, lifted his garment, and slowly took a seat. The surroundings were steeped in a melancholic night, while above, the waning moon hung like a blade. On the tree-lined path, a young man rode at a leisurely pace. Behind him trailed two horse-drawn carriages, driven by Mo, Kan, and Ji Yan. The two burly men who had previously led the way were now absent, leaving this young man, who was merely living off others, to shoulder the responsibility of escorting them. However, the remaining journey was a mere 100 miles. They would reach Ling Mountain before nightfall. Yu Yi, at the upcoming intersection. Turn right by the large tree, do you see it? Kuang, seated at the front of the carriage, called out into the cool breeze. Kai peering from behind, wore a cheerful expression, her lips curled in a smile. "Father, do you really need to give such directions? He's not a fool." "Ha! He is certainly no fool. This is the wisdom that appears foolish, the sensitivity that renders one speechless. He is mature beyond his years, valuing promises and practicing integrity. TSK, what a remarkable talent he possesses, becoming increasingly endearing." Humph, initially dismissing him. "Kai, you do not understand. If it were not for this, how could your father have concealed things from Pan Yuan?" "Ah, old Mo, what do you think of that young man, old Mo?" The father and daughter exchanged hushed whispers. Meanwhile, Mo Kan, holding the reins, remained taciturn, perhaps compelled by circumstance. He advised, "Do not speak ill of others behind their backs. He can hear you." "Ah, and if he hears, so what? As long as he accompanies me in the future, my vast fortune shall be his. Oh, and of course, Kai too." "Father." Kai retreated into the carriage. Kuang stroked his beard, smiling with an air of calm assurance. Imoken shook his head, resuming his silence. A dozen paces away, Yi rode on, oblivious to the conversation between Kuang and Kai, as his thoughts dwelled not on them, but rather on the events of the previous night and the middle-aged cultivator who had perished at his hands. The night had been fraught with unexpected twists, a true tale of ups and downs. To recount from the beginning, it all started upon their arrival at Lishui town in the Jian, where they encountered Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao's menacing presence. Yu Yi sensed trouble brewing when he overheard Mao Guan's conversation with his accomplices as he departed. The next day, as they set off, he observed that although Mo can bore physical scars, his aura was restrained, and his singular eye sparkled with intelligence, clearly hinting at a significant background. When Mao Guan's men ambushed them, Mo can refrain from intervening, seemingly biding his time to unveil his true nature, yet the other remained inscrutable. Upon reaching Lai Tu Town's Kai Yuan Inn, while purchasing talismans and vermilion, Yi ventured out to discern the truth and discovered Imoken covertly rummaging through his belongings. Inspecting his sword, after departing Lai Tu Town, they stopped at Xuanhuang Village under the pretense of the innkeeper's wife's headache. With Mo Kan and Ji Yan stationed at the entrance, clearly on guard against Pan Yuan's potential betrayal. That night, the behavior of Pan Yuan and Yuan Jiao was indeed suspicious, ultimately leading to their hasty departure due to Yuan Jiao's slaying of the White Snake. The seemingly incompetent Kuang possessed an acumen far beyond what one might expect. Upon arriving at Chaoben Town, they settled at the Mao Yuan Inn. Amidst his studies of talismans, Yi remained vigilant, observing the activities both inside and outside the inn. The seemingly lavish and comfortable Furong garden concealed turbulent undercurrents. He noted Yuan Jio's communications with figures from the martial world, while Mo can closely monitored the interactions between himself and Yuan Jio. Until last night, when they arrived at the hillside where Taiping Temple is located and camped for the night. Pan Yuan and Yuan Jio finally revealed their sinister true natures. As the proprietor, Huang and his family found themselves in dire straits. Yi chose to remain a mere observer, even when Mo took action, leading to the potential separation of life and death for Huang's family. He continued to bide his time. Indeed, as the man stalks the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. Ultimately, though a group of martial artists arrived, their presence took him by surprise. In a bid for vengeance, Mao Guan colluded with cultivators from Qizhou, falsely claiming a connection between Pan Yuan and the Taoist sect, intending to annihilate both him and Yuan Jio, along with Huang's family. At that moment, Yi made his entrance, sword in hand. His sole opponent was a middle-aged cultivator. Despite the formidable strength of his adversary, he could not shy away from the confrontation. This marked his first direct challenge against a powerful foe since becoming a cultivator. Since Bui refused to relent, he could not evade this trial. Fortunately, his protective energy was remarkably robust, successfully countering the flames of the fire talisman. While his 7-killing sword, Qi once again exhibited formidable power. Yi took a right turn and arrived at the avenue by a large tree. The mountain path diverged left and right. Lost in thought, he nearly missed the turn. He hastily redirected his horse towards the broad road on the right, then turned back to wave an apologetic smile. As the guide, he was unfamiliar with the terrain. Huang had chosen to place him at the forefront. Perhaps as an expression of trust? The former guides, Pan Yuan and Yuan Jio, seemed to have been forgotten by the crowd. Last night, Imoken severed Pan Yuan's arm as a form of punishment, yet upon his awakening, Huang still bestowed horses and gold upon him. The man no longer wailed, bandaged his severed limb, and rode away, laughter echoing into the night. As it was said, both Pan Yuan and Yuan Jio were indeed men of the wolf and tiger. Now, one roams the world, while the other lies abandoned in the wilderness. Their brotherhood would gradually fade into obscurity within the martial realm. Of course, the deceased were not limited to Yuan Jio. His accomplices and Mao Guan, along with over 20 other martial artists, also met their demise. Jiyan toiled through the night, disposing of all the corpses into the deep valley below the hillside. Among the deceased was also a cultivator from a foreign land. In Yu Ye's hand was a white jade tablet, inscribed with Qizhou Zhongshan on one side and Yinchuan on the other. Qizhou Zhongshan must be the origin of the deceased. Previously, a similar jade tablet was found on the Qi refining master he had slain on Baiki Mountain. As evening fell, 2 large carts approached a residence in Keiling Town. The gates of the courtyard were wide open, lanterns hung in welcome. A group of people, young and old, stood at the entrance, smiling and awaiting the arrival of Huang and his family from afar. Huang and his wife, Kai dismounted from the carriage, immediately surrounded by the crowd, exchanging warm greetings. Familial affection evident in their expressions, the scene jubilant and lively. Yu Yi lingered at the back, mounted on his horse, watching the tender reunion of Huang's family with their loved ones from a distance. He refrained from joining the fray, for he was about to depart. As he drove 2 carts into the territory of Keiling Mountain, Ji Yin pointed out the way to Lu Ming Mountain. Having arrived at Keiling Town and personally escorted the Huang family to their relatives, his mission of escorting them was now complete, and it was time for him to take his leave. Yu turned his horse around and proceeded at a leisurely pace. Although he wished to avoid disturbing the Huang family, someone nonetheless alerted them. Yu pulled on the reins and turned to look back. He saw Huang, along with Kai rushing through the crowd. Accompanied by Ji Yin and Mo, Huang approached in a hurried trot, exclaiming, "Oh, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Stay here for a few days, and allow me to extend my humble hospitality. Huang, please hold on." Yu dismounted and gestured for everyone to pause. He then clasped his hands and spoke earnestly, "You must understand, I have offended a foe. It is not that I lack courtesy. I merely wish to avoid implicating the innocent. Moreover, I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger." Huang expressed his regret. "Well." Kyer hesitantly stepped forward, extending a box and saying, "Osmanthus cake, your favorite." Yu accepted the bamboo box, remarking, "Am I not becoming a freeloader?" A chuckle escaped Kyer, but her laughter was soon accompanied by tears, as she appeared reluctant to part. Imoken raised his hand to signify, "Master, allow me to see him off." Huang, Ji, Kyer, farewell. Yi bid them adieu. I am called Kuang Xian, residing in Lishui town. Do not forget. Take care, brother. Do not become a freeloader. Take care. After bidding farewell to Kuang, Kai Er, and Ji Yin, Yi led his horse away, accompanied by Mo Kan heading towards the town's outskirts. Outside the town, dusk descended. The wind swept over the hills as the two sat facing each other. Yi did not refuse Mo Kan's escort, knowing the other had something to convey, while he himself had a multitude of questions, eager for answers from this adept. This is a small token of my appreciation. Mo Kan presented a package. Yi was somewhat taken aback, but smiled. Take this for your journey, which Master Kuang entrusted to me. Mo Kan then produced a pouch of coins, a pack of dried meat, and a flask of wine. Master Kuang anticipated your departure and, knowing he could not retain you, asked me to see you off with a toast of water wine. Yi abstained from alcohol, savoring the cake gifted by Kai Er. Mo Kan poured for himself, stating, though Master Kuang may have treated you with some negligence, it is understandable given the circumstances. Do not hold it against him. He is a good man. Yi harbored no grievances against Kuang, for he was not one to indulge in complaints. Mo Kan continued, I imagine you are curious about how I came to be in this state, how I met Kuang, and how I discerned your identity. Since we have not had the chance to converse before, why not share tonight? Yi nodded in agreement. Mo Kan took a sip of his wine, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his scarred visage. He spoke with a hint of inebriation and continued, in my youth, I was a disciple of the Shiyun Mountain, one of the 8 great sect of days. After reaching the postnatal realm, I set sail to seek opportunities. It is said that Chizhou is home to numerous immortal sects. And with the guidance of a wise master or the aid of elixirs, my innate talent could very well allow me to ascend further and become a chi-refining practitioner. Yet, it was my pride that led to my downfall. I offended several cultivators aboard the ship, and ultimately, I was no match for them. I leapt into the sea, narrowly escaping with my life, but at the cost of an arm and an eye. Upon my return to days, I was gravely injured and nearly perished by the roadside, saved only by the kindness of the innkeeper, who spent a fortune on my healing. Thus, I settled with the Kuang family. Few reached the postnatal realm within the Days sect. Mo Kan's strength of will and profound understanding set him apart, and it is only natural for him to aspire to transcend the limitations of his spiritual roots and become a chi-refining practitioner. However, his harrowing experiences while seeking immortality overseas were unexpected. Now, amid the turmoil plaguing Days, he feels a deep sense of unease. In order to gather intelligence, he accompanies the innkeeper on a journey, only to find the chaos of Days even more perplexing. Compared to the overseas realm, Days feels like a desolate backwater. What could those overseas cultivators possibly want? Merely to hunt you down in the wild? Yet, why do they dismantle the sects and recruit individuals from the rivers and lakes? After years of seclusion, I truly find this world incomprehensible. Mo Kan remains unaware of the enmity surrounding the Jiao Dan and the overseas cultivators. He refrains from inquiring, coming only to bid farewell and share a few heartfelt words. Perhaps he sees a reflection of his younger self in Yi. Or perhaps his unyielding spirit yearns for unfulfilled ambitions. He hopes that the young man before him may achieve great things, compensating for his own past regrets. To Yi, Mo Kan is an extraordinary elder, marked by the scars of his trials. The lost arm and I bear witness to a painful history. While the calm demeanor in his remaining eye suggests he has transcended the fears of life and death, finding solace in the days to come. Do you blame me for not killing Pan Yuan and unilaterally allowing his departure? As a cultivator, I wish to spare you from entanglements of worldly grievances. Besides, I have already crippled Pan Yuan. With many enemies, his only path to survival is to withdraw from the world and vanish from sight. For one of his fierce disposition, nothing could be more torturous. It is well known that vengeance may be simple, yet it is unfair to the suffering. Yi had surmised Mo Kan's intent to spare Pan Yuan upon witnessing the severing of his arm. Although displeased at the moment, he refrained from expressing his dissatisfaction. Seeing Pan Yuan leave with laughter ignited a flicker of anger within him. This is why he hesitated to forge deeper connections with Mo Kan and the innkeeper, for he did not anticipate their profound intentions, which rendered his own understanding rather shallow. Moreover, killing is not the sole means of seeking vengeance. You, so young, have already become a master of chi refinement. Even if you were a true dragon, being trapped in Days would yield little opportunity. I advise you to venture overseas and undergo trials within the immortal sections. Be wary of youthful impetuosity. One must learn the wisdom of being swift in action, yet reticent in speech. I, too, have suffered from speaking out of turn in my younger days. now regretting my words. There is a saying, it takes 3 years to learn to speak, but a lifetime to learn to keep silent. In the realm of Taoism, there exists a verse, the wise do not speak, the virtuous do not argue. Another states, the sage speaks slowly, while the fool babbles incessantly. Indeed, we are both fools. As for the journey overseas, there is a dock in Huazhou town. On the mountain path, the galloping horse gradually came to a halt. The rider gazed into the distance. The sun descended, and the evening glow painted the horizon crimson. It was yet another twilight. Just last evening, he was still in Keiling town, but at this moment, he had traversed 200 miles to the vicinity of Looming Mountain. However, there remained over 100 miles to Pingshui town. He sought a place to rest for the night, for tomorrow's journey would not be delayed. Yi dismounted and led his horse forward. Not far ahead, there was a depression in the mountain, several dozen square feet in size, a stream flowed through it, and a lush meadow spread out. Yi led his horse into the hollow, unloading the bundles from its back. He filled his water pouch with the stream's water and took a few sips, then took out 2 pieces of pastry and savored them, while letting his horse wander. He reflected on the events of his journey. Last night, Immortal had surprisingly conversed with him throughout the night. That taciturn individual, perhaps due to the rarity of finding a kindred spirit or some other reason, opened his heart and spoke freely. In terms of age and experience, he was an elder. In terms of intellect and temperament, he could be regarded as a mentor and friend. Their prolonged discourse was profoundly enlightening. According to him, the overseas cultivators pursued Yujia, destroying various Taoist sects, and there must be some insidious motive behind their recruitment of people from the rivers and lakes, which he dared not speculate upon. He urged Yujia to leave days and seek opportunities at the Immortal gates overseas. Otherwise, Yujia would not only squander his time, but would also inevitably find himself in a dire predicament, unable to advance a single step. Immortal's suggestion was indeed reasonable. However, Yujia had pressing matters at hand, needing to travel to Looming Mountain and Baijia Village to fulfill the last wishes of Feng Laoqi. As for what would come next, he could not ponder so far ahead. Yujia circled around. The hollow was quite secluded. He spread out a rain cloth on the grass and sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved a package from his nearby bundle. Inside the package was a white snake skin, over a foot wide and more than 10 feet long, already cleaned and neatly folded. This was the token of Immortal's intent. Previously, in Xuanhuang Village, Yuanjiao had slain a white snake. Immortal had requested the snake skin, and at that time, Yujia was unaware of his intentions. Who would have thought that he sought the skin to gift it to him? As Immortal also hailed from the Taoist sect and possessed some knowledge of talismanic arts, upon seeing Yujia drawing symbols, he discreetly committed it to memory. The white snake was a spiritual entity, and its skin was an excellent choice for crafting talismans. Yujia set down the package and reached into his bosom. When he opened his palm, a self-deprecating smile graced his lips. In his hand lay a jade ring, acquired from his recent act of violence. A storage ring. He finally possessed a storage ring. Previously, he had thought that killing and looting were the deeds of villains and had been averse to scavenging from the deceased. Yet now, not only had he grown adept at killing, but he also found himself eagerly anticipating the spoils of his plunder. Did he not resemble a greedy thief? Yujia shook his head and gently waved the ring. Before him appeared a small pile of items. These are the relics of a practitioner from Qizhou. Among them, the white jade tablet has already been examined. Additionally, there is a jade slip, over a dozen talismans, 2 bottles of elixirs, scattered gold and silver, a short sword, several sets of clothing, and 3 shimmering spirit stones. The spirit stones are the coveted items. Yujia picked up a spirit stone, unable to part with it. It is well known that spirit stones are exceedingly rare in the Great Marsh. Yet, the means to acquire them proved surprisingly simple. The 2 Qizhou practitioners he had dispatched both carried spirit stones on their persons. With spirit stones in hand, cultivation would become remarkably more efficient, and hopes for enhancing his abilities were now within reach. Yujia set down the spirit stone and picked up the jade slip. Within it lay the Cloud River Sword technique, a method for refining and wielding flying swords. Only those with a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of Qi refinement could sustain the sword manipulation technique. The methods for refining and controlling the sword depicted in the technique appeared profound. Without diligent study, one might find it challenging to grasp its subtleties. The 12 talismans, seemingly crafted from animal hide, were symbols likely drawn in vermilion. Upon inspection with his divine sense, Yujia discovered that the red symbols contained faint magical energy. What is magical energy? It is the true Qi driven by incantations, existing only because of the spells used. Thus, It is evident that the crafting of talismans is inextricably linked to the infusion of magical energy. In the next attempt to inscribe an armor-breaking talisman, it may be worthwhile to draw inspiration from this. From the symbols and inscriptions, it can be discerned that among the 12 talismans, 9 are fire talismans, presumably the formidable fire talismans he had previously encountered. Additionally, there are 3 wind talismans, which may resemble the lightness technique. As for their exact nature, experimentation is required. The 2 bottles of elixirs included one for nourishing the body and another for healing, known as the relaxation elixir. Finally, he picked up a short sword. The flying sword he had previously acquired was seized by Zhong Jian under the pretext of dividing loot. Now, having obtained another flying sword, he naturally claimed it as his own. This silver-white short sword measures over a foot in length, with the hilt and blade forming a single entity. The blade is unsharpened, and the hilt is designed for a single grip, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Yet, it possesses the capability to soar through the air and strike from afar. Without witnessing it firsthand, one might find it hard to believe. Yi grasped the short sword and could not resist channeling his technique. The petite sword suddenly erupted with a blade of light over 2 feet long. Qi surged from within him, momentarily overwhelming his control. In a panic, he released the sword, and the flickering blade of light vanished in an instant. Was his cultivation too weak to handle even the flying sword? Yi shook his head helplessly and proceeded to store all the items before him, along with his pack, Old Seventh Fang's animal hide map, and the snake skin gifted by Mo Can, into the storage ring. He retained only a long sword and a water pouch among his possessions. The storage ring, a small area of about 3 feet square, was crafted in a manner unknown to him, resembling a sealed box that allowed for the effortless storage of items through divine sense. Yi slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his left hand, but reconsidered and tucked it away into his robe. In the future, should he encounter practitioners from Qizhou, they might recognize this storage ring. Caution is paramount to avoid unnecessary trouble. After taking a sip from the water pouch, Yi settled down to meditate and recuperate. With spirit stones in hand, he felt invigorated in his cultivation. A refreshing night breeze swept in, soothing and pleasant. In the cool breeze that caressed his face, there seemed to linger a faint scent of meat and wine. Yi paused momentarily. Beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars, the valley revealed no unusual signs. Only the gentle flow of the stream and the murmur of insects filled the serene summer night with tranquility. Another gust of night wind swept through, intensifying the aroma of food and drink, accompanied by indistinct voices. Yi rose to peer into the distance. The night breeze originated from a ridge to the southwest. He traversed the valley and arrived at the base of the ridge. The ridge, rising 30 to 40 feet, was steep and densely covered with thickets, making the ascent a challenge. Yi lifted his garment, took flight from the ground, and grasped the branches for leverage, propelling himself upward once more. Moments later, he alighted upon the ridge like a great bird. On the other side of the ridge lay a pond. Near the pond, a campfire flickered, where 4 men were drinking and feasting. A few horses were tethered nearby on the mountain path, suggesting that a group of wandering adventurers had paused here for the night. As fellow travelers, they were strangers to one another. Yi dismissed his curiosity and prepared to retrace his steps. Yet, he overheard a conversation among the men. "Brother, how can we avenge our family's massacre if we cannot locate the ancient tree? If we find Qinqi of Xuanhuang Mountain, we may discover the ancient tree. Qinqi's whereabouts are unknown. There will come a day when we will find him. Only you and I remain of the North Qi Mountain sect, now fallen to the vagabond life, pursued by the masters of Qizhou. Alas, the masters of Qizhou have no grievances with me. Why do they treat me so? It is said they seek someone." Yi stood upon the ridge, gazing downward, his thoughts in disarray. The unexpected encounter with these men suggested they were the surviving disciples of North Qi Mountain, claiming to seek vengeance for the ancient tree and Qinqi. Could it be that the downfall of the North Qi Mountain sect was intertwined with the fates of the ancient tree and Qinqi? Previously, while in the company of Zhong Quan and Yin Qi, he had sought to uncover the truth about the ancient tree, given that it was connected to the 30 lives lost in his village. However, he had hesitated to inquire, fearing the revelation of his own origins. After hurriedly departing, he set the matter aside. Nevertheless, Bai Zhi had once mentioned that the ancient tree had perished at Qinqi's hands. If what she said was true, no one could trace the ancient tree's whereabouts. And what of Qinqi? Was he not allied with Bui and the group of cultivators from Qizhou? As for the individual the Qizhou cultivators sought, it was likely none other than Yu Yi himself. These disciples of North Qi Mountain, in their flight, still held the resolve to avenge their sect, which was truly admirable. Perhaps he should reveal himself to make their acquaintance, inform them of the ancient tree's demise, and the existence of Yin Qi and Zhong Jian, while also gleaning some information. He then overheard one of the men continuing. The person we seek is not yet of age, a Qi refinement practitioner who has stolen treasures of the celestial sect from overseas. The masters of Qizhou, in their pursuit of the treasures, have traced him to the Great Marsh, suspecting this matter to be connected to the sect. They are visiting one by one to demand justice. By this logic, are we not ensnared by his actions? Indeed, if we encounter him, we shall demand the return of the treasures and seek retribution for the massacre of my family. It is said his name is Yu, a disgrace to the path of cultivation. Humph, such a petty individual, unworthy of our respect. Yu remained silent for a moment, then took 2 steps back and leaped down from the ridge. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the valley below, returning to his original position. Yu slowly sat down, his brow furrowed, and a hint of bitterness shadowing his countenance. One must ask, having been wronged to the brink of death, forced to flee his home, and still bearing the weight of unresolved vengeance, how could he be labeled as a scoundrel? The practitioners from Qizhou have wronged him. Yet that is of no consequence. Even more perplexing is the fact that the disciples of Baijia Mountain, who should be the victims, blindly echo the slanders, spreading falsehoods instead of seeking justice against the Qizhou practitioners, and they dare to deem Yujia a villain, attributing the massacre of his family to him. It is an utter inversion of truth and justice. He had intended to reveal himself, yet found himself too fearful to emerge. How frustrating. Since the winter hunt in Lingjiao Valley, he has endured countless grievances, misunderstandings, disdain, humiliation, bullying, and even threats to his life. What has transpired this evening that has left him feeling so unjustly aggrieved? Is it the formidable strength of the Qizhou practitioners that renders him feeling isolated and helpless? Or is it that human nature succumbs to the tyranny of the powerful, leading to the erosion of justice and the obscuring of conscience, leaving a newcomer to the world feeling desolate? If society were to collapse and humanity to perish, rather than wallowing in complaints, would it not be more noble to rise in revolt and seek the justice that is rightfully owed? Could it be that this is the path to Looming Mountain? Yu tightened the reins of his horse, halting to observe. As he rounded a bend in the mountain path, the obstacles of rocks and trees fell away. Ahead, a towering stone mountain stood, reaching a height of 100 zhang. From afar, its silhouette resembled a small deer raising its head in a call. Particularly, the head, body, and tail of the deer appeared remarkably lifelike. Yu retrieved a piece of beast skin from his pocket. According to the map inscribed on the skin, he had reached Looming Mountain. At the foot of Looming Mountain lay a hollow, where trees flourished and houses clustered. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking could be heard, and wisps of smoke curled gracefully into the air. This was Pengshui Town. He recalled that Elder Feng Qi had mentioned before his passing that his possessions were stored in Pengshui Town at the foot of Looming Mountain. As long as he followed the markings on the map, he would be able to locate them. At the time, he had not paid much attention. Now, all clues resided in this very map. Yu focused intently on the beast's skin. On the palm-sized piece of leather, a crooked drawing of a mountain was depicted. Were it not for the inscription reading Looming Mountain, it would resemble a dog more than a mountain. The dog's head, which should have been called a deer's head, was surprisingly detailed. Not far from Looming Mountain, a few houses were sketched, likely representing Pengshui Town, complete with a crossroad, a large tree, and a courtyard. Additionally, an arrow indicated a path around Looming Mountain, inscribed with the words Baijia Village. Beyond this, he found no further markings. Yu turned the beast's skin over, but there was still nothing to be found. The map left by Elder Feng Qi bore a striking resemblance to a child's haphazard doodles. How could he possibly discern the location of his stored possessions from such a drawing? Yu raised his gaze to the sky, urging his horse forward. Having camped outdoors the previous night and encountered several disciples from Baijia Mountain, although he had remained concealed, he had spent the entire night in contemplation. A child from the mountains, preoccupied daily with thoughts of life and death, weighed down by vengeance, while also being concerned with the ever-shifting dynamics of the day's sect, truly had a heavy burden to bear. In moments of profound confusion, one can only proceed step by step. Now, having arrived at the tranquil town of Pengshui, nestled at the foot of Looming Mountain, he is still met with an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. After crossing a stone bridge, he enters the town. The streets are sparsely populated, yet the aroma of cooking wafts from every household, for it is the hour of midday repast. As he meanders down the street for 100 paces or so, he reaches a crossroad. To the south, there are but a few residences. To the west, houses abound. and the road continues to weave through the town. To the north, a few isolated courtyards can be seen. Among these courtyards stands an ancient tree, its branches swaying gracefully, casting a generous shade that draws the eye. A group of riders, led by Yujia, heads northward. In no time, they arrive before the old tree. Beneath its shade lies a tea stall, attended by a man who, perhaps due to the lull of the noon hour, is dozing off. Surrounding the ancient tree are 5 or 6 residences, likely the abodes of affluent families. It remains uncertain whether any of them belong to the family depicted in the sketches of Feng Laoqi. Yujia dismounts, stowing away the animal hide he carries, and calls out, "Ah, good sir, I find myself parched. Might I trouble you for a cup of tea?" The man awakens from his slumber, rising to greet him. Yujia approaches the stall, receives the tea, and takes a sip, discovering it carries a subtle medicinal flavor accompanied by a hint of sweetness. This local herbal tea, infused with licorice, is both refreshing and delightful, perfect for alleviating the heat. The middle-aged man, with a kind demeanor, smiles and inquires, "You appear to be a traveler from afar. Are you here to visit family or friends?" "I seek kin," Yujia replies casually, while surveying the nearby residences. "Pray, do you know the owners of these houses?" "Indeed, I do." The man nods, then shakes his head. "However, one courtyard has remained vacant for years, and I have yet to lay eyes on its master." "Which courtyard do you speak of?" Yujia asks. The man gestures, indicating, "It lies at the end of that alley." Following the man's, Yujia spots an alleyway some 20 or 30 paces away. He sets down his teacup and leads his horse toward the alley. The alley is nestled between 2 houses. As Yujia reaches its entrance, he suddenly remembers that he forgot to pay for the tea, yet the man's integrity prevents him from demanding payment. Upon traversing the alley, he encounters yet another solitary courtyard. The main gate is locked, and dust has settled upon the lock. Wild grass flourishes around the steps, and a lone sapling grows beside the entrance. Gazing at the small tree, Yi silently praises his fortune. On Feng Laoqi's hide, there is a drawing of several houses and a tree. Thus, he deduces that he has arrived at this exact spot by tracing the old tree he encountered earlier and inquiring about nearby residents from the tea vendor, inadvertently leading him to this very place. An uninhabited courtyard, with a small tree at its entrance. Could this not mirror the scene depicted on the hide? Yu ties his horse beneath the tree, drawing his sword, and circles the courtyard entrance. Noticing that no one is around, he leaps gracefully, effortlessly clearing the courtyard wall and landing softly within. Once, he envied the fleeting presence of Qin Qi and Bai Zhi, who moved like shadows, but now he, too, feels light as a swallow, soaring through the air. Yet, what does it matter? Instead, he finds himself plagued by daily anxiety and nightly unrest. Inside the courtyard, wild grass has claimed the ground. The ancillary rooms on either side were thick with dust, appearing as if they had not been inhabited for years. The 3 main rooms, oriented from north to south, stood with their doors wide open, and the ground before them was littered with chaotic footprints. Yi furrowed his brow. The footprints were vividly clear, indicating that someone had indeed been here. Was this courtyard not Feng Laoqi's? Had he perhaps come to the wrong place? Who else, like him, had scaled the wall to enter? Yujia halted before the entrance, scrutinizing the eerily silent courtyard once more. The courtyard was quite spacious, overgrown with weeds. Yet the well platform, flower rack, and pond were rather unique, clearly the abode of a wealthy family. However, the artificial mountain in the flower bed was rather unsightly and appeared rather incongruent. Yujia stepped inside the house. The 3 main rooms were devoid of partitions, offering a clear view, yet the walls were bare, save for the thick dust and scattered footprints. Disappointment washed over Yujia as he struck the ground with his sword sheath. He remained undeterred. If he had indeed come to the wrong place or failed to locate the treasure hidden by Feng Laoqi, he would have no explanation for the family of Feng Laoqi. Perhaps the valuables were concealed underground. After knocking on the tiles throughout the room and probing with his spiritual awareness, he still found nothing. Reluctantly, he decided to inspect the ancillary rooms in the courtyard. Just as he was about to exit, he paused abruptly. At that moment, a sudden sound of someone landing echoed from the courtyard, followed by disordered footsteps as several figures rushed into the house, their bows drawn. Yu was momentarily stunned, and as a few cold arrows flew towards him, he hastily dodged, yet still let out a cry of pain as he clutched his chest, staggering back until he leaned against the wall and collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Jiang Xiong." 5 burly men burst into the room, each wielding a crossbow. After a volley of arrows, they drew their long knives, advancing menacingly. Then another figure entered, equally astonished, and exclaimed, "Wait, Is that you, brat? The 5 men halted, yet still brandished their long knives, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Yu sat on the ground, covering his chest with one hand, revealing a portion of an arrow shaft, his injury severe. He stared in disbelief at the newcomer. The man who had just entered, with a slightly crooked neck and a fierce visage, was none other than Jiang Xiong, who had coerced him into joining the tomb raiding venture, only to be imprisoned in the Yin family's dungeon and ultimately strangled to death by Feng Laoqi for betraying his brothers. Jiang Xiong, gazing down at the seated Yu, was equally incredulous. He approached closer, narrowing his eyes and demanding, "How can it be you, brat? Where's Feng Laoqi?" He had mistaken Yu for Feng Laoqi. Yu, seemingly stunned by fear, stammered, "You are dead. Could you be a ghost?" "Oh." Jiang Xiong stroked his beard and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha. If I had not faked my death, how could I have deceived Feng Laoqi and the Yin family?" However, his laughter faded as he tilted his head, a scowl replacing his mirth. "Feng Laoqi nearly choked the life out of me. Today, I shall settle the score with him." He looked down at Yu, suspicion etched on his face. "I heard someone was searching for this place. I thought Feng Laoqi had returned. I knew he was in this residence in Pingshui town, waiting here with several brothers until today. Did you not escape from the Yin family with him? Why is it that you are here alone, instead of him? Were you perhaps sent by him to retrieve treasures?" His face twisted into a menacing scowl as he growled, "Speak the truth, lad. Where is Feng Laoqi's treasure hidden? And where is he himself?" Yu leaned against the wall, seated on the ground. Before him stood 5 fierce men, along with the seemingly resurrected Jiang Xiong. The glinting blade was poised at his nose, emanating a chilling aura of bloodlust. Unable to bear it any longer, Yu shut his eyes. Alas, sometimes what one perceives with their own eyes may not be the truth. At that moment, it was just as it is now. Jiang Xiong's feigned death had deceived not only Feng Laoqi and the Yin family, but also Yu himself. The cunning and malevolence Jiang Xiong displayed in pursuit of Feng Laoqi's treasure were nothing short of astounding. Bang! Perhaps growing impatient, Jiang Xiong kicked toward Yu. "Speak up, or I'll cleave you in two." Yu curled his legs to evade, glaring back defiantly. Jiang Xiong exchanged glances with his companions, mocking. "This boy was merely a stray I picked up along the way, luring him to his doom. Who would have thought he would survive to this day? He must know the whereabouts of Feng Laoqi. Let us see how I shall toy with him." To them, Yu was merely a poor boy from the mountains. Now that he was in their clutches, his life or death lay entirely in their hands. "Oh, still wielding a sword?" Yu pressed his left hand against his chest, his right hand resting beside his azure steel sword. Jiang Xiong glanced down, snatched the long sword, and with a swift motion drew it from its sheath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Xuanhuang Daomen, the sword of the Taoist sect? How is it that you possess such a fine weapon? Do you dare to use it to kill?" Before he could finish, someone slowly rose to their feet, even with 5 sharp blades bearing down on him. He remained unfazed, gently lowering his hand from his chest. The arrows he had discarded on the ground, and astonishingly, his chest was unscathed. Jiang Xiong froze momentarily, only to be taken aback as the long sword he held was snatched away, leaving both him and his companions utterly astonished. "What trickery is this? I will kill." Inside the room, 6 burly men surrounded a lone youth. Arrows lay scattered on the walls and ground. The boy, who had been seated and grievously injured, now stood up slowly, not only unharmed but also regaining his sword with a chilling declaration. He intended to kill. "Huh." Jiang Xiong, momentarily taken aback, sneered, "Boy, are you seeking death?" Puff! A flash of blood, and one man fell, a sword lodged in his throat, his long knife clattering to the ground. Jiang Xiong's laughter abruptly ceased, his mouth agape in shock. He glanced at his fallen comrade, then back at the youth, with the sword still trembling slightly from the act of murder. He could not help but take 2 steps back, stammering, How does a mountain boy know how to wield a sword?" A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he drew back the bowstring. In that instant, 4 companions swung their long knives to attack, perhaps caught off guard from their earlier miscalculation. At this moment, 5 furious men launched a surprise attack with crossbows and swung their blades wildly, relentlessly besieging a frail youth, ensuring that failure was not an option. Yet it is often in unexpected moments that the unforeseen occurs. Suddenly, a layer of azure light flickered around the boy, astonishingly deflecting the arrows and blades. In the next instant, he unleashed a flurry of swordplay, and blood splattered, accompanied by anguished cries. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides of the melee abruptly separated. The youth stood resolutely, his sword's edge still quivering slightly. The 4 men staggered back, each clutching their throats, exchanging bewildered and despairing glances before collapsing one after another. Jiang Xiong also retreated a few steps, releasing his sword and casting aside his crossbow, yet he remained alive. As he looked at his fallen companions, then at the gradually fading light surrounding the boy, and the bloodless sword in his grasp, a sudden realization struck him. His heart quivered, and he could not help but inquire, What is your name? Yu stood firm, one hand resting behind him while the other gripped the sword, his brows furrowed yet calm and composed. A mere distance away, 5 lifeless bodies lay sprawled. And standing among them was the living Jiang Xiong, once his companion in crime, a fellow prisoner in the dungeon, and also his adversary. However, although coerced into joining, no one knew his name or origins. Yu Yi, you cannot be the infamous young killer of the martial world, known for mercilessly slaying innocents. Even daring to take down cultivators? Jiang Xiong scoffed. Yi made a dismissive sound, neither confirming nor denying. Suddenly, Jiang Xiong sank to his knees. A look of terror etched on his face as he pleaded for mercy. I did not mean to offend before. Who would have thought you were a practitioner of the path, so young yet so deeply concealed? It is truly terrifying. If you had not acted just now, I would not have dared to believe. Before he could finish, he struck his own face twice in a fit of remorse, perhaps too forcefully, causing blood and tears to flow. With a pitiful and sorrowful demeanor, he lamented, It is said that one should rather offend an old man than a young one in poverty. It is my fault for being blind. You must kill me. Jiang Xiong pounded his chest. Lifting his bloodied and tear-streaked face, he proclaimed, Come, a sword here would be the ultimate resolution. We are fated to cross paths, and regardless of our grievances, I have but this life left. Take it as you will. His words were sincere and his expression tragic, offering his life merely to resolve a long-standing enmity. Such chivalrous sentiment of the martial world is indeed moving. You seemed to waver in thought, then raised an eyebrow and said, Rise, and answer me a few questions. A glimmer of hope flashed in Jiang Xiong's eyes as he hurriedly sprang to his feet, nodding repeatedly, Yes, I would never conceal the truth from you. Are you certain this place is the treasure trove of old man Fengqi? Indeed, I believe so. I once inquired about it, and he mentioned that the riches he had accumulated over the years were all stored in Pingshui town at Deercall Mountain. This dwelling is his only resting place. Have you found the treasure? Alas, I have searched the entire courtyard and both inside and outside the house multiple times. Even digging 3 feet into the ground yielded nothing. Otherwise, I would not have been waiting for his return. Ah, were you not with him? Yi interrupted. Old Fengqi is dead. You killed old Fengqi? Jiang Xiong exclaimed in astonishment, yet he quickly added, Well done. If it were me, I would certainly have killed him to force him to reveal his treasures. He extended his finger in approval, exclaiming, A man must be ruthless. I admire that in you. Brother. Yi furrowed his brow and replied, There is nothing more to discuss between us. Oh. Jiang Xiong rolled his eyes and tentatively inquired, If that's the case, brother, are you leaving? Yi lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Jiang Xiong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stepped back a few paces, and, addressing the lifeless body on the ground, clasped his hands in a farewell gesture, lamenting, Good brothers, let us meet again in the next life. He hurriedly turned to exit the room. Suddenly, he heard a rush of wind behind him, felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body collapsed as if a punctured bladder, his energy dissipating and leaving him unable to stand. Jiang Xiong staggered a few steps, grasping the doorframe, and beheld the protruding blade from his chest, bewildered. If you did not wish to kill me face to face, why strike from behind? A voice floated from behind. I could not bear to confront you. With a spurt of blood, Jiang Xiong coughed violently against the door, despair and fury written across his face. You wretched boy. You are indeed ruthless, wicked, and despicable. His eyes rolled back, and he slowly sank to his knees. Yi approached deliberately, drawing his long sword as he surveyed the room filled with corpses, his complexion pale. This was not his first act of killing. The ruse of feigning injury to lure Jiang Xiong into revealing the truth, only to slay him from behind, had all been premeditated. He had sensed the commotion outside the courtyard, thus setting a small trap. It was his first experience employing traps and schemes for murder, and also the first time he had faced such scorn. Had he truly become ruthless, wicked, and despicable? The Yujia family village was not such a person. What of Jiang Xiong's character? He had witnessed Jiang's treachery and betrayal of his brothers, his unscrupulous nature driven by greed. Should he have spared Jiang today, the cultivators of Qizhou would inevitably uncover Yujia's whereabouts. Such a shameless scoundrel dared to accuse others of being despicable? How absurd! With a surge of indignation, Yu kicked the kneeling Jiang Xiong to the ground. He exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of his frustrations dissipate. What of employing traps, kindness towards others, respect for the elderly, and love for the young were the essence of those from the mountains. Yet when faced with wolves and tigers, one must go to any lengths to defend oneself. Yu picked up the sword sheath from the ground and strode out of the room, feeling lighthearted. However, upon entering the courtyard, a frown creased his brow. He had yet to find the treasures. How could he simply leave? Yu pushed open the doors of the adjoining rooms one by one, but still found no sign of what he sought. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he returned to the courtyard. According to Jiang Xiong, he had searched this yard for months without success. Now he too had found nothing. Was old Fengqi lying? Or had he searched in the wrong place? Yet, Fengqi's dying request should not have been a falsehood, nor should he have misidentified the location. Otherwise, Jiang Xiong would not have waited here so long. Yu paced restlessly, unable to unravel the mystery. Should the treasures hidden by old Fengqi remain elusive, I would be left with no choice but to depart from Baijia Village empty-handed. Fortunately, I possess some gold and silver, which I can bestow upon the family of old Fengqi. As Yi returned to the house, he examined the lifeless corpse on the ground. He discovered some scattered gold and silver, wrapped them in a piece of cloth, and carried them in his hand as he exited the dwelling. Upon lifting his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of the artificial hill in the courtyard, prompting him to slow his pace and furrow his brow slightly. Beyond the hill, the distant looming mountain came into view, strikingly resembling the shape of the artificial formation. Yi hastily retrieved the animal hide left by old Fengqi. It became clear why the artificial hill appeared so oddly unattractive. It was evidently constructed to mimic the form of looming mountain. Upon closer inspection of the hastily drawn image of looming mountain on the hide, he discerned a faint ink where the deer's head was depicted. Yi tucked away the hide and approached the artificial hill, inspecting it from both sides before raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the towering hill collapsed, sending stones tumbling to the ground. Yet no treasures were revealed, and the foundation below showed no signs of peculiarity. Yu nodded in satisfaction, no longer delaying his departure, and swiftly vaulted over the wall. Once outside the courtyard, he retrieved his horse from beneath a tree and glanced back at the tightly shut gates of the residence before riding off in the direction from whence he came. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beneath the old tree he had passed earlier. The tea vendor seemed to recognize Yu, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Without further thought, Yi tossed the pouch containing gold and silver onto the tea stall. "Brother, here is your tea money," he called out, not pausing for a reply as he urged his horse away from the town, seeking a narrow mountain path that led directly towards Looming Mountain. In just a few miles, he arrived at the mountain's base and dismounted. Looming Mountain, though only 100 or so zhang in height and spanning a few miles in circumference, was rugged and overgrown with shrubs and trees. Unable to locate a trail, Yu plunged into the forest, his leaps disturbing a flock of birds that took flight into the sky. After half a stick of incense's worth of time, he reached the summit. The mountain top was sparsely populated with trees, offering an unobstructed view. Gazing northward, he beheld the entirety of Pingshui town, and could faintly discern the courtyard he had departed from, which would remain abandoned and desolate. The 6 corpses within would gradually decay into oblivion. The mountain's terrain sloped from east to west, with a peak resembling a deer's head situated merely 200 or 300 zhang away. Its summit adorned with 2 massive stones that resembled the deer's ears. Yu approached closely, examining the mountain top, which appeared to be of ordinary size. Spanning several tens of zhang, he circled the summit several times, scrutinizing every fragment of stone and patch of grass. Upon ascending the peak, his eyes brightened with revelation. Between the 2 colossal stones, separated by more than 10 zhang, lay a flat stone amidst the pile of gravel, distinctly visible despite being cloaked in dust and weeds. Yi raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, then crouched down, gently moving the stone aside, only to uncover a slab beneath it. Beneath the slab lay several layers of waterproof tarpaulin. As he peeled back the layers, a small opening was revealed. The entrance was scarcely 2 feet wide, yet within, it expanded to 5 or 6 feet in width, revealing a collection of items arranged within. Yi took a deep breath, a smile gracing his lips. On the summit of Looming Mountain lay a concealed cave. Although Feng Laoqi had left behind a map and made clandestine notes, without considerable effort and a touch of fortune, one could scarcely locate this place. This underscored Feng Laoqi's cautious nature, even after years of companionship. Jiang Xiong remained oblivious to the whereabouts of his hidden treasures, unaware of the riches concealed within. The cave's entrance, measuring merely 2 feet in width, allowed for easy passage of a single individual. Yu crouched inside, meticulously examining the items before him. 5 leather bags brimmed with gold, silver, and jewels. Weighing several hundred pounds, their worth incalculable. Additionally, 2 wooden boxes, each over a foot in length and exuding an air of antiquity, caught his attention. Upon opening one, he discovered 4 scrolls made of animal hide, containing texts on astronomy, medicine, metallurgy, agriculture, sericulture, and ancient legends. Although the script was somewhat worn, it remained largely intact and legible. The moment he opened the other box, Yi could not contain his excitement. He sat on the ground, grinning foolishly. Inside lay a small pile of glimmering stones, no fewer than 28 in number, radiating a rich spiritual energy even before he laid a hand upon them. How could there be spirit stones among Feng Laoqi's treasures? They were likely acquired during his ventures into ancient tombs, perhaps due to their extraordinary value, leading him to conceal them alongside other riches. Ironically, it was precisely the absence of spirit stones that had troubled Yu Yi. 2 or 3 dozen would suffice for an extended period of cultivation. Could it be that Feng Laoqi, in some mysterious way, was compensating and anticipating? Compensating for the hardships Yu Yi had endured over the past months, and anticipating his fulfillment of promises made? Beyond the spirit stones, there were also a dozen luminous pearls and a jade pendant. He had encountered luminous pearls before, possessing one himself. The jade pendant, carved from white jade, was both ancient and exquisite. One side bore the inscription Tianji, while the other displayed the character He, leaving its purpose and origin a mystery. Having unearthed Feng Laoqi's treasures, it was now imperative to journey to Baijia Village to deliver these riches to his family. He recalled that his youngest daughter was named Wanner. Yu Yi retrieved a storage ring from his pocket, and with a mere thought, the 5 bags of gold and silver, along with the 2 boxes, vanished from sight. This small ring proved exceptionally useful, effortlessly accommodating hundreds of pounds of valuables. Without it, transporting such wealth would have been an arduous task. Standing tall, Yu Yi leapt from the cave's mouth. Perhaps he had lingered too long, for dusk had already settled. He resolved to find a place to rest for the night, planning to head to Baijia Village at dawn. Yu Yi carefully replaced the stone slab over the cave entrance and turned to descend the mountain. Despite the challenges faced during this expedition to Looming Mountain, the rewards were bountiful. In a rare moment of joy, he employed his lightness technique and swiftly made his way back. In the blink of an eye, he reached the foot of the mountain. However, upon arriving at the spot where he had tethered his horse, he was taken aback. Where was his horse? It had been secured to a small tree at the edge of the forest below, yet the tree remained while the horse was nowhere to be found. Scanning the surroundings, he saw no sign of his steed. Where's my horse? Yu Yi scratched his head, bewildered as he looked around. Upon arrival, I noticed several women and children at the foot of the mountain, engaged in mowing grass and tending sheep. At that moment, I paid them no heed and tethered my horse by the edge of the forest. To my dismay, when I returned, the horse had vanished. In this unfamiliar terrain, amidst the desolate wilderness and with nightfall approaching, where could I possibly search? Just as I had unearthed a treasure, I was dealt a heavy blow. Was this not a cruel jest? No, I must retrieve my horse. Surely, it could not have disappeared into thin air. I returned to the spot where I had tied the horse, extending my consciousness to investigate. My awareness clearly discerned hoofprints beneath the grass. Although the prints were scattered, they pointed in 2 distinct directions. I pressed on, traversing fields until I encountered a narrow path. Crossing this path led me to a main road, which was marked by ruts and various traces, yet my focus remained solely on the hoofprints. Before I realized it, I found myself back in Pingshui town. At the western edge of the town, adjacent to the road, stood a solitary courtyard. The hoofprints abruptly vanished at the entrance of this dwelling. I halted before the gate, and at that moment, a neigh echoed from within, as if the horse had caught the scent of its master and was anxiously calling out. Raising an eyebrow, I lifted my garments and advanced a few steps, preparing to kick open the gate. Ah, no wonder the horse was missing. It had been stolen. Just as I was about to force my way in to confront the thief, I heard the cries of a child, the lamentations of a woman, and the harsh reprimands of a man. Mother, you should not have left. Now that everyone is gone, why weep so? With the elder gone, what is there to mourn? You ought to arrange the funeral instead of wasting time outside, and now you've resorted to thievery. You foolish woman. What do you understand? I've been short on funds lately, and while out seeking work, I stumbled upon a horse tied in the woods, so I took it back. Tomorrow, I'll sell it for a good price and then attend to the funeral. I knocked on the door. Knock, knock, oh dear, someone has come seeking. Silence. Who is it? The cries ceased, replaced by footsteps. The gate creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of darting eyes. Upon seeing my unfamiliar visage, the figure quickly slammed the door shut. I applied a gentle but firm push, flinging the gate wide open, causing a small man to stumble backward and fall to the ground. I stepped into the courtyard. The space, though modest, was clean, consisting of 3 rooms. Beneath a tree on the eastern side of the gate, a black horse was tethered. A package on its back contained my Qingang sword. The horse raised its head in acknowledgement, snorting eagerly. Nearby, beside the main door, an oil lamp flickered dimly, illuminating a bamboo couch where an elderly woman lay. Her eyes closed, cheeks sunken, complexion ashen, and breath extinguished, clearly having passed away some time ago. 2 children, a boy of 2 or 3 years and a girl of 4 or 5, clung to each other, their faces streaked with tears, appearing utterly lost. The fallen man, lean and sporting a short beard, appeared to be in his 30s, likely the head of the household. A woman rushed over to assist him, both scrutinizing the unexpected visitor. The woman was evidently his spouse, appearing to be in her late 20s, with disheveled hair and a countenance marked by sorrow and anxiety. She spoke. What brings you here? Young man, we are in mourning and cannot entertain guests. Please take your leave. Yi inclined his body slightly and gestured, sister-in-law, my horse. Implicitly, he was indicating his intention to depart with the horse. As long as the horse remained unharmed, he had no intention of pursuing the matter of theft against the man. However, before he could finish his statement, the man leaped up and exclaimed, that horse was purchased by me on the street. It has nothing to do with you. This man was not only a gambler, but also a scoundrel. Yi suppressed his anger and replied, Brother, that horse is clearly mine. The man shouted back, What do you mean it's yours? Can it respond when you call it? Can you call it? And will it even understand you? Huh? Why should I call it? Do you think I am as foolish as you? Since it is in my yard, it is naturally my horse. With a snort, Yi turned and walked towards the tree. If he were to argue with someone on the street, he would certainly be outmatched. Furthermore, facing a ruffian, especially when the man's household was in mourning, he could only concede defeat. Nevertheless, he remained determined to take his horse. He was confident that no one would stop him. Yi untied the reins and led the horse away. Yet, the man unexpectedly rolled up his sleeves and lunged at him, furiously declaring, You dare to intrude into my home and steal my horse. You deserve a beating. Yi disregarded him and forcefully pushed him aside. Perhaps he exerted a bit too much force, as the man flew over a yard away. Before he could rise, the woman charged at him. Oh no! The thief is robbing us. Seeing the woman rushing towards him, Yi instinctively turned to evade her. Unfortunately, she fell to the ground and wrapped her arms around his legs, shrieking, Neighbors, come quickly. The thief has harmed my husband. Sister-in-law, your man is not dead. In fact, the man was not only unharmed but also pulled his 2 children over, instructing, Children, your mother has been attacked. Hurry and stop the thief. Yi hastily interjected, Sister-in-law, I do not wish to quarrel with your husband. Just allow me to take my horse. The horse was purchased by my husband. Why should you steal it? The woman lamented, weeping profusely. Oh, I can no longer live. Just kill me. The 2 children rushed over, one on each side, clinging to Yuya's legs and crying. Mother. Yuya dared not break free, fearing harm would come to the woman and her children, yet he found it difficult to depart. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He then saw the man rise and kneel at the front door, joining the lamentation, Oh, my dear mother. The thief has come to do harm. It is the fault of my incompetence that I cannot protect you. I bring my mother and children to accompany you. Enough. Yuya was compelled to exclaim, I purchased this horse. Oh, my dear mother, are you speaking the truth? The man, known as Guansan, continued to wail, yet did not forget to turn his head to inquire, his eyes devoid of tears but filled with suspicion. Yi looked at the woman and her children before responding helplessly, It is true. This price is non-negotiable. Guansan raised a hand, his voice trembling slightly. The woman ceased her weeping, her voice tinged with worry. Heavens, 5 taels of silver, the father of the child. Guansan glared and commanded, Silence. Yi nodded slightly, stating, It's a deal. Surprised by Yuya's prompt agreement, Guansan hurriedly rose and demanded, Bring the money. Yi reached into his pocket and produced 5 heavy taels of silver. Guansan, incredulous, could hardly think beyond the sight of the silver, his eyes fixated on it. Eagerly exclaiming, Give it to me. Yi ignored him. Guasan, being shrewd, cursed, "Get lost, you filthy woman. Take your children with you." The woman stepped aside with her 2 children. Yi led his horse towards the courtyard gate, casually tossing the silver onto the ground. The woman witnessed the act clearly and turned to pick up the silver, prompting Guasan to rush over and wrestle with her for it. They grappled on the ground, oblivious to the 2 frightened children who burst into tears. Yi paused at the gate, contemplating the scene. Not a family, not sharing a door, indeed. This couple was quite well matched. He bowed respectfully to the elderly man resting on the bamboo couch, softly murmuring, "Pardon my intrusion," before turning to leave the courtyard, leading his horse silently into the night. To redeem a stolen horse with silver was utterly absurd. Yet, rather than feeling anger, he exhaled deeply, a mix of relief akin to a narrow escape and the helplessness of embarrassment. His sword was sharp. His skills were unparalleled in the martial world. His 7 kills sword chi could intimidate even the most skilled opponents. Even the treacherous Jiang Xiang ultimately fell by his hand. But what of it? After such a significant setback this evening, he found himself devoid of any ire. Confronted by a lowly rogue, a hysterical woman, and 2 innocent children, he felt utterly powerless. This illustrates that even the mighty possess their limitations, and wisdom may falter. The so-called strong are not omnipotent. May the silver left behind suffice for Guasan and his wife to bury the old man, raise their children, and lead a better life henceforth. Baijia Village, a quaint hamlet nestled by a river bend, comprised merely 30 households. Although it lay far from the bustling town and in a remote area, it was enveloped by dense trees and surrounded by flowing waters, offering a picturesque landscape. In the afternoon, a woman accompanied by a child arrived at the riverbank outside the village. She appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a charming countenance, modestly dressed, yet neatly presented. In her hand, she carried a bamboo basket containing several live fish. Following her was a 6 or 7-year-old girl, a wildflower tucked in her hair. Chasing colorful butterflies by the river, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The woman paused at the river's edge, removing a fish from the basket and releasing it into the water. The fish splashed as it swam away into the distance. The girl approached, her braids swaying as she ran. Her flushed cheeks glistened with sweat, and her large, blinking eyes reflected confusion. "Mother, why do you release the fish we bought?" "It's a practice of release." The mother often spoke of releasing creatures. Would father ever return home? Your father, day in and day out, engages in violence. Unaware of the numerous sins he has committed, the mother releases a live fish, believing it will alleviate a fraction of your father's sins. The deities in the heavens, witnessing our family's sincerity, might permit your father to return home safely. Mother, Warner will assist you. The 2 of us are engaged in the act of liberation. One life spared in exchange for another? Can releasing a live fish truly offset a single act of killing? One can only hope. The scriptures declare that all beings are equal. Yet, this remains merely a wishful thought. For the texts also state that the heavenly way is merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The wickedness and beauty, the debts of gratitude and vengeance, as well as the cycles of life and death in the mortal realm, have no bearing on the divine beings above. Do we not see how kind and simple the villagers are, yet they have suffered slaughter, their great grievances remaining unavenged? Just as this mother and daughter await with fervent devotion, the man they mourn has long since found eternal rest in the desolate mountains. Beneath the shade of trees by the river, a young man stands quietly. Beside him stands a robust black steed, its saddle adorned with a long sword wrapped in cloth. He spent the previous night meditating in the wilderness and set forth this morning. Before embarking, he confirmed his direction and inquired about the path. After midday, he arrived at this small village nestled within the mountains and sought the riverbank outside the village, drawn by the mother and daughter engaged in their act of release. At this moment, he hesitates to intrude. After a brief pause, all the fish in the bamboo basket were freed. The woman, accompanied by her child, turned to leave. Upon noticing the figure of a man and horse beneath the shade, she expressed a slight surprise and contemplated taking a detour. However, the child waved cheerfully, her face alight with joy. The young man's expression revealed a moment of inner conflict. He raised his hands in a respectful bow and declared, "I am Yi, sent by brother Feng Lao Qi to visit sister Xiuzhan and Warner in Baijia Village." Startled, the woman, referred to as Xiuzhan, stepped forward hurriedly, then lowered the basket and retreated a step, bowing in return, flustered as she stammered, You are brother Lao Qi's kin, sent to check on us?" Yi straightened up and affirmed, "Indeed." "Oh," Xiuzhan exclaimed in astonishment, tears welling up in her eyes. and she quickly wiped them away with an apologetic smile. Urging softly, "Wanner, greet your uncle." Before passing, Feng Laoqi had only mentioned one name, Wanner. The name of his wife, Xiuzhen, was only revealed to him upon his arrival in the village. The child, unrestrained, eagerly approached Yi, tugging at his sleeve with excitement. "When will my father come home?" Yi hesitated momentarily. "Wanner," Xiuzhen chided playfully, "your uncle has traveled far. Let us take him home for a rest." "Yes." Wanner waved her hand and skipped ahead. Yi gestured for her to lead the way. Xiuzhen lifted the bamboo basket, nodding with a smile. Perhaps it was the joy of the moment that made her radiant. Even as she walked ahead, her steps light and spirited. Yi followed, leading the horse. "Brother Yu, is Laoqi well?" "He is well, very well. He has been away for over 2 years, yet why does he not return home? Instead sending you to labor on his behalf." "Ah, Brother Feng has matters that bind him." As Xiuzhen led the way, she turned back to speak. Yi responded with a casual tone, feigning ease. He had believed that upon finding Feng Laoqi's wife and child, informing them of the truth and handing over the belongings would suffice for him to depart. However, upon reaching the riverbank and witnessing the mother and daughter, hearing their conversation, his heart suddenly grew heavy. How could he convey such grim news? Faced with the radiant smiles of the pair, he found himself unable to reveal that Feng Laoqi had passed away. He feared that the devastating news would be too much for them to bear, and he could not bear to witness the shattering of their dreams. He struggled to find the words. Traversing the narrow path, he arrived at the southern edge of the village, where a row of stone houses came into view. To the east, there was a woodshed and a well. To the west, beneath a large tree, a shelter for raising chickens and ducks, alongside a small nursery for flowers and vegetables. In front of the house, a modest stone table and a few wooden stools were arranged on the open space. This was Feng Laoqi's home, ordinary yet neat and warm, though lacking a courtyard. It harmoniously blended with the surrounding pastoral scenery. "Brother Yu, you have arrived home. Do not stand on ceremony, please take a seat." Xiuzhen called out, then added, "Wanner, please fetch some water for your uncle." Yi tied his horse to the tree. Xiuzhen set down the fish basket, hurried into the house, and emerged with an apron tied around her waist. She turned back into the woodshed, calling out, "Brother Yu, rest for a moment. I will prepare some food and drink to welcome you." "Sister-in-law." Yi wished to decline, but found himself at a loss for words. "Uncle, here is some water." Wanner brought over a water jug, placing a bowl on the stone table, eagerly pouring water for their guest. Yi rubbed his hands together, feeling increasingly uneasy. Had he known there was a child at home, he would have brought a gift. Stealthily, he turned, producing a small box from his hands, then sat at the table to unveil the osmanthus cake within. Wanner glanced back, shyly accepting the treat, saying with a smile, "Thank you, uncle." A hint of a smile finally appeared on Yuye's face. The cakes were a gift from the shopkeeper Kuang, and although there were only a few left, they brought unimaginable joy to the little girl. Sometimes, happiness can be so simple. "Is it delicious?" Very delicious." Wanner nibbled on the cake, nestled against Yuyi, relishing the sweet flavor and the joy of hearing news of her father. Yuyi reached out to pat Wanner's little braid, wishing to engage in light conversation to share in the child's delight, but his throat tightened and his smile became stiff. He could only lift the water bowl, sipping silently as he watched the smoke rise from the woodshed and the familiar pastoral landscape unfold before him. After a moment, Xiuzhen brought out the meal. 2 plates of vegetables, a dish of salted meat, a plate of pickled chicken, a jar of aged wine, and a few steaming flatbreads. "Brother Yu, you must be famished," Xiuzhen urged, pulling Yuyi to sit at the northern end of the stone table. When Laoqi was at home, he would sit here. I would accompany Wanner in drinking with him, listening to his tales of the world. Yuyi felt somewhat awkward. He was not hungry at all. "Your brother Feng's home is your home. Now that you are back, do not stand on ceremony." Xiuzhen filled a wine bowl to the brim. "Sister-in-law, I am not well versed in the art of drinking." Yuyi extended his hand to intervene. "How can a man not indulge in alcohol?" Xiuzhen placed the wine bowl before Yuyi and chuckled, saying, "This remark was made by the 7th brother. You ought to be familiar with his temperament." She picked up a peeled chicken and handed it to Wanner, then continued, "I wonder what the 7th brother is so preoccupied with that he has no time to return home. Do have a word with him and your sister-in-law." Yi bowed his head in silence, reaching out to touch the wine bowl. However, Xiuzhen handed him a cake and an egg, expressing her concern. "Drinking on an empty stomach is detrimental to one's health. You should eat something first." Yi took the pancakes and eggs, devouring them hungrily. "Just look at how starved he is," Xiuzhen said with concern. Eat more slowly. Wanner chuckled softly from the side. Although my sister-in-law was unaware of the perilous trade in which the seventh brother was engaged, she certainly understood the inherent dangers. My mother and I spent our days fretting over him, fearing that he might come to harm. How could a young man of such tender age venture into the tumultuous world, seemingly untroubled by the worries of his aging parents? Xiaozhen, while engaging in casual conversation, placed a pair of bamboo chopsticks into Yuye's hands. The vegetables were grown by her sister-in-law, and the meat was marinated by her sister-in-law as well. Brother, do give it a taste. Ah, it seems that Yu Yi is indeed hungry, with his mouth full of food. Meanwhile, Xiaozhen continues to recount her past with Feng Laoqi, sharing tales of village life, and expressing how one heir eagerly awaits her father's return, among other stories. Perhaps the longing is profound, with no outlet for her sentiments, or perhaps there are unspoken grievances weighing heavily on her heart. Now, she finds solace in this young man, believing that he can convey her words to Feng Laoqi, allowing the wandering man to return home swiftly. As twilight gradually descends, the bowls and dishes on the table lie empty. Xiaozhen has not touched her utensils, and one heir has only consumed a single egg. The food has entirely vanished into the guests' bellies, yet the mother and daughter remain unfazed, their anticipation only growing. Uncle, when will my father come home? Brother, you should speak the truth with your sister-in-law. Where is the youngest, and has he encountered any trouble? Yu set down his chopsticks, his expression somewhat awkward. He busied himself with the meal, neglecting to speak. However, as the food was consumed, he still found himself unable to confront the eager gazes of the mother and daughter. Before him remained a bowl of wine. After a moment of silent contemplation, Yu lifted the bowl and downed its contents in one swift motion. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a blaze within his chest. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he was unable to suppress a violent cough. Oh dear, it went down the wrong way. Xiaozhen busily rose to assist with a back rub, while Wan'er also extended her small hand to help with the gentle patting. No worries, no worries. Yu Yi raised his hand to signal, sister-in-law, allow me to speak. Xiaozhen and Wan'er nodded repeatedly. Brother Feng has embarked on a long voyage. He is unlikely to return within 3 to 5 years. Has the seventh brother set sail? What is there to fear in 3 or 5 years? My child and I shall await him. Perhaps 8 years, 10 years. Ah, Yu seized the wine jar and began to gulp it down directly. Xiaozhen and Wan'er were startled and took 2 steps back. Bang! Yu set down the wine jar, his face flushed crimson with splattered wine. He paid it no mind and grinned, saying, I merely spoke offhandedly. Sister-in-law need not worry. The journey overseas is long, and Brother Feng's return remains uncertain. He entrusted me with wealth sufficient to ensure that you and your mother will never face hardship in your lives. He also asked me to convey a message, urging your sister-in-law to take good care of Wan'er and lead a fulfilling life. With a sense of relief, he exhaled a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, then waved his sleeve, causing 5 heavy leather bags to suddenly appear on the ground before him. Sister-in-law, this is... Before Yu could finish his words, the effects of the drink surged within him, causing him to sway and collapse onto the ground. In a moment of inebriation, Yu succumbed to the intoxicating embrace of strong liquor. Perhaps it was the evocative scenery that stirred his emotions. Or perhaps it was the sorrowful contemplation of his surroundings that weighed heavily upon his heart. He might have sought to mask his inner turmoil with the haze of drunkenness. Ever since his arrival in Baijia Village, having encountered a mother and daughter engaged in the act of releasing captive creatures and making wishes, and having forged a bond with the virtuous sister Xiaozhen and the delightful Wan'er, an overwhelming sense of heaviness had settled upon him. The joy and warmth shared by the mother and daughter only exacerbated his unease, just as he could not bear to witness the shattering of their hopeful expectations. He also dared not imagine the profound sorrow they would experience upon receiving the dreadful news. He had been evading Xiaozhen's inquiries, yet ultimately he could not elude them. Thus, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, he concocted a benevolent lie, which abruptly freed his long-tangled emotions. In that moment, it felt as though he had returned to the mountains of Yujia Valley, casting aside his facade and letting down his guard, succumbing to the fiery embrace of the liquor. When Yi opened his eyes, the stars twinkled in the night sky, and he found himself still sprawled on the ground. Beside him sat a delicate figure, head bowed as if in slumber, gently fanning him with a palm leaf to ward off the sweltering heat of the summer night. Sister, Yi murmured as he slowly sat up. Ah, you're awake. Xiaozhen suddenly raised her head, hastily setting down the fan to fetch a bowl of water. You do not possess a strong constitution for alcohol. Do not overexert yourself. Her heartfelt words were a balm to his spirit. The utensils on the stone table had been tidied away, and Juana was nowhere to be seen. The little girl must have returned to her slumber. Nearby, 5 beast-hide bags lay undisturbed on the ground. His belongings remained untouched. Yuyi accepted the bowl of water and stood, only to find himself dizzy and unsteady. My brother seems to be suffering from a hangover. Tread carefully. Xiuzhen rose to support him. Yuyi shook his head, signaling that he was fine, and discreetly channeled his inner strength to dispel the effects of the alcohol. After taking a sip of water, he noticed the traces of tears at the corners of Xiuzhen's eyes, causing a ripple of concern in his heart. Sister, what time is it? It is nearly dawn. The fact that he had slept on the ground all night indicated that Xiuzhen had kept him company throughout. Yuyi set down the water bowl, filled with remorse. I have troubled you, sister. I have delivered Brother Feng's message, and the goods are entrusted to you. Are you leaving, Yuyi? Yes. At that moment, Xiuzhen exhibited none of the previous day's joy. Instead, she appeared unusually subdued. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and softly said, Please, take the gold and silver with you. My mother and I have no need for them. Yuyi responded with surprise, Sister, this is Brother Feng's request. Xiuzhen shook her head, stating, Old Seven is foolish. This will bring misfortune upon us. Yuyi, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean, sister? Though our lives are humble, we manage to sustain ourselves and live peacefully with our neighbors. Now, with a sudden windfall, we might find ourselves unable to bear the consequences. As the saying goes, an innocent man can incur guilt just by possessing treasure. These 5 bags of wealth could very well invite calamity. She was a woman of foresight, preferring to cling to her modest existence rather than invite disaster through material wealth. After reflecting on her words, Yuyi conceded, You speak wisely, sister. I shall consider your perspective. He then made his way to the woodshed to retrieve a hoe, preparing to dig beneath the tree beside the vegetable garden. Dear brother, what is this? To avoid the misfortunes that wealth can bring, I have buried it underground. Should sister-in-law require it in the future, she may retrieve it for use. If not, she can simply forget about it. Xiuzhen could not dissuade him, and thus relented. Yuyi, possessing remarkable strength, swiftly dug a hole with a hoe. He placed 4 money bags within, while tucking the remaining one into his ring of possessions. Sister-in-law, do not blame me for my greed. Brother Feng promised me a commission of 2/10. I am merely conducting business. Additionally, I have taken the liberty of keeping some ancient texts and Taoist artifacts. It is unexpected that Brother Yu, at such a young age, possesses such capabilities. If you find these valuables useful, feel free to take them all. Xiuzhen was sincere in her offer. That is more than sufficient. Yuyi then presented a box to Xiuzhen, revealing over a dozen luminous pearls inside. He retained a few, placing the remainder into the pit, and asked Xiuzhen to fetch an oilcloth to cover it, before filling and compacting the earth above. Xiuzhen fell silent, diligently assisting him. After returning the hoe to the woodshed and tidying the surroundings, Yi discreetly stowed away another bag of gold and silver into his ring, then approached the tree to untie the horse's reins, speaking in a light-hearted tone, Sister-in-law, please return to the house and rest. I shall take my leave. Xiuzhen approached, holding a bowl of water. Brother, you have endured much for my family. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this bowl of water. You are too kind, sister-in-law. Yuyi accepted the bowl with both hands. Xiuzhen took out a cloth to wipe the dust from him, softly saying, Where is Brother Feng buried? It would be good for Wan'er to know, so she may one day bring her father home. She treated him as a true brother, her every gesture radiating care and affection. Yet, her gentle words fell upon Yuye's heart like thunder. His hands trembled slightly, spilling some water from the bowl. Xiuzhen, still suppressing her sorrow, felt tears slip down her cheeks. Turning away briefly to wipe them, she resumed smoothing Yuye's clothes, saying to herself, When I first met you, I had my suspicions, but in front of Wan'er, I dared not reveal them. Yuyi raised the bowl and silently drank. The clear water felt as burning as strong liquor upon his tongue. He believed his actions were without flaw, and he had deliberately accepted remuneration to sever this bond, allowing himself to depart unburdened. However, the most exquisite of lies crumbles before kindness. The child is still young and cannot bear shock. But you, sister-in-law, can endure, speak freely. Xiuzhen's voice quivered as she took the bowl from Yuye's hands, stepping back 2 paces, biting her lip, tears mingling with a smile as she nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, Yuyi spoke softly. My parents have passed away, and I understand the pain of loss. I truly cannot bear to see you and Wan'er in sorrow. He sighed and continued. At Su Yinchuan, there is a village named Yanjiazhuang. About 2 to 3 miles north of Yinjiazhuang, there lies a hollow in the mountains. A few months ago, I personally buried Brother Feng among the scattered stones in that hollow. How did Lachi die? Sister-in-law. Yes, I know it is futile to ask. So why press further? Before his passing, Brother Feng entrusted me with the duty of visiting Sister and Wanner. Now that his final wish has been fulfilled, it is indeed time for me to depart. If Wanner awakens, I shall find it difficult to explain my absence. Brother Yu is a capable man. His tireless journey to deliver the news of mourning is a kindness I shall never forget. Xiaozhen kneels in gratitude on behalf of Wanner. Suddenly, Xiaozhen collapses to the ground. Alas, sister! Yi rushes forward to assist, but hesitates, retracting his hand slowly. Xiaozhen bows down, her shoulders trembling as she weeps. When all hope dissolves into nothingness and her heartfelt longing finds no refuge, this seemingly fragile woman, with a resolute spirit, can only express her sorrow in this manner. Yi feels a piercing pain in his heart, a tumultuous anguish that leaves him feeling helpless and cornered. He turns and walks to the stone table. Retrieving 2 sheets of talisman paper, dipping a fine brush in red cinnabar, he inscribes the names Su Yinchuan, Yinjiazhuang, Yinshu, Yinqi, and Zhongjin. Though the writing is uneven, it is imbued with sincerity. He also sketches the burial site of old Seven Feng, annotating it with meticulous detail. Xiaozhen has risen from the ground, her hair disheveled and her face streaked with tears, still appearing lost and dazed. In the days to come, when Sister and Wanna relocate Brother Feng's remains, do not mention his name. Simply say that a relative passed away during the journey, to spare you both from unnecessary misfortune. Yes, I am not of good repute, and you must remember this. Yinshu is the master of Yinjiazhuang, and his nephew Yinqi shares a history with me. Zhongjian is a figure from the rivers and lakes, known for his righteousness. Should troubles arise in the future, these 2 may prove useful. Yi places the inscribed talisman paper into Xiaozhen's hands and then leads his horse along the path he came from. He does not look back. He believes he has endured the pains of the world and understands the agony of life and death. Yet he still cannot grasp Sister Xiaozhen's sorrow, which he dares not confront or contemplate, for he knows he can change nothing. At this moment, the remnants of night have faded. In the hazy dawn light, Yi guides his horse slowly away. Xiaozhen stands silently in the courtyard. The morning breeze tousling her disordered hair, her tear-stained face still marked by grief, as she watches the young man depart. Having traversed a field, the entrance to Baijia Village lies ahead. Northward from the village entrance, crossing several valleys, one can reach Pingshui town directly. But upon returning to Pingshui town, where shall he go next? Yi bows his head, lost in thought. With wealth, Xiaozhen and her child will have no worries about food and clothing. In time, she may find a good family to rely upon, and their lives may still hold promise. Yet for Yi, the days grow increasingly arduous. He is uncertain of what lies ahead, or which path to take. Bui is currently rallying figures from the underworld to pursue him relentlessly. The vast expanse of Dezay seems to offer no refuge. As Emokin stated, there must be a hidden conspiracy at play that he remains unaware of. If this speculation holds true, Bui's intent is not merely to kill him or seize the Jiaodan, but rather, there are ulterior motives at work. What kind of scheme and trap could this be? At the village entrance, there stands an ancient tree. In the dim morning mist, a figure resembling an elder leans against a bamboo staff. Yi, distracted, glances up momentarily. In a fleeting moment, it feels as though he has returned to the entrance of Yujia Village. From his childhood, he remembered that at the entrance of Yujia Village, there was always an elderly man waiting for the rise and fall of the sun, for the departure of spring and the arrival of autumn. Chiyobo, Yi exclaimed, calling out the old man's name. Yet, as he approached, the morning mist dispersed with the wind, revealing a stranger, an old man wielding a bamboo staff. Herding a few ducks, Yi nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a twinge of regret, and hurried past the village entrance. As he mounted his horse, he could not resist looking back. The old man gradually vanished into a thicket of reeds. This man was not Chiyobo, nor did they share any resemblance. How could he have mistaken him? He recalled that Bai Zhi had once mentioned that Chiyobo was no longer in Yujia Village. It seemed she knew the old man's whereabouts, but was reluctant to reveal the truth. In hindsight, it became clear that the woman was full of deceit and had no knowledge of Chiyobo's fate. She merely sought to mislead him. Furthermore, given Chiyobo's frailty and the loss of his bamboo staff, coupled with the heavy snowfall that had sealed off Xingyuan Valley, how could he have departed? Indeed, although Chiyobo was not in Yujia Village, he remained somewhere within Xingyuan Valley. From his previous conversations and demeanor, It was evident that he had once been a formidable practitioner of Taoism, likely hailing from overseas. If he could locate that elderly man, many of the enigmatic questions would be answered. Alas, what began as the trivial concerns of a fool had now transformed into a profound realization, adding layers of unnecessary confusion and trouble. Amidst his self-reproach, Yujia suddenly found clarity. He resolved to return to Yujia Village. Looming mountain, Pingshui town. Yujia reined in his horse, proceeding at a leisurely pace. After setting off early that morning, he rode tirelessly and arrived once again at Pingshui town by the afternoon. The sun was high in the sky, and the weather was stifling. While he could endure it, his horse was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. He sought a place to rest briefly, for the journey ahead was still long. Over the past few months, he had traversed 3,000 to 4,000 miles from Xingyuan Valley to the Yin family in Siyangquan, then to Xuanhuang Mountain, Tianmin Town, Baiki Mountain, Baiki Town, Lishui Town, Kailing Mountain, and back to Looming Mountain. Now returning to Xingyuan Valley, even if he chose a different route, he still faced at least 2,000 miles ahead. Fortunately, his horse was strong. It would take no more than half a month to reach Xingyuan Valley. He had made up his mind that this time, while searching for Qiubo, he would not disturb the villagers. Or perhaps he still felt unworthy to face the elders of the village. Whether he would find Qiubo remained uncertain. Yet, he felt compelled to return home. For that elderly man not only bestowed upon him his name and saved his life, but was also tied to his origins in Qizhou, embodying the hope for the answers he sought. Pingshui town came into view. Beside the main road, a familiar courtyard appeared. As Yi rode past, curiosity piqued his interest. It was the home of Guan San, the man who had stolen his horse. He had once gone to retrieve it, only to be bullied by Guan San's wife. The couple had 2 young children. However, the courtyard door stood wide open, crowded with people, peering through the entrance. He saw a corpse draped in a white cloth lying inside. Someone had died at Guan San's home. He remembered that his mother had passed away. But was there more than one corpse within? Amidst the throng, voices arose. Alas, all 5 members of the family have perished. How tragic. This household is now extinguished. Relatives from the maternal side have arrived to handle the funeral arrangements. Otherwise, there would be no one to bury the dead. Just yesterday, I heard that the mother of Guan San had passed. How is it that within 2 days, he and his wife along with their children have also succumbed? Rumor has it that Guan San came into a windfall, paying no heed to the death of his mother, and instead indulged in gambling, ultimately encountering a band of thugs who demanded to know the source of his wealth. He claimed to have a brother, a promising youth, riding a fine steed and wielding a sharp sword, a renowned figure in the underworld, who had recently visited to bestow upon him a substantial sum of gold and silver. In truth, he had no brother, such was his penchant for boasting. The bandits then took him home to find this supposed sibling, and today, we hear of the grim tidings. Hush. Calamity often arises from careless words. Dear friends, tread carefully. Yujia dismounted and strode forward, parting the crowd as he entered the courtyard, his brow furrowing and his countenance darkening. Before the main door, on a bamboo couch, lay the lifeless form of an elderly woman, already emitting a foul stench of decay. In the courtyard, 4 additional corpses lay sprawled: Guan San, his wife, and 2 young children. The ground was cloaked in a layer of yellow earth, still stained with blood, bearing witness to the horrific slaughter that had befallen this family. A family annihilated. Guan San was a notorious gambler, and his wife a common street woman. Despite their questionable character, Yujia had not held their flaws against them. Even when he retrieved a stolen horse with money, he had thought little of it, merely considering the elderly's demise and the innocence of the children, treating it as an act of charity. Who could have anticipated that his goodwill would lead to such calamity for this family? Even if Guan San was given to boastfulness, 5 taels of silver should not have summoned such a dire fate. What crime had the 2 innocent children committed to deserve such a brutal end? And was not the brother he spoke of, who rode with sword in hand, a reflection of Yuyia's own youth and appearance? It was these very words that had drawn misfortune upon him. Oh, could it be that Jiang Xiong's accomplices had come seeking retribution? After Jiang Xiong was slain, fearing to disturb others, they had refrained from searching far and wide, allowing his associates to escape, now rallying to avenge their fallen comrade? Yu stepped further into the courtyard. Where is the person in charge? A middle-aged man approached. I am the maternal uncle of the children. I did not know you produced 2 taels of silver. Take this to arrange the funeral. The man hastily accepted the coins. And who might you be? Yu offered no reply, turning to exit. The onlookers were left in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. Could this man be the brother of Guan San? It must be so. Look at the steed he rides, the sword upon him, and the silver he has produced. Yu, his face grim, threaded through the crowd, mounted his horse. Exhaling a heavy sigh, and then, with a gentle squeeze, set forth towards the town at a leisurely pace, being mistaken for Guansan's brother. He did not refute it. The tragedy that had befallen Guansan was intrinsically linked to him, Yu, and those rogues of the underworld were the true architects of this calamity. Nestled atop a secluded valley, the quaint town of Pingshui boasts 2 streets running east-west and north-south, a modest inn, a handful of taverns, and over 10 shops. On this sweltering afternoon, the streets are largely deserted. Yu rides his horse around the town and notices that one eatery remains open. He dismounts to rest. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, is tidying up the stove and informs Yu that only a half basin of sheep offal soup remains after the meal hour. Yu tosses a piece of broken silver onto the counter, instructing the innkeeper to bring him the soup and request a bucket of fresh water, as well as some coarse grains from the neighboring shop to quench his horse's thirst and hunger. The innkeeper, smiling, takes the silver and busies himself. Seated at a table facing the street, Yi sips his soup leisurely. The street remains quiet, save for 2 shadowy figures peering at him from a distance before disappearing around the corner. Gazing southward, he beholds the imposing looming mountain beneath the azure sky, its peak resembling a deer's head, eternally echoing a mournful cry, having witnessed countless changes in the myriad virtues and vices of humanity over the ages. After finishing the half basin of soup, he remains seated for a moment longer before bidding farewell to the innkeeper. He tosses the remnants of coarse grains onto his horse's back and leads the animal through the streets. Upon leaving the valley that houses Pingshui, he crosses a stone bridge. Ahead lies a mountain pass leading to the trail he previously traversed. Yu glances back at the town, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He does not hastily mount his horse, but instead unsheathes his sword and strides toward the mountain pass. Turning the corner, a rugged path stretches forth, flanked by towering stones that rise over 10 feet high, their jagged surfaces stark against the sparse trees, creating a desolate and silent tableau under the glaring sun. Yu grips his sword firmly and continues onward. After traversing a mere 10 paces, a sudden flurry of bowstrings resonates overhead, followed by the thunderous crash of falling stones, and a fishing net of several feet in size descends from above. Yu swiftly dodges and lunges forward, raising his sword to shield himself, as arrows rain down like a tempest and stones crash behind him. Meanwhile, the fishing net falls empty. Yu, however, halts abruptly. He sees over 20 men, shouting and clamoring as they leap from the thicket and rocky terrain, swiftly surrounding him from all sides. Raising an eyebrow, Yu casts a cold glance around. He recognizes this group as foes he had anticipated, yet they remain unfamiliar. Their tactics, arrows ambushing, boulders plummeting, and nets ensnaring are all aimed at his demise, revealing their cruel intent. Indeed, it is this wretch who has slain Jiang Xiong, proclaims a man standing atop a stone, his countenance still seemingly amiable, adorned with his habitual smile, yet wielding a long knife. Yi turns his gaze toward this man, unable to suppress a chuckle, though his laughter carries a bitter edge of self-mockery. The one who has identified him is none other than the tea vendor Yu encountered a few days prior, a man he had regarded as honest and had generously rewarded with a substantial tip. Who would have thought he was an accomplice of Jiang Xiong? It is evident that Jiang Xiong's timely appearance, along with the unfortunate demise of Guansan's entire family, is intricately linked to him. One must not judge by appearances, for it is often one's own eyes that obscure the truth. Why do you laugh, young man? The man raised his knife towards Yu, curiously inquiring. Even if you possess certain skills, can you truly survive today? Upon reflection, although the trap had failed, the overwhelming odds against him rendered failure improbable. Moreover, he had summoned over 20 skilled individuals from the martial world. It was hard to believe they could not handle a mere youth. Yuya's gaze scanned his surroundings, and instead of answering, he posed a question. Are you all accomplices of Jiang Xiong? Humph, replied the tea seller with a scoff. I am here solely for profit, not as anyone's accomplice. He then shifted his tone and continued, to speak frankly, young man, you killed Jiang Xiong, visited Looming Mountain, only to have a rogue, namely Guansan, steal your horse. You offered 5 taels of silver to reclaim your steed, and subsequently went to Baijia Village. I presume you have discovered the treasure of Feng Laoqi, yet you seem unaware of its hiding place. I advise you to surrender it, otherwise. He glanced around and added, these brothers have been summoned by my Qingyu to ensure they do not return empty-handed. His implication was clear. He was well informed about Yu Ye's movements. Even if he were to kill Yu Yi, With the multitude of men at his disposal, he could still trace the treasure through the faintest clues. This indicates that the legend of Feng Laoqi's hidden treasure was widely circulated in the martial world. The so-called Qingyu transmission was a method of communication among martial artists, utilizing trained bluebirds to deliver messages swiftly, covering hundreds or even thousands of miles in a single day. Yi fixed his gaze on the tea cellar, falling silent, his brows furrowing as a chill emanated from his eyes. His earlier murderous intent stemmed from the fury over Guansan's family tragedy, but now fear had ignited a more fervent resolve within him. Should these ruthless individuals find Xiuzhen and Wanner, the consequences would be dire. Young man, the tea seller, growing impatient, gestured. 5 or 6 men raised their crossbows while the others brandished swords, waiting for his command to execute the surrounded youth. However, Yi acted first, leaping into the fray. The bowstrings twanged, and arrows flew like locusts. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, and in an instant, blood illuminated the scene as severed limbs flew through the air. He seized the opportunity to leap high, deflecting the arrows that struck him, and then unleashed a torrent of sword light, causing one man after another to scream and collapse. Seeing the tide turn against them, some attempted to flee, only to be met with a swift death at the end of his blade. The encirclement crumbled, and shadows of fleeing figures scattered in all directions. At that moment, he resembled a hunting wolf, pursuing his prey with relentless precision, striking left and right. Yet those who dared to resist could not escape his swift onslaught and the sharpness of his sword. In a brief span, the mountain path, strewn with rocks, was littered with lifeless bodies. Yi landed atop a large stone, surveying the scene with unwavering focus, his sword still radiating a murderous intent. 1, 2, 3. 23? He distinctly recalled that there were 24 men attacking him, yet only 23 corpses lay before him. Yi leapt onto the highest rock, spotting a figure fleeing through the woods below. As Yi plunged downward, he barely touched the ground before his toes grazed the earth, akin to a bird darting swiftly through the air. In an instant, he had penetrated the forest. With just a few leaps, he had caught up to the fleeing individual. A sweep of his sword's brilliance sent the man tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before clutching his legs and wailing, "Oh no, spare my life." The one who fled was indeed the tea vendor. A slash had grazed his legs, flesh torn and blood oozing profusely. Yi landed gracefully, flicking his sleeve, and with a deft twist of his sword, the sharp edge hovered threateningly at the vendor's throat. You are a master of the Tao. Have you been to Baijia Village? I have not been, but I have heard that south of Looming Mountain, 100 miles away, lies only Baijia Village. You have been absent for 2 days, I surmise perhaps. Where are your accomplices? Accomplices, the brothers I summoned have been entirely slain by you. I never anticipated there would be any survivors. There are none. All my brothers are here. The sole survivor is you, for your crimes. Your life shall be forfeit. With a flash of the sword, blood sprayed forth. Moments later, a great fire blazed along the mountain path, incinerating over 20 corpses along with their iron knives and crossbows to ashes. Even the hard stones were melted and fractured. This was the first trial of the fire talisman, not meant for formidable foes, but to burn the bodies and erase traces, eradicating evil completely, silencing witnesses, and obliterating evidence. Though brutal and merciless, it stemmed from bloody lessons learned. As dusk descended, a lone rider approached from afar along the shaded path. According to passers-by, there existed a town named Qingye. Heading north from Qingye and traveling for another 10 days would bring one to the borders of Lingjiao Valley. Upon reaching Lingjiao Valley, one would also be at their doorstep. In the distance, a stone mountain loomed prominently. Nestled beneath the trees, the hillside was adorned with clusters of houses. Just as the evening glow illuminated the scene, wisps of smoke rose, and the tranquility of the mountain village seemed to envelop the surroundings. Was that Qingye town? At the foot of the hill where the town lay was an intersection. By heading east from the junction, one could circumvent the town and proceed north. However, beauty lay in the distance, while turmoil was close at hand. A throng of figures obstructed the intersection, their quarrels shattering the peace and serenity of the area. Yi gently tightened the reins, slowing his horse's pace. After leaving Pingshui town, he had journeyed northward. Though unfamiliar with this path, he had inquired of others, ensuring he would not become lost. Traveling leisurely over several days, he had taken to sleeping in the wilderness, both to avoid trouble and to seize the opportunity to cultivate his skills and contemplate his armor-breaking talisman. Today, upon reaching Qingye town, he intended to purchase a sack of millet to provide his horse with sustenance, as well as some vermilion powder to attempt once more to inscribe the armor-breaking talisman. Who would have thought he would encounter an obstruction? Would he need to take a detour? Yujia urged his horse forward slowly, intent on discerning who blocked his path before deciding on a course of action. The intersection was crowded with a dozen individuals, both sides engaged in a relentless argument. On one side stood 8 or 9 ruffians of the martial world, wielding long swords and crossbows, their demeanor brazen and their presence imposing. On the other, 2 men and a woman, varied in age and appearance, also exuding the essence of martial practitioners, each mounted on fine steeds and armed with formidable weapons, yet displaying a palpable anger and an air of righteousness. Why must we surrender our swords? One of the brothers demanded. We are under the command of the Taoist from North Qi Mountain, tasked with a thorough investigation of practitioners across the lands. You must register and relinquish your weapons, otherwise, you shall not set foot in Fengjia town. The North Qi Mountain has fallen. Where is your Taoist now? They retorted. Even if what you say is true, we are all independent practitioners, not bound by the tenets of any sect, and we shall not surrender our swords. Listen well. The 8 families of days have united as one. Regardless of whether you are independent practitioners or disciples of a sect, from this day forth, all shall be governed by North Qi Mountain. Those who defy this order shall bear the consequences. What do you mean by defying orders and bearing the consequences? As practitioners, we revere heaven and earth and follow the natural laws. What crime have we committed? Yelling at my brother is futile. If you have the courage, go seek the esteemed ones of North Qi Mountain for a discussion. You practitioners may appear righteous, yet you are nothing more than thieves and rogues, ruthlessly slaughtering our fellow martial artists while pilfering treasures of the Immortal gates. Impudent! Surrender your weapons and disclose your names and origins. With a scoff, Yi halted more than 10 paces away, the ruffians blocking the path evidently allied with the practitioners from Qizhou, while the 2 men and 1 woman turned out to be practitioners themselves. Furthermore, they seemed to be innate experts, refined Qi cultivators. Yi had encountered a few disciples of the day's sect, such as Bai Zhi, Qin Qi, or Zhongjian, Yin Qi, and Mo Kan. But to encounter 3 Qi refining experts at once was indeed a first. Did these 3 claim to be independent practitioners? If the independent practitioners of days were this formidable, Day's sect would not have descended into its